Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 331, Reunion with Bernadette. Unlike the previous days, Dr. Aaron no longer showed the confusion and panic from before. He saw Klein bending down and entering the carriage, and immediately smiled. "Charlotte, don't be nervous. The one who invited us this time is His Royal Highness Prince Edsak August. The third prince." Klein recalled what he had seen at the Crag Club and the occasional descriptions in newspapers and magazines. He understood, but was also curious about Aaron's change. However, given the inappropriate setting, he didn't speak rashly. Finding a window seat and nodding slightly to Dr. Aaron, Klein casually asked, "Then are we going to Empressborough?" "No, His Royal Highness is waiting for you at Red Rose Manor, outside Empressborough," the old butler said without concealment. The carriage drove through street after street, bypassing the area with an artificial lake and heading northwest. After more than an hour, it finally arrived at a vast manor. After multiple checks, Dr. Aaron was led alone deeper into the manor, while Klein followed the old butler to a study decorated with restrained luxury, where he met Prince Edsak, who remarkably resembled Henry Augusti on the 5-pound banknote. Even without activating his spirit vision, Klein could clearly sense that His Royal Highness was in a very bad mood, but seeing his invited guest arrive, he softened his tone. "The investigation into Talam's death did not go through me, Mr. Moriarty. I hope you can help me find the truth." "The investigation didn't go through you? Could it be at the behest of your two elder brothers? Such a level of infighting right from the start, I can't handle it. If you suddenly dropped dead in front of me, I wouldn't be able to clear myself of suspicion even if I jumped into the Taysok River." Stared at intensely by Prince Edsak, Klein could only respond with a bitter smile. "Your Royal Highness, you should know my principle. I still want to live another 50 years. Edsak's expression darkened, and he was about to speak when a maid suddenly walked in, quickly approached, and whispered a few words into his ear. He stood up and paced 2 steps, his serious expression softening, and his blue eyes gaining a hint of tenderness and helplessness. "All right, I know. We have guests today, so don't wander around the manor casually." Although he didn't know what had happened, Klein wisely didn't ask. Hearing too much about matters that might involve the royal family could easily lead to being silenced. He just had a strange look on his face, examining the maid who had just left again. It was this person who had brought Dr. Aaron away alone after entering the manor. Klein cleared his throat and quietly asked the somewhat distracted Prince Edsak, "Your Royal Highness, with your status and position, you surely don't lack subordinates. There are plenty of people willing to investigate Talam's death for you. Why do you insist on finding me?" Edsak shook his head and chuckled softly. "As a prince, with great power comes great restriction. Many things cannot be done by those around me, as most eyes are on me. You are a capable and intelligent great detective, and you had a good relationship with Talam. You were also at the scene. I don't think anyone is more suitable than you. Don't worry, if there are any problems, I can certainly guarantee your safety. Such promises are like toilet paper in the washroom." Klein couldn't help but inwardly grumble, but seeing that the prince had already spoken to this extent, he felt that if he refused again, he might not be able to leave Red Rose Manor. He could only sigh and agree. A smile appeared on Edsak's face as he walked to the window with his hands behind his back. He waved slightly, and the old butler, who had been standing by the door, immediately walked in and took out a stack of banknotes with a strong smell of ink from his arms and handed them to Klein. "Those who serve me are never short of compensation. This is £300. If you can investigate more useful information, you will receive more generous compensation. For example, an opportunity to advance further in MI9. I am indeed a commoner." Muttering to himself, Klein obediently stuffed the stack of banknotes into his wallet, his expression solemn, almost thumping his chest to guarantee. "Your Royal Highness, I will definitely bring the murderer who secretly harmed Talam to justice." Nodding with satisfaction, Edsak looked at Klein and smiled, saying, "I appreciate your work ethic. So, detective, you can go home now and prepare to start your investigation. My butler will provide you with all the help you need, well, within my capabilities." "So urgent? I haven't even had lunch." Klein looked at the old butler, who was turning to lead him away, and carefully asked, "What about Dr. Aaron?" Edsak didn't respond. Instead, the old butler, who had already reached the door, turned slightly and explained in a solemn tone, "That guest has other matters to attend to. I will send you home first. Backlund Westborough, into Silenzo restaurant." Aaron, who had changed his appearance in advance, looked at the red-vested waiter who came forward and casually said, "I have a reservation in the Raphael private room." Upon hearing the name of the private room, the red-vested waiter's attitude became even more respectful and humble. "All right, honored guest, please follow me." Nodding lightly, Aaron passed through the elaborately decorated door and saw walls that seemed to reflect golden light. At that moment, he seemed to be in a vault. As expected of the most renowned Intis restaurant. Aaron briefly evaluated it in his mind and, led by the waiter, arrived on the second floor. The red-vested waiter did not continue to follow, but stood at the stairwell. Following the direction indicated by his gesture, Aaron saw a large golden door with a Raphael sign. Aaron casually surveyed his surroundings. His spiritual intuition did not give any special feedback, so he immediately pushed the door open and saw a slightly familiar figure. It was a lady in an olive-green long dress. She was tall, with excellent proportions, and her chestnut hair fell naturally. Her straight eyebrows were perfectly arched, giving Aaron the impression of a professional woman, and one who had long held a high position. Roselle's aesthetic influence on Queen Mystic was quite significant, but unfortunately, the result clearly went awry. Aaron casually pulled out a chair and sat down, tasting the restaurant's specialty, Roselle court cuisine. It's not at all the Chinese style I imagined. Roselle definitely wouldn't cook. At most, he'd expound on the concept, and then it would be magically altered into the so-called Roselle court cuisine. Putting down his utensils with a hint of regret, Aaron looked up at the deep blue eyes and said in a calm voice. The Loen royal family has a hidden cooperation with the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order. Panatia, the despair nightingale of the Demonist sect, will cause a disaster in Backlund. And the Aurora Order, utilizing the accumulated sins in the East Borough and the docks, intends to imitate Tingen City and once again perform the true Creator's descent ritual. And the opportunity one previously referred to for your advancement to Sequence 2 Sage is to thwart the Aurora Order's conspiracy. To advance to Sage, one must prevent a high-level disaster. Preventing the true Creator's descent naturally meets the condition. While the source of the Great Smog was initially just Panatia, a Sequence 4, what truly involved high-level power was the ring in Triss's hand, which originated from the primordial Demonis. Even if Bernadette wielded 2 sealed artifacts of grade 0, compared to Triss, who was a quasi-descent vessel, preventing the Aurora Order's ritual was clearly easier to succeed at. Bernadette fell silent for a moment, her eyes slightly unfocused. After a while, she spoke in a deep voice. "Does the Church of Evernight know all this you're saying?" She hadn't forgotten that this Duke was also a blessed of the Evernight goddess, and held a high position within the Church of Evernight. Looking at Bernadette, who seemed to be seeking confirmation, Aaron was silent for a moment. He didn't answer directly, but hinted. What the goddess knows doesn't necessarily mean the Church knows. It's the same for all 7 deities. Also, there's something I must remind you, the Evernight Church's renegade archbishop is also involved in this matter in Backlund. Be careful of that grade 0 sealed artifact. Although I think, given its nature, it's more likely to use your hand to trick Insanguil, you still need to be careful at all times. If it's convenient for you, please also keep an eye out for Sherlock Moriarty. He's a friend of mine, currently living at 15 Minsk Street, and he's a private detective. In Backlund, if he encounters a life-threatening situation, please save him for me once. I will pay the corresponding compensation. Aaron shrugged, selling out Klein without any psychological burden. For the foreseeable future, it would be difficult for him to openly act in Backlund. Once Will Septon restarted, the only one who could offer assistance in Backlund would be Azik. But this Death Consul, who hadn't recovered his memories, already had considerable trouble with MI9's pursuit. To prevent the dear Mr. Fool from accidentally dying in Backlund, it was best to find him a reliable bodyguard. Bernadette's blue eyes narrowed slightly. She noted the person Aaron mentioned and asked in a calm voice. Since you know that Renegade Archbishop is in Backlund, why don't you act yourself? With your strength, even if he controls that grade 0 sealed artifact, he wouldn't be your opponent. Guessing that Bernadette would ask this question, Aaron chuckled and shook his head. Regardless of whether she understood, he softly said. Life is like a play. Some people are destined to be supporting roles. The one who wraps up his scene in the written script is not me. Without waiting for Bernadette to continue asking, Aaron directly changed the topic. My meeting with you this time, besides informing you of the specific disaster hidden in Backlund that fits your advancement ritual, to give you time to prepare. I also want to ask you for a favor. Bernadette nodded slightly and said softly. Please speak. Quietly activating his spirit vision, Aaron observed Bernadette's changing expression and slowly began. I received some news that after Emperor Roselle was titled Son of Steam, he was granted an item by the god of steam and machinery. It originated from the Knight Emperor of the 4th Epic's Trunsoist Empire. Do you have any impression of this item? Bernadette frowned in thought for a moment, then responded with some uncertainty. I haven't heard him mention this item since then. I was just born when he was titled Son of Steam, so I don't have much of an impression. Among the items he left me, there's nothing originating from the Knight Emperor. Is that item very important to you? Nodding noncommittally, having somewhat anticipated Bernadette's answer, Aaron wasn't too disappointed and then asked. Since that's the case, can you help me? Asked Benoit Gustave. I want to know if that item is still with the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Bernadette thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. Yes, give me 2 days. Once I have concrete news, I'll contact you through your messenger. Aaron waved his hand, glanced at the opulent private room, and casually said. My messenger might not be reachable for a while. 2 days from now, same time, same private room, I'll await your news. Bernadette's expression subtly froze. She involuntarily recalled the terrifyingly powerful messenger, then nodded. All right, this restaurant is actually a secret base I established for Oravi Island in Backlund. Hey, Trier, the capital of Intis, is traversed by the Silenzo River. Compared to White Maple Palace, it's more like my hometown. That's why I named this restaurant. Not interested in the Queen's childhood experiences, Aaron smiled apologetically, bowed slightly, and then his figure vanished from the private room. Loen, capital of the Intercia Prefecture, Constant City. This is the second largest city in Loen, second only to the Backlund metropolitan area. Due to its proximity to the Intercia, both commerce and industry are highly developed, making it a purely industrial city. The bright but not scorching sunlight fell, and a vivid, layered oil painting world emerged. Aaron took a step and stood high in the sky, gazing at Constant City. This was his second time here. The last time was to raid the home of that Jacob family demigod. It was hard to imagine that a year later, these towering chimneys and tall buildings would turn into ruins. Shaking his head lightly, Aaron withdrew his gaze. He wasn't here for nostalgic sentimentality this time. He immediately took out his divination pendulum, determined the direction, and activated short-distance teleportation. On the other side of Constant City, to the west of the industrial district, this area was somewhat similar to Cherwood Borough in Backlund, considered a gathering place for entrepreneurs and factory owners. Compared to the industrial district, the atmosphere of daily life here was noticeably much stronger. And deep within the street, inside a luxuriously decorated psychology clinic with a "Closed Today" sign. A figure wearing a three-piece suit, a semi-tall silk top hat, and a bizarre mask sat at the dining table. The mask's mouth was stretched wide, reaching almost to the ears, and remained perpetually open, as if it wanted to swallow everything its 2 eyes saw. Chapter 332 Tell Hermes. The figure, resembling a glutton, possessed an extremely elegant demeanor, quite scholarly, yet his hands moved like afterimages. In mere moments, a table full of food was reduced to empty plates. Rubbing his stomach, which hadn't expanded in the slightest, a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on the strange mask. His eyes, hidden behind the mask, withdrew from the dining table and looked towards the tightly shut door, his tone quite surprised. Esteemed guest, I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Please come in. The door, marked with a closed sign, opened in response. Aaron stood at the doorway with a smile on his face, hands behind his back, looking at the room piled high with plates. This slightly odd scene did not attract the attention of passers-by. The people coming and going seemed to deliberately ignore the psychology alchemists located at the end of the street. Psychological invisibility fundamentally leverages control over the target's mind-body, utilizing psychological blind spots to hide in the shadows, placing oneself in an awareness dead zone for an invisibility effect where one cannot be seen or sensed. However, it still interacts with its surroundings, merely eliminating its presence. Once the interaction with the surroundings strengthens, exposure becomes inevitable. After advancing to demigod and further grasping the collective unconscious psychological invisibility, achieved through the mental island compensates for these flaws. If not for the manipulator, who was trapped in the demoness oil painting, having already gone insane, mostly using the incomplete mythical creature form of dragon transformation to engage in close combat with Boyer Burial, the battle would not have ended so quickly. The Beyonder characteristic obtained from killing that manipulator had already been crafted into a mystical item, and Aaron thus learned much about the manipulator's peculiarities. Good afternoon, I suppose I can call you Mr. Gluttony. The mask on your face is quite interesting. I once saw a similar item in Backlund, but the owner of that mask seems to have been infected and corrupted. Mr. Gluttony, Howard Phillip, stood up and gestured for Aaron to enter, stroking the silver-white mask on his face. He chuckled. In the spiritual domain, it's difficult to find pure, harmless external aid. One must possess sufficient intrinsic strength to avoid corresponding negative effects. However, personality masks can amplify corresponding cognitions and emotions, helping the wearer realize their problems and thus address them specifically. Hey, if one can still be affected by a personality mask like that, then, begging your pardon, that's merely a fool. Better to abdicate early. The mouth of the gluttony mask stretched even wider, as if his head had been cut in half horizontally. Howard Phillip elegantly put on 10 rings, his mocking tone almost undisguised. Aaron took a step forward and instantly noticed something amiss. His spirit body, astral body, and etheric body all seemed to have been absorbed and assimilated by his mind body. His entire being felt like an aggregate of pure thoughts, floating. Through self-hypnosis, Aaron, who had previously entered the collective unconscious sea, suppressed his subconscious urge to act. He then relaxed his spirituality, sensing the boundless collective unconscious sea that connected all living beings, and sensing the spiritual sky opposite to it. With previous experience and blessings from his dreams, Aaron did not panic and remained clear-headed, looking at the strange island beneath his feet, which seemed to come from reality yet also from illusion. Not far away, the cold, illusory, grayish-white mask on Howard Phillips' face quickly became transparent, melting into the surrounding collective unconscious sea, revealing a very ordinary face beneath the mask, one that would be forgotten after a single glance. Is he pulling me onto his mental island? This might not be real, it could just be a virtual. Just as Aaron was surveying his surroundings, the collective unconscious sea gently swayed. A faint light swam from a distance, growing larger and more distinct, finally transforming into an illusory letter. This letter stopped before Howard Phillips' mental island, seemingly searching for a path to complete its delivery. As if sensing a familiar aura attached to the letter, Howard Phillips' eyebrows twitched slightly. He first materialized a chair and sofa, motioning for Aaron to sit down, then extended his left hand to touch the illusory letter. Using the collective unconscious sea to transmit information, the high-level abilities of the spectator pathway are truly wondrous. Aaron watched the illusory letter vanish with great novelty. He was also very curious, who was sending a letter at this exact moment, and what was its content. Howard Phillip did not keep Aaron waiting. His expression unchanged, he sat opposite Aaron and said with a smile. "This is my mental island. You can say anything here that might be inconvenient to say in the outside world." TSK, so understanding. Did Hermes instruct him beforehand? Seeing Mr. Gluttony behave this way, Aaron smiled and casually asked. "There's a mine dragon hidden in Eastchester County. I imagine you, or rather, old Mr. Hermes, would be very interested. And I presume its whereabouts haven't been discovered yet." Unexpected that Aaron would suddenly bring this up, Howard Phillips smiled and nodded without denying. "Earlier this year, I went to Eastchester County to search for that mine dragon. Aside from finding some anomalies in Hydrack Village, I had no special gains." Not surprised by this answer, Aaron stared at the unremarkable face and added. "That mine dragon is related to the ancient god, the dragon of imagination Ankwelt. If he truly wishes to hide, even Hermes himself might not find him." Him? The dragon of imagination Ankwelt, quickly catching the key point in Aaron's words, Howard Phillips' expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. He finally realized how perilous the task assigned by the psychology alchemists had been. He also understood why his teacher had insisted on expending power to separate a virtual personality to explore in place of his main body. If there truly was an angel-level mind dragon hidden there, a virtual personality might not be worth the risk of exposure to act, but if it were a genuine manipulator, that would be a different story. Looking at Howard Phillip, whose expression had subtly changed, Aaron didn't know what the man was thinking, but he struck while the iron was hot. "You can tell old Mr. Hermes for me that I have a way to lure out that mind dragon, and I've received an invitation from the existence behind the psychology alchemists. I'll be attending a secret gathering in a month." Although Aaron dared not directly mention the Twilight Hermit Order due to Adam, Hermes would certainly understand his meaning. He had never participated in the Twilight Hermit Order and longed for more information to cope with potential emergencies. Most importantly, he needed to conceal his true identity to avoid alerting the enemy. Compared to the old schemer Adam, the pressure from dealing with the minor schemer Hermes was less. At the very least, with his current strength, he had the qualifications for an equal dialogue, and he also held bargaining chips to attract him. Pondering the meaning of Aaron's words, Howard Phillip nodded directly and spoke softly. "I will directly transmit this memory to teacher. Does your grace have any other matters for this visit?" One of the purposes of this trip had been achieved. Aaron leaned back casually in the chair. Since this was a mental island, it saved him the trouble of taking out a map. A soft golden light condensed before him, depicting a simplified map of the Mid-Sea County. Looking at a specific area specially marked on the map, Howard Phillips' eyes narrowed slightly. He scrutinized Aaron, who appeared calm, for a moment before speaking softly. "I am very curious, where did you obtain this?" He had already confirmed his suspicions from the reaction of the Psychology Alchemist's council member. As early as when he obtained the map from Emlyn White, he had a guess. Advancing to Black Emperor requires 9 mausoleums. And the royal family, led by George III, excluding the powerhouses responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the kingdom, had a very limited number of angels and demigods they could dispatch, or corresponding sealed artifacts. Among the factions secretly cooperating with the royal family, both the Aurora Order and the Demonis sect harbored ulterior motives and could not be entrusted with guarding the mausoleums. Therefore, the most likely party to provide assistance in this matter was the Psychology Alchemists. Backlund Bridge area, deep in Iron Gate Street, Braveheart's Bar. Deep within the underground area, difficult for ordinary people to enter. Marek, like a vengeful spirit, stood with his hands behind his back, looking with satisfaction at the three teenagers sitting cross-legged before him. The mind is the prisoner of the body, and the body is the prisoner of the world. I hope you will always remember this sentence. Restraining madness and suppressing desires is the most fundamental principle of our temperance faction, and it is also your only method of self-salvation when facing loss of control. Now, all three of you have successfully advanced to Sequence 8, Lunatic. Remember the acting method I taught you before, and you must also be mentally prepared, for the path ahead will only become more difficult. Under the dim candlelight, several stern-faced teenagers were also seated in the shadows to the side and rear. These were the new members of the temperance faction he had carefully selected from various orphanages over the past half-year. Marek waved his hand, dismissing these nominal disciples. He went into the secret room in the underground area, where a statue almost as tall as a person stood silently, holding 4 heads in its hands. It was Rainet Tyneker. Marek respectfully knelt down, prayed softly, then listened intently, his expression becoming somewhat strange. After a long while, he stood up and bowed to the statue. Kaspars Canley, who was leisurely wiping glasses at the bar, suddenly stiffened. Marek's reflection appeared in his right pupil, and a cold, emotionless voice came to his ear. In your name, arrange a meeting for me with Charlotte Moriarty. 15 Minsk Street. Klein was returned by Prince Edsak's carriage. He saw off the solemn-faced old butler, who was clearly also a beyonder. Klein sat on the sofa, looking at the 300 pounds of banknotes on the table, recalling the scene of meeting Prince Edsak today. Through divination earlier in the mysterious space above the grey fog, Klein was almost certain that Talim's death was due to Trissy, who had escaped from Tingen. And the sapphire ring she wore on her hand was clearly a very powerful and terrifying sealed artifact from the Demonist sect, which allowed Talim to die right in front of him, and was clearly the work of the Grade 0 sealed artifact in Ince Sanguil's possession. Neither the Demonist sect nor Ince Sanguil were something he, a mere Sequence 7, could handle. And judging by Prince Edsak's situation, there might also be infighting among royal factions behind this. I've always avoided contact with important figures, but I still couldn't escape it. I wonder if this will attract attention or lead to more in-depth background investigations. I need to prepare a contingency plan in advance, ready to abandon this base and this identity at any time. Most importantly, I need to quickly obtain the Beyonder characteristic of the human skin shadow and the deep-sea Naga's hair, and advance to Faceless as soon as possible. As for the commission Prince Edsak gave him, Klein planned to use a delaying tactic and see the outcome of the Church of the Storm's Punisher's handling of the matter. As he was thinking this, an urgent knock came from the door. Klein frowned slightly, silently walked to the door, and gripped the doorknob, the appearance of the visitor outside instantly appearing in his mind. This seems to be Kaspars's assistant from the Bravehearts bar. What is he here for? Could it be that my previous commission has made progress? But it hasn't even been 2 days. Questions arose in his mind, but the clown danger warning gave no feedback. Klein opened the door and asked, somewhat puzzled. Good afternoon, sir, what can I do for you? Seeing Klein at home, the assistant, still in his bartender uniform, wiped the sweat from his forehead caused by strenuous exercise and said with relief. Mr. Kaspars has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Would it be convenient for you to come with me to the Bravehearts bar? Kaspars. What could he want with me? Thinking this, Klein rubbed his somewhat shrunken stomach and sighed helplessly. He didn't make things difficult for the bartender and gestured for him to lead the way. Just as Klein stepped out of his house, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. His hand instinctively reached for his chest, then paused slightly, before he turned sideways and looked into the alley diagonally opposite. Standing there was a woman over 1.7 meters tall, with long, waist-length chestnut hair and a very well-proportioned figure, neither fat nor thin. Strangely, she wore a girlish yellow tiered dress but a black, old-fashioned soft hat, with fine mesh veil draped down, obscuring her face. A strange sense of familiarity lingered in his heart. Although he couldn't see her specific features, Klein felt as if he had seen this person somewhere before. Mr. Moriarty. What's wrong? A slightly puzzled voice interrupted Klein's thoughts. By the time he came back to himself, the woman standing at the alley exit had already vanished. Shaking his head slightly to dismiss the curious bartender, Klein's right hand emerged from his embrace. A Wheel of Fortune card was tightly clutched in his hand, the source of the warmth in his chest just now. A flash of inspiration in his mind, Klein finally recalled the source of that strange familiarity. He had seen that woman at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition in the Kingdom Museum. Chapter 333, Tail Swallowing Restart. Klein suddenly turned around, activated his spirit vision, and looked at the alley entrance again, but found no trace of the uniquely shaped tall woman. Was this another coincidence? Klein felt a faint throbbing in his brow. This 0-08 stress response always made him overthink in similar situations. But what Klein didn't know was that right beside him, Bernadette, wearing an illusory hat, was scrutinizing the young detective, who had been specifically mentioned by Duke Aaron with her azure blue eyes. This was also one of the fairy tale magics from mystical reenactment, centered around a hat that could render people invisible. Shifting her gaze from Klein, Bernadette looked at the Wheel of Fortune card clutched in Klein's hand. As a clairvoyant, she sensed an unusual aura emanating from the tarot card. Bernadette raised an eyebrow slightly, lifted her hand, and touched her brow. Immediately, a pair of emotionless, almost transparent eyes with no eyelashes appeared before her. Then, these eyes of scrutiny were held by invisible hands and placed on the face of a transparent figure. This was Bernadette's invisible servant. Due to the painful lessons from previous prying into fate, Bernadette was extra cautious when divining, especially when it concerned Duke Aaron. With the invisible servant acting as a medium connecting the eyes of scrutiny to the river of destiny, even if she did glimpse something indescribable, as long as she promptly dismissed the invisible servant, the backlash Bernadette suffered would be significantly reduced. However, as a trade-off, the already limited prying into the secrets of fate would now yield even more vague prophecies, and the eyes of scrutiny would also be restricted accordingly. After just one glance, Bernadette's eyes solidified. The invisible servant's perspective was already shared with her. One after another, complex, silvery symbols emerged from the undulating river of destiny, instantly forming a giant, illusory, scaleless snake. On the surface of this silver-white giant snake, dense patterns and symbols formed interconnected wheels, each surrounded by different markings. The passive ability of the eyes of scrutiny instantly filled Bernadette's mind with various complex and unfathomable information. If it were an ordinary sage, it would be a miracle if their brain didn't crash at this moment. However, as the founder of Oravi Island, who stood in opposition to the Moses ascetic order, Bernadette had long been accustomed to this feeling from the intrusions of the hidden sage, and her thoughts did not become sluggish because of it. Cold, crimson eyes swept over Bernadette. The anticipated backlash did not arrive. Bernadette watched in surprise as the silver-white giant snake soared from the river of destiny, coiled its body, and bit its own tail. Like a mysterious and exaggerated wheel, or more accurately, a continuously shrinking wheel, this silver-white giant snake was constantly devouring its tail, finally transforming into a ball of light that silently fell into the turbulent river of destiny. Tail-eating reboot. This name instantly appeared in Bernadette's mind. She did not feel any hostility from the silver-white giant snake, and there was no corresponding backlash apart from the passively received information overload. Just as she was about to use her clairvoyant ability to delve deeper into the river of destiny, she found that there was no feedback other than the turbulent, illusory river. It was as if everything she had just seen was something someone wanted her to see, and not something a mere clairvoyant could access or pry into. Waving her hand to dismiss the invisible servant, Bernadette looked at the Wheel of Fortune card that Klein had put back into his chest, which seemed to have lost all its mystical power and looked like an ordinary tarot card. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she followed Klein into the carriage. Backlund, a two-story villa in the West District. Dr. Allen pushed open the door and entered, seeing his wife lying sideways on the sofa with a smile on her face. He immediately asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so happy?" Wilma Gladys gently stroked her slightly bulging belly with a tender expression, a happy smile on her face. "Allen, what do you think we should name this little one?" Looking at the relieved bartender, Klein ultimately did not propose the absurd excuse of going to the restroom first before leaving. Unable to perform divination above the gray fog to confirm, he felt a blockage in his heart and could only irritably look out the window. The slightly bumpy carriage ride did not last too long. As soon as Klein stepped out of the carriage, he saw Caspus Canning standing at the entrance of the Brave Bar, enthusiastically coming to greet him. "Mr. Sherlock, you're finally here. Please come in." Casually dismissing the bartender, Caspus Canning personally led Klein directly to the private room at the back of the bar. Klein didn't know what trick this guy was up to, so he just silently followed until the private room door was closed before speaking in a deep voice. "Caspus, what do you need me for? Have you already investigated my last commission thoroughly?" With a slightly awkward expression, Caspus Canning lightly coughed and explained. "Your commission is being followed up by both the Punishers and Military Intelligence 9. No bounty hunter is willing to take on your task. This time, I invited you because a big shot wants to see you. You must perform well and be careful not to anger him." By the end, Caspus Canning's voice had dropped to its lowest, only barely audible to Klein. Just as he was about to press for more questions, he saw the intelligence dealer dart out of the private room with an agility that didn't match his age, closing the door behind him. "You." Klein's pupils contracted, and he immediately stood up. As soon as his fingers touched the doorknob, a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped his entire body, and a somewhat familiar, indifferent voice echoed in his ears. "No need to be so nervous. I bear you no ill will." Casually pushing the materialized Jianhai County map towards the somewhat surprised Gluttony Howard Phillip, Aaron calmly countered. "Does where I got it from matter? Besides, your reaction tells me that I can get the answers I want from you." Howard Phillip no longer looked at the map. The smile had vanished from his face, and he asked with a somewhat serious tone. What do you know? As if suddenly remembering something, the voice of this gluttony paused, and though it was a question, his tone was quite certain. Chunas fell into your hands. Watching Howard Philip, who seemed to be imagining things, Aaron neither denied nor admitted it. So what if he did do it? However, judging by the reaction of this psychology alchemist council member, Chunas's sudden death might have a greater impact than he had anticipated. Collecting his thoughts, Aaron immediately replied. I have no interest in discussing a dead man. Let's be frank. You've seen that map, the marked area is near Constan City. I want to know the exact location of the Blood Emperor's underground ruins in Jianhai County. Howard Philip pondered for a moment, then gently shook his head, explaining in a low voice. A long time ago, I made a promise before the president, who personally implanted a psychological suggestion in me. That was a promise stemming from my own will, which, after being woven and interwoven into a net of restriction by a dream weaver, transformed into my subconscious. Because this originates from my own spirituality, even my teacher cannot bypass the restriction without alarming the president and without a sound. Having already discerned that this Mr. Gluttony was subtly revealing information about the president, and having also heard the hidden meaning in his words, Aaron did not press further. His indifferent voice sounded again. Therefore, I cannot directly tell you the specific location of that ruin, but this does not mean I have no way. After leaving the collective subconscious sea later, I will hypnotize myself, seal this memory of meeting you, and implant a psychological suggestion to go to that ruin. You just need to hide your presence and follow me then. Heh, I forgot to tell you, there are currently no angels in Jianhai County, at least not in what I know. Listening to this audacious self-hypnosis, a smile finally appeared on Aaron's face. He stood up and extended his right hand. Then, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Having reached a consensus, and with his primary objective largely achieved, Aaron's expression relaxed slightly, and he chuckled, teasing. Can you tell me how many council members like you have had psychological suggestions implanted? Shrugging helplessly, Howard Philip's expression was calm, but his tone was quite self-deprecating. Perhaps only me and that fool you mentioned earlier. Although I'm not sure how you bypassed the seal and learned that intelligence from Chunas, you must know that most of the powerful figures in the Loen royal family are currently unable to spare time. To successfully complete their plans, they naturally need to seek help from others. And the commissioners of the psychology alchemists are responsible for a large city like Trier or Backlund, including the surrounding areas, scattered throughout the world. Therefore, I, who am responsible for Constan City, naturally cannot stand by and do nothing. Having somewhat satisfied his curiosity, Aaron took a step back, detaching himself from the light membrane enveloping the Mind Island. A familiar sensation of weightlessness came over him. Aaron found himself still standing in front of the door with the closed sign. He skillfully entered a semi-hidden state to avoid being detected by the self-hypnotized Howard Philip, preventing unnecessary misunderstandings. Within the Mind Island, after Aaron's figure disappeared, Howard Philip's expression instantly became solemn. A light projection peeled away from his body, seemingly representing the imprint of consciousness. Specks of starlight condensed, and lines of text appeared on a blank sheet of paper that materialized out of thin air. A moment later, Howard Philip attached the imprint, which had peeled from his body, to the letter and casually tossed it into the deep, dark, illusory, and undulating collective subconscious sea. After doing all this, Howard Philip's expression eased slightly. Without wasting time waiting for a reply, he immediately separated a virtual personality from his body and began his self-hypnosis. The illusory and dim collective subconscious sea rippled. Howard Philip, now wearing the gluttony mask again, silently emerged from it. He glanced at the sky, which was already nearing sunset, and his figure became illusory once more. After Howard disappeared, Aaron's historical void projection emerged from the void, wearing a ring covered in grayish-white wrinkles. It was the mystical item crafted from the manipulator Beyonder characteristic, the dream-weaving demonic ring. The historical void projection does not have a corresponding mind island, which allows for maximum stealth in tracking Howard Philip and pinpointing the exact location of that Blood Emperor ruin. Although this puts a greater spiritual burden on Aaron, and if the duration is too long, he would need to summon the historical void projection again, it is sufficiently stealthy compared to travel teleportation, and creates very little disturbance, making it difficult for Howard Philip to discover. One must know that he is a demigod. Even if, to some extent, self-hypnosis reduced the difficulty for Aaron's tracking, he is still a demigod in the spiritual domain, and absolutely cannot be underestimated. Silently, Aaron followed Howard Philip to the northeast outskirts of Constan City, passing through a dense forest and arriving at a mountain peak, which was already considered the outer reaches of the Minsk Mountains. At this moment, Howard Philip, wearing the gluttony mask, suddenly stopped, checking the surroundings and gradually expanding the scope. Virtual personalities also appeared in the collective subconscious sea, searching the surrounding mind islands. Fortunately, the historical projection did not have a real mind island, so Aaron immediately took the dream-weaving demonic ring, and quickly exited the collective subconscious sea. Standing on the steep mountain peak, Aaron manipulated the historical void projection and softly chanted the honorific name of the Lord of Order. The true vision from the Nation of Disorder could help him determine the final location. Inside the magnificent palace shrouded in dark golden mist, Aaron used his prayer light spot to actively elevate his vision, bringing the nearby scenery into view. He watched as Howard Phillip, in the prayer image, was dyed in a faint blue light, gradually becoming hazy and blurred, then vanished into thin air, going who knew where. Aaron leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping, pondering. I've confirmed the location. Although it's not that highly valued in Jianhai County, if the timing is right, I can still give George III a big gift. Howard Phillip seems to achieve short-range point-to-point teleportation through fixed rituals and items, which is a rather special type of travel. If this kind of teleportation happens a few more times, perhaps I can use the Crown of Stars to reenact it. However, this ritual also requires internal permission. They must have a way to identify the identity of the entrant, which would make it difficult to achieve a surprise effect. It seems I still need to ask Mr. Door for the method to open the door. No rush on this matter. Aaron did not leave immediately. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later, when Howard Phillip, wearing the gluttony mask, reappeared, that he confirmed both the entry and exit points were at this location before dispersing the prayer light spot. Chapter 334 Departure and Cooperation. The prayer scene ended with Howard Phillips re-entering the collective unconscious sea. Aaron recalled the information he had mentioned earlier on the Mind Island and couldn't help but click his tongue. There are no angels watching over the Intercia County. As the Blood Emperor's relic, after being reutilized by George III, regardless of whether these 9 mausoleums were fully repaired, even without an angel personally stationed there, any attack would surely attract the attention of angels. However, if one could enter silently, preventing the guards from notifying the corresponding angels immediately, that time difference would be enough to accomplish many things. The Augustus family's rule over Loen in the northern continent has lasted for over 1,300 years. Unlike the southern continent, which has only seen a little over 100 years since the discovery of new sea routes, to fundamentally destroy the Augustus family, besides the church, the most crucial factor is the will of the people. Since George III was digging his own grave by cooperating with the Aurora Order and the Demonist sect to create the Great Smog, such a good opportunity naturally had to be seized. Anyway, he had already informed Bernadette of the Aurora Order's schemes, and this Queen Mystic, who often roamed the 5 seas, would diligently keep an eye on those lunatics from the Aurora Order. As for the Demonist sect, it was better to keep an eye on them himself. It wasn't that he had any particular thoughts about the Demonists, but simply because they still held a Sequence 1 Conqueror Beyonder characteristic. Even if his cooperation with Amon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods was merely a temporary measure, that blasphemer would surely pay attention. However, the situation in Backlund would at most prompt him to send some avatars. His true body would never arrive. In that case, the difficulty of seizing back the Sequence 1 Conqueror Beyonder characteristic from the Demonist sect would also increase. If there was ultimately no opportunity or a risk of premature exposure, Aaron had already prepared for the worst. Thinking this, Aaron, who was about to leave the Nation of Disorder, raised an eyebrow slightly and looked towards the pile of sundries. A paper crane flapped its wings, hovering in midair, and silver symbols appeared on its surface, forming a somewhat indistinct human figure. This was a paper crane Aaron had borrowed from Wolosepton after the battle in the spirit world. As the controller of a Sapphira, Aaron could confirm that this paper crane was not being manipulated by anyone. It was more like a timer that would automatically activate at a designated time. Wolosepton's voice came from within the phantom, carrying a hint of cunning and self-satisfaction. By the time you hear this message, I should have successfully restarted. Now, not even Ouroboros can find where I am, so you don't need to waste your effort. Before I am successfully born, the life school of thought and the dice of probability will be entrusted to you. Do not refuse, this is the reward you deserve for my previous help. Also, the fluctuations of my restart cannot be hidden from Ouroboros. That stinky snake has already recovered from his injuries and could emerge from the Forsaken Land of the Gods at any time. You must be careful and absolutely not lose the dice of probability. Looking at the paper crane that had fallen back down and returned to stillness, an imperceptible smile appeared on Aaron's face. A joke. Do I still need to expend effort to find him? Pursing his lips, Aaron gave up on going to Dr. Allen's house immediately to scare a certain infant, or more accurately, Wolosepton, who was still just an embryo, and instantly left the Nation of Disorder. Backlund, deep within Iron Gate Street, the Braveheart's bar. The abnormally pale Marek appeared to be sitting on the sofa, but his body was actually suspended in midair. Even though he had deliberately restrained his aura, the temperature in the private room continued to drop. His dark gray eyes watched Klein, who sat on the opposite sofa, somewhat uneasy and constrained. Marek slowly said. That's roughly how things are. The Rose School of Thought is now controlled by the Indulgence faction. We, who advocate restraint and suppression of desires, were forced to leave the southern continent and seek refuge here. Even so, we still broke through layers of encirclement. The great battle in Biome of the Raging Sea and the death of that Admiral of Blood were the result of our cooperation with Duke Aaron. Of course, the one who truly cooperated with His Grace the Duke was another member. She is far stronger than I am. Her teacher also revived some time ago, and I think you can guess what that means. Klein's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Marek, who made his spiritual perception wildly warn him, being able to silently assassinate the Intis ambassador, who was already quite powerful, under heavy guard, was definitely the level of a Sequence 5. How did he get involved with the Rose School of Thought again? Recalling the bloody records he had seen in the Nighthawk's internal texts in Tingen City, Klein's scalp tingled slightly. He had already provoked the Aurora Order and the Demonist sect. Now, if he added the Rose School of Thought, no, if Mr. Azek was truly connected to the Numinous Episcopate, then, counting the Life School of Thought, which held goodwill towards him, and the mysterious and powerful Chaos Council, how many secret organizations were there now? Yet, he had been in this world for less than half a year. Shouting powerlessly in his heart, Klein forced a smile onto his face and tentatively asked. Respected Mr. Marek, you don't mean to ask me to join you, do you? Shaking his head calmly, Marek maintained his half-dead voice. No, we only cultivate beyonders of the prisoner pathway, you do not meet our requirements. I invited you here this time simply to form a cooperation. Cooperation? If even a demigod can't solve it, how can a Sequence 7 like me help you? You're not trying to throw me into a pit of fire, are you? Just as he was formulating an excuse in his mind to refuse Marek, the half-dead voice came again to Klein's ears. No need to rush to refuse. You can view this as a long-term investment, we will not demand payment from you now. Moreover, I don't need to tell you, I'm sure you understand that your current situation seems very unfavorable. If you agree, our demigod of the Temperance faction might be able to pull you out of trouble at a crucial moment. Upon hearing this condition, Klein immediately wavered. He had to admit that Marek's words truly struck a chord with him. Those terrible memories from Tingen City kept surfacing in his mind. He always felt that something big was going to happen in Backlund, yet he felt somewhat helpless. Although Mr. Azek was trustworthy, he himself attracted a lot of attention. Contacting him rashly before a crucial moment might only bring trouble upon himself. Besides that, the only real help he could get might be from the Chaos Council, but frankly, his current financial situation truly couldn't afford to hire those demigods. As for the option of requesting help from Mr. Fool at the Tarot Club under the name of The World, that was a last resort, as it would greatly increase the possibility of his exposure. Klein was not a fool. From Duke Aaron's attitude towards him at the very beginning, and after coming to Backlund, the inexplicable goodwill from the old monster who called himself Ulaseptin, and his two strange resurrections. All of these indicated his special nature, or more accurately, the special nature of that mysterious gray fog space. Seeing Klein's slight stir, Marek immediately struck while the iron was hot, his tone becoming less stiff. I can see that your spirituality has been thoroughly harmonized, so your potion must have been digested. You should be preparing for advancement. Potion formulas, beyonder characteristics, or even advancement rituals, you can receive our help with all of them. A flash of insight crossed his mind, and a smile suddenly appeared on Klein's face. He stood up and extended his right hand. Then, I wish us pleasant cooperation. After a brief weighing of pros and cons, Klein realized that he actually didn't have much choice. All he could do was strengthen himself as much as possible. With no more internal struggle, Klein immediately put forward his request. I need a mutated pituitary gland and blood from a 1,000-faced hunter. I can pay in gold pounds, or if you need any materials, I can exchange for them at Military Intelligence 9 and then trade with you. Cooperation was cooperation. Klein did not intend to owe a favor for a small amount of material. He only lacked one main material for the faceless. He had already obtained the human-skinned shadow characteristic from Mr. Fool through his alternate identity, the World, during the last Tarot Club. Seeing Klein's firm attitude, Marek no longer insisted. A cold wind swept through the private room, and he nodded, saying, "All right, in that case, at market price, it's equivalent to 2,000 gold pounds." Hearing this price, Klein breathed a sigh of relief. A main material for Sequence 6 plus auxiliary materials only costing 2,000 gold pounds was definitely a friendly price, at least it didn't exceed the budget of the financially strapped Mr. Fool. Taking out the 300 pounds of operational funds Prince Edisac had just given him at noon, Klein sighed at his meager wallet, placed the banknotes on the sofa, and slowly added, "This is the deposit. I will pay the remaining balance once you've gathered everything. Also, I need you to help me with something." Looking at Marek, who was staring at him silently, Klein carefully said, "I hope you can help me create a new identity document through your channels, with a complete life history and all necessary procedures, so that even the Nighthawks or Punishers cannot find any obvious loopholes. I can also pay for this with gold pounds or other items. I only have one request, it needs to be done quickly. Leonard's sudden dream inquiry recently, and Talum's sudden death, made Klein realize that his identity had significant hidden dangers and loopholes. However, there was nothing he could do about it. When he first crawled out of the grave in Tingen, he felt as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. Driven only by the anger in his heart, he came to Backlund, and his actions were naturally rushed. Now, feeling himself in a whirlpool, Klein had to prepare to withdraw from Backlund in advance. Complete identity information was his primary concern. Marek's pale gray eyes seemed to never waver. Floating in midair, he was not curious about what Klein intended to do and calmly asked in return. "What kind of identity do you need? And what name do you want?" Seemingly recalling certain things, Klein's expression was somewhat lost. He muttered softly. "Hunting evil, let's call him Gehrman Sparrow. As for his identity, he is a bounty hunter who wants to venture out to sea in search of quick riches." When he obtained the Sequence 5 Marionettist potion formula from the Marionettist Rosago, Klein already knew that the advancement ritual required consuming the potion while listening to a mermaid's song. Just by the name, he knew that mermaids must exist in the sea. Whether for future advancement considerations or to quickly accumulate wealth to cope with the increasingly large funding gap, a sea bounty hunter was an excellent choice. The door of the private room closed and then reopened. Klein rubbed his somewhat stiff limbs, put away his smile, and with a cold face, looked at Caspers, who was standing not far from the door, smiling obsequiously. He left the Bravehearts bar without a word and boarded a public carriage. Bernadette, wearing an invisible hat, thoughtfully watched Klein as he departed. A slowly rotating cluster of stardust rapidly formed in her palm, and brilliant starlight surged, silently merging into the divining crystal wrapped around Klein's wrist. After making the mark, Bernadette did not linger. Her figure quickly shattered into a cluster of bubbles and vanished into thin air. Loen, west of Southville County, Riddle Town. Tonight, the crimson moon was constantly hidden by clouds. Only faint light illuminated the desolate, abandoned town. Soon after, two figures approached at an extremely fast pace, and with the faint light, a dark shadow could vaguely be seen following closely in the sky. Leading the way was Admirzer. Apart from his slightly torn clothes, his breathing was quite steady, but his tightly furrowed brows reflected his current mood. Following him was the fat apothecary, Darkwill, whose face was flushed crimson and who was almost out of breath. Compared to Admirzer, who was a lucky one, Darkwill, who was only a Sequence 8 beast tamer, looked utterly miserable. Even with the blood rushing to his face causing it to swell, he couldn't hide the dark spots on his face, which looked like marks left after rotten wounds had healed. Similar marks also appeared all over his body. Aside from his inherent luck, the lucky one's prerequisite sequence, robot, could significantly enhance various physical qualities, making one naturally talented in fields like combat and shooting. Therefore, Admirzer did not find the chase and escape too strenuous. Looking at the abandoned town shrouded in darkness, Admirzer stopped. This was the place he had been guided to by using his Sequence 7 Lucky One ability and a sealed artifact left by his teacher, Rijad. According to previous experience, this place should help them temporarily shake off their pursuers, giving them a chance to heal and catch their breath. The black shadow in the sky rapidly enlarged. The owl Harry, flapping his wings and with round eyes, uneasily landed on Admirzer's shoulder, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. After receiving confirmation of temporary safety, his somewhat ruffled feathers slowly relaxed. Harry the owl symbolically flapped his wings, raised his head, and looked intently at Darkwill, who was panting heavily. "I didn't realize you could run so fast, you fella." Chapter 335 Roselle's Blessing. Darkwill stopped, panting, and ignoring his injuries, took out a bottle of yellowish-green potion from his pregnant and quickly applied it to his body. A decaying smell, similar to that of a corpse, instantly permeated the air, and only then did Darkwill breathe a sigh of relief. This was a special potion he had formulated, capable of masking his aura and hindering pursuit. It had cost him a considerable amount of his precious mummified powder. If not for the fact that one of their pursuers was an artificial vampire who worshipped the primordial moon and was extremely sensitive to scent, he would never have spent such a fortune. Handing the bottle of yellowish-green liquid to admire, Darkwill then glared fiercely at Harry the owl. "Shut up, you stupid bird. How could I have been so blind as to find you? You're no help at all, and you're still gloating." The chubby owl rubbed the yellowish-green liquid that Admire had poured into his palm with a hint of disdain, then retorted. "Darkwill, please call me Mr. Harry. Besides, if it weren't for that letter you wrote, would we be chased by those people?" Darkwill's expression changed slightly. Before he met Admire in Dixie Bay, he had written a letter to a member of the life school of thought he knew. He hadn't expected to not only receive no help but to also attract pursuers. He glanced sheepishly at Admire, whose expression hadn't changed, and Darkwill closed his mouth, feeling a little guilty, ending the topic and starting to treat his own injuries. Pushing away the potion Darkwill offered, Admire frowned and looked into the distance, covering Harry the owl with one hand to stop him from flapping his wings and saying anything else, then flashed into a dilapidated room to the side. Darkwill was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something, his face twitching slightly, and he followed, hiding inside, his eyes vigilantly looking outside. Two figures approached from a distance under the sparse moonlight. The one leading was a lean but strong man with very short, spiky hair. As he swung his arms, the tips of his hands reflected a metallic sheen, illuminated by the faint crimson moonlight. These were long, dagger-like black fingernails. Darkwill involuntarily touched his wounds, recalling some unpleasant memories, and recognized that this was the werewolf who had been chasing them. For Beyonders of the mutant pathway, their bodies are their best weapons, and for a werewolf, his claws are his Beyonder weapon, capable of even tearing through steel and possessing a natural toxicity. Behind him, a slender figure with dark brown skin emerged, with prominent cheekbones on his side profile, a high nose bridge that curved slightly at the tip, and eyes that were brownish with a hint of dark red. As he was only an artificial vampire, he had not fully acquired the eye color of the sanguine. At this moment, several areas of his face were swollen and festering, looking somewhat disgusting. Around his body, a deep, profound darkness surged, as if it would swallow everything. Looking at the two monsters who stopped in front of the abandoned town, unwilling to leave, and hearing Darkwill's slightly heavy breathing beside him, Admire took out a small bronze bottle from his pregnant, its surface inscribed with many strange symbols. Inside it was the Sun Holy Water he had acquired through a transaction with Mr. World at the Tarot Club, which was highly effective against both werewolves and vampires. This was also why he and Darkwill, despite not being skilled in combat, had repeatedly managed to escape before. Upon discovering that the two monsters were preparing to enter the abandoned town, Admire sighed inwardly, already preparing to unseal the spiritual wall on the small bronze bottle. Just then, a blazing white flaming spear streaked across the night sky. The werewolf, who was leading, was directly pierced through the chest as if he were made of paper, and the accompanying crimson fireball instantly engulfed his painful roar. The undisguised malice in his eyes was instantly replaced by terror. After witnessing his companion's tragic state, the artificial vampire's eyes immediately became bloodshot, and the swollen, festering areas on his face completely burst open, as deep and ethereal darkness surged out from within. Under the shroud of the shadow of death, he showed faint signs of losing control. From the dense black mist emanating from his back, numerous palm-sized ethereal bats flew in all directions. A bright short blade, ignoring the pervasive black mist, continuously expanded in his bloodshot eyes. The frantic thoughts seemed to be doused with cold water, and his consciousness rapidly plunged into darkness. Shaking off the somewhat corrosive, viscous blood on his arm, Anderson's lips curled into a slight smile. He turned his head to look at Admire, who was hiding nearby, and hummed a tune, saying, "I've solved your pursuers for you. It seems rather impolite to just hide in the dark and peep, doesn't it?" Looking at the young man with short golden hair, Admire's palms were sweating. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly amiable person had almost instantly killed two Sequence 7 Beyonders in a matter of seconds. Since he had been discovered, there was no need to hide. Considering this was the location guided by his Lucky One ability, Admire Zhang Ji stepped out and cautiously asked, "Thank you for your help, Senior. May I ask who you are?" His emerald eyes swept over the two people and one bird who emerged, his gaze lingering for a few seconds on the plump owl. Anderson squatted down and retrieved a black-green fong from the surging flames, which was indeed the werewolf Beyonder characteristic. Then, from the shattered head of the artificial vampire, he took out a wholly dark red, heart-like ball of light, which was gently expanding and contracting. Its surface was translucent, with faint human faces visible, and a liquid seemed to flow within it. This was the Beyonder characteristic left by a Sequence 7 vampire of the apothecary pathway. Holding these two Beyonder characteristics in his hand, Anderson lazily asked, "These two are my spoils of war. Do you have any objections?" Darkwill looked at the dark red heart, and a strong sense of longing rose within him, but facing this ruthless person, he still shook his head repeatedly. Anderson leisurely put away his spoils of war, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. As for who I am, I'll give you a hint. Have you heard of the strongest hunter of the fog sea?" The expected gasp of cold air did not sound. Anderson saw clear confusion on the faces of the two people opposite him, and the street, somewhat damaged by the battle, instantly fell into an awkward silence. Due to being pursued by the Iron and Blood Cross Order, Anderson had fled from the Fog Sea to the Sonia Sea. Although the Iron and Blood Cross Order's wanted list was not as prominent as bounties issued by official powers like the Kingdom's Church, it was still second only to pirate generals. Talking to a brick wall. Sighing inwardly, Anderson stopped beating around the bush. After running his hand through his short hair, he casually said, "My name is Anderson. Of course, you can also call me the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea. Duke Aaron has ordered me to safely escort you to Elusiel in East Taker County. Intis Republic, Capital Trier, inside a simply furnished room." A tall, handsome young man with long chestnut hair sat cross-legged on the floor, facing the triangular holy emblem carved on the wall, his hands clasped together, eyes closed, devoutly praying. On a narrow table beside him, there was a doll made of metal parts, and behind the doll, faint light intertwined. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and looked to the other side. A figure had appeared there at some point, its body transparent, its features reduced to a pair of abnormally cold, lashless eyes. Without surprise or any extreme reaction, he looked at the transparent figure and said calmly, almost indifferently, "What do you need me for?" The pair of peeping eyes on the invisible servant swept over the strange doll on the narrow table, and Bernadette's equally cold voice followed. "Just to ask you some questions. Where were you on the night my father fell, over 100 years ago?" His eyes, almost as blue as Bernadette's, shifted slightly, his tone unchanged. "That night, under the church's arrangement, I was performing the ritual required to advance to Sequence 3 Arcane Scholar. Is that your question?" Bernadette, controlling the invisible servant, stared at her brother. After a moment, she shook her head and continued. "I've been going through some items my father left behind. In the year he was canonized as the Son of Steam, the one you worship bestowed upon him an item symbolizing his identity. I want to know, after my father's fall, is that item still with the God of Steam and Machinery Church?" Benoit Gustave was silent for a moment, then slowly rose, his back to the triangular holy emblem on the wall. Numerous symbols of unknown meaning flashed across his body. Then, a golden token appeared in the angel's hand, with something seemingly carved on it. His eyes were no longer cold, he seemed to have already seen through the loopholes in Bernadette's words, and he said in a low voice, "That item is now in my possession. Can you tell me who asked you to inquire about this matter with me?" The invisible servant showed no change in expression, and Bernadette's voice was equally steady, but she did not answer the question. Instead, she said firmly, "I want to exchange for this item in your hand." Slowly shaking his head, Bonnet Gustave spoke softly. "You may leave. This is his last gift to me." Seemingly surprised by Bonnet's reaction, the invisible servant did not respond for a long time. The strange doll, entirely made of metal parts, on the narrow table was now lifted by an invisible force, floating before the invisible servant. Benoit Gustave infused a flash of inspiration into the doll, then calmly lowered his eyes and said, "Father's death is far from as simple as it appears on the surface. The truth is much crueler than you imagine. This doll is a gift to you. Once you truly advance to an angel, do not come to the God of Steam and Machinery Church again. It will tell you some things on my behalf." Without waiting for the invisible servant to speak again, the Sequence 2 Knowledge Magister gently raised his hand, making the doll and the invisible servant disappear together in a flash of light. After the room returned to silence, Bonnet Gustave slowly sat down, but this time, he did not face the triangular holy emblem on the wall. Instead, he quietly lowered his head, looking at the token in his hand. On it, written in ancient Fuzak, was a passage that sounded more like a blessing. "I hope you can be more human, more emotional, and more yourself, rather than a devotee of a deity. Roselle Gustave." Outside Trier, at the confluence of the Rhine and Sorenzo rivers, Bernadette stood quietly by the riverbank, looking at the distant city, which was both familiar and strange. After standing for a long time, holding the doll with its hidden charm in one hand, Bernadette's figure slowly disintegrated, turning into specks of starlight and disappearing. Backlund West District, into Sorenzo Restaurant, Raphael Private Room. Aaron patiently listened to Bernadette's narration, his eyebrows unconsciously rising. He naturally understood what Bonnet Gustave's words meant. Although this angel was unwilling to trade, for him, this was already the best news possible. Neither in Roselle's hands nor in the Steam Church's hands meant he avoided the risk of facing the mother goddess of depravity or the god of steam and machinery. Moreover, through Bonnet's words, Aaron also realized that he seemed to have entered a cognitive bias, which was overly trusting Roselle's diary. His habitual thinking led him to limit his impression of Bonnet Gustave to the angel who, according to Roselle, had been manipulated by the god of steam and machinery and was left with only divinity. But since he had decided to resist the seven deities, especially after gaining some strength with the support of the Twilight Hermit Order, apart from his eldest son Charles, who was indeed just an ordinary person, if Roselle could leave Bernadette 3 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, why would he not leave some arrangements for Bonnet? At least from Bernadette's account, Aaron had already detected some anomalies in Bonnet. At the very least, he was not the kind of fanatic who only had the god of steam and machinery in his mind, or rather, something was maintaining his humanity. Aaron nodded thoughtfully, also breathing a sigh of relief. Such a Bonnet presented an opportunity for negotiation, and the best medium for trade would naturally still be Bernadette, though it would probably have to wait until she truly advanced to an angel. Thinking this, Aaron took out a pre-prepared dark black box from his pregnant. After removing the spiritual wall, a dark, viscous liquid full of corrupted aura seeped out, instantly vanishing under an invisible force. Once everything settled, only a curled, blood-stained umbilical cord with burn marks remained in the box. This was the umbilical cord of a child of an evil deity that Aaron had obtained earlier in Tingen City. Feeling the strong aura of depravity, Bernadette's expression changed slightly, and she had already guessed the general origin of the item. This is the umbilical cord of the true creator's offspring, conceived during his descent in Tingen. With your abilities, you should be able to use it to pinpoint the approximate location where the Aurora Order is preparing the descent ritual in Backlund. I must warn you that this sensation is likely bidirectional. You need to carefully consider how to use it. Also, remember to return it to me after you're done. Taking the dark black box that Aaron had sent over, Bernadette pondered for a moment, then already had an idea. A starlight cage instantly appeared, attaching itself to the surface of the box, isolating it from the outside world. Chapter 336, Transaction and Summons. After putting away the evil god's umbilical cord, Bernadette thought for a moment and asked cautiously. Can you roughly determine when the Aurora Order's lunatics plan to conduct the descent ritual? This would determine the urgency of her approach to the matter. Since it involved her own advancement ritual, her clairvoyant ability couldn't give her an accurate revelation. Benoit's words made Bernadette's desire to become an angel as soon as possible even more urgent. The feeling of truth being right before her eyes, yet unattainable, was unacceptable to her. Probably guessing what Bernadette was thinking at the moment, Aaron pondered for a moment and advised. The cooperation between the Aurora Order, the Demonist sect, and the Loen royal family, besides being secretly pushed by someone, is also due to considerations of interest. The ritual arranged by the Aurora Order, which allows the true creator to descend in Backlund, requires a large amount of negative emotions and corrupted filth. What has accumulated in the East Borough and the dock area is far from enough. The Demonist sect can just help them fill this void. In other words, when those Demonesses cause a big stir in Backlund, that will be the time for the Aurora Order to prepare to activate the ritual. Nodding lightly, Bernadette seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes darkened, and her fingers tapped lightly on the table as she said calmly. I have already met the detective named Sherlock Moriarty whom you mentioned earlier. As she spoke, she glanced at Aaron, who showed no change in expression, as if he had expected it, and continued to add. I am very curious, he is only a sequence 7, why did I still see fluctuations of fate on him? Although she only saw it for an instant, Bernadette was in possession of the Wheel of Fortune, a blasphemy slate. Just by the scene she glimpsed back then, she had already guessed that it was Fate Restart, which only a Sequence 1 Snake of Fate could use. And now, among the Sequence 1 Angels of the Fate Pathway, besides Ouroboros, the Angel of Fate, serving beside the true creator in the Aurora Order, only the mysterious speaker of the Life School of Thought remained. A Sequence 7 being simultaneously noticed by the speaker of the Life School of Thought and this Duke was enough to explain many things. That's not important. You just need to do what you should do. Neither he nor I can directly act in Backlund. You just need to give him a hand when he falls into a dead end. Do not interfere too much with other matters. Watching Aaron end the topic with a firm tone, Bernadette pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. I will be staying in Backlund during this period. If you need to contact me for anything, you can directly chant my honorific name or summon my messenger. North of Backlund, St. Samuel Church. A team of people wearing black trench coats and red gloves entered the underground area. The leader was a man in his 40s, with soft facial features and long, dark hair at his temples. He wore an exaggerated standard top hat and carried a black straight cane inlaid with gold. He quietly followed behind the Nighthawks leading the way, entering a rather spacious room. The room contained bookshelves filled with many files. Leonard Mitchell, with dark temples, green eyes, and a romantic poetic aura, sat at a desk, flipping through the books piled on the table. In front of him was 1,000 paper cranes sealed under a transparent glass cover. Seeing someone enter, he immediately stood up and said to the leading middle-aged man. Captain Soest, the people Dr. Allen has contacted in the past month, collected from the police station and various channels, have been roughly screened. No records of Willasepton were found. I also once entered Dr. Allen's dream to inquire, and he indeed did not lie. After reporting the results of his investigation during this period to the captain, Leonard consciously stood at the end of the team, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looking at the 1,000 paper cranes sealed under the glass cover. If the old man hadn't lied to him, the value of this 1,000 paper cranes would definitely exceed the captain's original estimate, and Dr. Allen might also be hiding a secret. It's a pity the old man doesn't want me to continue interfering with this matter. Leonard retracted his gaze and ran his hand through his messy short hair. Soest nodded, flipped through the files compiled by Leonard and the other Red Gloves members, and after a moment, picked up the glass cover sealing the 1,000 paper cranes and said to Leonard. You did very well. Go back and rest first. I have already received a telegram. At the latest by next week, the airship will arrive at Pritz Harbor. You can rest for a while during this period. After Miss Daly returns to Backlund, you will temporarily be led by her. This is also the bishop's intention. Miss Daly. Leonard's eyes were a bit complex. He nodded silently, watching Captain Soest take the glass cover and head deeper underground, to Cheney's Gate where many sealed artifacts and materials were stored. After bidding farewell to the other Red Gloves, Leonard returned to his room with a complicated mood. As soon as he pushed the door open, he stood frozen at the entrance, subconsciously saying, Duke Aaron. Nodding to Leonard at the door, Aaron casually pointed to the chair opposite and said, "Old man Palez, how is your recovery recently?" "It's like this again." Leonard, whose consciousness was already muddled after hearing only the first half of the sentence, had one last thought flash through his mind. Leonard, who had reopened his eyes, snorted lightly and sat opposite Aaron, saying grumpily, "Do you think a worm of time clone that can parasitize a grade 0 sealed artifact is that easy to peel off? Last time, to help you distract the abomination Sia, my clone also perished in Calderon. What are you doing all day, kid? Why are the scenes recorded in the Crown of Stars also dangerous?" Aaron smiled and waved his hand, stopping Palez's nagging complaints. "All right, haven't I come to compensate you?" Leonard scrutinized Aaron up and down, his tone tinged with suspicion and uncertainty. "Compensation? Do you still have a high-sequence beyonder characteristic of the Marauder pathway on you?" The smile on Aaron's face did not diminish. He slowly shook his head. He did indeed have a sealed artifact corresponding to a high-sequence beyonder characteristic of the Marauder pathway, which was the ghost painting frame he had obtained from Amon's tomb a long time ago. However, this sealed artifact with special effects was very valuable to him, so he naturally wouldn't take it out for exchange. He looked at Leonard's emerald eyes and said leisurely, "I don't have it on me, but Amon does." Hearing that name, as if some psychological trauma had been triggered, Leonard's forehead twitched slightly. Palez's aged voice took on a hint of solemnity, and he asked word for word, "What do you mean by that?" Not caring about Palez's almost accusatory tone, Aaron waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. "I told you in Tingen that George III of Loen, in order to ascend to the Black Emperor's deity, conspired with many forces, including the Demonist sect. To win them over, the Loen royal family took out their only Sequence 1 Conqueror beyonder characteristic and cooperated with the Demonist sect. Coincidentally, Amon learned of this transaction, and he also had ideas about the Conqueror's characteristic." Listening to Aaron's words, Palez looked at the Duke with some suspicion. Since there was no answer anyway, he didn't bother to ask how he got this secret information. But he clearly understood Amon's character. This lunatic, who used his clones as anchors of faith, would also collect some beyonder characteristics outside the Marauder pathway. However, he mostly did it out of interest, or some kind of prankster mentality. Even among his many clones, a considerable proportion were from other non-adjacent pathways, but most of those clones were weak and generally below demigod level. For a high-sequence beyonder characteristic of a non-adjacent pathway, similar to the Conqueror beyonder characteristic, if forcibly parasitized and transformed into one's own clone, it would be easy to be affected. Moreover, as a great noble of the Fourth Epoch, Palez was very clear about how the Blood Emperor Alista Tutor achieved godhood. To attract Amon's attention, and even to painstakingly obtain it, something he didn't know must have happened. Aaron noticed Palez's tension and knew that this guy had fallen into weakness after losing an important clone, so he stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "Backlund is now at the center of the storm, but this is not entirely a bad thing for you. I just need you to do me one more small favor." Before he could finish, Palez shook his head warily, refusing bluntly. "Mr. Duke, although I really want to help you, I am indeed severely injured and have not recovered. And if it's truly as you say, then Amon, who has come to Backlund, even if not his main body, is at least equivalent to a Sequence 1 angel. The location of the Jacques family treasure." Aaron calmly uttered these words, watching Palez, who had suddenly fallen silent, and continued to add, "This is a very rare opportunity. At any other time, Amon's appearance would attract attention. Just agree to one request from me, and I can tell you the location of the Jacques family treasure. I can also deal with the Amon clone hidden inside for you. By then, you can restore your complete Sequence 1 status." After a long silence, Palez's aged voice finally sounded again. "Really?" Not surprised by Palez's reaction, Aaron smiled and comforted him. "The stronger you are, the heavier my bargaining chip. A blasphemer has no credibility whatsoever. Fair trade is built on the basis of equal strength between both parties. You don't have to worry about me selling you out just like that." South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Emlyn White wiped the last chair clean, straightened his body, and eagerly said to Father Utravsky, "I'm done with today's work." Father Utravsky stood there, making the vampire look like a child. He smiled peacefully and said, "You have recently been able to experience the joy and relaxation of labor with a spirit of dedication and gratitude. Go back, quietly feel the pulsation of life itself, and the pure joy that comes from it." "I haven't," Emlyn retorted reflexively. Father Utravsky looked at him with a benevolent smile, said nothing, turned around, found a seat, and began his nightly fixed prayer. Emlyn's lips moved, wanting to refute, but in the end, he didn't speak. He silently left Harvest Church, and habitually pulled the door shut behind him. He had been volunteering at the church for almost a month, but his application to the Sanguine high-ranking officials to remove the psychological suggestion had not yet received a response. Just as Emlyn was feeling down, a low male voice came from his ear. Emlyn, two important figures from the clan want to see you. His footsteps paused. Emlyn turned his head in surprise, and found a very elegant middle-aged gentleman standing in the corner of the outermost street of Harvest Church. After their equally blood-colored eyes met, he recognized the newcomer. Casimir Odra. He blurted it out subconsciously, and then Emlyn realized he had been a bit rude. He immediately cupped his hands. Baron, who are the two important figures you mentioned? Casimir Odra stood expressionlessly in the street alley, watching Emlyn slowly walk towards him, his body motionless as if that area in front of him was a forbidden zone, but his tone when speaking carried a hint of respect. One is my grandfather, Marquis Nibs, and the other is Marquis Mistral, who was just promoted this year. These two important figures have returned to Backlund from Fasak, and specifically ordered me to summon you. Marquis. And two of them. Emlyn's face froze for a moment, then instantly lit up with ecstasy. He blurted out subconsciously. Mother Goddess, the Marquis must have a way to resolve my psychological suggestion, only. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, his ecstatic expression instantly turning blank. Mother Goddess. Casimir's mouth twitched slightly, pretending he hadn't heard anything. In the awkward silence, he cleared his throat and said. Emlyn, don't overthink it, just follow me first. Feeling somewhat flustered and uneasy, Emlyn followed behind and entered a brightly lit villa-style house in the West Borough. Following the stairs to the underground area, Emlyn passed through several secret doors and entered a spacious grey hall. In the center of the hall was a heavy, black iron coffin, engraved with numerous symbolic patterns and magical markings. Standing beside the coffin was a tall, slender, handsome man with silver hair draped over his shoulders. Emlyn had seen this adult at a gathering when Louise first came to Backlund, and recognized him as the newly promoted Marquis. He immediately stopped, facing the direction of the coffin with some trepidation and excitement, bowing respectfully. Two Marquises, is the clan planning to help me remove the psychological suggestion this time? His blood-colored eyes scrutinized the young sanguine, but found nothing special. Marquis Mistral frowned slightly, and after several seconds, slowly said. I had to return to the ancestral land to recuperate due to some matters. It was only after receiving a revelation from the ancestor that I returned to Backlund at this moment. Chapter 337 Meeting and Revelation. Marquis Mistral spoke, his blood-red eyes subtly shifting, and Baron Casimir, standing beside Emlyn, immediately understood, casting an envious glance at Emlyn before bowing and retreating. The ancestor's revelation. Emlyn's attention was instantly captured by those words, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief, almost muttering to himself, could the ancestor's revelation have mentioned me? Marquis Mistral, who was about to continue speaking, was choked by Emlyn's somewhat bizarre train of thought. He looked at Emlyn and fell silent for a moment. Back in the Berserk Sea, after joining Sharon to ambush the Rose School of Thoughts, King of Blood Moon, Mistral had returned to the ancestral land to recuperate due to the influence of King of Curses, Baranka, and the sudden appearance of the Blood Moon obscuring the sky. The so-called ancestor's revelation also appeared after the Blood Moon obscuring the sky phenomenon, but it wasn't a revelation received by him and Nibs. Instead, it was received by the current true leader of the Sanguine, Duke Liana Purple Moon, who presides over the Moon Kingdom. Even if Duke Liana's relayed ancestor's revelation was incomplete, all the content involved Backlund. From the heavy coffin beside Mistral, a deep, ancient voice emerged. The ancestor told us that the apocalypse is very near, so we must prepare for it, and you, Emlyn White, are one of the key figures in the ancestor's revelation. Upon hearing Marquis Nibs's words, Mistral's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say much. After Emlyn regained his composure, Nibs's voice, with a self-contained booming echo, emanated through the thick, heavy black iron coffin lid. What you need to do now is find an opportunity to pray to the fool mentioned in the ancestor's revelation. The fool. Emlyn looked a bit bewildered. Although he was a sanguine who enjoyed dolls and neglected his duties, thanks to his long lifespan and the sanguine's heritage, his knowledge of mysticism was extremely comprehensive, yet he had never heard of this hidden existence. You don't need to worry too much. Noticing Emlyn's bewilderment and worry, Nibs consoled him. Not all hidden existences are malicious. Among them, there are also types that abide by rules and enjoy transactions, for example, the 7 pure lights in the spirit world. Since the ancestor gave such a revelation, it means that the potential danger brought by the fool will not be too severe, or even none at all. And during this process, I will always be there to protect you. Mistral remained silent, watching the young sanguine man leave the basement with hesitation before slowly speaking. Duke Liana only showed the scene of the apocalypse descending, the erosion coming from the red moon, and mentioned the fool and her corresponding honorific name. I've observed that sanguine just now, and there's nothing special about him. You. Nibs Audra suddenly chuckled. You haven't returned to Backlund in a long time, so you might not know that this Emlyn has been clamoring to find other help. So, this time, I'll fulfill his wish. On the azure sea, warm sunlight spilled down, and the Golden Dream radiated a golden glow, like a moving treasure. The idle crew members of the Golden Dream left the deck one after another and came to the unnamed island where they were docked to light bonfires. Gathered around, some roasted meat and fish, some guzzled wine, or danced to the songs of singer Orpheus in an unconventional but lively manner. The atmosphere was extremely joyful. Dunsmith sat on the edge of the crowd, eating the roasted fish in his hand, his eyes constantly darting towards the Golden Dream. Finally, he couldn't resist, poking Farron Eddas with his elbow and whispering, "Hey, why do you think the captain made us all disembark? Who exactly is this distinguished guest?" Slowly finishing the roasted fish in his hand, Farron Eddas glanced at Dunsmith, a smirk playing on his lips as he retorted, "By the way, aren't you a newly promoted Sequence 6 conspirer? I heard that this is a sequence that greatly enhances intelligence. Why don't you try to guess? And what does it have to do with you who the captain wants to see?" Taken aback, Dunsmith snorted lightly, then stared blankly at the deck of the Golden Dream. Inside the Golden Dream captain's cabin, Iceberg Admiral Edwina Edwards sat at the back of a row of bookshelves, speaking calmly. "That's how it is. Not only that key, but Grozel's travels was also traded." Sitting across from Edwina was an old man in a plain white robe with brass-colored threads woven into it. His hair was completely white but meticulously combed, and his gray-green eyes were so deep that their bottom could not be seen. He was Archbishop Luca Brewster of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The Archbishop nodded gently, his wise eyes showing no great surprise as he spoke calmly. "No matter, you handled this matter very well." Edwina pondered for a moment, then asked, "Archbishop, have you come here because of the blood moon obscuring the sky phenomenon a few nights ago?" Luca Brewster slowly rose, his expression becoming serious as he looked at the bright sky outside the window, his voice slightly low. "Once the gears of fate begin to turn, they cannot be stopped. We only need to do our part." Waving his hand to interrupt Edwina's further questions, Luca Brewster softened his tone and said with a smile, "For us, this is both a challenge and an opportunity. The Council before God has included you in the list for promotion to Sequence 4. Perhaps before long, you will gain divinity, become a demigod, and see a much wider world." His words paused, a flash of light in his eyes as he turned his head to the east. At the same time, the crew members of the Golden Dream on the shore suddenly let out exclamations. Awakened by the surrounding noise, Dunsmith turned to look at the sea, his eyes somewhat fixated. He saw a ship painted entirely black, with a large white flag bearing a skull fluttering from its mast. The skull had a pitch-black background, and its eye sockets burned with a faint blue flame. "Black Death," Dunsmith murmured, vaguely seeing a figure in a white linen shirt and dark red overcoat appear at the bow of the ship. She was a remarkably beautiful and spirited lady. Her dark, alluring curly hair was piled high, wrapped in a white headscarf. She wore well-fitted beige trousers, and her figure was slender yet graceful. But what most captivated attention about this lady were her long, straight eyebrows and sharp, bright azure eyes. As she looked around, her eyes would occasionally lose focus, appearing hazy and extraordinarily alluring. Gasps of cold air sounded from all around. Dunsmith suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back, but he also broke free from that state of enchantment. After kicking Dunsmith to the ground, Farron Eddas, while waking up the other crew members, roared in a low voice, "Quick, notify the captain. Admiral of Disease is attacking." Just as the beach was in chaos, an ethereal glow emanated from the Golden Dream. Iceberg Admiral Edwina Edwards appeared at the bow. The two female pirate generals stared at each other, and the atmosphere became somewhat stagnant for a moment. And at a higher altitude, a figure was outlined. This was a lady whose exact age could not be discerned, wearing a simple, sacred white robe, with black hair and blue eyes, clear and beautiful, possessing an indescribable charm. Luca Brewster observed the highly captivating lady before him, remaining unaffected, and said indifferently, "Katerina Pelly. Backlund, 15 Minsk Street." Klein looked at the clock on the wall, it was already 10 p.m. Tomorrow was the last day of October. At the Chaos Council tomorrow night, he had to try his best to get help, or at least gain more ways to escape in desperate situations. Sighing softly, Klein looked at the viscous liquid on the table, which was black-green all over and occasionally slowly bubbled up with eye-sized bubbles. The various colors of light refracted by the bubbles collectively outlined faces of different appearances, as if the facial features were randomly combined, dreamy and eerie. Although he had ostensibly been working on Prince Edsak's commission these past few days, he had been secretly preparing for his advancement. And this afternoon, after obtaining the last main ingredient from Marek, his faceless potion was finally prepared. After using divination to confirm that the degree of harm was acceptable, Klein didn't hesitate. He locked the door and swiftly poured all the faceless potion into his mouth. A slightly tingling sensation resonated, then quickly spread throughout his body. His bones and skin felt as if they were dissolving in blood, wave after wave. Klein didn't know how long he endured until it finally ended, and he regained the feeling of his body belonging to himself. Suddenly opening his eyes, he looked at his reflection in the full-length mirror not far away. His face and exposed skin were covered with dense, pale granulation tissue. He immediately gasped, then quickly used meditation to retract the overflowing spirituality and restore his body's abnormalities. After a long while, Klein looked at the completely unfamiliar face in the mirror, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. After glancing at the deepening night, he lay down on the bed. He had previously been invited by Dr. Aaron, and he still had to attend the charity clinic ceremony tomorrow. Since he had successfully advanced, he needed to rest quickly to recover his spirituality and avoid other beyonders discovering his advancement. Early in the morning, Klein was awakened by a knock on the door. After checking the time on his pocket watch, he walked to the door with a darkened face. As his hand touched the doorknob, the visitor's appearance popped into his mind. Black hair and red eyes, it was Emlyn White. Why is this guy looking for me so early? With some doubt in his heart, Klein casually pulled a gold coin from his shirt pocket, tossed it up, and after a simple divination, opened the door. Emlyn looked at the somewhat tired Klein, paused, and then lowered his voice. What did you do last night? Why does your spiritual body feel so chaotic right now? His cheek twitched slightly. Klein invited the vampire gentleman into the living room and snorted lightly. If you had come an hour later, I might have rested better. Why aren't you at the Harvest Church? You still have time to come here. Emlyn's expression stiffened. He stammered for a long time before slowly speaking. Mr. Private Investigator, you often deal with various intelligence and news. Have you ever heard of an evil god called the Fool? An evil god? You. Klein almost swore in his mind. Then, his pupils constricted as he reacted. After a moment of thought, he feigned confusion and asked in return. The Fool. Where did you hear that name? There doesn't seem to be an existence called the Fool among those hidden ones, does there? Emlyn's hopeful eyes immediately dimmed with a hint of melancholy. He sighed and casually explained. Last night, the sanguine bigwigs summoned me. They said the ancestors' revelation mentioned me, and they also told me to pray to the Fool. If I'm the sanguine savior, why do I need all this trouble? Why don't they just help me remove the psychological suggestion directly? Watching the muttering, confused Emlyn, Klein's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say, are you sure they didn't trick you, but he held back. Who are the sanguine bigwigs? Judging by Emlyn's tone, there should be more than one. Isn't the sanguine ancestor the ancient god Lilith? Didn't she fall? How could she give a revelation now, and how is it related to me? Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Klein's expression remained normal. Following the vampire gentleman's words, he continued to ask. If that's the case, in this situation, why don't you consider your sanguine, the sanguine ancestor, the ancient god Lilith? Since she gave a revelation, as long as the ritual is correct and the offerings are appropriate, she should help you remove the psychological suggestion. Emlyn leaned back slightly, staring straight ahead, silent for several seconds. He seemed to have become profound all of a sudden. After a brief silence, he spoke in a low, slow voice. Before the great cataclysm, the ancestor rarely responded to pleas. Only for some special matters might one receive her help, and that doesn't include removing psychological suggestions. What is this? The sanguine testing me. But how did my honorific name leak out? Questions flashed through Klein's mind, and he and Emlyn both fell silent. St. Samuel Church in the North District. Leonard placed his red glove on the table and changed into a more solemn clerical robe. Looking at Bishop Electra before him, he asked helplessly. Bishop, do we still need to go to the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Bishop Electra, with his deep blue eyes and thin face, chuckled and nodded, looking subtly towards the depths of the church. Duke Aaron attaches great importance to today's ceremony. Not only supporters of the church, but other great nobles might also attend. You are responsible for security. The tragedy of Duke Negan must never happen again. By the end, his tone had become extremely stern. Looking at the Red Gloves team who had already changed their attire, he finally added. Prince Edsac of the royal family will also attend the ceremony today. Do not intentionally neglect him because of previous conflicts with MI9. Chapter 338 Triss. Leonard, who had been somewhat nonchalant, raised an eyebrow slightly, touched his chin, and asked in a low voice, Prince Edsac. I remember that the military intelligence and the Church of the Storm recently investigated that nobleman's sudden death, and it seemed to be related to him. It was precisely because Sherlock Moriarty had gotten involved in this matter that Leonard had given up on further investigation, so he was quite familiar with this important figure. Bishop Electra nodded noncommittally, her tone becoming more serious. The Church will not interfere with the internal affairs of the royal family, nor will we intervene, but we must be careful not to be used by people with ulterior motives. Get ready and let's go. Leonard deliberately slowed his pace, walking at the very back of the team, intentionally creating some distance from his teammates ahead, and then he whispered to himself, "Old man, what did Duke Aaron want with you last time? Also, what exactly was that paper crane the captain put behind the door of Cheney's?" An aged voice, carrying a hint of dissatisfaction, echoed in Leonard's mind, "You're getting bolder and bolder now, we haven't even left St. Samuel Church yet. Beyonders below demigod are one thing, but if that archbishop happens to notice this side, this distance won't hide it from his ears." Leonard's expression stiffened slightly, and he looked around somewhat guiltily, then he heard Pale's voice sound again, "That paper crane you mentioned was left by a high-sequence beyonder of the fate pathway. Heh, as for its function." Pale's voice paused, as if he had thought of something, and his tone took on a strange quality. It's probably somewhat similar to the Solomon gold coin you picked up in Tingen back then." His eyes widened abruptly. Leonard suppressed the question that almost blurted out, took a deep breath, and asked in his mind, "Are you saying that a high-level existence is also parasitic in that paper crane?" While asking in his mind, Leonard's steps paused, and after a second of stalemate in place, he quickened his pace and got into the Church of the Evernights carriage. In less than a second, Pales had transformed from preliminary parasitism to deep parasitism, which was also the tacit understanding he and Leonard had formed. Under normal circumstances, to accommodate Leonard's emotions and maintain what Pales considered to be a superficial privacy, he generally only performed preliminary parasitism, using Leonard to hide himself, extend his life, and recover from injuries. Therefore, he could only perceive surrounding matters through Leonard's senses and could not interfere with his thoughts or steal his ideas, so Leonard had to actively speak when communicating with Pales. However, in inconvenient situations, Pales would proactively perform deep-level parasitism, directly communicating at the spiritual body level. "Foolish." Pales scolded somewhat exasperatedly, then said with a tone of disappointment, "I already told you, that's a high-sequence beyonder of the fate pathway, where would there be any talk of parasitism? That paper crane is more like a positioning, or rather, a coordinate on the river of fate. I can probably guess what that final person is doing. Hey, Backlund is really lively." Leonard, who only half understood, thought for a moment and tentatively asked, "Then do I need to continue secretly monitoring Dr. Allen, or subtly disclose this matter to the church?" Pales chuckled and said leisurely, "If that ruins his plans, and he makes a move against you, don't blame me for not helping you." Leonard was immediately dumbfounded, subtly wiping away the cold sweat from his forehead. "The high-level existence you mentioned is an angel. This." Pale's spiritual body was almost fused with Leonard's at this moment, clearly sensing the emotional changes in his heart, and warned him with a serious tone, "Only take on what you can handle. Some things are not told to you for your own good. A Sequence 7 who knows too much can easily die without knowing how they died. Your primary task now is to seek promotion within the Church of the Evernight by all means possible, and become a senior deacon or an archbishop. Whether you want to seek revenge on Insanguil or understand the secrets of this world, strength is the most fundamental factor. Furthermore, think about what your goddess's honorific name is." Rendered somewhat speechless by Pale's words, Leonard pondered for a moment, his eyes brightening, "The Queen of Calamity and Terror." "Not too foolish," Pales affirmed Leonard's answer and chuckled, "the Evernight goddess also possesses certain authority in the domain of fate. The Church of the Evernight might not be clear about what the angel of the fate pathway lurking in Backlund is doing, but it cannot be hidden from the Evernight goddess. The fact that you were able to obtain this paper crane from the doctor named Allen is itself a gesture of goodwill, otherwise, given his standing, he would have 100 ways to make sure you found nothing. Deep within St. Samuel Church, in a quiet room, Anthony Stevens, with a clean-shaven face and deep-set eyes, smoothed his black and red archbishop's robe, pushed the telegram in his hand to Aaron, who sat opposite him, and said gently, "The airship will arrive at Pritz Harbor next week. Sesama will first take the Grade 1 sealed artifact back to the cathedral, and Miss Audrey will be escorted by the remaining Nighthawks, returning to Backlund by steam train." Taking the telegram, Aaron glanced at it and accepted Archbishop Anthony's arrangement. The airship was equipped with a special formation for sealing Grade 1 sealed artifacts, similar to the door of Cheney's. That senior deacon Sesama, after all, had not yet advanced to demigod, so to successfully deliver that Grade 1 sealed artifact, which was almost completely activated in the southern continent, to the cathedral, indeed required the assistance of the airship. Putting down the telegram in his hand, Aaron looked at Archbishop Anthony and said contemplatively, "Once the headquarters of the East Tuck Charity Clinic is officially established, I hope the church can cooperate with us to first set up medical points in the medically underdeveloped East Borough and the Dock District. The East Tuck family has already prepared the corresponding apothecaries. A hint of surprise flashed in the depths of Archbishop Anthony's eyes. According to custom or common sense, for such a public welfare medical organization, having a sufficient number of professionally qualified doctors would already be enough, and specific apothecaries were not needed. But he didn't ask much either. After all, the East Tuck Charity Clinic was operating under the banner of the Church of the Evernight, and such a request, which could win more believers for the church without much effort on their part, naturally could not be refused. After greeting Archbishop Anthony, Aaron skillfully drew a crimson moon on his chest. "Praise the goddess. May the goddess bless you." Outside the Red Rose Manor, a graceful figure in a heavy black dress and a veiled face slowly walked towards the exquisitely decorated carriage, accompanied by 2 maids. On the little finger of her left hand, which wore a black gauze glove, a blue gem subtly appeared. Silently, the carriage door opened, and the old butler, whose hair was meticulously combed, stepped down and made a polite gesture of invitation. "Miss, the charity clinic's unveiling time is approaching, and His Royal Highness is waiting for you." Tris, wearing a fine black veil, nodded coldly and entered the spacious and warm carriage. Prince Edsak was wearing a dark blue overcoat with a large collar, and his chest was adorned with golden sashes, making him look exceptionally noble. He rubbed his diamond collar pin, his narrow eyes filled with a hint of recollection. "At the beginning of the month, it was Talum who invited me to attend the unveiling of this charity clinic. Perhaps I could meet many counselors and nobles who could help me establish myself within the royal family. I didn't expect." Sitting quietly opposite Prince Edsak, Tris remained silent, as if she hadn't heard anything. Having long been accustomed to Tris's reaction, Edsak shook his head helplessly and began to urge the butler to have the convoy proceed towards the Northborough. Northborough, 135 George Street. Inside a simple yet tasteful hall, Klein, dressed in formal attire, handed his invitation to the receptionist at the front desk. The young receptionist wore a black and white long dress characteristic of the era, with a beautiful face, in the prime of her youth, and naturally curly brown hair, carrying a hint of playfulness. After taking Klein's invitation and verifying its authenticity, she gestured behind Klein and asked with a smile, "All right, sir, may I ask, is this pastor your friend? Does he also have an invitation?" Klein expressionlessly glanced behind him at Emlyn, who was wearing the robe of a clergyman from the Church of the Earth Mother. This fellow, for some unknown reason, insisted on joining in the fun. Emlyn didn't notice Klein's eye roll. He withdrew his gaze from the banquet hall's decorations, and upon hearing the receptionist's question, he lifted his chin haughtily and snorted softly, "I am Detective Sherlock's friend. Although I don't have an invitation, I am also a licensed doctor registered with the Medical Association. Perhaps we might have collaborations in the future." As he spoke, this vampire gentleman actually pulled out a professional doctor's license from his pocket. The receptionist didn't actually check it, maintaining a formal, polite smile on her face. "Sir, you misunderstood. I wasn't questioning you. Every guest who receives an invitation can bring a friend to attend the unveiling ceremony. However, we still need to register your name for us to tally the guests' charitable donations after the event." Donations. Klein's heart gave a sudden lurch. Fortunately, he had already advanced to faceless, and his control over his facial muscles was superb. Why didn't Dr. Allen tell me I needed to donate when he gave me the invitation? His right hand, hidden in his sleeve pocket, subconsciously felt his deflated wallet. Advancing to faceless had almost drained all his savings, not only using up his contribution points from Military Intelligence 9 but also leaving him owing Mr. Merrick of the Rose School of Thought a full £500. Mr. Fool, short on cash, subconsciously looked at the vampire beside him, and seeing the originally somewhat arrogant expression instantly stiffen, Klein suddenly remembered. Compared to himself, this guy was truly a pauper. All his savings went to buy those puppets, and what little remained of his family fortune, after a visit to the Church of Harvest, had been intercepted by that giant bishop. "I'll borrow some money from Dr. Allen later to tide me over." Suppressing the urge to cover his face, Klein nodded lightly with no change in expression. After completing the registration, he walked towards the banquet hall on his own. As a professional doctor representative specially invited by the organizers, Dr. Allen's location was very easy to find, and Klein immediately quickened his pace. "Good afternoon, Dr. Allen." Hearing his name, Alan Chris immediately turned around, raised a glass of champagne and clinked it with Klein, then smiled and pointed to the woman standing beside him, introducing her. "This is my wife, Wilma Gladys, currently a middle school teacher. Wilma, this is Detective Sherlock, whom I've mentioned to you before." Nodding to the lady whose belly was already slightly bulging, Klein coughed lightly, lowered his voice, and subtly expressed his predicament. Alan Chris looked at Klein with some surprise, as if he had thought of something. His eyes became strange, and he patted his shoulder, saying earnestly, "Sherlock, going to those places too much is not good for your health. If you have that kind of pressure, I can ask Wilma to introduce you to some gentle and virtuous ladies." Klein, feeling somewhat bewildered by the strange look, reacted and his mouth twitched slightly. He quickly explained, "You misunderstood. I didn't go to those frivolous places. I simply made some investments with those commission fees, but the principal cannot be retrieved at the moment. An investment in my own strength." Klein silently added in his mind. Clearing his throat to hide the embarrassment on his face, Alan Chris took out £100 from his wallet and handed it to Klein, lowering his voice to remind him, "This is the first large social event in Backlund since Duke Negan's assassination. Many councillors, nobles, and other members of high society will be attending. Sherlock, this is a rare opportunity for you. Don't be stingy during the fundraising later. Perhaps you can use this to make connections with other important figures, which might help your situation." Having already decided to leave the vortex of Backlund under the guise of a vacation to the south in a while, Klein took the pounds and thanked Dr. Allen. Just then, some commotion came from the front desk. A brown carriage was the first to stop at the entrance. The crest on the carriage was a flower and 2 rings. Knowing that Klein was somewhat lacking in this kind of knowledge, Alan Chris whispered, "That's the carriage of the Royal Court Guard Captain, Viscount Stratford." Klein nodded imperceptibly, and for some reason, a sudden inexplicable sense of irritation arose in his heart, then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The court guard captain did not enter the banquet hall. A more luxuriously and subtly decorated carriage slowly stopped. It was the same carriage that had taken him to the Red Rose Manor to meet the prince. What a coincidence. Klein was still hesitating whether to go up and report his latest investigation progress to his current employer, when a chill instantly arose in his heart, slowly seeping into his skin and flesh, making his spirit instantly highly tense. Chapter 339 Meeting with Hermes. Following the chill that suddenly arose in his heart, Klein saw Prince Edsak leading a woman in a thick black dress and a veiled face from the carriage. A blue gem was on the little finger of her left hand, which he held. His scalp immediately tingled. Klein, quite experienced, immediately used his clown ability to control his facial expression and slight tremors in his body. That Trissy, who controls an important sealed artifact of the Demoness sect, is right beside Prince Edsak. He gently, but not urgently, withdrew his gaze, ensuring his casual glance didn't reveal too much abnormality, but his mind was already racing. Outside the banquet hall, the luxuriously decorated carriage was led away by servants. Beneath the thin veil, Trissy's face was exquisite and charming. Suppressing the disgust in her heart, she followed Prince Edsak with a somewhat wooden expression, walking towards Bishop Electra, who was coming to meet them. Trissy had wanted to shout out countless times, to tell the bishop of the Evernight Goddess Church that she was the Demoness wanted in Tingen. But whenever such a thought arose, a terrifying, irresistible force would quietly emerge, as if something extremely horrifying would happen if she even prepared to speak. Standing outside the banquet hall, Leonard, wearing a clergyman's robe, withdrew his gaze from Emlyn beside the great detective and muttered softly, "Isn't this guy an MI9 informant? How did he get involved with a vampire?" As he spoke, he looked at Prince Edsak, who was conversing with Bishop Electra, and lowered his voice, asking his taciturn captain, Soest, beside him with great curiosity. "Who is that woman?" He had only become a formal Red Glove and arrived in Backlund from the Holy Cathedral 2 weeks ago, so he truly didn't know much about these important figures in Backlund. Soest glared back at Leonard. "There are too many eyes and ears here. Watch what you say, don't let those MI9 people hear you. That lady seemed to be a commoner before. As for now, well, she's likely the future princess." Leonard nodded in understanding, and the aged voice of Pallas Zoroast suddenly echoed in his mind. "That woman is very dangerous, stay away from her." The smile on his face stiffened slightly. Leonard looked around as if patrolling, then walked to a secluded corner and muttered to himself. "What does that mean?" Pallas did not explain, his tone becoming even sterner. "If you don't want to die, stay away from the Demoness and pretend you haven't discovered anything." After that, no matter how Leonard called, he received no response. Unlike the bustling and lively banquet hall, the second floor was much emptier and quieter. As an office area, it had not yet been officially put into use. Aaron sat alone in a secluded secret room at the very end, his eyes, now crimson gold, quietly observing everything in the banquet hall. After reaching a consensus with Archbishop Anthony at St. Samuel Church, Aaron had taken his leave and come here to await a distinguished guest. With the Dreamweaver ring, crafted from a manipulator beyond her characteristic, on his index finger, Aaron felt something as his fingertips brushed the ring covered in gray-white wrinkles. He withdrew his gaze from Trissy and looked at the space opposite him. He had already enveloped 135 George Street with the Domain of Judgment. Even with Aaron's current status, without invoking the Nation of Disorder, he could only sense a certain power breaking through the Domain of Judgment's seal, but he couldn't clearly perceive the source of that power. Restraining the Domain of Judgment's instinctive counterattack, and knowing that the guest he was waiting for had arrived, Aaron chuckled softly and slowly spoke. "As expected of a discerner, I, on behalf of the East Hark family, welcome your arrival." The outline of a figure suddenly appeared, with tiny specks of light continuously emerging from the void, making the figure increasingly clear, coalescing into an ordinary-looking old man. His hair was completely white but sufficiently thick, with few wrinkles on his face and no distinctive features. It was Hermes, whom he had met once before. This ancient angel calmly looked at Aaron and sighed, speaking in ancient Fuzak. "Although I had some expectations, your growth rate still exceeded my imagination. In the current situation, to still receive his invitation, the secret behind you is probably even greater than I imagined." As he spoke, his head darkened, and a sea that encompassed all colors and all secrets, difficult to describe in words, appeared. Aaron's smile did not diminish. He glanced at the quiet room around him, which seemed unchanged, then stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. The formerly bustling and lively guest hall was long gone, replaced by an endless corridor. Silver candelabras were embedded in the walls, emitting dim, yellowish light. Looking at the ancient wooden doors, each adorned with various carved reliefs, illuminated by the candlelight, Aaron couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Is this the dream maze? Hermes, clad in a white robe, quietly appeared beside him. He nodded gently and casually pushed open a door of mind closest to him. The scene behind the door was quite ordinary, the only thing that could be called peculiar was perhaps the towering trees. In Aaron's impression, he had only seen such a scene in the holy cathedral of the Earth Mother Church. And the depths of this ancient forest-like area were dim and unclear. As Aaron followed him inside, the deep world immediately rippled, quickly outlining some contours. In just a few breaths, an island-sized city suddenly appeared in the depths of the ancient forest. During this process, neither Aaron nor Hermes spoke again. The city that suddenly appeared had a gray-white foundation, with majestic stone pillars, dozens to hundreds of meters high, erected upon it. They either stood alone or collectively supported towering, ancient palaces. The overall impression was both strange and magnificent, unlike anything ordinary creatures could build. At the center of the city was a majestic gray-white palace, over 200 meters tall, with several thick stone pillars, shorter than itself, standing in front of it. In the deepest part of the palace, on the largest stone pillar, a gray-white figure was outlined. The figure was entirely covered in scales, each like a solid stone slab. Its vaguely presented outline alone felt like an epic. The City of Miracles, Leavehead. Ankwelt. A deep sigh echoed in Aaron's ears, yet it made the smile on Aaron's face even more pronounced. The scene behind this door of mind was jointly constructed by him and Hermes, concretely displaying their inner thoughts and ideas. As early as when he obtained the Dreamweaver ring, which allowed him to roam the subconscious sea without fear of getting lost, Aaron had independently explored the collective subconscious sea of Grozel's travels. What he presented to Hermes this time was precisely the City of Miracles he had seen in the collective subconscious sea of the book world back then. As an ancient angel who had survived from the ancient epic until now, Aaron believed Hermes would certainly realize what this City of Miracles, which should have been destroyed, implied. Since 0-08 was currently in Backlund, Aaron was concerned that taking out Grozel's travels would cause unnecessary complications and disrupt the uncooperative tacit understanding he had with Adam. Aaron had no choice but to implicitly express his sincerity to Hermes, proving that he indeed had a way to draw out the mind dragon in Eastchester County. Looking at the City of Miracles, Hermes revealed an elusive smile and asked in a gentle tone, "Can you tell me where you discovered Leavehead?" Without hiding anything, Aaron answered frankly. "In a book called Grozel's Travels. It's rumored to have been personally crafted by the Dragon King Ankwelt. Its previous collector was the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom." Hermes was silent for 2 seconds, then pursued the question with a somewhat enigmatic tone. "Does that book world have a collective subconscious sea?" "Naturally." Aaron glanced at the City of Miracles, not far away, and added, "The City of Miracles Leavehead I saw was in the depths of the collective subconscious sea of the book world." Somewhat to Aaron's surprise, Hermes did not continue to ask, but merely nodded gently, refocusing his gaze on Aaron. "Howard has already informed me of your request. Many people in the Twilight Hermit Order indeed do not wish to see your appearance, so concealing your identity is indeed necessary for you." Seemingly sensing Aaron's surprise, Hermes chuckled. "This is the dream maze I constructed. As long as you don't directly call out that person's name, there won't be any impact." Aaron nodded, and just as he was about to say something, he found that the Dreamweaver ring on his hand suddenly disappeared and appeared in Hermes's hand. The Twilight Hermit Order is essentially a true dream that connects the entire continent. It's not too difficult to hide from those people's eyes. As he spoke, streams of dreamlike radiance surged from beneath his white robe. The gray-white Dreamweaver ring was as if forcibly twisted and stretched by an invisible force, finally transforming into an exceptionally cold, extremely illusory gray-white mask. Looking at the familiar shape, Aaron was slightly dumbfounded and subconsciously asked in return, "This is the Gluttony mask?" As if he had thought of something, he continued to ask in surprise, "Is that Mr. Gluttony also a member of the Twilight Hermit Order?" After receiving Hermes's affirmative reply, Aaron had already guessed Hermes's intention. The sudden appearance of an extra participant would inevitably attract everyone's attention, just like Grozel back then. Although he didn't know how Hermes would manage to perfectly substitute him for Mr. Gluttony, the discerner wouldn't have proposed the idea unless he was confident. The only one who would know that this Gluttony was not that Gluttony was probably Adam, who was hosting the meeting. Having extended the invitation, he naturally wouldn't deliberately sabotage it. Thinking this, Aaron took the Gluttony mask, which had been modified by Hermes, and asked carefully, "Its negative effects?" Hermes looked back at the City of Miracles in the distance and chuckled softly. "This is just a false Gluttony mask, it won't have any additional side effects. It will return to its original form after the Twilight Hermit Order ends." Aaron nodded noncommittally and put away the mask for now. He would still pray to the Evernight goddess later. He didn't dare to directly wear something made by a master in the spiritual domain on his face. The most important matter had been completed, and a smile reappeared on Aaron's face. I have a small matter. I wonder if Elder Hermes can lend a hand. I believe that with the care of the church and Duke Aaron, the East Hark Charity Clinic will surely become the largest public medical institution in Loen and even the entire northern continent. The Evernight goddess's glory will eventually spread to every believer who worships her. Standing on the podium, Bishop Electra spoke passionately. The guests below, whether or not they were believers of the Evernight goddess, all applauded. Klein felt his stiff body being poked, and Emlyn's low complaint came from his ear. Hey, Charlotte, what's wrong? Quick, lend me some money, the fundraisers are coming. Klein, his mind churning with thoughts, only then realized that the banquet was nearing its end. He subconsciously turned his head in the direction of Emlyn's voice and saw Melissa, wearing a black veil hat, pushing a donation box towards him. The irritation in his heart immediately eased. Klein muttered in a voice only he could hear, as expected, it's still so old-fashioned. Although he said that, the curve of his lips slightly upturned. Ultimately, the reason he came to the banquet was to see his sister, who was about to work here. Before leaving Backlund, it was just that Trissy's sudden appearance had interrupted his plan. He split the £100 in his hand, giving £50 to the equally penniless vampire gentleman, instructing him to repay it quickly, then slipped the remaining gold pounds into the donation box. Thank you for your generosity. May the Evernight goddess bless you. Melissa smiled. As her gaze swept over the gentleman's face, her expression froze slightly. A strange sense of familiarity made her subconsciously ask. Sir, would you mind telling me your name? Klein pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his lips curving slightly. Of course, my name is Sherlock, and I am a private detective. Watching Melissa gradually walk away, the smile on Klein's face slowly faded. After advancing to faceless, he consciously adjusted his facial features in front of a mirror every day. Such slow adjustments could avoid suspicion caused by a sudden change in appearance and also make up for the identity loopholes when he first came to Backlund unprepared. Now, his appearance was significantly different from when he first arrived in Backlund, but he didn't expect Melissa to still notice something unusual. Sighing inwardly, Klein withdrew his gaze and looked towards the front of the banquet, somewhat surprised to find that Prince Edsak, who had been surrounded by people, had disappeared. When he subconsciously looked around and only saw Trissy, with two maids standing beside her, and the serious-faced old butler in the lounge area of the guest hall. Chapter 340 Hypnosis and Experiments. Prince Edsak, with a smile on his lips and maintaining royal dignity, nodded to the passing servants and arrived at the private washroom deep within the banquet hall. Looking at the classical wooden door adorned with various carvings, illuminated by the corridor's candlelight, the prince was only slightly surprised before pushing it open. What greeted him was not a washroom, but a subtly luxurious and tastefully decorated living room, where an old man sat quietly on a single-seater sofa. The old man wore a three-piece suit of shirt, vest, and formal wear, with striped blue-gray trousers and a dark red bow tie. His hair was completely white but still thick, and his demeanor was gentle and refined. He had a pair of blue eyes that seemed to hold immense wisdom and knowledge, and apart from pronounced forehead wrinkles, there were hardly any other lines on his face. Edsak seemed to forget what he had come here for and was unaware of his current situation. He naturally sat opposite the single-seater sofa, looking at the royal advisor opposite him and smilingly said, Mr. Huon Lambeths. Beyond this living room lay a profound and dark sea, where every drop of liquid was like a light and shadow, seemingly representing a point of consciousness, an imprint. In the deeper parts of the subconscious sea, large expanses of grey mist parted like a tide, revealing a stone staircase. Above the staircase, Aaron stood quietly behind Hermes, observing the fragment of consciousness that Hermes had deliberately extracted from the subconscious sea. He watched as the virtual personality of Huon Lambeth separated from the consciousness fragment and merged into Edsak's body. No wonder he was so devoted to Triss, even knowing she was a wanted demoness. Muttering to himself that it was as expected, Aaron subconsciously looked towards the distant mental island symbolizing Edsak. Relying only on a sealed artifact to barely navigate the collective subconscious sea without getting lost, he was not yet capable of discerning if a mental island had been tampered with. This was also why, despite having control of the dream-weaving ring earlier, he had not acted immediately. A sealed artifact, no matter how good, could not compare to a genuine manipulator. To achieve his goal silently and bypass Huon Lambeth's virtual personality, the best method was naturally to find a stronger individual in the spiritual domain. Cupping his hands towards Hermes, Aaron smiled and said, You only need to plant my previous words deep within this fellow's subconscious, without attracting the attention of that royal advisor. Hermes did not care what Aaron wanted to do. After personally confirming the other party's cooperative value, he did not mind this small favor. Nodding slightly, Hermes looked towards that mental island, his eyes turning golden and vertical, devoid of any emotion. The profound and dark sea rippled, and two other figures immediately appeared on the mental island. One was a dazed Edsak, like a puppet, and the other was Huon Lambeths, with eyes tightly closed, as if asleep. As the ripples gradually merged into the mental island, the rigid Edsak slowly opened his mouth and muttered word by word. "Father, the family has abandoned me. I am just a pawn to appease the public's anger. Father has been bewitched by an evil god. Only Duke Aaron can help Loen set things right. I must obey his commands unconditionally." The expression on Edsak's face shifted from anger and despair to wooden dullness. As the repeated words echoed, they seemed to materialize and swiftly sink into the ground, submerging into the subconscious domain. Huon Lambeths, sitting opposite Edsak, remained completely unaware of this. Watching the two illusory figures disappear again, and seeing Prince Edsak in the real world casually push open the washroom door as if nothing had happened, Aaron, as one of the instigators, couldn't help but inwardly curse. Can spectator still be played without nerve? Thinking this, Aaron politely thanked Hermes and carefully said, "When would you like to go to East Chester County? I can prepare in advance and adjust my time to fulfill my promise, helping you lure out that spiritual giant dragon." His golden, dragon-like eyes faded, and Hermes smiled with a gentle tone. "No need to rush. He is there. I need to wait for an opportunity." His figure gradually faded and disappeared, merging into that deep, dim sea, leaving only an echoing voice. Probably guessing what Hermes meant by opportunity, Aaron looked again beyond the subconscious sea at Lilith, whom Edsak had taken into the carriage, his gaze lingering on the sapphire ring. This important sealed artifact of the Demonist sect, or rather, Triss, this semi-finished divine descent vessel, was one of the ties between the royal family and the Demonist sect. Compared to her, the noble prince was merely a scapegoat that could be discarded at any time. Perhaps delving deeper into the Demonist sect and profoundly hypnotizing Triss could yield more, but that would bring too many uncertainties. Even Edsak, who was a peripheral figure and destined to be a discarded pawn, was personally hypnotized by Huon Lambeths. Even excluding the uncertainty of that sapphire ring, the danger surrounding Triss would certainly not be simple. This was in Backlund. If he touched upon an angel's arrangements, it wouldn't be a power projection that came, but he would definitely be exposed on the spot. Aaron regretfully withdrew his gaze, pondering. Investigating the Demonist sect was not the only breakthrough point, and most importantly, he did not need to be so urgent. That conqueror beyonder characteristic was previously in the hands of the Loen royal family. Even if George III had traded it with the Demonists, as long as the promised Great Smog by the Demonist sect had not truly materialized, that characteristic must still be in Backlund and could not be immediately taken back to the Demonist sect's headquarters and fall into the primordial Demonist hands. Withdrawing his gaze again, Aaron looked at the dream-weaving ring in his hand, which had transformed into the appearance of a gluttony mask, and then exited the collective subconscious sea. Hillstown District, Starry Church. Aaron looked at the largest church of the Evernight Goddess Church in Hillstown District and slowly walked into the main hall. After all, he had just bid farewell to Archbishop Anthony of St. Samuel Church, and disturbing him again would be inappropriate. At the very front of the hall was the holy platform, inscribed with the dark holy emblem. It was inlaid with self-luminous pearls forming stars, and red gems forming the crimson moon, with the remaining areas entirely a deep black night. Adhering to the Evernight Goddess Church's consistent style, it was dim, quiet, and sparsely lit by candles. At a glance, specks of starlight entered the eyes, and crimson light illuminated the space, making it exceptionally sacred. Slowly closing the door of the private prayer room, Aaron produced the gray-white mask, which was between illusory and real, and skillfully set up the altar, placing the mask in the center of it. After a moment's thought, Aaron switched to ancient Fuzak and softly recounted his cooperation with Hermes and the origin of this disposable gluttony mask. After praying, Aaron exhaled and patiently waited for any possible revelation. Within dozens of seconds, a figure suddenly outlined itself before his eyes, like a rapidly sketched portrait. The newcomer wore a simple robe, with a bark rope tied around her waist, her hair loose, and her feet bare. She had a pair of dark, serene eyes. It was Ariana, the leader of the ascetics, ranked first among the 13 archbishops of the Evernight Church, the servant of concealment. "Good afternoon, Ms. Ariana." Aaron greeted with some surprise, his eyes subconsciously glancing at the unresponsive altar. With the departure of several important figures, the unveiling ceremony of the East Tack Charity Clinic also came to an end. Watching the luxurious carriage slowly drive away, Klein also breathed a sigh of relief. The worst-case scenario he had anticipated did not happen, the prince seemed not to have noticed him. Klein also dismissed the idea of going to Red Rose Manor to report his investigation results from this period. It would be terrible if he ran into Triss. After bidding farewell to Dr. Allen, Klein sent Emlyn away and returned alone to 15 Minsk Street. The sky was already dim. After a quick meal, Klein recalled the woman who resembled Triss standing next to Prince Edsak that afternoon. After some thought, he took out spirit-rich blood and drew a complex symbol on the full-length mirror in his bedroom, combining peeping and concealment. As the symbol was completed, the surface of the full-length mirror in the room suddenly deepened, and ripples of water light appeared. Lines of silver then emerged, forming one word after another. Great and Supreme Master, your loyal and strong servant Erodes has come at your summons. Is there anything you wish to ask me? You don't really need to add so many prefixes. Subconsciously complaining about the mirror's flattery, Klein maintained the fool's dignity and spoke indifferently. Does Prince Edsak of Loen know that a demoness is hidden by his side? On the full-length mirror, the silver text, as if possessing its own life force, vanished line by line and recombined line by line. That poor wretch knows, Great Master. You must be careful of that woman, she is connected to the entity behind the demoness sect. He knows this. Klein's expression froze slightly, unsure if this was a personal issue of the prince or if it involved more. Looking at the floating silver characters, he suddenly asked the question in his heart without hesitation. Although he did not receive a precise answer from Erodes this time, the ambiguous and cautious attitude already explained a lot. Sighing inwardly, knowing that further questioning would yield no results, Klein turned to inquire about the whereabouts of the mermaid needed for advancement to Sequence 5 Marionettist. Changing its previous hesitant attitude, as if to compensate for its image as a loyal servant in his mind, large paragraphs of text appeared, and Erodes described in detail all possible areas where mermaids might appear. Very good, that's all for today. If anything happens later, I will summon you again. Okay, Master. Goodbye. On the surface of the full-length mirror, a stick figure of a waving hand appeared immediately after the silver words. Seeing the mirror instantly return to normal, Klein withdrew his gaze, organized his thoughts, and then began practicing the various skills of a faceless. For some reason, after seeing the woman suspected to be Triss wearing the sapphire ring today, Klein always had a sense of unease. He had to be prepared to flee Backlund at any time. In the southern waters of the Sonia Sea, the Future slowly sailed towards the south continent, surrounded by other ships. Having nothing much to do recently, and merely awaiting the Moses ascetic order's next instruction, Admiral of Stars, Catilia strolled on the deck. Looking at the crimson moonlight, she couldn't help but recall the red moon that had obscured the entire sky some time ago. As soon as she thought of that scene, a chill couldn't help but rise in Catilia's heart. Suppressing her thoughts, her gaze swept across and she saw Frank Lee. This first mate of the Future, a Sequence 5 druid, and the second-in-command of the Star Pirates, was currently wearing light blue trousers made of thick canvas and a white shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, revealing dense brown chest hair, as if he had transformed into a humanoid giant bear. He stood at the bow of the ship, under the crimson moonlight, fiddling with the bottles and jars in front of him, seemingly lost in thought, appearing quite dejected. Her mouth twitched slightly. To ensure a good night's sleep, Catilia decided to pretend she saw nothing. Her steps involuntarily slowed, and she turned to enter the cabin. But unexpectedly, Frank spotted her and exclaimed excitedly, "Captain." He then looked over with an expectant face, seemingly waiting for the Admiral of Stars to answer his difficult questions. Catilia's figure froze. She pushed up the heavy spectacles on her nose, looked at the bottles and jars containing unknown liquids, and asked casually, "Why aren't you researching your mushrooms anymore?" Frank laughed heartily, pointing to the bottles and jars in front of him and explaining, "Because I recently found a new experimental approach. The abilities of a druid have given me more ideas. The microorganisms I obtained from the deep sea also confirmed my thoughts. This is a path that truly holds the hope for humanity's future." Catilia was puzzled and didn't want to press further, but ultimately, with the thought of being responsible for all the crew members of the Future, she carefully opened her mouth. "So, what exactly is your idea?" Seeing that his captain was interested in his experiment, Frank immediately became excited, his face full of anticipation as he said, "Don't underestimate those tiny, invisible fellows. Imagine, perhaps one day, humans can achieve a deeper symbiosis with them, no longer needing to eat, and merely breathing will suffice for survival." At this point, his expression dimmed, and he sighed deeply. "But I've tried for a long time and haven't achieved my reasonable expectations." Then, as if remembering something else, Frank looked expectantly at Catilia, whose face twitched slightly. "I heard that within the godly battle ruins, there's an area where the aura and divine power of the Earth Mother remain. Perhaps that place can give me extra gains." Chapter 341 Chaos Council. Catilia, the Star Admiral, froze for several seconds before adopting a captain's posture and nodding slightly. "It's good to have a goal, but that place is very dangerous. You are only a Sequence 5 druid, and the Future has no plans to explore the ruins of the God Wars for a while." Her original intention was merely to advise Frank to be well-behaved for a while, but it was clear that Frank, with his peculiar way of thinking, did not understand his captain's implied meaning. His eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "I understand." Watching Frank suddenly become excited, Catilia's face subtly creased. "What do you understand?" Frank's earlier dejection vanished. "Perhaps my previous failures were just because the creations I wanted had exceeded the limits of a druid's ability, and it's not necessarily essential to go to the ruins of the God Wars. So, Captain, I won't be a druid anymore. I want to become a classical alchemist. Silence fell upon the deck for a moment. Catilia quietly clenched her fists, regretting that she shouldn't have said those words to Frank. Frank, it's almost dawn. Where's the gift you gave me? A loud, hearty voice broke the strange atmosphere on the deck. Quartermaster Nina darted out of the cabin. Seeing the captain there, she paused, greeted her, and subconsciously explained, Frank told me to find him before dawn, to prevent him from forgetting the time due to being engrossed in experiments. With slightly narrowed eyes, Catilia nodded silently. She knew that Frank had been noticed by a certain secret organization and was somewhat accustomed to it. Frank responded cheerfully, immediately taking out a can of dark red liquid from the bottles and jars in front of him. As he pulled out the cork, a faint aroma of wine wafted out. Looking at Nina, whose eyes were wide with surprise, Frank chuckled, "This is the gift I prepared for you. It's alcohol-free Sunia blood wine made from my little guys. I guarantee you won't get drunk even after 1,000 cups." Stopping Nina, who was about to lose control, Catilia watched Frank disappear into the cabin entrance with his bottles and jars, and softly said, "Notify everyone to speed up the voyage and get away from Sunia Sea as soon as possible." Hillston District, Church of the Stars. Aaron looked at the gluttony mask that Madame Ariana had handed back to him, pondered for a moment, and then carefully asked, "Madame Ariana, the goddess." It wasn't that he didn't trust Madame Ariana's abilities. As a sequence too, even if Hermes had left a hidden hand, it couldn't escape Ariana, who held partial authority over secrets. He was just curious about the goddess's attitude and what this extraordinary action implied. The encirclement deep within the spirit world recently had indeed angered the Mother Tree of Desire to some extent. To Aaron's surprise, other outer gods also seemed to have manifested their presence at the same time. This put considerable pressure on the 7 deities in the astral world. Fully engaged in repairing and maintaining the astral world barrier, they would likely find it difficult to focus their attention on the material world for a short period. If that were the case, he would have to be extremely careful in his actions recently. If Amon's true body also detected the anomaly in the astral world and truly came to Backlund, then the danger of his and Pale's previous plan would almost double. Not to mention the possibility of the operation failing and yielding nothing. If the descent of the deity wasn't timely enough, Pale's might even be sacrificed. Thinking this, Aaron looked at Madame Ariana, who remained calm, hoping that this future pope could give him some insight. To his disappointment, Madame Ariana merely shook her head slightly. "I am only guided by the goddess's will and have received no other divine revelation." Watching Madame Ariana's body gradually being erased, Aaron took a deep breath, opened the spirit world, and left the private prayer room. Surging layers of dark gold mist swirled around him. Aaron sat on the throne in the magnificent palace, looking at the gluttony mask in his hand, and activated the power of the Nation of Disorder. The dark gold mist poured back, materializing the semi-ethereal mask. After confirming it was sealed, Aaron threw it into the junk pile. Aaron would not use it again until the Twilight Hermit Order arrived. After dealing with the matters at hand, Aaron's figure gradually blurred, forming a majestic, faceless giant figure above the throne. The hooded vest of the attendant on the high-backed chair below also appeared. After doing all this, Aaron's consciousness surged into the brilliant starry sky of the palace's dome. With the surging of the dark gold mist, figures emerged one by one. The dark gold light that filled his entire vision receded. Frank eagerly opened his eyes. As if recalling the scene from the last council meeting, he first looked around, and after confirming that the number of members had not changed, he excitedly spoke, "Everyone, I want to know the potion formula and advancement ritual for Sequence 4, Classical Alchemist." Nim, the High Priest of Moon City, sitting on one of the 9 high-backed chairs below the Lord of Order, raised his eyebrows, scrutinized Frank, but did not speak. He only looked respectfully towards the depths of the palace, at the great being on the throne. Thanks to the ancient sun god's attempt to collect all 22 pathways to open the barrier to the western continent, although Moon City does not currently possess any classical alchemist beyond her characteristics or corresponding sealed artifacts, the potion formulas and advancement rituals recorded in their ancient texts are complete. However, all the potion formulas treasured by Moon City had already been sacrificed to the Lord of Order, who brought light and hope, through the divine messenger Cavendish Lancer. As the most devout believer, Nim would not trade potion formulas with anyone outside Moon City without permission. Feeling Nim's gaze, Aaron's lips, hidden behind the dense dark gold mist, couldn't help but twitch slightly. He knew how dangerous Frank, that abnormal lunatic, was. If it were in the 4th epoch, an era where divine power superseded all, this guy would definitely have been burned as a heretic. Most importantly, ever since he learned from Adam that the Mother Goddess of Depravity, who stood at the pinnacle of the outer gods, had set her sights on him, Aaron no longer dared to let Frank continue advancing, especially at this critical juncture of acquiring divinity. Frank plus Mother Goddess of Depravity. Once this thought appeared in his mind, Aaron felt a faint fear. A lunatic is not scary, a capable lunatic is scary. Even though he had acquired a classical alchemist beyond her characteristic in the Solomon ruins, Aaron didn't plan to let Frank advance so quickly, at least not until he truly became a complete mythical creature and was capable of handling emergencies. Thinking this, Aaron was about to manipulate his attendant's vest to appease Frank when he heard Morbid's slightly wary voice. "Why do you suddenly want to advance to classical alchemist?" Also familiar with Frank, Morbid knew that this guy had just advanced to druid last month. How could he suddenly think of advancing to a demigod in such a short time? It wasn't out of jealousy of Frank's advancement speed. If he hadn't been sealed in Grozel's travels, Morbid wouldn't have advanced to parasite until the 5th epoch. He was just a little worried that if Frank really gained divinity, who knew what kind of insane experiments he would conduct. Frank scratched his head and gruffly recounted his conversation with Catilia. At the end, he added with anticipation, "If you have any relevant clues, you can also tell me. Besides the agreed-upon remuneration, I can also give you some small gifts that I've developed myself." Klein sat at the outermost edge of the grand hall. His lips twitched slightly upon hearing Frank's rather avant-garde ideals. When he caught the keywords future and God War's ruins in his words, his eyes brightened slightly, and he spoke directly while the palace fell silent. "I'm sorry, I don't have the formula or clues you want, but I'm also very interested in the God War's ruins. If you plan to go out to sea to explore, I'd like to go with you." Before attending tonight's meeting, Klein had specifically consulted a Rhodes about the approximate location where mermaids appeared. Excluding those kept by the church, the only option was to venture to the ruins of the God Wars to search. Venturing alone was certainly not as good as exploring with a powerful individual who was about to advance to a demigod, not to mention the possibility of gaining assistance from the future. This was also Klein's carefully considered choice. He had temporarily abandoned his original plan to seek a safe way to leave Backlund at the Chaos Council, the most direct reason being that he currently lacked the capital to pay sufficient remuneration for it. Therefore, Klein planned to use the world alias to privately message Mr. Emperor at his tarot club, using the identity of a fool's attendant, which he had already set up, to make a deal with that duke. Seeing that someone was also interested in the ruins of the God Wars, Frank immediately nodded vigorously, then explained somewhat awkwardly, "No problem, but you might have to wait for a while." Sharon, who had been quietly observing, slowly rose and bowed to the hidden existence deep within the palace. "Great Lord of Order, my teacher has discovered some changes within the Rose School of Thought. That abomination Sar seems to have been seriously injured in the spirit world. I don't know what revelation it received, or perhaps it's just to compensate for the strong individuals who have fallen from the Rose School of Thought recently. It seems to have used that important sealed artifact obtained from the Sanguine to forcibly cultivate several shaman kings and many artificial vampires. What is this? Indulging the faith of the primordial moon? Or has the Mother Tree of Desire reached a certain understanding with the Mother Goddess of Depravity?" Upon hearing Sharon's report, questions flashed through Aaron's mind, and his attention shifted from Klein. He indeed knew little about what had happened to the Rose School of Thought recently. After Astolfo regained control of its body, it needed a transformation to truly restore its ancient bane status. According to Red Light El Moria, Astolfo needed to refine the historical events that had been corrupted and cursed in the fog of history, using the special revival method of an ancient bane to return to its peak, which also led to its continued slumber until now. Knowing that Rainet Tyneker wanted to convey this matter through Sharon to the hidden existence who dared to confront the Mother Tree of Desire, Aaron nodded almost imperceptibly. Only when the exchanges between the various members gradually subsided did Aaron manipulate his attendant's vest and softly say, "I want to find the location of Vice Admiral of Disease, Tracy." Ferdin Eddes, who had just traded for the Sequence 5 Ocean Songster potion formula, withdrew his gaze from the advancement ritual and looked up at Mr. Attendant with some surprise, instinctively saying, "This morning, the Golden Dream encountered that Vice Admiral of Disease in the Northern Savage Sea, but we only confronted each other for a while and left without a direct conflict." Aaron, who had just spoken, paused slightly, not expecting such a quick response. The map of the Northern Savage Sea region involuntarily appeared in his mind. Using Ferdin Eddis's description, he roughly determined a range and the direction that Vice Admiral of Disease had departed. A large team, with strict pirate guards, only confronted and no conflict occurred. Aaron gradually clarified his thoughts, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a mocking arc. It seems that after he eliminated Cunas, the task of transporting slaves had been handed over to the Demonis sect. In that case, the sea routes for transporting slaves provided by Emilios Livet might still be useful. I need to be careful with the method. I can't alert them. Capturing Tracy openly will easily make that white Demonis vigilant. Thinking this, Aaron's gaze drifted to Louise, who was listening intently with interest. An idea immediately popped into his head. Perhaps I can use conflicts between pirate generals to conceal my true purpose. After all, I only need some of Tracy's flesh and blood to pinpoint white Demonis Katerina. I don't actually need to imprison her. Otherwise, if the people responsible for transporting slaves keep dying, even an idiot would know there's a problem. Having made up his mind, Aaron immediately transformed his thoughts into spiritual light points and transmitted them to Louise. Under the sanguine lady's astonished gaze, he calmly said, "Try to disguise this as a conflict between pirate generals. I can give you some time to prepare and build momentum, but no more than a month. If you complete this task well, I can promise to help you advance to Sanguine Count." Louise could clearly feel her heart rate accelerating, but she was no longer the naive sanguine maiden she once was. After so much time at sea, she wouldn't be overwhelmed by surprise and rationally weighed her words, asking, "Just a Vice Admiral of Disease doesn't seem worth such a promise from Mr. Attendant. Can you tell me what risks this task entails?" Chapter 342 Ending and Returning Home. Risk. Hearing Louise's question, Aaron's face, shrouded in dark golden mist, showed a peculiar smile. He didn't hide anything, manipulating his blessed persona to say with a playful tone, "Vice Admiral of Disease, Tracy's mother is a high-ranking member of the Demonist sect, titled Saintess of White, Katerina Pelly." Withdrawing his gaze from Louise, Aaron glanced at Klein, who was standing at the edge of the palace, quietly listening with ears perked up, and added, "She once collaborated with the primordial Demonists and Death during the Pale Disaster that swept across the northern continent, fighting against the saints and angels of the Evernight Goddess Church alongside the former Death Consul, Azek Eggers. She is now a Sequence 3 Demoness of Undying. Ever since discovering a certain degree of tacit understanding or cooperation between the Loen royal family and the Demonist sect at the East Tak Charity Clinic, especially with the blatant appearance of an important sealed artifact of the Demonist sect, Klein had been extremely interested in this intelligence. However, he truly hadn't expected it to involve Mr. Azek. Death Consul. Is this Mr. Azek's identity before he lost his memories? Klein skillfully concealed the surprise in his heart, his thoughts involuntarily drifting. He worried that Mr. Azek's current state might have been caused by the Evernight Church, and he hesitated whether to inform Mr. Azek of this news. Louise's expression also froze slightly. She hadn't expected the Vice Admiral of Disease to have such a background, no wonder she dared to openly take over the Vice Admiral of Hurricane's fleet. The surprise in her heart flashed and disappeared. Having struggled in the sea for so long, she understood the principle that risk and opportunity coexist. Furthermore, even if it came down to a battle of backgrounds, she wasn't afraid of Tracy. With this thought, she immediately bowed and said, "All right, Mr. Blessed, I will complete your commission as soon as possible." Aaron nodded in satisfaction, pondered for a moment, and instructed, "I need a certain amount of Tracy's flesh and blood. Control the intensity of the conflict yourself, and don't let her become suspicious." Learning Aaron's more specific request, Louise's blood-red eyes flickered. A mere Sequence 5 clearly couldn't attract the attention of Mr. Blessed. This request was obviously aimed at the Saintess of White, of the Demonist sect. As a sanguine viscount, Louise herself knew many methods of tracking by bloodline, let alone this hidden Blessed. Before the palace fell silent, Cavendish Lancer, leaning back in his high-backed chair, rose and calmly spoke to the great existence on the throne. "The Abyss Passage in the Forsaken Land of the Gods has recently undergone some kind of anomaly again. The corrupted and eroding aura there can even corrode my spirit-body threads. I suspect it might be something that Universe Dark Side of the Abyss has done again." The Angel of Holy Word, Stiff, from the Aurora Order, who had been tracking me, also gave up the pursuit directly, seemingly heading there. Therefore, I cannot know what exactly happened there. Universe Dark Side. Aaron frowned slightly, recalling the terrifying figure he saw through the true vision of the Nation of Disorder when he sent Cavendish Lancer through the abyss to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. If his previous guess was correct, the breach where the tenebrous world permeated into the material world was likely in the abyss. The Rose School of Thought deliberately indulged the worship of the primordial moon, the anomaly of the universe dark side. Aaron always had a feeling that a storm was brewing, but he wasn't too flustered. With his current strength and status, as long as he didn't deliberately seek death by going to those few special places, even if they wanted to encircle and kill him, it would be very difficult to achieve. He first noted this matter in his mind, and seeing that no one wished to speak further, Aaron ended this chaos assembly. The dense dark golden mist dissipated before his eyes. Klein suddenly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the crimson moon outside the window. After a long while, he let out a soft sigh. Walking to the desk, he quietly wrote down the two terms Azek and Demonist Sect on a white paper. Klein's expression was somewhat uncertain. He wasn't sure what kind of changes Mr. Azek would undergo after learning his identity as the Balam Empire's Death Consul, or what his attitude would be towards the Demonist Sect, his former ally. His expression changed for a moment. Klein gently crumpled the paper, and crimson flames rose, instantly reducing the paper to ashes. His left hand, holding Azek's copper whistle, quietly clenched, but he never blew it. Outside the airship, the sky was clear, but there was no thin mist. Waves came in surges, causing the high-altitude clouds to roll and stretch, forming various shapes, reflecting the golden-red sunlight. Audrey, with sparkling, jewel-like eyes, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the huge city that had already revealed its outline. This was Pritz Harbor, the largest and busiest port in the Loen Kingdom. After gazing for a moment, Audrey contentedly withdrew her gaze, squatted down and hugged Susie, who was hanging her head and dared not peek outside. She said in a rather cheerful tone, "Susie, we're almost home. From Pritz Harbor back to Backlund, even by carriage, it will only take a few hours at most." Susie whimpered softly, "I hate riding airships, woof, I'm just a dog. Land is truly more suitable for me. I miss the feeling of running in the grass." Audrey could clearly see the color of Susie's emotions. She sighed, about to comfort her, when she heard a knock at the door. Gently setting Susie down, Audrey slowly walked to the door. As soon as she opened it, she saw Miss Daly, who had changed back into blue eyeshadow and blush. Withdrawing her gaze from her somewhat unusual appearance, she softly asked, "Are we preparing to dock at Pritz Harbor?" Daly nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "I have already asked Lord Sesama. In half an hour, the airship will dock at Oak Island next to Pritz Harbor, where the Royal Navy base is large enough to accommodate the airship. After docking at the port to replenish supplies, due to some arrangements by the church, Lord Sesama will take the airship directly to the cathedral. Therefore, the journey from Pritz Harbor back to Backlund will be guarded by us Nighthawks. I hope Miss Audrey can understand." Audrey chuckled, gave a playful, standard court curtsy, and softly said, "Thank you for informing me, and please convey my gratitude to Lord Sesama. I will pack my luggage as soon as possible. I'm already impatient to return to Backlund and see my family." After seeing Miss Daly off, Audrey hummed a cheerful tune, preparing to pack some books on the spiritual domain she had brought back from the southern continent, when a warm sensation came from her index finger. Subconsciously lowering her head, Audrey saw the ring on her index finger, inlaid with specks of starlight, like the night sky, shining with a faint glow. This was the engagement ring bestowed upon her under the witness of the holy radiance of night. A difficult-to-hide surprise flashed in her emerald-like eyes. Following the feeling in her heart, Audrey suddenly turned around and met the light golden eyes with a hint of a smile. A familiar voice came to her ears, "Welcome home, my lovely princess." Before Aaron could finish speaking, a soft sensation came from his chest, and golden hair brushed against his nose. Audrey had already tightly hugged him. Susie, who had originally cheered up and swept away her dejection because of Aaron's arrival, immediately sprawled out beside them. After wagging her tail and circling the two of them, she found that no one was paying attention to her, so she changed her target, turning her grief and indignation into appetite, and fiercely ate the dog food on the ground. Not until a slight jolt came from the airship, Audrey knew this was the signal that they were about to dock at Pritz Harbor. Reluctantly, she released her hands, gently patted Aaron's shoulder, and playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "All right, you busy men, you can let go now." Smelling the fresh scent from the girl's hair, Aaron's lips curved slightly. His hands did not loosen, but instead held her tighter, and he whispered close to the girl's ear, "I'll take you home." A warm, moist breeze came to her ear, and a faint blush quietly crept up her fair neck. Before Audrey could say anything, a slight sense of weightlessness came, and the 7 bright lights hanging high in the sky flashed and disappeared. The surrounding scenery instantly changed. Looking at the extremely familiar decorations around her, Audrey realized that she had returned to her bedroom in Backlund. Susie's slightly resentful voice followed, "Woof, you finally remembered me." With a slightly awkward expression, Audrey had to change the subject, looking at Aaron, who was holding Susie, and asked somewhat sheepishly, "Miss Daly just told me to return to Backlund with them by carriage. Wouldn't leaving without saying goodbye be a bit rude?" "It's fine," Aaron rubbed Susie's head. Although he had been holding Audrey on the airship earlier, he hadn't truly forgotten it. At least, he remembered Susie during the final Spirit World travel, and didn't actually leave it behind. "When I entered the airship via Spirit World travel, I didn't hide my aura. Crest Sesama, who guards the sealed artifact, already knows I've arrived. He will explain it to the Nighthawks." At this point, Aaron put away the smile on his face, his expression becoming somewhat complex. He pondered for a moment before continuing, "Actually, my initial plan was to have you wait until next year to return to Backlund, but now that you've returned, there are some things you must understand." Looking at Aaron's somewhat serious expression, Audrey was a little puzzled as to why he wanted her to return to Backlund next year, but she still held back her questions. She obediently sat on the sofa, just as she had a year ago when Aaron told her about ancient history. "I previously introduced you to a secret organization called the Psychology Alchemists. Their beyonder pathway is Spectator." Looking at the quietly listening Audrey, Aaron thought for a moment and continued, "The former consultant of the Loen royal family's Augustus family, Huon Lambeth, is the head of the Psychology Alchemists in Backlund, or as they call it, a member of the Arbitration Council, and he is already a Sequence 4 manipulator. The sudden death of the former Duke Negan was related to some individuals behind Huon Lambeth." Audrey's eyes widened slightly, and the image of the gentle and refined old man instantly appeared in her mind. She immediately exclaimed, "He's a demigod of the Psychology Alchemists. Didn't he die already?" This. A sense of disbelief that overturned her previous understanding, as well as the joy of learning the name of a demigod potion formula, arose in Audrey's heart. Such complex emotions made it difficult for her to continue asking. Aaron nodded gently, gazing into Audrey's emerald eyes, and softly said, when you officially return to Backlund and participate in various public social events, it will be difficult to hide from Hugh and Lambeth that you have embarked on the spiritual domain and are not of a low sequence. I don't get along with certain individuals from the psychology alchemists. For some reasons, they also view me and the East family as thorns in their side. They can't do anything to me, so they will likely set their sights on you. This is also why I personally brought you back to Backlund. Using her psychiatrist ability, Audrey, who had quickly calmed her emotions, swiftly sorted out her thoughts and softly said, tell me, I will cooperate with you fully. Looking at Audrey, who asked no questions and trusted him implicitly, Aaron chuckled and shook his head. Hugh and Lambeth is extremely arrogant and conceited. Even if he knows you are already a psychiatrist, his greatest likelihood is to enter the collective subconscious sea and plant psychological suggestions on your island of consciousness. I will help you avoid the effects of the psychological suggestion. What you need to do is pretend to be hypnotized and cooperate with him in a play. Looking at the half-understanding Audrey, Aaron explained the spiritual sky, the collective subconscious sea, and individual islands of consciousness in an easy-to-understand way, then added, although the psychology alchemists have various drawbacks, it's undeniable that they are experts in the field of psychology. If you want to continue down the psychological pathway, this platform is very suitable for you to acquire knowledge. As for that Hugh and Lambeth, once this relatively sensitive period passes, I will make him disappear. Towards the end, a cold glint flashed deep in Aaron's eyes. North District, Backlund, inside a room in the basement of St. Samuel's Cathedral. Daly, wearing a black hooded robe and with blue eyeshadow and blush that gave her an exotic and cold beauty, casually found a seat and picked up the document on the table. After Lord Sesama informed her that she didn't need to escort Audrey and could return directly to the cathedral, she took the remaining red gloves and returned to Backlund by steam train. Putting down the document in her hand, Daly gazed at Leonard, who sat silently opposite her, and asked in a calm tone, so Ranlis is dead? And killed by Military Intelligence 9. Feeling the complex emotions contained beneath that calm tone, Leonard sighed softly and corrected the inaccurate statement. Military Intelligence 9's official statement is that he was likely killed by Azek. Chapter 343, Dice of Probability. Suspected. Daly narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Leonard from head to toe, tapping her fingers lightly on the table, and quietly asked, that Azek who killed Vice Admiral Hurricane. Just from Leonard's words, she had already detected some abnormalities. Military Intelligence Number 9 seemed to be deliberately concealing certain things. Watching Leonard nod slightly, Daly snorted, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes. It's too easy for him. If I caught Lanris, I'd make him understand that men are very fragile too. Leonard gave a wry smile, his gaze sweeping past Daly to the other red gloves, and he asked with some curiosity, did Mr. Sesama not return with you? Slowly standing up, Daly walked to the door, her tone having returned to calm. He escorted a sealed artifact back to the cathedral via airship. In a while, Archbishop Randolph Carter will arrive in Backlund and will dispatch elite red gloves to hunt down in Sangwil. You should be on the list too. Prepare well. A nightmare finds it difficult to protect himself. I don't want to see any more familiar people die in front of me. Knowing this was Ms. Daly's kind reminder, yet somehow the words sounded a bit strange. Leonard watched Daly disappear into the darkness, quietly clenched his fists, and muttered to himself, in Sangwil, that day is finally coming soon. East County, outside Irusal. Admisal stopped, compared the lone map in his hand, and felt relieved looking at the majestic city cluster in the distance. He waved his hand and said, all right, that should be Irusal ahead. Upon hearing this, the fat apothecary Darkwill immediately slumped to the ground, looking dispirited, while the owl Harry was full of vigor, his big, round eyes curiously surveying the front, seemingly not needing rest. The strongest hunter of the Mist Sea, Anderson, who was walking at the very front of the team with clasped hands, was even more direct. He lightly coughed and a bright smile appeared on his face. Since we've reached our destination, my mission is complete. Let's part ways here. After speaking, without waiting for Admisal to reply, he had no intention of entering Irusal. Since his mission was completed, he was naturally free as a bird in the sky and a fish in the sea. Thinking this, Anderson's body stiffened slightly, and the crimson flames rising around him suddenly extinguished. A familiar and majestic voice echoed, your mission isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The pressure from the life-level difference made Admisal's spiritual intuition wildly alert. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at the colorful oil painting world that appeared behind Anderson, and at the handsome men who walked out with a smile, unconsciously muttering in a low voice, Duke Aaron. Although he had never truly met him in person, ever since he learned that the important sealed artifact of the life school of thought, which his teacher entrusted to him, was to be given to this lord, Admisal had consciously collected relevant portraits when he was still in the raging sea. Now, he recognized him at a glance. Suppressing his restless spirituality, Admisal exhaled lightly, took a step forward, and bowed, Life School of Thought, Admisal, greetings, your grace. Smiling and waving his hand, Aaron quietly lifted the judgment domain. Anderson immediately regained control of his body, stumbled 2 steps, coughed awkwardly, and silently stood beside Dark Will. Originally, Aaron only intended for his father, Gusman Will, to come forward, settle Admisal and the others, and temporarily entrust the dice of probability to Walner Will for safekeeping. But while he was staying in Backlund, waiting for Huon Landbys to take the bait, Will Septon proactively came to him. The speaker of the life school of thought had just restarted by devouring his tail, and his strength was at its lowest ebb. Even with the entanglement of fate, it was quite difficult for him to contact Aaron. He conveyed crucial information. The angel of fate, Ouroboros, had already left the forsaken land of the gods. In Will Septon's current state, he could only perceive this through the disturbance of fate. Somewhat worried that things would get out of control, Aaron immediately returned to Irussel, at least to properly safeguard the dice of probability. After bowing, Admisal immediately took out the ring box containing the dice of probability from his embrace, and as he offered it, he whispered nervously, "Duke, this is an item my teacher, Counselor Rijad, entrusted me to hand over to you for safekeeping." To divert the Saint of Gloom from the Aurora Order, my teacher led him away alone. "I hope you can lend a helping hand." Taking the ring box, Aaron's pupils instantly turned crimson gold. He clearly saw complex symbols and markings attached to the surface of the ring box, subtly forming a snake with its tail in its mouth, seemingly isolating its connection with the spirit world, astral world, and the real world. Even though the ring box was now close at hand, without the aid of the Eye of Order, Aaron would have found it difficult to discover that the uniqueness of the pathway of fate was hidden within it. Is this the cycle of fate that Will Septon mentioned? It can make the dice of probability fall into a peculiar state, cycling back and forth, maintaining balance. Glancing at the ring box in his hand, Aaron recalled some specific instructions from Will Septon earlier, and he understood in his heart. However, Will Septon, the source of the seal, had already restarted and reverted to an embryo, unable to maintain the state of the snake of fate. The power of the fate cycle, without replenishment, was growing weaker, which was why Will Septon was eager to find him after realizing Ouroboros had left the forsaken land of the gods. Recalling the method Will Septon had briefly taught him in his mind for temporarily breaking the fate cycle and using the dice of probability to a limited extent, Aaron thought for a moment and did not immediately try it. He merely added an additional seal to the outside of the ring box, his thoughts somewhat scattered. If I throw the dice of probability into the nation of disorder, I should be able to seal it with the power of the Sapphira. But the problem is, this 0-level sealed artifact with living characteristics might affect the nation of disorder. It wouldn't take over, but I'm afraid it might impose negative effects on me at certain critical moments. Such things are impossible to predict, and even divination wouldn't yield answers. It can certainly resist, just like 0-08. After some thought, Aaron abandoned the idea of placing this uniqueness condensed sealed artifact in the nation of disorder for safekeeping. He kept it close to him for immediate response, and used a hidden power to interfere with and block the angel of fate's perception. After completing all this, Aaron looked at Admisal, who was full of anticipation, and nodded with a smile, a reasonable request. "Don't worry, ensuring Rijad's safety is also one of the conditions of my cooperation with the Life School of Thought. For the next period, you will remain in Irussel and await further instructions." With that, he looked at Anderson, who was standing behind the fat apothecary, trying his best to minimize his presence, and said with a calm expression, no longer smiling, "As for you, back in the raging sea, I promised you that I would help you advance to Sequence 4, Iron-Blooded Knight. Now, the opportunity has arrived." Only after confirming that this terrifying Duke was not here to cause him trouble did Anderson relax. He asked in a low, somewhat uncertain voice, "Opportunity?" Aaron's lips curled slightly upward, and he nodded gently, "I will send you to Sealanyen in the northern part of the Phaenopotter Kingdom. Whether you can successfully advance there will depend on your own performance." Sealanyen. Anderson's face twitched. This important northern town borders the Intis Republic. He was now considered a significant wanted target of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. What was the difference between this and practically sticking a big target on his face? Seeing through what this guy was thinking, Aaron expressionlessly tossed him a finely crafted human skin mask and slowly added, "Use it to conceal your face for now. When you arrive in Sealanyen, I will take you to see the governor there. All your subsequent actions in the Phaenopotter Kingdom will be under his command." Without giving the guy a chance to refute or question, Aaron raised his right hand, his spirituality radiating. The traveler's door opened, instantly engulfing the somewhat bewildered Anderson. East of the Mist Sea, soaking wet Rijad slumped weakly on a desolate small island. Only the dim crimson light, falling from high above and piercing through the mist, could barely illuminate the brown earth. Not only his exposed skin, but even his face had grown some silvery white scales. This was a negative side effect of frequently using the incomplete mythical creature form. If he didn't quickly eliminate the madness and the corresponding backlash of misfortune, it wouldn't be long before Rijad himself would fall to the brink of losing control. As a sequence 4 misfortune mage of the Pathway of Fate, Rijad wouldn't have been reduced to such a state even if he couldn't defeat Cosma, that Saint of Gloom, who was hunting him. The main reason was the restraint imposed by the item bestowed by Ouroboros. Ordinary levels of misfortune could hardly truly harm the Saint of Gloom, Cosma. Rijad, who could only passively hide and evade, had to continuously use the incomplete mythical creature form to shake off the pursuit. Cosma, that Saint of Gloom of the Aurora Order, had already detected Rijad's condition and was pressing harder, even more unrestrainedly. The mist around the small island surged, and the dim crimson light blurred. A low, hoarse voice, filled with malice, sounded from an unknown direction. Don't struggle. Today is your death day. Within the shadows, darkness surged, and a tall knight in black full-plate armor emerged. He held a long, wide straight sword, and 2 deep red lights flickered in his eye sockets. That Saint of Gloom, Cosma. The somewhat weak Rijad sighed softly, took out a transparent bottle made of an unknown material from his embrace. Inside the bottle floated a drop of silver blood, as if countless tiny, transcendent, illusory wheels were turning, connecting into a long ribbon, almost touching end to end. Without hesitation, he crushed the bottle and dripped the blood onto his glabella. Rijad's pupils instantly turned silver, and the parts of his body not covered by silver scales also underwent a transformation. Silently, everything around seemed to solidify into translucent amber. In just an instant, the amber shattered and cracked, and even the knight covered in black full-plate armor fell to the ground like a mirror, breaking into countless small pieces. His face, covered in silver scales, showed no trace of joy. Rijad, while controlling the disaster he had created, chanted a spell in a low voice, the silver light in his eyes growing more intense. At the same time, the shattered pieces of the black knight quickly squirmed and reassembled, turning into a thin blanket of flowing flesh and blood that rapidly spread across the entire desolate small island. This was meant to seal off the area, blocking all of Rijad's escape routes. Through this period of pursuit, Cosma was certain that this saint, whom Lord Ouroboros was concerned about, had run out of tricks, and his mental state was unstable. Today was the best time to harvest the spoils. When the entire island grew a layer of flesh and blood, a distorted, swaying black shadow rose from within the flesh. This was a soul herded by that Saint of Gloom, Cosma. It was the powerful vampire from the forsaken land of the gods, a sequence 4 shaman king of the moon pathway. His illusory crimson eyes reflected Rijad, who was covered in silvery white scales, and a clear, crimson light instantly illuminated the sea area. Just then, Rijad suddenly looked up and said coldly, "Chaos." His body immediately split open with numerous fissures, and the silvery white scales twisted and spiraled, forming chaotic and complex symbols, like countless indifferent and disordered eyeballs. An unimaginable aura penetrated the flesh and blood barrier. That Saint of Gloom, Cosma's brain instantly crashed, and the flesh and blood covering the entire island trembled slightly, either dripping down or wriggling without order. Rijad, who had been reflected in the Shaman King's crimson pupils, had unknowingly been replaced by the Saint of Gloom, Cosma, who stood frozen in place, causing deep, solidified darkness to appear around him. Using the mythical creature blood preserved by Wolaseptin, Rijad employed an ability only usable by a Sequence 3 Chaoswalker. Although it required overdrafting a certain amount of life force, this was his only remaining trump card. Without the slightest hesitation, Rijad, whose eyes were intertwined with divinity and madness, broke through the already somewhat collapsing flesh and blood barrier, extending his right hand, covered in silvery white scales, towards that Saint of Gloom, Cosma, who stood motionless and had not yet emerged from his chaotic state. If Rijad, who had entered his incomplete mythical creature form, were to pierce his chest at this moment, even the Black Knight, who was skilled in flesh and blood magic, would be severely wounded, suffering both physical and mental erosion. The burly black-armored knight magnified in his pupils, and Rijad suddenly realized that his thoughts were gradually slowing down. He turned his eyes with some reluctance, seeing a pure white feather appear before Cosma. Around the pure white feather, a faint, illusory river seemed to emerge, evolving into a blurry, unreal, slowly rotating giant wheel. And around the wheel, there were various symbolic patterns representing different futures. Chapter 344 Ouroboros is tricked. Suddenly, the tide of flesh and blood covering the island, on the verge of collapse, began to reassemble little by little, and the aura of destiny that had disturbed this space receded like a tide. Darkness Saint Cosma instantly broke free from that chaotic state. The silver scales that almost covered Rijold's entire body receded along with the tide-like aura, and the silver round wheel on Rijold's brow seemed to have its color drained, dimming, and disappearing. I didn't expect you to have a hidden card, but it's nothing more than that. Wiping away the cold sweat from his forehead without a trace, Darkness Saint Cosma gripped the slightly dimmed pure white feather with a gloomy expression, staring at Rijold, who was pale and slumped on the ground, and whispered with a chilling tone. After nearly overturning, Darkness Saint Cosma put away his cat-and-mouse playfulness. The twisted black shadow, originating from the Sanguine Count, which had been restarted and returned to normal, spread its arms, adopting a posture of embracing the crimson moon. The darkness around Re-Jold surged, instantly forming one illusory but solid black chain after another, binding him firmly in place. Meanwhile, the flesh and blood covering the island surged and gathered, once again transforming into a knight covered in black full-body armor, wielding a profound greatsword, exuding immense pressure. Through the gaps in his visor, two crimson lights flickered slightly, instantly locking onto Re-Jold, who was about to fight for his life. The profound greatsword did not strike down as expected. The sinister and chilling smile froze on his face, and a golden light, so brilliant it illuminated the night, filled Cosma's pupils, a chill emerging from his heart. Re-Jold, long time no see. Completely different from Cosma, Re-Jold, who was about to risk his life, finally showed a relieved smile upon hearing that familiar, slightly teasing voice and feeling the warm current surging within him. As the Judgment Domain unfolded, Eren looked at the tide of flesh and blood completely ignited by golden flames. An ancient longsword covered in blood-colored patterns, without a trace of rust, shot out, and a majestic and solemn voice resounded like a divine punishment. This sword shall slay the enemy. The Sword of Adjudication had its crimson light restrained, carrying an aura of irresistible might and iron blood, appearing directly in front of Cosma, disregarding space. A distorted, swaying black shadow was pierced first. The figure only blocked for a moment before dissipating into a gem that looked like congealed, rich blood, just like a miniature crimson moon. Following the survival instinct transmitted by his spiritual intuition, Cosma used the Shaman King he had grazed to buy himself a moment of respite. His shadow suddenly came alive and, after merging with the tide of flesh and blood beneath his feet, surged upwards like water. Re-Jold almost forgot what he was supposed to say, watching Darkness Saint Cosma, who had almost killed him earlier, being suppressed by Eren in just a few breaths, completely unable to retaliate. As expected of someone even the speaker wants to befriend, this growth rate is too terrifying. This thought unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Re-Jold hurriedly reminded him. Mr. Duke, do not underestimate him. He holds an item granted by that Angel of Destiny. It's very easy to attract him, so it's better for us not to prolong the fight. The Golden Judgment Domain had completely sealed off the surrounding space. Eren calmly watched the intense fire gradually subside, and saw Darkness Saint Cosma, whose body was broken and no longer human-like, frantically plunge the pure white feather into his heart, murmuring playfully. Leave. A great gift is right before me. It's not my style to just leave. Fainapotter Kingdom, Serenyen, Governor's Mansion. An aged sigh echoed, and the phantom of Palaz Zoroast silently emerged. This was his original main body, which had been stored within Leonard. After reaching a cooperation with Eren, and knowing that Amon was very likely to appear in Backlund, Palaz proactively changed the location of his main body to prevent the Beyonder characteristic from aggregating and causing Leonard's untimely death. A rectangular, diamond-shaped charm emitted constantly refracting light, vaguely revealing layers of complex symbols extending into the void. Yesterday once more. As the low ancient Hermes language echoed, Palaz Zoroast's body gradually solidified, and an ancient, mottled phantom of a clock appeared in his pupils, surging with an indescribable, formless torrent, as if it had traveled through a long history. He looked in the direction of the fog sea following his senses, and his raised right hand clenched tightly. The formless torrent spread into the distance. Half kneeling in the charred giant pit, Darkness Saint Cosma, whose body was broken and flesh constantly wriggling, had completely blood-red eyes. Placing all his hope on the pure white feather plunged into his heart, he roared out in a frenzied yet respectful tone. Wandering spirits. Kin of the true creator. Eyes that gaze upon destiny. The feather, which had absorbed Cosma's heart blood, turned gloomy. A winding, shimmering river abruptly appeared within the Judgment Domain. His body trembled slightly, and the despair on his bloody, blurred face instantly transformed into ecstasy. Cosma roared with all his might towards the winding river. Lord Ouroboros, save me. This roar, filled with a strong will to survive, did not stir up waves. On the illusory, winding river of destiny, an ancient, mottled phantom of a clock quietly appeared. The 12 segments on the clock face, either grayish-white or bluish-black, were intermingled yet distinctly separated, dividing the winding river into 12 disconnected tributaries. This is impossible. The incredulous, hoarse voice abruptly ceased. Eren withdrew his hand, calmly looking at Cosma, who had disintegrated into clumps of flesh, still wriggling and trying to reassemble, and said mockingly. Nothing is impossible. Ouroboros can't save you. As early as when Re-Jold used the mythical creature blood left by Wolaseptin, Eren had locked onto the location of this area based on the guidance of the paper crane, and immediately had Palaz Zoroast use the yesterday once more charm. Using the amplification of the Worm of Time on the Trojan Horse of Destiny, S ability, he forcibly divided Cosma's River of Destiny into 12 tributaries, preventing Ouroboros from descending in time. In just a few breaths, the unwilling will contained within that mass of flesh was obliterated. Eren sealed the extracted Black Knight and Shaman King beyond their characteristics, and looking at the brilliant, gem-like feather, a dazzling crown made entirely of gems appeared on his forehead. Exile. The gems on the crown of stars suddenly lit up, and a grey-blue door of exile with 7 brass keyholes quietly appeared. A creaking sound came, and the illusory gateway slowly opened. Behind the door was a world shrouded in black mist, where the vile, corrupted aura, almost solidified, condensed into tentacles, trying to escape with piercing screams. This was the abyss Eren had recorded in his crown of stars. As if sensing a certain aura, a massive phantom made entirely of shadows suddenly appeared from the bottomless rift, with brown branches slowly wriggling around its body. Behind him was an indescribable, boundless shadow that seemed to envelop the entire world, gathering all the world's filth, corruption, and negative emotions. Without hesitation, Eren forcibly bound the feather and threw it into the door of exile, a smirk on his lips. "This is my great gift to you." Without stopping, he manipulated the crown of stars to forcibly close the door of exile and retracted the judgment domain into his body. Without time to check the other spoils of war, Eren lifted the weakened Rejold with one hand. As spirituality poured in, darkness surged out from the mark of night like a tide, and Ariana's mark of night also appeared before him. Eren, who had already prayed, watched as the entire island seemed to be erased by an eraser, and seawater poured back in. At the same time, the mottled clock phantom above the River of Destiny also dissipated, losing its obstruction, and the 12 tributaries of destiny reconverged. A silver-haired angel with layers of luminous wings on her back quietly appeared, her face gentle with a hint of indifference, as if looking down upon a river, looking down upon destiny. The entire River of Destiny seemed to freeze for a moment, then was filled with the roars of corruption and filth. Outside the solemn and silent Black Monastery, Eren was about to unfold his judgment domain to prevent the destruction of Ariana's hidden world, which was also secretly located on the island, when a soft voice sounded in his ear. "Leave the rest to me." Looking at Ariana, who had quietly appeared beside him, wearing a simple linen robe with mending marks, Eren nodded slightly, placed Rejold, who had fainted, on the ground, and asked thoughtfully. "After lifting the secrecy, can Ouroboros trace the disturbance of destiny?" Ariana gazed at the seemingly empty sky with her dark eyes for a moment, then shook her head almost imperceptibly, pointing at Rejold and saying, "That one in the abyss was provoked. Ouroboros probably won't have time to look for his traces for a while." Having received Ariana's confirmation, Eren's expression was somewhat relieved. Transferring the Mother Tree of Desire's wrath onto Ouroboros was the most feasible method he and Will Septon had discussed earlier. A king of angels who embodies the true Creator's will and can move freely is truly an unpredictable variable that cannot be ignored. To avoid taking the blame for Will Septon and being targeted by Ouroboros, Eren decisively chose to strike first and give that fellow something to do. Nodding gently, Eren tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, drawing the crimson moon, and respectfully said, "Praise the goddess. This Destiny Senator has overdrawn his incomplete mythical creature form. I'll trouble you to look after him for this period. I will take him away once Ouroboros' estate is confirmed." Ariana did not refuse, responding devoutly, "Praise the goddess." Her and Rejold's figures then disappeared, as if erased by an eraser. Inside the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein sat at the head of the bronze long table, his fingers lightly tapping as he watched the ripples of light screens next to him, expressionlessly appreciating the praying figures. Although it was blurry, Klein recognized the other party as the vampire Emlyn White at a glance. After the experience of blasphemer Amon invading this mysterious space through the little sun, Klein didn't know, nor did he want to confirm, whether a high-level sanguine could grasp traces, especially when he didn't understand the sanguine's true purpose. Watching the slowly dissipating prayer scene finally transform into a slightly dim crimson star hovering behind the fool's high-backed chair, Klein murmured to himself, "Sanguine." Shaking his head gently, Klein's hand conjured a projection of Azek's copper whistle. Gazing at this item he once considered his trump card, Mr. Azek's gentle face flashed through his mind, as well as the death console he had heard about at the Chaos Assembly. He leaned back against the chair, half-closed his eyes, and began his first dream divination after advancing to Faceless. He didn't know how long it had been, but he saw a dark, cold mausoleum, saw deep steps extending downwards, and saw coffins placed all around. All the coffins were open, and inside lay one deceased person after another, with white feathers stained with yellowish grease growing from their backs. Just then, he seemed to smell the stench of decay and heard the sound of something slowly breathing, feeling that the darkness within the mausoleum became even denser, giving an extreme sense of stillness. Suddenly, whispers, some high, some low, simultaneously sounded. All the deceased lying in the coffins with white feathers on their backs floated up, and with their half-rotten, half-pale faces, they all looked out of the dream. With a thud, Klein's heart lost control, as if being pulled by an invisible hand, being forcibly dragged out of his chest. During this process, his dream instantly disintegrated into fragments, returning to nothingness. And the last scene Klein saw was that those corpses with white feathers on their backs were pierced by almost illusory black thin tubes, the other end extending into the deepest part of the mausoleum, where boundless, profound, dense, evil, and cold black mist permeated. The black mist slowly contracted and expanded, making a breathing sound. Klein's complexion rapidly turned pale, his skin decayed and oozed pus, and fine, yellowish grease-stained white down grew from his pores. The projection of Azek's copper whistle in his palm then exploded into a mass of black mist. Within the entire ancient palace, the mottled long table decayed and collapsed, and the 22 high-backed chairs were wrapped in white feathers, as if they had a life of their own. The boundless gray fog silently rolled, and the mysterious space above it gently swayed. Everything quickly returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. After a while, Klein slowly got up, supporting himself with the high-backed chair, his expression pained. Having considerable experience with such matters, he quickly determined that the creature obscured by black mist in the deepest part of the dream divination earlier was of a very high rank, only slightly inferior to the true gods, and full of malice. Klein, whose expression gradually calmed, integrated the illusory black mist remaining after the Azek copper whistle projection was shattered into the world stored in the pile of sundries. Looking at the paper figure quickly covered with feather-like patterns, he whispered, "Mr. Azek." Chapter 345, Time Angel and Red Angel. William Street, at the junction of the West District and Empress Borough in Backlund. On a clock tower, only half the height of Backlund's iconic Clock of Order, in Empress Borough, a young man wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat stood quietly, looking down. Black hair and eyes, a thin face, a broad forehead, wearing a crystal monocle, and a faint smile, it was none other than Blasphemer, Angel of Time, the true Creator's son, Amon. Seemingly sensing something, Amon turned his head to look south, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing more sinister, and he chuckled softly. How lively. This familiar aura, how nostalgic. Palez. He didn't expend effort searching for Palez whereabouts in the River of Fate. In the more than 2,000 years of pursuit and escape, Amon had quite a taste of Palez's cautious nature. To use the Trojan horse of destiny's ability so brazenly, he must have already eliminated all traces. And given Palez's current state, to be able to use this level of power, he must have sought external help. Remembering the scholar of Ur in the forsaken land of the gods, Amon retracted his gaze and looked back down at William Street. He pinched the crystal monocle, put his hands in his pockets, and left the clock tower, walking towards a certain building. During this process, transparent, segmented worms of time emerged from him, swimming in all directions before disappearing. Amon, as if nothing had happened, walked past the vigilant guards and entered the heavily guarded ancestral home of the Pound family, arriving at the door in the basement, which was sealed and obscured by numerous symbols. The many patterns that originally flowed with spiritual light instantly stiffened, and some tiny divine runes quietly changed shape. Amon strolled through the stone door and arrived at the Blood Emperor's ruins hidden underground. Passing through the passage and entering the hall, Amon glanced at the 7 tall, heavy black iron doors at the bottom of the hall. They remained open, and the statues of the 6 gods, which would be considered blasphemous outside, were arranged in order. Seemingly stirring some memories, Amon chuckled softly, took a step, and arrived at the innermost door. Behind the door was no longer a statue but a passage that did not turn. At the end of the passage was a dark black double door, and in Amon's vision, a layer of dark mist covered the cracked door, blocking all perception and sight. Clicking his tongue, Amon did not choose to directly destroy the seal left by Ariana. He merely raised his hand to push his monocle, a smile on his lips, and extended his right hand towards the double door. The dark mist immediately rippled, like a calm river struck by a huge stone, and the worms of time that had emerged from his body quietly gathered, surrounding the entire underground ruin. Amon, each wearing a monocle, appeared and simultaneously extended their right hands towards the double door. As Ariana's seal changed, behind the dark black double door, specks of light converged, and 3 black high-backed chairs appeared. They were not purely dark black, dark red colors permeated the patterns, as if iron and blood were intertwined. The normal-sized man sitting on the high-backed chair directly facing the door had 3 faces emerge from his head, looking in a certain direction with expressions of surprise or gloom. The handsome face in the middle showed a strange smile and clicked his tongue. "Yo, little crow, have your feathers grown back after I burned them off? If you want to deal with me, a few avatars probably aren't enough." The slightly playful voice echoed behind the door, but it was blocked by the rippling dark mist. However, the monocle on Amon's right eye, who was still standing at the door with his right hand raised, seemed to flash with a faint light, and the smile at the corner of his mouth slightly receded. "Even dying once hasn't changed your arrogant personality. As soon as I hear your voice, I don't want to cooperate anymore. How about this, you let Sauron and Einhorn come out and talk to me?" Although unable to see through the seal, the Red Priest seemed to sense the change in Amon's emotions and chuckled, "Heh. TSK, after so many years, still as willful as a child. Speak, what do you want to cooperate on? I don't hate you too much." After all, what happened back then was entirely orchestrated by that fanatic. The mastermind was Eldest Tutor, you were merely an accomplice. Nodding noncommittally, pushing his monocle with his free left hand, Amon said playfully. After Tutor's death, his three remaining Conqueror Beyonder characteristics were controlled by the Sauron family, the Einhorn family, and the Augustus family, respectively. That characteristic that originally belonged to you, under the arrangement of that fanatic, was traded by Augustus to the Demonist sect. Are you interested in cooperating with me to reclaim what was originally yours? The faces on both sides of his cheeks wriggled and twisted, seemingly wanting to say something, and the banner-like blood-colored mark on his brow glowed slightly. Medici sneered. Your proposal is very tempting, but I refuse. How do I know you're not trying to trick me? Maybe you predicted my prediction. Don't worry about my affairs. You're just an avatar, be careful not to be caught by that fanatic. Seemingly not surprised by Medici's reaction, Amon's lips curled into a smile. He lowered his right hand and muttered softly. Before Eldest Tutor, I always hoped you could become the Red Priest. If you could also devour that Demoness, your appearance at that time would definitely be particularly interesting. As the slightly smiling voice echoed, the ripples in the shadowy mist returned to calm. The Amons, each wearing a monocle, also vanished without a trace, and this ruin once again returned to silence. It wasn't until Amon left that a slit opened on the left cheek of the Red Priest, and a powerful voice rang out. Compared to cooperating with that quill, Amon is more beneficial for our escape. At least we won't get involved with that fanatic you mentioned again because of that quill. Haven't the previous lessons been profound enough? A mocking and disdainful voice simultaneously came from the right cheek. Einhorn, you've probably been dead too long and your brain isn't working well, forgetting why that guy is called the blasphemer. Hey, his credibility is like your rotting face, always changing, and always for the worse. Listening to the incessant bickering, the face in the middle, symbolizing Medici, showed a strange expression. He slowly sat up from the high-backed chair, raised his hands, and covered the slits on both cheeks, putting an end to the argument. Proceed according to the previous plan. As for that little crow, he'll be back. Inside the magnificent palace filled with dark golden mist, Aaron sat on the throne in the deepest part of the palace. After putting the Black Emperor card and Justiciar card back into the pile of miscellaneous items, he looked at the dazzling, multicolored light in front of him. These were all characteristics he had recondensed after mobilizing the power of the Nation of Disorder, crushing the Beyonder characteristic of the Dark Saint, and stripping away the madness within it. Aaron simply inventoried them. After divination and confirmation, he was quite satisfied with this harvest. From a value perspective alone, the feather originating from Ouroboros was actually the most precious, but Aaron had already made it fulfill all its obligations, so he didn't feel regret. Among the remaining spoils, there were 3 demigod Beyonder characteristics alone. In addition to his own Black Knight and Shaman King Beyonder characteristics, Aaron also obtained a Demoness of Despair Beyonder characteristic. It was a pity that the souls herded within had long since dissipated after the Dark Saint fell, and the only remaining mental imprint was completely annihilated during the crushing process just now. Otherwise, Aaron might have been able to obtain some secret intelligence about the Demoness sect through this Demoness of Despair. Aaron shook his head with some regret. The Demoness of Despair Beyonder characteristic was of no use to him. He didn't want the Sequence 5 Reaper in his family to switch to the Twisted Demoness pathway. After sealing these 3 demigod Beyonder characteristics and several other Sequence 5 level characteristics, he placed them in the pile of miscellaneous items. Aaron exhaled lightly, switched back to his main consciousness, and returned to the real world. The light of dawn pierced through the thin clouds, refracting colorful hues on the stained glass. Aaron examined the ring box in front of him, repeatedly confirming that this item, sealing the dice of probability, had not changed in the slightest during the brief time he had entered the Nation of Disorder. He breathed a sigh of relief. Aaron thought for a moment, took out a paper crane from his pregnant, unfolded it, briefly described Riakold's current state, and finally inquired about Ouroboros's current state. After refolding the paper crane covered with writing, Aaron placed it directly on top of the ring box. He waited until the sunlight became scorching, but no drowsiness came. This is because in cooperating with me to scheme against Ouroboros, the power accumulated by the restarted Will-O-Septon has been exhausted, and he no longer has the ability to actively contact me. Combining his current situation and the state the Serpent of Fate displayed when he communicated with Will-O-Septon previously, Aaron shook his head helplessly. He put away both the paper crane and the ring box, having probably guessed the reason. Ouroboros' state determined his level of involvement in the Great Smog event. He had to confirm it clearly with Will-O-Septon. If this Angel of Fate was not seriously injured and was still moving freely outside, the most direct impact would be on Queen Mystic Bernadette, who was holding that evil god's umbilical cord and secretly searching for Aurora Order secret strongholds in Backlund. Even if she could truly disrupt the True Creator's descent ritual, Ouroboros would not allow her to advance to Sage. After all, compared to the churches of the 7 Orthodox gods, with the 7 gods behind them, Bernadette was clearly a soft target. Backlund, Cherwood Borough, Dr. Allen's house. A maid stood in the master bedroom, watching over Madame Wilma, who was extremely sleepy due to pregnancy. Suddenly, in the corner, a figure quickly outlined itself. It was Aaron. He immediately pulled out a charm and softly uttered an ancient Hermes word. Crimson. The dark charm glowed, and with a slight crackling sound, a gentle and tranquil power rippled outwards. The maid immediately succumbed to sleepiness, slumped by the bed, and fell into slumber. Looking at the serene Madame Wilma, due to the peculiar state of the pseudo-gluttony mask, Aaron did not use the more direct and convenient dreamwalker, but instead used the nightmare ability recorded by the Ring of Secrecy. In a sunny, spring-like garden, Madame Wilma gently pushed a baby carriage with a happy and kind expression. Inside the carriage seemed to be a chubby infant wrapped in silver silk. Standing at the edge of Madame Wilma's dream, Aaron smiled towards the baby carriage's location. I have received the dice of probability, and Riacold has been rescued by me. However, he is in a rather poor state due to overusing his incomplete mythical creature form. But I have already arranged for someone to heal him. After throwing Ouroboros' feather into the abyss, I entered the hidden world and don't know much about what happened afterward. I want to know how Ouroboros is doing now. As he spoke, Madame Wilma continued to gently push the baby carriage with a kind expression, noticing nothing amiss. A childish voice, with a clear tone of schadenfreude, rang out. Fate is indeed fair. I said it couldn't always be targeting me. Everyone being unlucky is in line with fate's arrangements. Tisk, as for that stinky snake, he suffered a lot this time. If not for the protection of the true creator's power, he would have had to tailbite restart at least once, just like me. You don't need to worry, that guy has already gone back to the forsaken land of the gods to heal. Aaron's face twitched. He was both pleasantly surprised and a little annoyed. Ouroboros' interference being gone was naturally a good thing. But what exactly did that dark side of the universe, or rather, the mother tree of desire behind it, do? If not for the true creator's blessing, it could even force a dignified king of angels to tailbite restart. Recalling the distorted figure faintly visible in the black mist of the abyss behind the door of banishment that day, Aaron sighed softly. If he hadn't conspired with Palaz Zoroast and Will Septon against Ouroboros, he would probably have had to bear this luxurious treatment himself. Silently giving Ouroboros a good guy card in his heart, Aaron cleared his throat, took a step forward, and looked at the blurry light mass wrapped in silver silk in the cradle, asking with some uncertainty. How long can your current state maintain the seal of the dice of probability? After a long while, the childish voice finally came faintly, carrying a sense of vicissitude and helplessness. 6 months at most, and if you use the method I taught you to manipulate the dice of probability in between, that time will be further shortened. The last of the power I accumulated before restarting was all used to hold back Ouroboros and buy you time. This is already my limit. Chapter 346 Exchange and Cooperation. Aaron's lips twitched as he looked at the light cluster, wrapped in silver silk and composed entirely of illusory, twisted, mysterious symbols, but he didn't expose Will Septon's claim. Would a snake of fate, who had been fighting Ouroboros since the 4th epoch and had restarted countless times, not keep some trump cards for himself? Especially since this plan targeting Ouroboros was proposed by Will Septon himself, Aaron didn't believe that this guy wouldn't leave himself any contingencies during the entire half-year from his restart to his birth. But since he said so, he must have his own concerns, and Aaron didn't press further, his eyes slightly shifting as he chuckled. All right, I understand. How should I contact you in the future? Do I need to communicate with you in this way until you are born? Aaron said, pointing to the sunny, vibrant dream world around them. Will Septon pondered for a moment, then, after 2 or 3 seconds, said, It doesn't need to be that troublesome. You were just not in Backlund when you used the paper crane before, and I cannot maintain the state of the snake of fate right now, so I can't respond worldwide. But as long as you are in Backlund, holding that paper crane, I will be able to find and contact you. At this point, the childish voice noticeably emphasized, but I also hope you understand that while I value our friendship very much, I am currently in a crucial developmental stage and may frequently fall into slumber. This meant that if there was no particularly urgent matter, he shouldn't bother him. Aaron clicked his tongue, stroked his chin, and retorted, Understood. If I or my friends need help in Backlund, you can still offer assistance within your capabilities, right? Will Septon was silent for a moment before saying, All right, as an unborn fetus, I need to catch up on sleep. We can discuss anything else later. Finally, I wish you all the best. Goodbye. Before Aaron could say anything more, he was forcibly kicked out of the dream, having used his nightmare ability to enter Mrs. Wilmar's dream. This is what he called running out of power. Aaron looked at the maid kneeling by the bed and Mrs. Wilmar sleeping in the master bedroom, shaking his head with a wry smile. He had originally wanted to ask Will Septon if Amon had already arrived in Backlund, but it was clear that this snake of fate had anticipated his question and decisively kicked him out of the dream. However, such a sensitive, even secretive, attitude indirectly answered the question in Aaron's heart. Has he arrived already? That's quick. I just wonder what level of avatar it is. Thinking this, Aaron removed the power of the slumber charm, and was about to teleport away when his gaze shifted slightly and fixed on the full-length mirror on the dressing table in the master bedroom. The exquisite, clean mirror surface shimmered, and silver symbols quietly appeared at some point, forming a brief sentence. I forgot to warn you, if the sealed artifact of dice of probability cannot be maintained, do not bring it directly to me, never. Is he afraid of being backlashed by this uniqueness, which has gained some intelligence, when his strength is at its lowest? Watching the silver symbols quietly disappear, Aaron had this thought, nodded silently, and stepped into a blue light door, vanishing. Above the gray fog, in the palace like a giant's dwelling. Emlyn White tensed his body, looking at the mottled, ancient bronze long table in front of him, and without any concealment, he repeated in detail everything the two marquises had told him that night. Finally, he cautiously turned his head to look at the top of the bronze long table. When he saw that the figure shrouded in thick gray fog was still looking down at him, Emlyn's mind buzzed, and he quickly lowered his head. Marquis. In the Sanguine, this seems to be the honorific for Sequence 3. The Sanguine actually have 2 Sequence 3s in Backlund. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but his expression remained unchanged. He already had a general understanding and guess about Emlyn's situation. He leaned back in his chair, smiling unhurriedly. I can give you an opportunity to become the Sanguine's savior, but this is also a secret transaction. You cannot reveal anything related to me to anyone unless you get my permission. That's why I'm responding today. Similarly, you don't need to report to Lilith, that would alert certain individuals. Opportunity. His rigid body relaxed slightly, and Emlyn immediately responded respectfully, your will shall be carried out on earth. Klein leaned back, saying as if the clouds were light and the wind was gentle, I have tacitly approved the establishment of a secret gathering, right here. The members all have their own code names, and you can choose one from them. Emlyn looked curiously at the unchosen tarot main cards manifested on the surface of the bronze long table for a few moments, then said with a firm tone, Moon. I choose the Moon card. Klein looked at the symbol of the crimson moon formed by scattered stars on the back of the chair Emlyn was sitting on, not surprised by Emlyn's choice. The time estimated by his spiritual intuition had arrived, and Klein no longer paid attention to Emlyn, whose expression was a mix of nervousness and excitement. He lightly tapped the back of the chair with his finger. Emlyn was momentarily stunned as he watched the moon card disintegrate into grayish-white fog in his hand. He subconsciously looked up and saw several figures sitting opposite him at the mottled long table. A light, pleasant voice also entered his ears at this moment. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. I recently returned to Backlund. The remaining Roselle's diary will require you to wait another week. Roselle's diary. Backlund. Moon. Emlyn subconsciously widened his eyes, looking towards the opposite side of the bronze long table, following the source of the voice. Klein's gaze retracted from Mr. Emperor, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This Duke often took leave, but thankfully, he came this time, otherwise, his carefully prepared speech would have been useless. Only then did Klein remember that he had overlooked a certain vampire. He chuckled and introduced, this is the new member, Mr. Moon. Mr. Moon. I thought the one who chose the Moon card would be a lady. Justice Audrey, while politely greeting him, used her psychiatrist ability to observe this new member. Klein didn't pay attention to the members' mutual scrutiny. He waited until the transaction part was concluded and they entered free exchange before manipulating the world to stand up and say in a low voice to Mr. Emperor, who rarely spoke. Great Mr. Fool, I request to speak privately with Mr. Emperor. Of course, Klein would not refuse his own request. Under the surprised or curious gazes of the other Tarot Club members, the Fool, shrouded in thick gray fog, gently nodded, shielding the perceptions of the other members. Aaron sat calmly in the bronze high-back chair, his eyes playfully sizing up the somewhat gloomy the world opposite him. He spoke softly, is there something you need from me? As the world was merely a paper figure manipulated by the marionettist characteristic, his expression was extremely stiff. However, under the setting of a cold personality, this was not abrupt. Klein responded calmly with a hoarse voice, a transaction, a mutually beneficial transaction. My true name is Sherlock Moriarty, a favored one of my lord in Backlund. I am currently facing some trouble. My lord and the true creator are hostile to each other, and the demigods under his command are being obstructed by the saints of the Aurora Order. Therefore, I wish to cooperate with Duke East Tarkus this one time. Listening to Klein's words through his alternate identity, Aaron's face couldn't help but show some surprise. He hadn't expected this guy to reveal his identity in front of him. When he heard the clearly fabricated reasons that followed, he felt somewhat speechless. The saints of the Aurora Order were almost all killed by him, where would they find the time to obstruct the so-called demigods under the Fool's command? Clearly feeling the strange look Aaron conveyed, and thinking that he had offended him by mentioning his identity as a duke, Klein hastily added, "My lord is still in recovery and does not wish to attract the attention of certain existences, which is why he conveyed your true identity to me. Please forgive me, Duke." Waving his hand indifferently, Aaron put away his playful expression, sizing up the world as he softly said, "No matter. Since it is Mr. Fool's will, then so be it. I happen to be in Backlund right now. What kind of transaction do you want?" "In Backlund right now?" Klein was stunned for a moment, then carefully began, "You should be familiar with the sealed artifact 0-08. I seem to have been written into its story now, which also involves the Demonist sect and a certain faction of the royal family. I hope you can safely take me out of Backlund at a critical moment." Taking advantage of being in this mysterious gray fog space, Klein didn't shy away, directly mentioning 0-08 and the relevant intelligence he possessed. He then added, "I know you are collecting items with my lord's aura. If you are willing to help me with this, the items Mr. Fool has bestowed upon me can be given to you for free, or if you have other requests, I can also consider them." Originally, Klein had considered Mr. Azek as his last resort for escape, but the scene he saw in his dream divination last time, and learning Mr. Azek's true identity as the Death Consul, shook that idea. Especially after discovering that the Demonist Trissi, who carried an important sealed artifact of the Demonist sect, was by Prince Edisak's side, Klein could no longer be sure whether Prince Edisak's assignment for him to investigate Talim's death was itself a story written by 0-08. If that were truly the case, any attempt he made to escape Backlund would fail due to various coincidences, and he would be unable to escape with his own power. Therefore, revealing his identity and seeking help, seemingly rashly, was also Klein's last resort after careful consideration. Anyway, only Sherlock was exposed, and only as a favored one of the Fool could he have the leverage to negotiate a cooperation with Aaron, who had long since become a demigod, when he was not at an advantage in terms of strength. "You brat actually want to freeload off me?" Aaron sized up the world with a deadpan expression, muttering to himself. For him, items with the aura of Sapphira Castle were only useful for summoning erodes outside of Backlund. The most crucial thing was that Klein could make as many of these as he wanted. To prevent Mr. Fool from developing a bad habit of freeloading, Aaron decisively shook his head and, without waiting for the world opposite him to speak again, slowly added, "Since it's a transaction, then let's do this. I'll help you once, and in the future, you'll help me once unconditionally, well, as long as it doesn't go against your original intentions." "All right," witnessed by Mr. Fool. The world responded decisively. Anyway, it didn't require him to do anything now, and exchanging future promises for present help did not exceed his psychological bottom line. His five senses returned. Alger subtly glanced at Mr. Emperor beside him and the world at the end of the bronze long table. Although he was curious about what they were saying, knowing that curiosity kills the cat, he cleared his throat and slowly changed the subject. The biggest news on the five seas recently is the disappearance of King of Blood Moon, one of the pirate kings, along with his fleet. After confirmation by the Church of Storms, this newly promoted pirate king has fallen, and no organization has claimed responsibility for this matter yet. Listening to Alger's words, Klein's expression subtly changed. He glanced at Aaron, who had a strange smile on his face, and recalled the two ladies who had conspired to hunt the King of Blood Moon at the Chaos Council earlier. They succeeded to make a large fleet led by a demigod disappear without a trace, and these were only two of the members. He sighed softly in his heart. After all the members had expressed their conjectures, Klein lightly tapped the bronze long table and said calmly and without ripples, "Today's gathering ends here." Emlyn White's eyes suddenly lit up with a deep red glow, quickly engulfing him. After a brief dizziness, he found himself still wearing a cassock, standing dazed in front of the candelabra, a wiping cloth still in his hand. Immediately after, he saw a phantom parchment appear in his mind, gaining knowledge on how to pray to the Fool for help through a mystical ritual. "Once I get home, I'll immediately perform the ritual and ask Mr. Fool to remove my psychological suggestion." Emlyn suddenly felt a little excited, and his backward-leaning body suddenly bumped into something hard. The joyful expression on his face froze slightly. Emlyn turned his head somewhat stiffly and saw Bishop Utravsky, tall and with a kind expression, standing behind him. A soothing, peaceful voice sounded. "All right, since you're awake, go prepare the communion for tonight's sermon." In the priest's eyes, I was just asleep. His inner tension was calmed by the soothing tone. Looking at the huge figure slowly walking deeper into the church, Emlyn inexplicably thought of something. Father Utravsky never seemed to stop me from looking for ways to remove the psychological suggestion. What exactly is he thinking? Chapter 347, Hypnosis of Vin Rambis. Inside the luxurious villa of the Hall family in Empress Borough, Backlund. As the boundless, grayish-white mist dissipated before her eyes, Audrey pursed her lips, her emerald-like eyes brimming with unconcealed curiosity. So, while I was taking the airship across the raging sea, that newly emerged pirate king fell so silently. As Audrey pondered various possibilities, she heard Susie's barks from outside the door, along with her maid Anne's voice. "All right, Susie, I know it's Mrs. Rest time, but after all, we have guests. And the Earl and Countess have gone to the church for their routine prayers. To show the Hall family's upbringing, Miss still needs to make an appearance. Guests. But father didn't tell me before he left. Audrey frowned slightly, quickly tidied up the items on the table, and holding up her skirt, walked to the door. Opening the locked door, she saw Susie crouching in front of it, baring her teeth, and Anne, who was blocked by Susie at the door, looking somewhat exasperated. Rubbing Susie's head, Audrey looked at Anne with some confusion. Why are there suddenly guests this afternoon? Didn't we receive a visiting card beforehand? Anne shook her head blankly, explaining in a low voice. No, Madame Norma arrived very suddenly, and the Earl and Countess happened to be out, so I had no choice but to come to you, Mississippi. Madame Norma. The psychology alchemist's member Erin mentioned, hidden within the aristocracy. A glint flashed in Audrey's emerald eyes, and her hand paused slightly, causing Susie, who was already a telepathist, to whimper in confusion. She lightly coughed, masking the unusual expression on her face. Roughly guessing that the other party's motives were impure, Audrey merely nodded with elegant composure, softly replying. I understand. Please have Madame Norma wait a moment in father's study. I'll be there shortly. After dismissing Anne and the somewhat suspicious Susie, Audrey closed the door again. Recalling Erin's instructions when she first returned to Backlund, she raised her hand to lightly touch the chain of emerald, crafted entirely from emerald spiritual crystals, on her neck, and softly uttered a word in ancient Hermes. Order. A verdant halo flowed, and before Audrey could react, the bedroom in front of her immediately became abstract in color. Under Audrey's somewhat dumbfounded and surprised gaze, Erin stepped out of the spirit world, and the domain of judgment silently enveloped the entire Hall Earl's residence. Although he had already informed Audrey of Will Septon's honorific name, Erin was not sure if this newly restarted Snake of Destiny still had the ability to pay attention to the outside world, so he deliberately left a backup plan. Even within Backlund, in order not to attract the attention of the Hand of Order from the Augustus family, Erin did not borrow the power of the Nation of Disorder, but his Sequence 3B under characteristic alone was enough to respond to prayers within Backlund. After Audrey arrived in Backlund, Erin immediately had a craftsman solidify his honorific name onto the chain of emerald. After quietly listening to Audrey's narration, a strangely shaped gluttony mask appeared in Erin's hand. He then gently placed it over his face and took Audrey's hand. Amidst shifting light and shadows, Audrey felt a moment of disorientation. She subconsciously looked up, surprised to find that her bedroom had been replaced by a vast expanse of shimmering, undulating light and shadows. They were dense, overlapping, like an illusory ocean. Audrey, who was already a psychiatrist and had experience with self-hypnosis into dreams, looked around with interest, muttering softly. This is the collective subconscious ocean. Erin stood in front of Audrey, looking at the grayish-white island half submerged in the ocean nearby, his pupils quietly turning golden. Looking at Hoven Rambies, who was deep within that mind island with an indifferent expression, Erin's lips curved upward. The psychology alchemists are truly impatient. And only a virtual persona came. Hey, it seems the erosion of the pride mask is even more severe than I imagined. As he spoke, Erin shared his vision with Audrey, who, due to insufficient strength, could not observe Madame Norma's subconscious. He gently explained. This should be the psychology alchemist's operation targeting me. But you don't need to worry, you are an important believer of the goddess in Backlund, and also my fiancé. That fellow wouldn't dare to directly parasitize a virtual persona into your subconscious. At most, they'll use subconscious hypnosis to make you help them achieve their goals in certain matters. Audrey, her expression normal, reopened the door and entered the study, where she saw the tall, slender-browed, elegantly dressed middle-aged lady. This was Madame Norma, the sister of Duchess Della and the wife of a hereditary viscount. After exchanging greetings, Norma looked at Audrey and chuckled. Long time no see, Miss Audrey. The low, refined male voice did not cause any unusual reaction from the maid beside her, as if it were perfectly normal. Even Susie, who was lying in the corner of the room, seemed not to notice. As this sentence sounded, Hoven Rambies, who was originally hidden deep within Madame Norma's mind island, entered Audrey's mind island with a smile on his lips but exceptionally cold eyes. Golden scales immediately grew on Audrey's exposed skin in response, and her emerald eyes contracted, tinged with a faint golden hue, as if they had become vertical pupils. Sensing Audrey's abnormality, Hoven Rambies raised an eyebrow, not expecting this earl's daughter to already be a psychiatrist. However, this level of resistance had no effect on him. Using psychological suggestion to slow down the intense vigilance, he walked into the subconscious submerged by the ocean. Looking at the somewhat confused and bewildered Audrey manifesting deep within the subconscious, Hoven Rambies connected to the subconscious ocean, slowly repeating in a low, seductive voice. Before the end of this year, you must ensure Erin will returns to Backlund. As these words, like demonic whispers, resounded, Audrey's fluctuating emotions quickly calmed down, the golden scales on her body visibly receded, and her emerald-like eyes became hazy. What Hoven Rambies didn't notice was that at the very top of the Mind Island, beneath the spiritual sky occupied by 7 clear lights, stood 2 other figures. Audrey clenched her fists, looking indignantly at her hypnotized self deep within the Mind Island, and muttered softly. I really didn't expect such a refined and knowledgeable person to have such a true face. Aaron, wearing the gluttony mask, chuckled softly. The grey charm with complex patterns in his hand ran out of power and slowly returned to nothingness. This was the deception charm that Palaz Zoroast had personally made from the Worm of Time of the Jacob family's demigod when they were in Tinjin. Although limited by the beyonder characteristic of the material itself, it couldn't affect angels. It was more than enough to deceive Hoven Rambies' virtual persona. Looking at Hoven Rambies, who, under the influence of the deception charm, was treating the virtual persona separated by the gluttony mask as subconscious hypnosis, Aaron's lips curved as he softly said. Refinement and knowledge are merely his masks. After Hoven Rambies leaves, I will temporarily seal that hypnotized virtual persona. With this probing complete, a formal member of the Psychology Alchemists should contact you soon. Some less critical information can be revealed to gain more trust. As Aaron spoke, his eyes turned cold. Looking at Hoven Rambies slowly withdrawing from the Mind Island, he was somewhat unsure whether this hypnosis was Hoven Rambies' sole decision or if he was instructed by certain individuals within the Loen royal family. Fainapotter Kingdom, Sealnien City, Governor's Mansion. Morbid, possessed by Odinson Castilla, looked at Anderson, the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, who stood obediently opposite him, with a strange expression, and clicked his tongue. You mean to say that you were oppressed by those brainless people from the Iron and Blood Cross Order, turned to the light, and that's why they put a bounty on you? And you helped Duke Aaron hunt down a demigod of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and in exchange, he sent you here to seek an opportunity to become an iron-blooded knight. Under the oppressive gaze, Anderson gave an awkward laugh, somewhat at a loss for words, and could only respond in a low voice. Just luck, it's all just luck. He had been thrown into Sealnien City, in the northern Fainapotter Kingdom, by Aaron a few days ago. As an experienced hunter, he did not immediately seek out the governor mentioned by the Duke, but instead spent time gathering some intelligence. After multiple confirmations, Anderson finally breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that this governor named Odinson Castilla only held the position due to his Castilla royal identity, despite being only a sequence 5. However, he didn't expect that upon truly arriving at the Duke's mansion, he would discover that this governor had already secretly been parasitized by a demigod. Throwing the human skin mask back to Anderson, Morbid hinted meaningfully. This kind of human skin mask isn't very effective against beyonders above demigod, but in all of Sealnien City, only the Archbishop of the Earth Mother Church can see through your identity. Come up with an identity for yourself. I will, in the governor's name, allocate some manpower to you. Whether you can complete the Iron-Blooded Knight's advancement ritual depends on yourself. As for the Iron and Blood Cross Order, I have other arrangements. If your cooperation is needed, I will inform you in advance. Sighing inwardly, Anderson put the human skin mask back on his face, bowed resignedly, and slowly departed. After the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea's figure completely disappeared, a badge the size of an eyeball appeared in Morbid's hand. Its surface was a combination of the symbolic runes for fate and concealment. Clutching the Fate Hermit's badge, he muttered to himself. Old man, the next meeting of the Fate Hermit Society is at the junction of the Silenzo River and the Central Highlands. Should I attend? Perhaps I can trade for some things that will help you recover faster. An old and deep voice emerged in Morbid's mind after a while, carrying a hint of inexplicable meaning. Amon has already arrived on the northern continent. He wouldn't miss such a thing. Now, do you still want to go? His eyelid twitched slightly. Morbid decisively put away the badge and chuckled dryly, shaking his head. Amidst the pouring rain, howling winds, and deep black night, a ship painted entirely black sailed on. A large white flag fluttered from the mast, bearing a skull with a black background and glowing blue flames in its eye sockets. It was the Black Death. Unlike the deep gloom outside, the interior of the Black Death was illuminated by a soft glow, and a warm, fragrant scent permeated the air, making one unconsciously want to indulge in pleasure. In the captain's cabin at the highest point of the Black Death, Vice Admiral of Disease, Tracy, wearing a white linen shirt and a dark red coat, sat quietly before a bronze mirror, her eyes fixed on the red figure behind her. Her low, yet sufficiently soft, female voice echoed. Why do you want to run away? The body beneath the golden red dress trembled slightly. Elaine's eyes darted away from the gaze in the mirror, and she bit her lip lightly, whispering almost pleadingly. I just want to go home. Tracy slowly stood up, raised her right hand, and gently pinched Elaine's soft, somewhat flushed face, asking with a half-smile. Go home. Isn't this your home? Tracy spoke with a smiling expression, but her blue eyes seemed to accumulate a stormy ocean. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted Tracy's next action. A rough voice came from outside the captain's cabin. Captain, a secret report has come from Syros Island. Someone wants to plot against us. Tracy impatiently glanced at the door, released Elaine, and stretched. Her slender and graceful figure appeared exceptionally alluring in the candlelight, and her eyes became hazy and extremely seductive. "Come in, my sir." As her soft voice faded, the door was pushed open. Sly speaker Miser Jean, with deep-set eyes and brown pupils, immediately entered the captain's cabin, his chiseled face filled with infatuation. Not daring to linger his gaze on the captain, Miser walked up to Tracy, handed her the telegram in his hand, and explained in a low voice. "Captain, it's not just Syros Island. Rumors are spreading across most of the raging sea islands that we stole the so-called Death Treasure Key from the Golden Dream. This must be those people from the Golden Dream plotting against us, trying to divert trouble." Tracy slightly raised her hand to stop the chattering Miser. She put away the telegram in her hand, her delicate brows furrowed, and her tone turned cold. "It won't be the Golden Dream. Someone else is behind this. I'll give you a week to investigate who it is." Although she harbored deep disgust for her mother, Saintess of White, Katerina, the strange tacit understanding she had reached with the demigod of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom from the Golden Dream earlier could not be faked. Tracy hummed softly, and a ball of black flame ignited in her hand, burning the stack of telegrams to ashes. Looking at Miser, who bowed and retreated, her blue eyes were sharp and bright, but a somewhat sinister smile ruined that ethereal beauty. Chapter 348 Preparation and Dreams. Backlund, Crown Cemetery. Klein, dressed in a black shirt and a black woolen overcoat, held a bouquet of fresh flowers. He stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression solemn, watching Talum Dumont's coffin being carried over, receiving requiem, and gradually being buried in the earth. Standing beside Klein, the old butler, with a solemn expression and meticulously combed hair, whispered, "His Royal Highness could not attend the funeral due to certain matters, but His Highness asked me to inform you that Talum's death has been definitively attributed to a sudden heart condition." Sudden heart condition? Is that the final investigation result? Are the punishers responsible for the investigation so arbitrary? Klein frowned, glanced at the ongoing funeral, and after confirming that no one was paying attention to their side, he quietly voiced his doubts. The old butler, with a solemn expression, slowly shook his head. He took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket, which he had prepared beforehand, and handed them to Klein, speaking calmly. This case was not handled by the punishers. The royal family took over the case in the name of Talum Dumont being a descendant of nobility. This is your advance payment. If you encounter any trouble in your subsequent investigation, you can come directly to me. Taken over by the royal family. Klein's brow twitched involuntarily. He did not take the stack of banknotes offered to him, but responded with an expression of profound sorrow mixed with clear self-reproach. "In every aspect, I am too weak. I am very sorry, Mr. Butler. Please convey to His Royal Highness that perhaps a stronger and more capable helper should be invited to continue the secret investigation." The old butler was silent for a moment, then put away the banknotes. He took out a golden pocket watch from his embrace, checked the time, and spoke in a deep voice. "I will convey your opinion to His Royal Highness. You had best draft an investigation report first, leaving no omissions." Watching the old butler turn and leave, Klein slowly exhaled. This was an attempt to step away from the center of the stage. A down-and-out noble equestrian instructor could not possibly be worth in Sanguil's deliberate targeting. The only possibility was that Prince Edsac, behind Talum, was involved in a secret collaboration between the royal family and the Demonis sect. Before having sufficient strength, Klein had no interest in understanding what they wanted to do. His only thought was to marginalize himself as quickly as possible and extricate himself to the greatest extent while the conspiracy had not yet fully surfaced. Thinking this, Klein looked in the direction from which the eulogy came. Talum's mother's eyes were red and swollen, and she tried to speak several times but choked up. His father's hair was gray, his expression haggard, and he looked shaky just standing there. A familiar scene entered his eyes. Klein tilted his head slightly, closed his eyes, and thought, perhaps Melissa and Benson faced his death in the same way back then. After the funeral attendees had left one by one, Klein walked over, bent down, and placed the plain white flowers he held on top of the others. "I'm sorry," he silently said in his heart. Standing upright, he stepped aside, preparing to leave, when Klein saw Dr. Allen walking towards him. Just as he was about to greet him, he saw Dr. Allen give him a look. Slightly startled, Klein instinctively turned his head, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw a female figure in a heavy black dress with a veiled face walking towards Talum's tomb, also holding a bouquet of white flowers. Beneath the plain white flowers, on the little finger of her left palm, a blue gem faintly appeared. Trissy. This murderer who caused Talum's death actually came to the funeral. Klein's pupils suddenly constricted, then he used his clown abilities to control his body's abnormality. After suppressing the intense unease that surged within him, he casually withdrew his gaze and walked towards Dr. Allen as if nothing had happened. Trissy, however, seemed not to notice Klein nearby. She straightened her body and gazed at the tombstone for a moment, then, accompanied by two maids, quietly left Talam's grave and walked further and further into the distance. Noticing this out of the corner of his eye, Klein's expression relaxed, and he greeted Dr. Allen in a somewhat low voice. Talam was a warm and cheerful gentleman, he shouldn't have met such an end. Allen, usually cool and detached, took off his glasses, wiped the corners of his eyes, and responded gloomily. Yes, he had hoped to escape the bad reputation left by his grandfather. Then he hesitated for a moment, and after seeing the old butler who had left earlier and the black-dressed woman surrounded by maids enter a luxurious carriage, he sighed softly. Sherlock, there are always many regrets in this world, which is why we must cherish those who are still alive. Since Talam's matter has been concluded, you should try to keep some distance from His Royal Highness's people. Looking at Dr. Allen's expression, Klein narrowed his eyes slightly but did not delve deeper. As if remembering something, he said in a somewhat apologetic low voice. Because of Talam's matter, I haven't been able to spare any time. I'll visit another day to congratulate you and Madame Wilma on your new bundle of joy. When the child was mentioned, Dr. Allen's expression softened. He gently patted Klein's shoulder and whispered. You are always welcome, my friend. Sitting in the carriage on the way home, Klein's expression was silent. He looked at the Wheel of Fortune card he always carried with him, remaining quiet for a long time. Just now, while talking to Dr. Allen, this tarot card, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly became hot. He then suddenly remembered that Dr. Allen seemed to have been entangled by a snake of fate. But such important information, he had never thought of it before, which was almost impossible for a seer. Combining this with his current situation, the most likely explanation was that he was influenced by the story written by 0-08. Therefore, he suddenly had the idea of paying a visit, which could also be considered finding another way out for himself. By the time Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street, dusk had already fallen. The gas lamps hanging on both sides of the road had long since been lit, one by one, their soft light piercing through the pungent, pale yellow mist, dispelling the gloom and darkness. Backlund's weather is getting worse and worse. This thought subconsciously surfaced in his mind. After paying the carriage fare, Klein lightly covered his mouth and nose, opened his front door, and, as usual, checked it. After finding no signs of intrusion, he lay down on the bed, feeling somewhat tired. In Ariana's hidden world, Aaron stood on the top of a monastery with numerous ancient buildings, his gaze retracting from the huge and sacred red moon suspended in midair. He looked behind him at Rijad, the fate counselor whose expression had returned to normal, and spoke softly. The situation is roughly like this now. That angel of fate has been unable to personally pursue recently, but your speaker has also restarted, making it difficult to act in the short term. As Will Septon's best friend and a strategic partner of the life school of thought, I can offer you some assistance within permissible limits. A smile instantly appeared on Rijad's face. He bowed towards Aaron and the red moon in the sky before slowly speaking. Thank you, Duke and Lady Ariana, for your generous assistance. I ask for nothing more than that you protect the last remaining embers of the life school of thought from persecution. Looking at Rijad's hopeful eyes, Aaron pondered for a moment before nodding gently. Although this meant potentially getting into a lot of trouble, he understood the difference between providing timely help and merely adding to what is already abundant. After all, even if Will Septon could restart and wash away his madness, he still needed a certain amount of faith positioning. Therefore, those members of the life school of thought could not all be left to die. Ouroboros might have seen this, which is why, leveraging the secret cooperation between the Aurora Order and the Loen royal family, he incited the faction of MI9 led by the royal family to encircle the greatly weakened life school of thought. He even sent the gloomy saint with a token to personally pursue Rijad, as in the current situation, the demise of a demigod believer could directly affect the restarting Will Septon. Looking at Rijad, whose expression had relaxed considerably, Aaron thought for a moment before continuing. Something abnormal has recently happened within the Rose School of Thought, but I haven't grasped the exact situation yet. The situation in the southern continent is a bit complicated, so you'd best gather the remaining members of the Life School of Thought in East Tark County. After leaving the hidden world, do not rush to depart. Stay in Backlund for 2 more days and temporarily keep this sealed artifact for me. As Aaron spoke, he took out the ring box containing the dice of probability from his embrace and handed it to Rijad, who looked at him with some surprise. Without intending to explain, Aaron watched Rijad, whose concealment was lifted, leave the black monastery. He then bowed slightly towards the red moon in the sky, and his figure also faded and disappeared. Tomorrow night is the Twilight Hermit Order. Aaron only knew from Hermes that it was a real dream that spanned the continent, but he knew little about the other information, seemingly because certain restrictions prevented direct speech. To prevent the dice of probability he carried with him from causing any trouble when his consciousness completely detached and entered the real dream constructed by Adam, Aaron planned to hand this item over to a trustworthy person for temporary safekeeping before the Twilight Hermit Order ended. Therefore, Rijad, who was loyal to the life school of thought and had rich experience in sealing, was naturally the best candidate. Unknowingly, Klein fell into a deep sleep, vaguely wandering through different dreams. Suddenly, he was startled awake, profoundly realizing that he was dreaming and that someone had invaded his dream. Nighthawks or erodes. Pretending to be dazed, he looked around and found himself in a slightly dim warehouse. In the flickering pale candlelight, a black-haired, brown-eyed, deeply featured middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He had changed into a black robe but had not pulled up his hood. His face was rather long and thin, and his demeanor was cold. Countless spirits surrounded him, making his surroundings dim and layered, as if a world was hidden within him. Chapter 349, Klein, the Social Death. Was this the numinous episcopate demigod who suddenly left at the Coim cemetery back then? Klein's eyes narrowed slightly, and in the dim, gloomy corner of the warehouse, familiar silver-white characters appeared. Great Master, your loyal servant Erodes has something to report to you. May I take up a little of your precious time? Muttering, as expected, Klein maintained the dignity of the fool and nodded gently. As the silver characters faded, the previously still image suddenly changed. Black-robed figures, each holding a pale candle, jointly carried a dark, seemingly heavy coffin and placed it in the center of a pile of grotesque skulls. The black-robed numinous episcopate demigod stood at the very front of the coffin, and Erodes thoughtfully marked a few words in conspicuous silver-white characters beside him, Patrick Brain. Klein noted down the name and watched as the hooded believers in the image began to dance, a slightly twitching, rather frenzied, and rhythmic spirit dance. As the spirit dance progressed, the dark coffin seemed to seep out dark red blood, staining the grotesque skulls before tracing complex and abstract strange patterns on the ground, like a feathered serpent ready to devour. This. Klein's brow twitched. Before he could think too much, just as he had etched the complex and abstract feathered serpent pattern into his mind, he heard Patrick Brain's low, hoarse voice, as if from the underworld. King of the depths of hell. Angel who plays the symphony of death. Master of the river Styx. And as Patrick Brain recited, the blood-colored skulls around the dark coffin gradually took on a layer of eerie green, blending with their original blood color, creating an extremely chilling sensation. The spirit dance grew more intense, and voices seemingly from the underworld continuously echoed. The skulls floated up one by one, appearing to have a life of their own. Then, in chaotic order, they flew towards the heavy, dark coffin, penetrating the lid as if without substance and entering inside. The coffin instantly transformed into a deep, bottomless vortex, expanding in place and emanating a cold, chilling, lofty aura. Even though this was just a scene recreated by Erodes, Klein still felt a tremor from his spirit body. This was also the first time he had directly faced the aura of an angel outside of that mysterious gray fog space. While horrified, many questions arose in his mind. He had long confirmed that Erodes's abilities were limited. Things like 0-08, Trissy's ring, and even Duke Aaron were beyond its prying. Yet now, this sycophantic magic mirror dared to directly display a scene involving an angel before him. Was it because this angel was too weak, or because 0-08, that ring, and even Duke Aaron were considered more dangerous than a typical angel in the eyes of this magic mirror? Before he could ponder an answer, Klein heard Patrick Brain's respectful and devout voice. Teacher, I encountered an undying named Azek. I sense the aura of a god on him, but unfortunately, I have lost track of him. Within the deep vortex formed by the dark coffin, an ancient, chilling voice emerged, making one's soul feel as if it would directly leave the body. No need to bother. He is no longer who he was back then. At this, the ancient voice turned sinister. Of course, if you see him again, you can tell him that going to the abyss of ferrying in East Balam of the southern continent will restore all his lost memories. Amidst a chilling laugh, the scene stopped there, plunging into chaos, leaving only Klein frowning and pondering the conversation he had just heard. The angel referred to as teacher by Patrick Brain was at least one of the top figures in the numinous episcopate. Just from the tone of their conversation, Klein knew that the entity's desire for Mr. Azek to go to the so-called abyss of ferrying definitely harbored ill intentions. As for, he is no longer who he was. Just as Klein was still thinking, the originally hazy dream world rippled as if a stone had been thrown into a lake, and a slightly familiar laugh suddenly rang out. How lively. It seems I've arrived just in time. The silver-white characters, which were in the process of interweaving and reorganizing, suddenly stiffened. Erodes, who had been waiting for Klein's praise, fled like a mouse encountering a cat, not even bothering to bid Klein farewell. No longer concerned with the sycophantic magic mirror, Klein stiffly turned around and looked at Duke Aaron, who had appeared beside him at some unknown point, a faint smile playing on his lips. He forced himself to speak in a low, composed voice. Mr. Emperor, intruding into someone else's dream is impolite. Looking at Klein, who even in the dream maintained his Sherlock disguise, Aaron clicked his tongue. A bronze high-backed chair, identical to those in the Tarot Club, materialized in Klein's dream. Aaron sat down casually, looking at the tense-faced Klein across from him, and said with a smile. A sequence 5 of the spectator pathway is called a dreamwalker. As the name suggests, it's very useful. Meeting in a dream can avoid a lot of trouble, like the 0-08 you're very familiar with. His face twitched imperceptibly. Klein glanced at the bronze high-back chair and replied in the hoarse, deep voice of the world. Mr. Emperor, you might have misunderstood my previous information. I am not familiar with 0-08. The information concerning that terrifying sealed artifact came from the great Mr. Fool. Leaning back comfortably in the high-back chair, Aaron quietly watched Klein perform. Finally, he said teasingly. In my opinion, your acting skills are far superior to your detective skills, Detective Sherlock Moriarty. Or perhaps I could also call you Klein Moretti, correct? A thunderclap echoed through the hazy dream world. This was the manifestation of Klein's intense emotional fluctuations in the dream. He was caught off guard by Aaron's direct hit, and it was several seconds before he slowly spoke. Excuse me, I haven't heard that name. I think we should hurry and discuss the cooperation we agreed upon earlier. Watching Klein desperately try to change the subject, Aaron clicked his tongue. A not-so-thick stack of documents materialized in his hand, and he read them out one by one as Klein's face grew darker. On September 16, the day after Nighthawk Klein Moretti's funeral, Sherlock Moriarty appeared out of thin air in Backlund. And the Randuhlus, who caused the Tingen City tragedy, was also reported to MI9 by the great detective Sherlock Moriarty. Watching Klein open his mouth, still wanting to say something, the stack of documents in Aaron's hand instantly turned into scattered light particles. He flicked the only surviving photograph to Klein and chuckled. No need to be nervous. I merely extracted some things I found rather suspicious from the Church of Evernights Red Gloves team's investigation report on you. Before you say they're all coincidences, you'd best take another look at this photo. The sense of unease in Klein's heart grew stronger. The moment he saw the photograph, his pupils dilated violently, as if 10,000 unknown mythical beasts were stampeding within him. The photo was taken from a top-down angle, but it was still clearly visible. In the center of the photo was a pale-faced young man, covered in mud. Beside him was an excavated grave, and the black and white photo on the tombstone was identical to the young man. You knew I wasn't dead when you were in Tingen. Recalling his previous sophistry, a strong sense of shame, like being stripped naked and scrutinized with a magnifying glass, surged from the depths of Klein's heart, almost drowning his rationality. Enjoying Klein's rich and varied expressions, Aaron snapped his fingers, pulling Klein, who was caught in an internal struggle, back to his senses. Congratulations, you guessed right. Too bad there's no reward. It's not just you, those members of the Tarot Club are all tainted with Mr. Fool's aura. This is quite noticeable to high-sequence beyonders of the Fate pathway, high-level spirit world creatures, and a very few special existences like me. He inexplicably recalled the strange little boy who had given him the Wheel of Fortune card. Klein, feeling somewhat enlightened, finally managed to suppress the surging shame and asked in a deep voice. You didn't report this to the church? Aaron looked down at Klein, clicked his tongue, and retorted playfully. It seems you're quite disappointed. I can help you fulfill that regret. It's just a small favor for me. Klein's mouth twitched. He paused for a few seconds before continuing. But you are a favored one of the goddess. The expression on Aaron's face grew more playful. He slowly rose, gazing at Klein, and retorted word by word. What are you, then? A favored one of the fool? A famous great detective? Or a steam worshipper from the Mid-Sea County? The hazy dream world instantly fell silent. Klein opened his mouth, the shame he had just suppressed was suddenly poked open again, leaving him at a loss for what else to ask. Watching the speechless Klein, Aaron was in a rather pleasant mood. He waved his hand, dispersing the bronze high-back chair, and spoke softly. Now that we've been honest with each other, we can continue discussing our previous cooperation. The terms remain unchanged. I can promise to guarantee your safety, and as a small compensation for your wounded spirit, I can help you resolve some minor issues. For example, your Nighthawk teammate from Tingen City. Leonard's face appeared in his mind. Klein, somewhat wary, subconsciously retorted. What do you want to do? Aaron chuckled and slowly walked to where a Rhodes had originally appeared, saying calmly. No need to be nervous. After all, I am a favored one of the goddess, and I will not attack a Nighthawk. As for him, he has already noticed those coincidences of yours, but he's unable to investigate further due to your current situation. Chapter 350 Commission completed. Therefore, I will suggest that the Church of the Evernight give him a job he's always dreamed of. Aaron shrugged, finding it a bit boring to see Klein, who was clearly confused but held back from speaking, and added. He will follow an archbishop to investigate the whereabouts of Insangwil and won't have time to bother you. Hearing the name of his mortal enemy, Klein's expression changed for a moment, and he almost blurted out. Insangwil is in Backlund. Talam's death is related to him. This is the story woven by 0-08. Noticing the calm, unperturbed expression on Aaron's face, Klein's voice grew weaker and weaker, finally almost a whisper. You know all this too. Feeling the changes in the surrounding dream world, Aaron could probably guess Klein's current mood and explained with a light chuckle. This isn't too difficult for me to guess. Back in Tingen City, although Insangwil escaped due to the influence of that evil god's offspring, I permanently kept his left arm. Heh, the church isn't aware of this. If you want to personally seek revenge on Insangwil in the future, I can give you a friendship price. Looking at Klein, who still wanted to say something, Aaron reined in his smile, his expression somewhat solemn. I know what you want to ask, but now is not the time. You've been behind Cheney's gate in Tingen City. You should understand what's back there and how strict the corresponding protective measures are. Heh, and do you think a failed archbishop has the ability to steal a grade 0 sealed artifact from the quiet cathedral alone? Klein's pupils constricted slightly, and he opened his mouth, asking back in disbelief. Are there traitors within the church cooperating, or are there other hidden forces secretly intervening? Waving his hand to interrupt Klein's wild thoughts, Aaron advised in a low voice. Klein, the water here is very deep. Even if you knew some things, they would only be a burden to you right now. I'll give you a piece of advice. Well, this is also a reminder. The will of the church does not represent the gods, and the gods' plans will not be fully disclosed to their respective churches. Glancing at Klein, who was deep in thought, Aaron chuckled lightly, his figure becoming illusory, his lingering voice echoing. Once you embark on this path, there's no turning back. I hope you always remember this, and I wish us successful cooperation. The power that had been maintaining the dream, preventing it from collapsing due to Klein's intense emotional fluctuations, suddenly disappeared, and the grey dream world trembled accordingly. Klein suddenly opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, looked at the still deep night, his expression solemn, and gazed at the red moon outside the window, remaining motionless for a long time. Raging Sea, Mid-Range Island. The disguised, eloquent speaker, Missile Jean pressed down the brim of his hat, walked through the quiet, deserted street, and stopped in front of a very Faceac-style attic. He deliberately controlled his strength, making the rhythmic light knocking sound not too abrupt in the silent night. After completing the agreed signal, the door quietly opened. Missile was about to ask what his subordinate, who was stationed on Mid-Range Island and responsible for investigating intelligence, had discovered that necessitated an in-person meeting, when his body was seized by an indescribable terrifying chill. His proud ability as a baron of corruption, which had dominated the raging sea, hadn't even been used, and this war without smoke had already ended. His brown pupils were filled with despair and panic. He seemed to want to say something, but his throat felt blocked, only letting out some meaningless whimpers. It wasn't until a figure in a Gothic court gown was reflected in those brown eyes that the low whimpering stopped abruptly. Sharon's voice came from eloquent speaker Missile's mouth. I need some time to completely corrode and devour his spirit body to obtain the corresponding memories. The originally closed curtains moved without wind, and crimson moonlight poured in through the window. Louise, dressed in a very capable and uninhibited manner, walked slowly out of the darkness, threw the corpse of Missile's secret contact onto the floor, and nodded gently. You've worked hard, Sharon. When we find the Black Death, you don't need to act. After a moment, the back door of the attic suddenly opened, and Missile, wearing a hood, got into a carriage. The shadow cast on the ground by the crimson moonlight seemed to possess life. The carriage left the city, bypassing the port of Mid-Range Island and arriving at a secluded private port. Missile silently boarded a fishing boat that had been prepared in advance, and under the cover of night, left Mid-Range Island. After nearly an hour of sailing, Missile saw a ship moored in the shadow of a cliff on an island, with a large flag depicting white bones fluttering on it. The shadow behind him glowed red, gradually transforming into a woman's figure, but hidden by the loose black robe, it didn't attract attention. After boarding the deck via a dinghy, Missile stopped a blonde maid who was about to walk deeper into the cabin and said coldly. Important intelligence. I need to report to the captain now. The blonde maid angrily shook off the hand that had gripped her shoulder, snorted coldly, and somewhat unwillingly walked in front. Seeing the captain's cabin door at the very end pushed open, the blonde maid was about to turn and leave, but she was astonished to find that Missile's shadow had strangely stood up. Before she could cry out in alarm, Sharon's figure was reflected in her pupils. For ordinary people and even low-sequence beyonders, wraith possession would almost never encounter any resistance. Tracy, inside the captain's cabin, frowned slightly, averted her gaze from the disheveled Elaine, and was about to reprimand her unruly subordinate, but she discovered a hazy crimson moonlight rising in the spacious captain's cabin, subtly isolating the area. Ethereal chains formed from dense black mist appeared out of thin air. Louise's figure had already emerged from Missile's shadow, and the 5 fingernails on her right hand instantly grew longer, their tips sharp, covered with black patterns and symbols. This was the corrosion claw, which could only be used after becoming a viscount. Its sharpness was enough to cut through steel, and it possessed powerful corrosive abilities. It was also Louise's most proficient close-quarters combat method at the moment. With Sharon's assistance, Louise, who had seized the initiative and launched a surprise attack, did not succeed with one blow. Tracy didn't even try to dodge, she merely raised the diamond-studded bracelet on her right arm, while her other empty hand shielded the terrified Elaine behind her on the bed. A dawn-like light surged from the diamond-studded bracelet, erecting an unbreakable invisible wall on both sides of Tracy, forcefully blocking Louise's well-prepared sneak attack. Tracy gritted her silver teeth, having already recognized the attacker's identity, and roared furiously. "Vice Admiral of the Moon! How dare you! If it weren't for the sealed artifact formed by a guardian that her nominal mother, Saint of White, Katarina, had bestowed upon her after the last shipment of slaves this year, she might have fallen this time." Tracy saw the greatly dimmed bracelet, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Her beautifully curved chin suddenly lifted, and her pale lips slightly parted, emitting an invisible shriek. Accompanying the shriek, a ghostly blue halo surged out from inside her body. Wherever it passed, ice condensed, layer upon layer. In just a second or two, she and Elaine behind her, Louise opposite, and the dazed missile were all simultaneously enveloped within a frozen world. Thick, transparent ice surrounded them, covered with soft white frost. They seemed close to each other, yet they would need to break through numerous obstacles to meet again. A sinister smile appeared on Tracy's heroic and bright face. Quiet black flames ignited from within her body, rapidly melting the surrounding ice and paving the way for Tracy's counterattack. At this moment, however, a never-before-seen glimmer of hope flashed in Elaine's eyes behind Tracy. Her hesitation then turned into firm resolve, and she suddenly grabbed the diamond-studded bracelet. Tracy, who had no defenses against Elaine, seemed to have flames spewing from her eyes, looking incredulously at Elaine, who had snatched the bracelet. Before she could snatch back the sealed artifact, Louise's body instantly turned ethereal, dyed light red, and transformed into a hazy moonlight. This moonlight instantly shattered, turning into crimson scales that passed through the surrounding hard ice layers, appearing between Tracy and Elaine. Louise directly used her body to block Tracy's hand reaching for Elaine, and the corrosion claw swung fiercely towards the delicate, fair neck. In a flash, Tracy's arm had pierced through Louise's body, but this also restricted her from using the magic mirror substitution method to escape her predicament. This life-or-injury fighting style made Tracy curse inwardly. She could only forcefully manipulate the silk threads in the ice to move her body to avoid vital points, while doing her best to retract her restrained right hand. Two muffled groans sounded almost simultaneously. The hard ice layer quietly shattered. Tracy, who had retracted her hand, stiffened in place, struck by the pursuing corrosion claw, and then shattered like an illusion. The full-length mirror placed in the captain's cabin cracked with a crunch, rapidly disintegrated, and scattered across the floor. Mirror substitution method. Tracy's figure then appeared in the corner on the same side as the full-length mirror. A deep, bone-visible scratch appeared on her right chest, and it had already begun to rot. Tracy glared fiercely at the two women not far away, her lips rapidly opening and closing twice. Ethereal black flames suddenly emerged from her palm, scorching the trace of Louise's blood on her right hand. This was black magic. This was a witch's curse. Louise's figure trembled uncontrollably, igniting with black flames from inside out, from her soles to her head, just like a paper figure brought close to burning charcoal. That was indeed a paper figure seemingly condensed from crimson moonlight. This was the substitution technique, the moon paper figure, that Marquis Mistral had specially left for Louise before returning to Backlund. As the paper figure turned to ash, Louise appeared at the captain's cabin door, single-handedly clutching Elaine's neck, secretly hiding the flesh torn off by the corrosion claw under the cover of the full moon, and said in a deliberately cold, low voice. "As expected of someone who can subdue the Admiral of Hurricane's fleet, you truly have some skill. You have earned my recognition. Hand over the key to the Death's treasure that you obtained, and I will give this woman to you. Otherwise..." Averting her gaze from the paper figure's ashes, Tracy gritted her silver teeth, glaring venomously at Louise standing at the door. "You lunatic. I have never obtained the key to the Death's treasure. Give Elaine back to me, and I can let you leave." Having successfully completed the task assigned by Mr. Beyonder, Louise didn't care about the entanglement between these two, but the fluctuations from the battle just now were too great. Even though she had set up a blockade in advance, it still alarmed the crew of the Black Death. The situation was already unfavorable for her, finding a way to escape as quickly as possible was her primary goal. Just then, the footsteps that had been rapidly approaching from the deck suddenly paused, and louder voices than before came through. "Black Emperor." Tracy's and Louise's expressions changed almost simultaneously, the former's face grew even darker, while the latter was merely somewhat astonished. "Sharon." Louise seemed to have thought of something, feigned annoyance, cursed under her breath, and her body disintegrated into crimson scales, wrapping Elaine and rapidly escaping. Tracy shrieked, and countless spider silks appeared, but they failed to stop that crazy woman. She reappeared on the deck and instinctively looked outwards. A huge, pitch-black sailing ship had appeared in the distance at some unknown time. It was nearly 100 meters long, with sails fully unfurled, and rows of broadside cannons on its flanks. It had not yet approached, and its direction of travel was also off, but it still made the surrounding area feel as if it had gained a black emperor. Tracy's face twitched slightly. She clenched her fist, took a deep breath, and with a hint of madness in her eyes, took a small, exquisite mirror from her neck. The mirror surface was as black as ink, reflecting nothing, like an abyss that swallowed everything. This was her last trump card, a one-time token that could be used to seek help from Demoness of White, Katarina. This was also why she hadn't used it earlier when she sensed that the attacker was only sequence 5, but the mysteriously appearing King of 5 Seas had clearly exceeded her capabilities. Tracy's expression, as she was about to crush the mirror, paused slightly. She noticed that the Black Emperor, which was approaching the Black Death, seemed to have been subtly diverted by something. Her hand movements paused slightly, and Tracy's expression became somewhat unpredictable, her face flashing with ruthlessness, venom, and a faint hint of regret. The bracelet that Elaine had unexpectedly snatched had a spiritual seed personally planted by Katarina, so the direction in which she sensed the attacker escaping was precisely the direction the Black Emperor was currently pursuing. Vice Admiral of the Moon, Tracy's face twitched slightly. Feeling the stinging pain from her chest, she flashed back into the dilapidated captain's cabin. Looking at Missile, who was already a corpse and whose beyonder characteristic had long been taken, Tracy's eyes grew even darker. She used her hand as a knife to directly cut open Missile's heart and took out a lifelike crimson paper figure from within. With her back to the belated crew members, Tracy shrieked in a chilling tone. "Spread the word about tonight's events. Say that I was severely wounded, and the key to the Death's treasure has been stolen by the Vice Admiral of the Moon." Chapter 351, Dusk Hermit Society. The huge black sailboat, carrying an invisible pressure, cut through the waves on the furious sea. Lanterns hanging from the mast swayed and flickered, illuminating the nearly 100-meter-long ship with 3 pitch-black sails. Louise stood near the cabin, carefully setting down the unconscious Elaine she had been carrying, and casually caught the diamond-encrusted bracelet. She looked up at the 2 to 3 meter tall mottled stone chair in front of her, feeling a bit uneasy. After a brief silence, King of 5 Seas, Nast, wearing a spire crown and a black robe with silver trim, spoke in a deep, majestic tone. "No need to be nervous. I also believe in the Lord of Order. This time, I merely have something I need to discuss with this lady, the puppet." Louise only relaxed her body after glancing at Sharon, who had emerged from the void and did not refute his words. If not for her trust in Sharon, she would have probably used her trump card to leave the moment Nast appeared. With a sigh of emotion about how far the influence of that hidden existence had grown in the real world, Louise nodded slightly, pointed to the unconscious Elaine, and explained with a peculiar tone. "This one should be Lieutenant General of Disease Tracy's mistress. Keep her for now, she might be useful later. Also, I trouble Lord Nast to provide a private room for me." The dark red light in his eyes flickered, and Nast nodded steadily, gently waving his hand. A certain barrier covering the Black Emperor was consequently lifted. Viscount of Fear, Bird Maston, dressed in an intricately patterned into-style shirt, respectfully emerged from the shadows and led Louise deeper into the cabin. When the deck returned to silence, Nast slightly turned his head to look at Sharon, who was silently floating in midair, and spoke in a low voice. "I hope to meet your teacher. This is also a task given to me by that Duke. I hope you can relay it for me." Sharon's clear, empty eyes shifted slightly, and her voice was ethereal. "I will relay it, but it might require some waiting." In the deepest part of the magnificent palace filled with dark golden mist, Aaron leaned casually on the throne, watching 2 objects fly out from the open dark golden doors. Aaron casually drew over the mass of flesh faintly threaded with spider silk. Holding a divining pendulum, he began to use the bloodline connection between Tracy and Katarina to divine the current location of this Demoness sect high-ranking member. The hazy dream world lasted only an instant before shattering. This reaction caused Aaron to suddenly open his eyes, looking playfully at the mass of flesh in his hand, which had detached from its host and was gradually losing its vitality. Although he was not a pure seer and only completed the dream divination with the help of a corresponding mystical item, his Sequence 3 status and the blessing of the Nation of Disorder were enough to compensate for those shortcomings. Even if it couldn't compare to Sapphira Castle's boost to divination, as long as it didn't involve an angel, the results of the divination wouldn't be too far off. Aaron threw the flesh in his hand onto the pile of sundries. The emerald green stone of life immediately glowed, engulfing the mass of flesh faintly threaded with spider silk, maintaining its vitality. In his mind, the blurry image he had divined in that instant appeared. A vast ruin hidden deep in the darkness, covered in the dust of history, yet almost perfectly preserved. It seems that the Conqueror Beyonder characteristic has already fallen into Katarina's hands. She should be in the Blood Emperor ruins in the outskirts of Backlund now. Once the meticulously planned Great Smog event concludes, Katarina will likely leave Backlund and sacrifice it to the primordial Demoness. He exhaled lightly, inexplicably thinking of Triss, who had been forcibly renamed Cheek. Aaron's gaze flickered, and then he took out a gem from the pile of sundries that looked like solidified rich blood. It was the Shaman King Beyonder characteristic harvested from hunting that Saint of Gloom. Watching it disappear into the sacrifice door, Aaron casually pressed the other bracelet that Louise had sacrificed onto the scepter of sun. A wisp of black mist with distorted human faces drifted out, accompanied by sharp, cold wails, finally perishing together in the suddenly dazzling sun-holy light. Casually dispelling the hidden trick Katerina had left in the bracelet, Aaron looked at the guardian bracelet, whose light was now more restrained, and returned with it to the real world. Glancing at the crimson moonlight outside the window, Aaron casually placed the guardian bracelet from his left hand on the table. In his right hand appeared the gluttony mask, which was between illusory and real. Without hesitation, Aaron placed the mask over his face. After preparing, his spirituality surged into the night imprint on his wrist. Deep darkness emerged, enveloping the bone cross that Adam had given him in Tinjin, which bound the grayish-white stone dragon. After emerging from its hidden state, the grayish-white stone dragon's eyes seemed to ripple. With the help of the gluttony mask, Aaron's eyes gradually seemed to reflect a splendid yet subdued twilight. A fleeting sense of weightlessness, as if present yet absent, vanished in an instant. When Aaron recovered, the scene before him had already been turned upside down. He was in a magnificent mountain range enveloped by a solidified twilight, surrounded by architectural complexes with countless palaces, countless tall towers, and layers of majestic city walls. They were grand and magnificent, like miracles found only in myths and legends, grand and splendid, layered and encircling. Each one was unusually huge, unlike a place where humans would reside. Combined, they possessed an indescribable sense of epic, miracle, and myth. In Aaron's impression, only Calderon, deep within Grozel's travels, evoked a similar feeling. The twilight light covering the entire world came from a huge cross at the top of the mountain. Seeing the somewhat familiar scene, Aaron paused, then suddenly remembered. Back in Tinjin, Adam and Ouroboros fought on the mountaintop inside the Bone Church. However, at that time, he was merely an observer at the foot of the mountain, but now, he had personally entered. Looking at the manifested steps, Aaron secretly guessed that this might be a world constructed by Adam, using his status as a king of angels and his nascent divine kingdom as a foundation. But without the power of Sapphira, how could such a dream world spanning an entire continent escape the detection of the major churches? As this question arose in his mind, Aaron looked to his side. Hermes, with a gentle expression, quietly appeared, and his convincing, calm voice sounded. The meeting has begun. You just follow me. That mask can help you conceal your specialness here. Begun. Aaron's expression froze slightly, guessing that he might have stayed in the nation of disorder for too long. However, he didn't explain, only quietly followed behind Hermes, walking up the steps towards the peak where the cross stood. The closer he got to the mountaintop, the more clearly Aaron saw that beyond the sky enveloped in twilight light, there was a deep ocean composed of countless obscure lights, flickering on and off. This is... Before Aaron's voice could drop, Hermes, who was walking ahead, spoke gently. This is the deepest part of the sea of collective subconscious. Only here can the divine kingdom of that creator from the second epic be conjured into reality by relying on the second blasphemy slate. Upon hearing this, Aaron couldn't help but glance around, secretly wondering what special things were hidden in the deepest part of the sea of collective subconscious. Hermes, however, only pointed the way and did not dwell on the topic. He looked back at the gluttony mask on Aaron's face and said meaningfully. The nature of any living being is all-encompassing, with good and evil originating from the same source. Among these, the most special and typical is humanity. Each person's personality is composed of many subpersonalities, and each subpersonality is a facet of the main personality. I like to call such subpersonalities masks, which are the personality masks you wear on your face. In most cases, personality masks are subordinate to the main personality, but when the main personality is forced into dormancy and a personality mask takes over the main personality's position, it will become the leader that integrates other subpersonalities. Aaron subconsciously touched the exaggerated mask on his face, which almost reached his ears. His gaze flickered, and he softly asked in return. You mean, being corrupted by the true creator's fallen self-nature authority is essentially being devoured by another self? When he asked this question, Aaron couldn't help but think of Adam's situation. Wasn't he an example of being completely replaced by a divine personality? This might also be the reason why he could gain the upper hand in the fusion with the true creator after achieving the visionary sequence in the future. The seemingly long staircase ended in just a few breaths. When Aaron, wearing the gluttony mask, appeared on the mountaintop with Hermes, several gazes also turned towards them. First and foremost was the priest sitting cross-legged beneath the radiant cross, simple and gentle, dressed in a plain white robe. His eyes, clear and pure as a baby's, seemed to peer through the mask, quietly observing Aaron. A cross pendant hung below his light golden beard. Having just recovered from his thoughts about Adam, Aaron followed another gaze to a black-haired, blue-eyed, clear and beautiful woman standing not far from the radiant cross. She wore a simple, holy white robe, but with high slits on both sides, revealing a pair of flawless legs. Her skin was like snow, tender as a young girl's, possessing an indescribable charm. Saintess of White, Katerina Pell. The name appeared in his mind. Aaron casually withdrew his gaze, seemingly unintentionally glancing at the man standing beside Katerina, also wearing a mask. He was at least an imperative mage. His arrival seemed to have interrupted their ongoing conversation. Katerina, without any concealment, withdrew her gaze and looked back at the simple priest beneath the cross, speaking in a deep voice. What needed to be done, I believe we have accomplished. Augustus has already agreed to pay the reward immediately. Why haven't you withdrawn the spiritual imprint you left in that beyonder characteristic? Do you intend to violate the contract we signed? The Primordial One values this matter greatly, which is why I am here today. Lightly gripping the cross pendant in his hand, Adam slightly tilted his head and explained in a gentle tone. As long as that beyonder characteristic does not leave Backlund, the spiritual imprint will not be triggered. According to the contract signed at that time, as a witness, I only promised to lift the corresponding restrictions after the matter was completed. As for what private transactions you have made with Augustus, I will not inquire. The man with the bronze mask, who was suspected to be a powerful member of the Loen royal family, did not expect this demonist to dare directly question Adam. He was clearly an old member of the Twilight Hermit Order, having witnessed a high-sequence beyonder being executed with a mere gesture for allegedly violating the trend of the era. He immediately stopped Katerina, who was about to say more, and whispered a few words into her ear. Listening to this brief conversation, Aaron's eyes flickered. It seemed that because he had missed the beginning of the gathering, most of the Twilight Hermit Order members were gathered in twos and threes, scattered throughout the peak. Strangely, even when they were close, no conversation could be heard, as if they were separated into two worlds by an invisible force. It's a bit like the private chat session of the Chaos Council. After noticing this, Aaron almost instinctively turned to look at Adam beneath the radiant cross. Katerina's conversation just now was intentionally made audible to him. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Aaron paused slightly, looking at Hermes, who was walking ahead, seemingly just guiding him, and spoke in a low voice. Mr. Hermes, I want to make a deal with that lady. Hermes seemed to have anticipated this. Perhaps his discerner ability was even more powerful under the sea of collective subconscious, detecting Aaron's next thought from mere changes in emotion and body language. He immediately flashed with Aaron to appear in front of Katerina, nodding gently towards the man with the bronze mask and pointing to Aaron, introducing him in a low voice. This is Mr. Gluttony from the Psychology Alchemists. He asked me to introduce him to Ms. Katerina. Hermes was clearly a unique and special existence within the Twilight Hermit Order, otherwise, George III would not have invited him to guard his mausoleum. With a few words, he sent away that royal family demigod. Katerina's enchanting eyes swept over the newly arrived Mr. Gluttony. She couldn't help but think of Heaven Rambis, who wore the pride mask, and whispered in a lazy tone. Gluttony. Your appetite must be very good. If you have anything, just come directly to me. I promise I can satisfy all your requests. As expected of the demoness of Undying. His heart stirred by her alluring gaze, fortunately, with the aid of the personality mask, Aaron's expression remained unchanged. He suppressed the rising desire in his heart and chuckled lightly. I am not Heaven Rambis. These tricks are useless against me. I came to you simply to make a deal. I have a preserved demoness of despair beyonder characteristic. I wonder if your holiness is interested. Katerina smoothed her silky hair, her expression somewhat playful. Demoness of despair? It wouldn't be a beyonder characteristic lost from my demoness sect, would it? However, since Mr. Hermes is also here, I will give you face. Tell me, what do you want? If you want to try the taste of pleasure, I can consider it, but it might require some time, or you can come to Backlund yourself. Chapter 352 The Red Angel regained his freedom. Looking at the highly provocative gaze, Aaron's face under the mask twitched slightly. The thought of the person opposite him once being a effeminate man always sent a shiver down his spine. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Aaron imitated the voice of the true Mr. Gluttony, Howard Phillip, and let out a low chuckle. A very good suggestion, but I've been in the Sea Rift County recently. If I go to Backlund, how should I find you? And I'm only interested in items from the spiritual domain. Your demoness sect shouldn't be unable to produce items of equal value, right? The smile on her face grew even more charming, and Katerina licked her bright red lips, chuckling. This isn't a problem for us. If you come to Backlund, you can go directly to Red Rose Manor in the suburbs. You will get what you want. After speaking, she glanced at Mr. Gluttony, whose mouth was split to his ears. A blurry ball of light instantly pierced through the seemingly solidified twilight, enveloping Katerina, and then surged upwards, disappearing into the dark and obscure ocean. They left just like that. Aaron was slightly surprised. Hermes played the role of a good teacher, gently explaining. Members of the Twilight Hermit Order can freely choose whether to attend the meeting and when to leave. There aren't too many restrictions. Of course, there's one major prerequisite, and that is not to violate the established trend of the era. It's a bit of a pity that many old friends didn't come to this gathering. I think you'd be more interested in them. Them. Aaron's eyes flickered slightly. He said nothing more, but subtly and quickly scanned the Twilight Hermit Order members whose faces were still visible on the mountain peak, silently memorizing their appearances. Backlund, William Street, back alley of the Ponder family ancestral home. The crimson moonlight was obscured by clouds. In the darkness, the sound of chanting poetry emerged, peaceful and tranquil, lulling one to sleep. From this tranquility, a figure walked out. He wore a black soft hat, with dark gold sideburns, a high nose bridge, tightly pursed lips, and deep, classical sculpture-like facial lines, without a single wrinkle. It was Nsangwil. His sole remaining arm clutched a pure white quill of Alzahad, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took a deep breath, muttering with a hint of emotion. I've finally escaped the cage that held me for over 1,000 years. The feeling of freedom is truly wonderful. It would be even more perfect if I didn't have to share a body with the two of you. A blood-colored banner mark subtly appeared on Nsangwil's glabella, corresponding to the gate of the underworld, and a sneer emanated from it. If it weren't for that damn tutor, do you think I'd be willing to share a body with you? Another, rougher voice also rang out. And before you express such meaningless sentiments, you should be more concerned with how we're going to recover our strength. Not angered by this, Medici, who occupied Nsangwil's body, looked at Rathponder, who was unconscious and being dragged out of the darkness by several rotten, bloated arms, and let out a light chuckle. TSK, I just said it casually, and you two got anxious. It's not hard to recover strength. Just come to Pinsy with me, isn't that enough? Shut up. Almost identical roars sounded simultaneously. The skin on both sides of Nsangwil's cheeks slowly creep, as if trying to form two new faces. Medici shrugged. After appeasing Sauron and Einhorn, he used Nsangwil's Night Watcher ability to manipulate a natural spirit into Rathponder's body. Rathponder's already pale complexion, due to excessive blood loss, grew even colder. He abruptly opened his hollow eyes and stiffly walked slowly towards the outskirts of the town. How unpredictable fate is. I suddenly wish that Lunatic hadn't completely fallen back then. If he could see what his descendants look like now, TSK, just thinking about it makes me excited. Nsangwil watched Rathponder disappear at the end of the alley with a meaningful expression, and casually wrote a few sentences on the wall with the pure white quill of Alzahad in his hand. Nsangwil didn't notice anything unusual about his body. Instead, he would proactively begin collecting Beyonder characteristics of the Hunter pathway. And as the price of the transaction, Sauron Einhorn Medici will promise to help the Great Quill of Alzahad find the City of Miracles Livihide. Watching the blood-colored text disappear as it was written, Nsangwil nodded in satisfaction, and his body vanished into the deep darkness. In midair, a raven descended and landed on the roof of the Ponder family ancestral home. It had a white circle around its right eye, and a human voice came from its mouth. What swift action! Backlund is becoming more and more interesting. This was just a clonomon left on William Street. As soon as his clone arrived in Backlund, he encountered Adam, who had been waiting for a long time in the corpse church. Although that fanatic was annoying, Amon still accepted a few of his requests, which was why he came to the underground ruins where Tudor was promoted to Blood Emperor as soon as he arrived in Backlund. The purpose was to completely cut off Medici's other ideas, so that he would cooperate with 0-08 as soon as possible, and better allow the fanatic to firmly lock onto the last author Beyonder characteristic through Medici. Backlund, Empress Borough, Duke East Taker's residence. Aaron suddenly opened his eyes. The semi-illusory, semi-real gluttony mask on his face fell off by itself, transforming back into the Dreamweaver ring, which fell beside the Guardian bracelet. The obscure and dark subconscious sea receded, and the bone cross was once again submerged by the surging darkness, disappearing into the mark of night. Recalling the sensation of entering and exiting the dream world constructed beneath the collective subconscious sea, Aaron's fingers unconsciously tapped the table, his thoughts drifting. The Primordial One's spiritual imprints are likely distributed not only in Beyonder characteristics but also in the subconscious sea, which is a precipitation of the collective mind. Whether it was the previous dream exploration or entering the Twilight Hermit Order deep within the collective subconscious sea, I felt the hidden tendency towards losing control. And the pollution caused by the Chaos Sea is somewhat similar to the Primordial One. The Dragon of Imagination's contingency plan was to control the Chaos Sea using the corrupted negative personality left in the depths of the City of Miracles Livihide. Perhaps, besides the more real and once more active underground pollution, the Chaos Sea might also contain a illusory part, possibly existing in the subconscious sea. As the ancient sun god's divine personality, Adam, who wields the second blasphemy slate, cannot fully utilize the Sapphira, but constructing a secret gathering using the illusory part of the Chaos Sea in the collective subconscious might not be difficult. This might also be why the seven deities and the true high-level figures like the popes of the churches can tolerate the continued existence of such an organization that secretly pushes the world's trends. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Aaron first put away the Dreamweaver ring, which had returned to its original state. He glanced towards the suburbs, thought for a moment, and gave up the idea of going to Red Rose Manor right now. Picking up the guardian bracelet brought down from the Nation of Disorder, Aaron skillfully set up the ritual and sacrificed this highly practical sealed artifact to Mr. Fool, transferring it to Mr. World. Layers of prayers woke Klein. He groggily looked at the red moon outside the window, took a deep breath, and after taking 4 reverse steps in the washroom, arrived above the gray fog. Respected Mr. Fool, please transfer this sealed artifact to Mr. World, and inform him that the monthly rent is 100 gold pounds. If lost, the principal of 9,000 pounds must be compensated. The familiar voice entered his ears, and Klein's face twitched slightly. He didn't respond immediately. He beckoned and took the diamond bracelet that had passed through the door of sacrifice and bestowal, then closed his eyes to divine the effect of the sealed artifact. A moment later, he opened his eyes with some surprise, understanding why the sealed artifact could be valued at 9,000 pounds. Guardian Bracelet. Guardians vow, when the host faces a life threat, they will automatically enter a guardian state, greatly increasing physical toughness and mental resistance, and can also bear damage for companions within a certain range, protecting them. Storm of Light, using spirituality as a guide, it activates the light of dawn, capable of directly destroying human bodies, eliminating wraiths, and injuring evil spirits. Negative effect, each time the host passively enters the guardian state, the pain received from attacks is doubled, and they will passively enter a severely injured state after 10 minutes. Flipping through the information that appeared in his mind, Klein stroked his chin. Although the negative effects of this sealed artifact have many restrictions, I can transfer the severely injured state using the magician's ability, so the only direct impact left is the so-called doubled pain. At my current sequence 6 level, fully activating Storm of Light is enough to affect a typical sequence 5. Guardian's Vow can also buy me some breathing room when facing a demigod, at least I won't be instantly killed. With that thought, Klein no longer hesitated. He immediately condensed the image of his prayer response and threw it into the crimson star representing Mr. Emperor. Perhaps it was the frank discussion last time that made the Duke finally understand the hardship of my earning money, which is why he changed from selling to renting. Playing with the powerful sealed artifact in his hand, Klein's expression was somewhat complex. Insangwil suddenly woke up from his bed. Scenes difficult to recall, carrying a strange sense of horror, filled his mind. His blue eye, almost black, subconsciously looked at the desk nearby. In the exquisitely crafted crystal box, with its strange patterns flowing on the surface, a pure white quill of Alzahad lay quietly, seemingly without any abnormality. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Insangwil glanced out the window at the morning light piercing through the thin mist, then flashed to the desk. After undoing the array and spiritual wall on the crystal box, he picked up the pure white quill of Alzahad and flashed into the dark corner where the morning light could not reach. Deep blue light surged out, constructing a passage of overlapping light layers between the deep darkness and the invisible creatures that roamed. Insangwil stepped forward indifferently, entering the light curtain that rippled like water. He saw a hall guarded by several stone pillars, and he also saw 2 figures standing within the inner circle of the hall. The man in front, wearing a golden mask, said angrily in a deep voice. Why can that trissy cheek of the Demonist sect always break through the dreams you weave? Last time, she took the opportunity to kill a believer of the storm. Thankfully the royal family intervened and suppressed the matter. Do you want the people of the church to discover our secret? In Zangwil's bloodshot eye first glanced at the large array, which was already taking shape, and then he spoke in a deep voice. That woman has something capable of countering 0-08. It's that thing that repeatedly stirs up the story, and I can only patch up the loopholes after the story deviates. Instead of taking such risks, you two should go find that important figure from the Demonist sect. The man with the golden mask snorted impolitely, his voice growing even colder. Katerina has no other way either. According to her, it's an item bestowed by the Primordial One. She has no right, nor does she dare, to interfere. Standing closest to the altar, Mr. A, whose face was extremely beautiful, like a woman's, said in a hoarse and rather uncomfortable voice. I'm not interested in your cooperation with the Demonist sect. I just want to know when the 200 lambs you promised will arrive. The Lord's altar still needs blood sacrifice to be officially completed. During this time, I'll trouble you to ensure that Trissy Cheek doesn't cause any problems. After speaking, this golden masked man from the lone royal family first turned to glance at the altar in the center of the hall, thought for a moment, and then replied. The batch of slaves sent by the Demonist sect just arrived at Pritz Harbor. It will take some time to secretly transport them back to Backlund without attracting attention. Does Mr. A not even have that much time to wait? A hoarse, crazed laughter rang out. Mr. A glanced at the golden masked man and said coldly. Although I don't mind bearing all the infamy and incurring the greatest hatred from the military and the 3 churches, if you want me to trust you, shouldn't you show some sincerity? After all, I can't pretend that what happened with Lanier didn't happen. The golden masked man was silent for a few seconds, seemingly communicating with an unknown entity, and finally said in a low tone. I will give you an explanation for this matter, and I will send the promised slaves as soon as possible. Then he looked at Insangwil, who was standing at the entrance, and said in a deep voice. A cardinal from the Night Darkness Church's tranquil cathedral has arrived and may reach Backlund very soon. I need you to temporarily leave Backlund, show your traces elsewhere to divert this trouble, and then return to Backlund. During this time, that Trissy Cheek will be left to the Demonist sect to guard themselves. The light in Insangwil's soul remaining eye flickered, and he let out a chilling laugh. His single arm unconsciously tightened around the pure white quill of Alzahad, and he nodded silently. Chapter 353, Crazy Insangwil. In the deepest part of the inverted mausoleum, the sarcophagus that the angel Hader, from the man-made death faction, originally used to repair himself had long since vanished. In its place was a coffin adorned with patterns of strange birds, long snakes, and feathers, appearing ancient and mysterious, possessing a strong style reminiscent of the ancient Highland kingdom. This was precisely the pharaoh's sarcophagus gifted by Rainet Tynekur, while the original owner of the coffin had just been borrowed by Marek to advance to demigod. Dun Smith, clad in a hooded black robe, sat cross-legged beside the coffin, his grey eyes completely consumed by wraiths, and a layer of white frost even covered his body. Even so, a look of relief appeared on his sharply defined face. A spirit warlock could seal natural spirits and wraith shadows within their body, and Manuel happened to possess various strange spiritual entities. The overload of accommodating spirits, which were considered extremely rare even in the records of the Church of the Evernight, pushed Dunsmith's body to its limits time and again, but it was precisely this madness of walking on the edge of losing control that allowed him to completely digest the spirit warlock potion within just a few months. Well done, even faster than I expected. A familiar and gentle voice echoed in his ears. Dun was startled, and to his horror, he found that the surrounding environment had instantly changed. The coffin, which had been within arm's reach, had vanished, replaced by 5 figures that made his spiritual body tremble. Without the protection of the mausoleum, and focused upon by several extremely oppressive gazes, Dun, though somewhat disheveled, still drew a standard crimson moon on his chest and murmured in a low voice. That helpless feeling of powerlessness, I don't want to experience it again. Aaron nodded in satisfaction, reigned in his oppressive aura, and after confirming that Dun had completely digested his potion, he made a few grasping motions with his right hand in front of him. The ring of concealment rippled with faint light, and after several attempts, Aaron finally dragged a slightly illusory figure from the historical fog. When we were in Tingen, I told you that if you could advance from Sequence 7 to being able to withstand the Undying Potion within a year, I would give you a chance to advance to demigod. Now, it's my turn to fulfill my promise. Aaron withdrew his gaze from Dun, whose body suddenly began to tremble. Feeling the sudden increase in his spiritual burden, he looked at the historical projection he had summoned with a smile. The illusory figure had solidified considerably, and its dull, hollow expression had vanished. Although he lacked the authority of concealment, by leveraging the ability of the Trojan horse of destiny to graft his consciousness onto the historical projection, Pale Zoroast glanced at the many angels surrounding him in a circle and couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. There are quite a few old friends. Waving his hand to interrupt the fellow's meaningless sentiments, Aaron pointed at Dun and succinctly added. You can return his destiny now. Amon's true body had already left the forsaken land of the gods and was now whereabouts unknown. Prolonged use of the Trojan horse of destiny's ability could easily lead to being reverse-located by that blasphemer. Pale Zoroast smiled and nodded, and behind him, a massive, ancient, mottled clock immediately appeared. Its gray-white hands rotated counterclockwise, and a certain tributary, which had been isolated from the River of Destiny, re-merged with the long River of Destiny. The moment his destiny returned, Dun let out a pained grunt, a palm-sized gap abruptly appearing in his chest, and his life force rapidly fading. Azek slightly raised his hand, and specks of pale light immediately appeared on Dun's body and quickly converged towards his glabella, which was the area corresponding to the underworld within his body. The ritual for a spirit guide to advance to Gatekeeper was essentially to use the body as a cage, opening a door to the underworld within oneself and constructing one's own underworld, which was also the foundation for advancing to an undying. Dun still needed to open his own door to the underworld to directly advance from Spirit Warlock to Undying, but this was not difficult for a death console. The pale light converged and solidified into a light cocoon, which was propelled by an invisible force towards the inverted black mausoleum, entering the pharaoh's sarcophagus, which was continuously gathering death intent. This mausoleum was specifically built by Hader to repair himself, and its effect will be much better than simply building a mausoleum according to the advancement ritual. Feeling Aaron's gaze, Azek waved his hand, allowing the death intent in the river of the underworld to continue gathering, and explained with a smile. Aaron nodded in understanding, primarily thanking Pale Zoroast, then ceased maintaining the historical void image. Glancing at the many members of the Numinous Episcopate and the Temperance faction isolated by Rainet Tynekur nearby, Aaron nodded and looked at Azek, speaking in a deep voice. Since you have awakened, the reconstruction of the Byram kingdom can be carried out as quickly as possible, striving to integrate those indigenous areas that still believe in death with the fastest speed. In a valley where the Hagati grassland and West Byram converged, the sound of chains turning and metal rubbing echoed for a long time. The deep black iron door slowly opened to both sides, and crimson, blood-like light surged out like a tide, quickly being engulfed by the surging darkness. Only after everything receded did it reveal a multitude of flesh and blood altars behind the iron door, inlaid with eyeballs, severed limbs, and internal organs. Putting the pure black eyeball in his hand back into the tin box engraved with numerous patterns, a grim-faced Daily Simone spoke in a low voice. "Do not touch those contaminated flesh and blood. After making rubbings of the formation patterns on those altars, completely purify this place. Do not dwell on the information on the altars. Everyone, upon returning to the church, go to the bishop for a meditation prayer." Several Red Glove members behind her nodded solemnly. This was a stronghold where the Rose School of Thought cooperated with the Highland Resistance Army, and it was the primary target for this mission's clearance. Walking at the end of the team, following his other teammates, Leonard's mind suddenly heard a familiar, aged voice. "The Church of the Evernight is about to gain another demigod-level archbishop." Startled by the old man's sudden words, Leonard's hand trembled, almost touching the contaminated flesh and blood. Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, he quickly caught the key point in the words, his hand movements pausing slightly as he swiftly pressed in his mind. Which high-ranking deacon advanced? "Old man, how do you know?" Pale Zoros seemed to have grown accustomed to the old man moniker and no longer corrected Leonard's address. He clicked his tongue and replied with an inexplicable tone. "It's someone you're very familiar with." It should be a surprise for you." Leonard's interest was piqued by Pale's words, but no matter how much he pressed, he received no further response. Muttering a complaint about the old man in his heart, Leonard slightly turned his body and met Daly's gaze, who had appeared behind him at some point. Chapter 354 Meeting at St. Loft's Church. As the viscous liquid slid down her throat, Audrey felt her consciousness explode after a brief chill, and her body seemed to be infected, becoming somewhat ethereal. Her whole being became like a polymerization of pure thoughts, floating up, and she once again saw the boundless sea of collective subconsciousness that connected all living beings. Lonely islands of the mind floated in the obscure, dark ocean, seemingly wanting to sink little by little to the bottom of the sea. Different voices echoed in her ears, finally covered by a majestic voice. "Gather your thoughts, do not be disturbed by the subconscious." The surging subconscious ocean around her seemed to be solidified by an invisible force, and Audrey's somewhat dazed and chaotic consciousness finally regained a trace of clarity, restraining the instinctive urge to merge into the sea and regathering her scattered thoughts. His pupils had already turned crimson gold. Aaron moved his right hand, wearing the Dreamweaver's ring, away from Audrey's brow. He watched as the fine golden scales on her exposed skin gradually receded before his tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed slightly. Separating the virtual personality at the mid-sequence still causes some negative effects during advancement, but once Audrey fully advances to hypnotist and opens the door to her mind-body with qualitative psychological suggestion, it shouldn't take long for her to eliminate these hidden dangers herself. Thinking this, Aaron raised an eyebrow, sensing a rather familiar aura. He politely stopped outside the judgment domain that enveloped the Earl Hall's villa. With a slight thought, a rift appeared. The bright sunlight in the room dimmed for a moment. Aaron curiously observed Archbishop Anthony, who emerged from the shadows. He first drew a crimson moon on his chest, then asked in a low voice. "Your Grace, what happened?" Although he needed to keep his whereabouts secret, given that Astolfo was still sleeping in the spirit world and had not yet awakened, making it impossible to contact him via messenger for the time being, Aaron had previously given this archbishop a token that could sense his location within Backlund. His deep eyes swept over Audrey, whose spiritual fluctuations were still surging, but whose complexion had returned to normal. Archbishop Anthony drew a crimson moon on his chest while roughly explaining the current situation at St. Lovett Church in Glendale, finally adding with a serious expression. Savara's county is adjacent to Intis. Behind the Charney's door of St. Lovett Church, there are at least 2 Class 1 sealed artifacts and several dangerous Class 2 sealed artifacts with living characteristics. Although Archbishop Randolph Carter, who was originally scheduled to arrive in Backlund today, has already rushed there, if the core of the seal truly has a problem, he alone may not be able to suppress it. Therefore, I came this time to ask for Mr. Deere's assistance. After hearing Archbishop Anthony's request, Aaron did not immediately agree. After all, the timing of this incident was too coincidental, always giving him the illusion that someone wanted him to leave Backlund. Aaron lowered his eyes, pretending to be in thought, while his spirituality had already connected with his subconsciousness in the Nation of Disorder, performing a simple divination on this matter. Audrey, between the two, let out a soft whimper, her eyelashes trembling. Her emerald eyes slowly opened, seemingly hiding a strange, bottomless vortex that made it difficult for anyone who saw it to look away, easily drawing them into its depths. This was a sign of successful advancement, but with spiritual energy still dissipating and not yet fully contained. Audrey's brows slowly relaxed, and her smile gradually brightened. Instinctively, she wanted to share the good news with Aaron, only to notice Archbishop Anthony standing not far from her, nodding at her with a gentle smile, which made her stunned for a moment. Having quietly performed a divination and come to a conclusion, Aaron slowly looked up. Seeing that Audrey had successfully advanced, he then composed himself and said to Archbishop Anthony, "I have considered it, Mr. Archbishop. I will depart immediately." It wasn't until the Archbishop, who frequently presided over the night mass, left that Audrey restrained the reserved smile on her face. She walked to Aaron's side with some concern and softly asked, "Aaron, what happened? Will it be very dangerous?" She was no longer the novice full of curiosity about mysticism she once was. How could something that required an archbishop to personally come be simple? Aaron ran his fingertips through Audrey's smooth golden hair and gently reassured her. "There's a problem with the church's cathedral in Savaras County. The incident happened suddenly and time is short, which is why they sought me out, as I can travel through the spirit world. Don't worry, it's nothing." Audrey puffed out her cheeks almost imperceptibly, her voice slightly dejected. "All right then. Also, I have successfully advanced to sequence 6 hypnotist. After comforting Audrey, he advised her to quickly contain her spirituality, digest the potion, and thoroughly familiarize herself with the beyonder abilities of a hypnotist before attempting to eliminate the hidden dangers in her subconscious. After all this was done, with the spirit world coordinates given by Archbishop Anthony in his mind, Aaron then opened the traveler's door and stepped into the vortex behind the blue light door. Beneath St. Lovett Church, earth and rubble flew. Although the Charney's door, standing at the deepest part, was not damaged, behind the door, the sound of chains being dragged, grating and chilling, occasionally echoed. Countless black, cold, slimy threads spread. Zangwill's eyes had become deep black, as if stained with ink. Fine lines around them extended little by little, forming strange and twisted mystical symbols. Even more horrifying was that on the waist and ribs of this night watcher, his clothes swelled and flesh writhed, and he actually sprouted 4 skinless arms covered in blood vessels. White feathers quickly covered those arms, and a deathly silent aura emanated outwards. At the same time, his face also became distorted, his teeth elongated one by one, becoming sharp, with many blurred, tiny faces embedded on their surface. In the blink of an eye, Zangwill had already become a strange monster with 8 legs and white feathers. Arms covered with white feathers and emitting a deathly silent aura stretched out, grasping the dim 0-08. Forcibly influencing the core of the seal formed by the accumulated faith of believers over several years in St. Lovett Church also greatly consumed his power. Putting 0-08 away again, Zangwill's smile was somewhat twisted. He tilted his head slightly to look at Riddle, the senior deacon of the Nighthawks, spear of the goddess, who had fallen into a pile of rubble, his aura weak, with the dark red short spear plunged into his chest. He whispered in a cold, mocking tone, "I like the look in your eyes now. Once I fully open this door, I will send you to repent." As he spoke, under Riddle's furious and despairing gaze, Zangwill's 8 legs simultaneously stabbed at the iron-black double door, which was inscribed with 7 dark holy emblems, like a deep, dark heavenly kingdom. Amidst the spirit-trembling friction, the Charney's door trembled slightly but still did not open. However, Zangwill's expression did not change much, because he clearly sensed the decline of the sealing power. Just as he was about to make a concerted effort to completely open this portal and release the dangerous items sealed behind the door, to give the knight a grand gift, Zangwill's body paused slightly. He looked up and whispered with some regret, "They came so fast." He decisively abandoned the action of continuing to attack the Charney's door. The core of the seal had been completely disrupted by him, so even if the reinforcements from the Church of the Night arrived, their primary task would be to resolve the problem of the Charney's door, which would inevitably draw more attention from the Church of the Night. Having fulfilled the request of the royal demigod, Zangwill dispelled his incomplete mythical creature form. He looked at the severely wounded and dying Riddle, and just as he was about to send him on his way, he stopped again. As if recalling certain memories, Zangwill pulled out the dark red short spear, put it into his inner underworld, and then took out a wooden box from his bosom. As the lid opened, it revealed the dark, viscous, and corrupted blood inside, the blood of the evil god's offspring that Zangwill had collected back in Tingen City. Taking a drop of black blood from it, Zangwill showed a strange smile and violently dripped the drop of blood into Riddle's pierced chest, muttering in a hoarse, low voice, "Go and feel my situation at that time. I'd like to see if the one you believe in will truly bestow grace." Then his body disappeared into the deep darkness, leaving only a hysterical low laugh. The unrest in western Glendale had been quelled. Believers were comforted and evacuated in batches. A man in a bishop's robe looked grimly at several corpses of clergy members on the ground. These were all Nighthawks encountered by Zangwill when he invaded the church, and without exception, he had sent them to heaven. This also made the bishop fully understand that the abnormality of the underground Charney's door and the disappearance of the senior deacon were very likely caused by this unknown intruder. Gritting his teeth, he said in a deep voice to a red glove beside him, Immediately have the Nighthawks evacuate all clergy members from the church, activate the sealing array, and I will go underground myself. If I do not come out, no unauthorized entry is allowed unless reinforcements from the Holy See arrive. Just then, a sharp gust of wind came. Cardinal Archbishop of the Church of Storms, Archbishop of the Savaras County Diocese, Deep Blue High Priest, Radar Valentine, descended from the wind and landed in front of St. Lovett Church. He wore a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm, his face was heavily bearded, and his hair was short and spiky, its color a deep blue, almost pure black. This robust demigod fixed his gaze on the bishop who was about to descend underground and spoke somewhat impatiently. What happened? How did your Charney's door undergo such a severe abnormality? Although he asked this, he did not venture into St. Lovett Church on his own. As a Cardinal Archbishop of the Church of Storms, he would certainly be repelled by the Church of the Night Sealing Corps, and rashly entering might exacerbate the deterioration of the Charney's door. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. Just as he hesitated, a richly colored, modeled, abstract oil painting world suddenly appeared above St. Lovett Church. Archbishop Randolph Carter, with darker skin and deep-set features, more akin to a Byron native, stepped out of the spirit world. Countless spirits clustered around him, making his surroundings dim and layered, seemingly hiding a world within. With no time for pleasantries, Randolph Carter transformed directly into a faint light and flashed into St. Lovett Church, with only his lingering voice echoing. High Priest, guard this area for me, and prevent any accomplices who might still be lurking in the darkness. I'll go down first to stabilize the sealing core. Radar Valentine was about to say something more when he suddenly saw a blue light door appear beside him. He resisted the urge to unleash a lightning storm, then looked at Aaron, who emerged from it, with an understanding expression. Looking at the empty church below, with obscure fluctuations hidden underground, Aaron also confirmed that the spirit world positioning given by Archbishop Anthony was accurate. Hiding and suppressing his aura to only that of a normal sequence 4, Aaron glanced at the Cardinal Archbishop of the Church of Storms who had appeared here, and asked with some confusion. Archbishop Radar, weren't you transferred to the Backlund Diocese? Why are you here? After the assassination of the former Duke Negan, under strong protest from the royal family, the Church of Storms was forced to compromise. The former Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese, Singer of God, Ace Snake, was replaced by the Deep Blue High Priest, Radar Valentine, who was currently before him. Seemingly not expecting the Church of the Night's reaction to be so intense and swift, Radar Valentine paused for a few seconds before speaking in a deep voice. I am already the Cardinal Archbishop of the Church of Storms in the Savaras County Diocese. Since something happened with the Church of the Night, I naturally have to come here to check the situation. Also, the transfer order has just been issued, and I will officially go to Backlund for the handover at the beginning of next year. Aaron nodded with understanding. In the time it took for these few sentences, Aaron had already quietly bypassed Radar Valentine's perception and enveloped the underground of St. Lovett Church with the Judgment Domain. Passing through the empty church and entering the staircase leading underground, Randolph Carter inexplicably felt a strange sense of being watched. An alarm suddenly went off in his heart. He immediately opened his inner underworld, and a dense aura of death surged out, maximizing his perception. As if sensing something, he suddenly punched forward. In the dense aura of death, clusters of eerie green flames ignited out of thin air, allowing Randolph Carter to see what he had just sent flying. It was actually a somewhat distorted human figure. Even though his face was covered in blood and his body was somewhat deformed, the black and red archbishop's robe allowed Randolph Carter to quickly confirm that this should be the missing senior deacon, Spear of the Goddess, Riddle mentioned in the telegram. Looking at the crimson, madness-revealing eyes, Randolph Carter directly gave up on the idea of asking Riddle what had happened here. He took a step forward, intending to knock him unconscious first, but deep within his spirituality, the feeling of being watched grew even stronger. Chapter 355 Will Acceptance Reminder. The dark, layered world rippled. Archbishop Randolph Carter, who was manipulating his inner netherworld and forcefully controlling the clearly contaminated senior deacon, Spear of the Goddess, Riddell, also discovered the loss of that Grade 1 sealed artifact. His heart sank slightly, and a shadow flickered across Archbishop Randolph Carter's sharply defined face. He sighed and pointed his finger at Riddell's glabella. A quiet green nether flame then emerged from his fingertip, drawing a complex and strange rune on the blood-stained glabella, subtly echoing the dark, layered world surrounding Archbishop Randolph Carter. As an undying, he could already use his inner netherworld and the mysterious door between life and death to borrow the power of the netherworld for sealing. Just as Archbishop Randolph Carter was dealing with Riddell, a man wearing a night church priest's robe and a very punchable smile appeared in the damaged and collapsed passage behind him. Randolph Carter's inner netherworld seemed to be interfered with by some power, unable to sense this strange figure, allowing him to approach silently. A faint banner mark also subtly appeared on his glabella. The golden flame that suddenly rose ignited the priest's robe, and the scorching light instantly illuminated the underground passage, which only had some faint green flames. No screams were heard, and the smile on his face did not disappear even at the moment before his body turned to ash, only carrying a hint of regret. Randolph Carter's eyes were vigilant. He maintained his finger on Riddell's glabella, turned his head to look at the gradually extinguishing golden flame behind him, and observed the black gelatinous substance with dark red patterns that was the only remnant in the ashes. Aaron's figure appeared beside the ashes. He frowned as he picked up that sleepless beyonder characteristic, and then greeted the still somewhat vigilant Randolph Carter, taking out Ariana's knight emblem from his pregnant. More than a month ago, Aaron had already met this newly promoted archbishop when he went to the Church of Tranquility to find Pallas Zoroast, who was parasitizing Leonard. It was only now that Randolph Carter confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed Mr. Favored One. He no longer secretly mobilized the power of the netherworld, and immediately turned sideways to reveal the dying Riddell behind him. Quietly putting away the characteristic with its unique contamination, Aaron raised an eyebrow, then looked at the miserable-looking Nighthawk senior deacon, as the domain of judgment quietly contracted. After sensing it for a while, the ring of concealment rippled with faint light. The historical projection of the scepter of the sun appeared in Aaron's hand. Without destroying the complex incantation that had already formed on the glabella, he directly pressed the scepter of the sun against Riddell's chest. His originally tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, his crimson eyeballs seemed about to pop out of their sockets, and a sharp, infant-like cry came from Riddell's chest. A blurred human face growing on his heart slowly melted away. Looking at the unconscious Riddell, Aaron sighed and shook his head. Even if the senior deacon could be saved, after being contaminated by the true Creator's divinity, he would probably be stuck at this level for the rest of his life. Feeling the increasingly turbulent aura underground, Aaron's mind stirred. He first teleported Riddell, whose injuries were temporarily stabilized, outside St. Lovett Cathedral, entrusting him to the deep blue high priest, Riddell Valentine, for safekeeping. Aaron then disbanded the historical projection of the scepter of the sun. The closer he got to the core seal of the Night Church, the more intense the backlash this high-level power of the sun domain would receive. With the help of Ariana's knight emblem and the knight mark, Aaron and Archbishop Randolph Carter worked together to pull the core seal back from the brink of losing control. Standing at the deepest part of the underground again, Aaron's expression was slightly unusual as he looked at the Charinus gate, which was gradually returning to calm, with several words written on it in crimson blood. Int Zangwil. A hint of anger flashed in Randolph Carter's eyes, and he said in a low voice, enunciating each word. This damned traitor, this is a provocation to the church's authority. Aaron's expression, however, showed little surprise. Even those lunatics of the Aurora Order wouldn't directly target the seven deities. The only one who would dare to directly attack a Night Church cathedral at this time was Int Zangwil. After calming Randolph Carter's emotions and confirming that this guy had erased all his traces, Aaron slowly spoke. You can report Int Zangwil's matter to the Sacred Hall later. For now, let's open the Charinus gate and enter together to reinforce the seals on those dangerous items. Taking advantage of this gap, Aaron quietly retreated 2 steps and sacrificed the sleepless beyonder characteristic he had acquired to the Nation of Disorder. As soon as this black gelatinous substance covered with dark red patterns appeared, it was enveloped by surging dark gold mist. The subconsciousness remaining within the Sapphira formed an unreal human figure on the throne and took out the red priest card from the pile of miscellaneous items. Before Aaron could do anything, Roselle Gustav, sitting in the chariot and wearing a crimson robe in the center of the tarot card, suddenly became vivid. A rich, iron-blooded aura surged out, attempting to merge with the sleepless beyonder characteristic covered in dark red patterns. With a slight thought, Aaron completely isolated these 2 items, confirming his guess. That red angel evil spirit from the underground ruins was actually brought out by Int Zangwil. Looking at the iron-black door, inscribed with 7 dark holy emblems, opening slowly like a deep, dark heaven, Aaron's expression was somewhat uncertain. It was then that he belatedly realized that, after making the deal with Adam last time, he seemed to have deliberately ignored the Blood Emperor's ruins in Backlund and the red angel evil spirit that Ms. Ariana had resealed. Loen Kingdom, Backlund, Dr. Aaron's house. Klein handed the gift to the maid and was led into the living room by the smiling Dr. Aaron. The room had been arranged beforehand, with tables placed against the walls and plates of food scattered on them, mainly cold dishes such as ham, bacon, cakes, and puddings. There was even ice cream, even though it was already December. Leading Klein towards the inner room, Dr. Aaron clearly noticed his surprise and explained with a mix of indulgence and helplessness. Haha, pregnant ladies always get some special privileges, don't they? Although she always says it's our baby who wants to eat. At this point, Dr. Aaron's steps paused slightly. He looked at the lady leaning on a lounge chair in the small garden, her abdomen already bulging, and introduced with a smile. Sherlock, this is my wife, Wilma Gladys. As a polite gentleman, Klein certainly wouldn't stare at Aaron's wife. He merely glanced, and his gaze moved away from Ms. Wilma Gladys, only to discover an extremely terrifying scene. Dr. Aaron walked ahead with a gentle smile, occasionally turning his head to say something to the empty air beside him. The maid who had been following behind, ready to be summoned at any moment, also seemed not to see Klein, who was still standing in place, and walked straight past him. This Klein was about to speak when he saw the boundless deep darkness, and within it, an exceptionally lonely oval light sphere. His spirituality unconsciously extended, touching that illusory and hazy object. The surrounding world suddenly twisted. Klein unknowingly found himself in a desolate plain, with paint-black stones under his feet and not even a single weed. In the center of the plain stood a black spire, around which a giant silver-white long snake coiled. Its head was already raised, and its crimson eyes coldly watched this direction. The silver-white giant snake had no substantial scales, its body was covered with dense patterns and symbols. They formed interconnected wheels, and around each wheel were different markings. Klein, who had regained consciousness, his pupils suddenly contracted. When the marionettist Rosago died violently earlier, he had seen almost identical patterns and symbols on the Wheel of Fortune card. Hesitating for a moment, unable to determine his current situation, Klein had no choice but to brace himself and, under the gaze of the silver-white giant snake, approach the paint-black spire step by step. It could be confirmed that Dr. Aaron did indeed conceal a snake of fortune. Klein quickly made a judgment and began to wonder what such a prominent figure wanted from him. The seemingly extremely distant journey, Klein had only taken a few steps, and the destination was already before him. The silver-white giant snake lowered its upper body, seemingly contemplating how to enjoy the dessert delivered to its mouth. Its mouth was wide open, yet no fishy smell emanated. Its red eyes were cold and ruthless, viewing everything as prey, yet without the slightest hint of slaughter or cruelty. Before it, everything seemed insignificant, and equally so because of its insignificance. A pressure originating from the life level made Klein's calves tremble slightly. Using his clown abilities to control his body, he bowed slightly under the gaze of those crimson eyes, then spoke in a deep voice. "Respected Wilosepton, I merely wished to visit my friend and had no intention of offending you." Klein maintained this posture for only a few seconds, then the terrifying pressure suddenly vanished, and the door at the base of the black spire opened with a roar. He instinctively looked up and found that the white giant snake wrapped around the black spire had disappeared. He took a deep breath and stepped directly into the interior of the black spire. The layout here was unusually chaotic. The stairs spiraled upwards, then slanted downwards, passing through doors and walls. Klein no longer knew where he was within the black spire. As he turned a corner, Klein's steps paused slightly. On the wall of the corridor ahead, there appeared a series of comic strips, as if a segment from the River of Destiny had been intercepted and pasted on the wall frame by frame. Klein slowly walked through the corridor, his gaze sweeping over the comic strips, stopping at the last frame. A dilapidated church, the solemn Duke Aaron, the blood-stained Charinus gate, and the crimson words, "Int Sanguil," on the door. Before Klein could figure out what the scene meant, a strange rustling sound attracted his attention, like the sound of an object rubbing against the ground. He instinctively took a few steps forward and found a pile of tarot cards scattered on the ground in the darkness. All the card faces were facing down, with only the topmost one revealing the silver wheel pattern on its face. Klein stared intently. Below this Wheel of Fortune card, a few other words seemed to be written. Cherwood Borough, Sapphira Street, number 44. Whoosh! The surrounding scenery instantly shattered. Klein found himself still standing in place. Dr. Aaron and the others seemed to have not noticed the anomaly just now. His thoughts were chaotic, but Klein also pretended that nothing had happened. After lunch, he left Dr. Aaron's house. It wasn't until he returned to 15 Minsk Street that Klein finally relaxed his tense nerves. He hurried back to his bedroom, eagerly took out paper and pen, and drew a complex symbol that blended peeking and concealment. On the surface of the full-length mirror in the bedroom, ripples suddenly spread out in circles, and silver light formed lone characters. "Most High, Great Master, your loyal, humble servant Erodes answers your summons." After the familiar fawning and flattery, the silver light on the mirror's surface suddenly flowed more swiftly, forming new words. "Great Master, what are your commands?" Klein had regained his fool's dignity. His eyes flickered, and he spoke in a deep voice. "I want to know if Nsangwil has left Backlund now." The scene that the Snake of Fortune showed him could not have been in Backlund, as such a large commotion could not be concealed. Due to the existence of 0-08, Erodes could not directly locate Nsangwil's whereabouts, but also because of the limitations of 0-08's ability range, Erodes could inversely sense whether the power affecting his ability still existed in Backlund. The surging silver text shifted and twisted, finally forming a brief sentence. "Yes, Great Master, do you have any other questions?" Looking at the affirmative answer, Klein controlled the change in his facial expression, suppressing the question he had originally wanted to blurt out, how to successfully escape Backlund. At this moment, he had suppressed his initial surprise and realized a new problem. Even in the best-case scenario, if he really left Backlund without much hindrance, when Nsangwil returned to Backlund and wielded 0-08, he would definitely discover this anomaly in himself. This would certainly shift Nsangwil's and the royal family's attention to Dr. Aaron, and how could that Snake of Fortune, whose state was not right, agree? His eyes flickered, and Klein changed the topic, speaking in a deep voice. If I leave Backlund in the future, pay attention to the situation at Dr. Aaron Chris's house. Once his wife gives birth, remember to inform me actively when I summon you. After careful consideration, Klein believed that entrusting this matter to Magic Mirror Rhodes was more appropriate, as others could not monitor Dr. Aaron's residence 24 hours a day. Okay, Master. The text on the mirror fully expressed Rhodes's mood. I have a question. Speak. Klein nodded in agreement. This time, Magic Mirror Rhodes's highlighted words were full of pauses, giving a strong sense of hesitation. Great Master, what is the relationship between that child and you? Chapter 356 Bernadette's Discovery. Seeing Rhodes's hesitant tone, Klein's expression was a bit playful. He had already stated it was the unborn child of Dr. Alan Kress, yet Rhodes still hadn't seen the problem. It seems that when it comes to concealing one's own fate and peculiarities, the snake of fate is much stronger than angels of other pathways. Klein suddenly understood, thought for a moment, and carefully replied. Friends. The silver text quickly became cheerful, and Rhodes's words revealed an inexplicable joy. Great Master, do you have any more questions? Klein thought for a moment, then recounted the scene he had just seen in the dream world. Looking at the mirror that glowed with a faint light, he spoke with solemnity. I want to know what happened there. The illusory silver text faded and disappeared, and the mirror seemed to be covered by a layer of mist. A somewhat illusory and unreal image appeared, somewhat like a supplement to the murals seen inside the Black Tower, but even more blurred, as if an unknown force was influencing it. Looking at the terrifying figure shrouded by 8 legs in the image, a hint of ferocity flashed in Klein's eyes. Even in his incomplete mythical creature form, he instantly recognized this monster as Insangwil. After the unclear image disappeared, silver text intertwined and reorganized on the smooth mirror surface, seemingly providing further explanation. Insangwil used that sealed artifact to ambush St. Lovett Church in Glendor, the capital of Savella's County, severely injuring Nighthawk Senior Deacon Spear of the Goddess Riddell, and stealing the Grade 1 sealed artifact he was in charge of, which caused a riot in Cheney's Gate. After waiting for a moment and seeing no reaction from Klein, Rhodes added a sentence at the end of the long text, somewhat nervously. Great Master, do you have any more questions you wish to test Rhodes with? Taking a deep breath, Klein's expression grew even colder. He nodded slightly and finally asked. What is inside 44 Siffield Street, Sherwood Borough? This was the address Will Septon deliberately left in that dream. Combined with his previous conjectures, Klein suspected that it was once the residence of this snake of fate in Backlund. Although he wasn't entirely clear about what this important figure was planning, at least for now, he seemed to maintain goodwill towards him. The original text quickly disappeared, and the mirror rippled like a constantly flowing river. After a long while, Rhodes finally appeared on the mirror with a hint of embarrassment, displaying a few words. Sorry, Great Master, I cannot see the scene there. Klein raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said. All right, that's all for now. If I encounter any more problems later, I will summon you again. Yes, Master, your humble and loyal servant Rhodes is always at your command. Goodbye, Great Master. On the mirror's surface, a stick figure waving a handkerchief quickly appeared. Klein watched silently until everything returned to normal. He stood up, walked to the door, picked up his black top hat, opened the door, and walked out. Backlund, East Borough, a gathering place for the poor. Bernadette, wearing a black veil, silently watched the vagrants wandering the streets like zombies, and the numb women standing on the street corners or inside bars. An invisible radiance rose around her, blocking the drifting yellow-green haze. She was like a ghost walking the world, no one could discover her. For the true creator to fully descend, a large amount of pessimism, despair, numbness, hatred, and primal evil are needed. In Backlund, only the East Borough, the factory district, and the dock area can meet the Aurora Order's requirements. However, this does not mean that the Aurora Order's ritual to summon the true creator will truly take place in these 3 areas. It is more likely to be in the suburbs near Backlund. Therefore, the Aurora Order can only transmit the vast negative emotions accumulated in the East Borough, factory district, and dock area to the location of the true altar through a certain directional sacrifice ritual. Bernadette stopped, looking at the section of shriveled, blood-stained umbilical cord with burn marks, sealed and enveloped by starlight, in her hand. Her eyes were deep blue, as if a condensed ocean. A certain aura detached from the umbilical cord and merged into the invisible servant that had just condensed before Bernadette, merging into the Eye of Mystery prior that had no eyelashes. With the invisible servant's instantly elevated vision, the map of Backlund appeared in Bernadette's mind. The route she had walked in the East Borough, factory district, and dock area using this evil god's umbilical cord during this period gradually connected, finally forming a complex and obscure grand array. With an imperceptible curve of her lips, Bernadette imprinted every detail of this grand array into her mind before waving her hand to dismiss the somewhat distorted invisible servant, which had been eroded and polluted by the true creator's aura. As a sequence 3 clairvoyant of the mystery prior pathway, after learning the specific grand array, Bernadette could deduce the location the array pointed to, which was the ultimate destination of those accumulated vast negative emotions. This queen mystic's eyes, as blue as a condensed ocean, instantly became even deeper, briefly losing focus, as if peering into the torrent of fate. After a few seconds, Bernadette suddenly opened her eyes, her tall eyebrows slightly furrowed. After thinking for a moment, she still extended her right hand and swiftly outlined one star-infused word after another in midair. These words, completely different from the hermit language commonly used in current mysticism, quickly intertwined into strange symbols, opening a secret door leading to the depths of the spirit world. Immediately after, that secret door opened, and a strong wind blew out, dispersing the surrounding yellow-green haze, transforming into a man with a human upper body and a gaseous lower body, wrapped in white cloth. After resealing and isolating the evil god's offspring's umbilical cord in her hand, Bernadette directly threw it to her messenger. Watching the secret door slowly close, Bernadette's body became illusory, transforming into countless bubbles. These bubbles reflected a dreamy array of colors under the light, gradually merging into the increasingly dense mist. Outskirts of Backlund, deep within the Red Rose Manor, in a luxuriously decorated attic. After the disappointed Prince Edsack left, Trissy slumped onto the sofa in silence, a hint of pain and despair flashing across her delicate and pretty face. At this moment, a soft female voice, difficult to pinpoint the location of, sounded, seemingly from left or right, front or back. "We are all children of the primordial one. Suffer in agony, this might be a good thing for you." A figure slowly outlined itself beside Trissy. She wore a simple, holy white robe, with high slits on both sides revealing her flawless legs, her skin like snow, as tender as a young girl's. This woman had black hair and blue eyes, pure, ethereal, and beautiful, possessing an indescribable charm. She was none other than Saintess of White, Katerina. Seeing the culprit who had gradually transformed her into her current state, Trissy's eyes were somewhat hollow, and she didn't even have the desire to speak. Originally, after sensing the disappearance of the power controlling her fate, she had prepared to leave Backlund, but she hadn't expected this important figure from the Demoness sect to personally guard her at the Red Rose Manor. Her already faint spark of hope was completely extinguished. Katerina maintained her holy posture, her gentle voice making it difficult to distinguish whether it was the whisper of a demon or the call of an angel. "Suffer. The more you suffer, the more you will feel your own weakness. Only when suffering reaches its extreme will the desire to change oneself be strong enough to help you bear the primordial one's blessing." Looking at Trissy, whose expression had once again become bewildered, Katerina Pelly's face showed a smile. Her gaze swept over the sapphire ring on Trissy's hand, and her voice became even more ethereal. "We must all draw closer to the primordial one, this is our destiny." Before she could finish speaking, Katerina Pelly suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise and doubt flashing in her eyes. Surging yet quiet black flames appeared, covering every corner of the room, burning silently, yet not harming the somewhat bewildered Trissy, merely serving as a restraint. After doing all this, Katerina Pelly's figure then disappeared. The surging black flames were like a black tide. The bewildered look on Trissy's face lessened considerably. After trying to struggle a few times to no avail, a hint of madness rose in her eyes. Recalling Katerina Pelly's previous words, Trissy seemed to finally make a certain decision, raising her left palm, which bore the blue gem. The black flames that had been firmly restraining Trissy somewhat fearfully avoided the ring, successfully freeing her left palm. Without the slightest hesitation, Trissy used her only movable left palm to plunge it into her chest. Crimson heart blood instantly enveloped the sapphire ring on her pinky finger. Her consciousness seemed to explode. Amidst hysterical laughter, Trissy seemed to see an image that suddenly appeared and then instantly vanished. On a throne seemingly built from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a gigantic feathered snake of immeasurable size was coiled. Below the throne was an entire continent, devoid of life and turned pale, as if the boundary between life and death had been blurred. To the side of the feathered snake were black tentacles, like pythons, directly breaking through space and extending from the astral world. The tip of each of these tentacles had an eye, either closed or open. Anything they saw, even those undead who had long lost their lives, would instantly turn into gray-white stone. And anything directly touched by the tentacles would twist, sprout limbs and a head, and transform into women, either large or small, all with very good looks. Her consciousness seemed to rise continuously. Trissy seemed to pass beyond the feathered snake and the tentacles, and her gaze met the indescribable eyes behind the torn rift in the astral world. A piercing laugh escaped Trissy's lips. The surging black flames began to tremble, but they did not extinguish. Instead, they gradually entered her body until they completely vanished. Savella's County, beneath St. Lovett Church. Cheney's gate slowly closed. Archbishop Randolph Carter, his aura somewhat chaotic, walked out behind Aaron. The layers of shadowy underworld space that had previously enveloped him had been reabsorbed into his body. The newly appointed archbishop looked with some apprehension at the item in Aaron's hand, which was mostly covered by the Ariana crest. From its outline alone, it appeared to be a blood-stained eyeball. Randolph Carter's previous diocese was in the southern continent, and he had been promoted to undying in the cathedral for less than 2 months, so he was not familiar with the sealed artifacts behind the Chinese gate of St. Lovett Church. He only knew its name was Eye of Rusco, a Grade 1 sealed artifact with living characteristics, said to have originated from the War of 4 Emperors that swept across the continent at the end of the 4th epoch. Compared to Randolph Carter, Aaron's expression was somewhat playful. When the two of them entered Chinese Gate to stabilize the core of the seal, although the sealed artifacts behind the door had already shown signs of losing control, they ultimately couldn't cause much trouble against 2 demigods. After appeasing and stabilizing the seal's core, just as Aaron was about to reseal the 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, the Ariana crest, which had originally been treated as a mascot, suddenly attached itself to the most dangerous one, the Eye of Rusco. To be honest, compared to spending time appeasing and stabilizing the seal's core, Aaron most liked sealed artifacts with living characteristics. Intimidating them into submission and taking them as pets was an incredibly simple, assembly line operation. But this sudden turn of events made Aaron indecisive. Additionally, St. Lovett Church had been damaged, and the senior deacon who originally guarded it was severely injured. 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts were somewhat beyond the current load capacity of Chinese Gate. After a brief discussion with Archbishop Randolph Carter, Aaron first sent this Grade 1 sealed artifact and the unconscious senior deacon, Spear of the Goddess, Riddell to the Church of Serenity. Randolph Carter would remain at St. Lovett Church, responsible for guarding and organizing the corresponding reconstruction work, awaiting further arrangements from the cathedral. Waving his hand to erase the blood-written name on Chinese Gate, Aaron put away the Eye of Rusco, then softly asked Archbishop Randolph Carter. "You mean that Grade 1 sealed artifact of Riddell's, which Nsangwil stole, is of the Hunter pathway?" Archbishop Randolph Carter did not detect the peculiar tone in Aaron's somewhat low voice. His face was gloomy, and he slowly nodded. "Yes, that was obtained when the church killed an iron-blooded knight of the Sauron family from Intis during the War of the Apostates. Counting that holy relic from St. Selena Church in Tingen City and that Grade 0 sealed artifact, Nsangwil's dangerousness has once again increased. It seems this characteristic should now be in the hands of the Red Angel." Aaron nodded lightly, already understanding the hidden meaning in the Archbishop's words, and calmly replied. "I will report the situation to the cathedral and provide you with corresponding assistance." As they spoke, both figures disappeared together, returning to the surface. After Aaron thanked Archpriest Riddell Valentine of the Church of Storms, he took the unconscious Spear of the Goddess, Riddell, and stepped into the Traveler's Door. Chapter 357, The Remains of the Ancient God. Watching the Duke disappear behind the light blue door, Deep Blue Archpriest, Radar Valentine no longer lingered and immediately rode the strong winds away. A golden halo enveloped Riddell, turning into a translucent film to prevent prying from the strange creatures of the spirit world. Guided by the 7 clear lights suspended at the highest point of the spirit world, Aaron shuttled towards a certain direction. The essence of the Traveler's Door is spirit world travel that can sense the outside world and self-locate. Therefore, Beyonders of different sequences, due to the varying strength of their spiritual bodies, can endure different transmission times, and the effect and distance of spirit world travel also vary significantly. Even with Aaron's current sequence, crossing half of Loen to the Church of Tranquility in the easternmost Winter County would take some time, not to mention bringing an unconscious senior deacon. If he were to summon the historical projection of the Crown of Stars and use the recorded scene of the Church of Tranquility, he could directly self-exile and arrive in an instant. However, that was, after all, a holy hall, and the sudden arrival of high-level power could easily be mistaken for an invasion, triggering an unknown counterattack from the Church. The passage of time in the spirit world is extremely blurred. Aaron finally stopped before a vague, deep area, like an abstract night sky. Without entering directly, Aaron chanted the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in ancient Hermes, until ripples appeared in that deep, abstract night sky before he slowly stepped in. What came into view was a black Gothic church with a spire, standing solitarily in the snow-covered mountains, occupying a vast area. After leaving the spirit world, Aaron appeared on the broken cliff in front of the church, quiet and empty, a vast expanse of white, without a sound. This was the headquarters of the Evernight Goddess Church, the Church of Tranquility, commonly known as the Holy Hall among the Nighthawks. Senior Deacon Crest Sesama, with his collar raised high, covering his chin and lips, walked out. He carefully took the unconscious and dying Riddell, checked his injuries, and then drew a crimson moon on his chest, speaking in a low voice. "Praise the goddess, Mr. Chosen. Ms. Ariana is waiting for you." Aaron took out the Eye of Rusco, enveloped by Ariana's emblem, having already sensed the anchor's aura. He nodded in response. The matter at St. Lovett Church has been investigated. It was Nsangwil's sneak attack using that sealed artifact 0-08. Not only did he steal Riddell's sealed artifact Sequence 1, but he also corrupted him with the evil god's blood tainted with the true creator's pollution. I only removed the surface pollution to prevent the injuries from worsening. The rest is up to the pontiff. Crest Sesama had only received a message from Ms. Ariana to wait here, and only now did he know what exactly happened in Sevirus County. His expression quickly turned grim. After thanking Aaron again, he immediately rushed deeper into the church with Riddell. Looking at the black monastery with its wide-open door, Aaron did not linger. He passed through the corridor adorned with various religious murals and arrived at the innermost hall. His spirituality was stirred, and he unconsciously raised his head. The hall was shrouded in darkness, blurring distance and boundaries, silent and peaceful. The only light came from the magnificent statue in the very center, as if from a high-hanging red moon or stars. She wore a layered yet uncomplex dark gown, adorned with countless brilliant points, as if the cosmos night sky was draped upon her. Her head was indistinct, as if veiled by the night, difficult to see clearly, only confirming that she was female. Unlike other churches of the Evernight Church, which usually use the Evernight holy emblem to represent the deity, as the Holy Hall, the deepest part of the Church of Tranquility contained a complete statue of the deity in human form. Below the statue knelt a female figure wearing a simple linen robe, a bark belt, long black hair, and no shoes or socks. The leader of the Evernight Church's ascetics, the terrestrial angel Ariana. This servant of concealment knelt in the quietly rippling darkness, giving a very unreal feeling. Even though she sensed Aaron's arrival, her posture did not change at all. As soon as he entered the hall, Aaron felt a power reviving on the statue, accompanied by a gradual settling in tranquility of body and mind, as if entering a semi-dreamlike state. Already somewhat enlightened, Aaron bowed slightly towards the statue with a more devout posture, drew a crimson moon on his chest, and said respectfully in a soft voice, "Praise you, great Lord of Crimson." A faint glow appeared on the statue's face, as if endowing it with life, and a soft voice, like a lullaby, sounded. "Hand this sealed artifact to Klein Moretti." The Ariana emblem originally attached to the Eye of Rusco automatically detached and disappeared, along with an invisible restraint. The blood-stained eyeball instantly deepened, and even Aaron's thoughts were slightly sluggish for a moment. Recovering, he looked at the deep eyeball with a strange gaze, feeling that the aura of this sealed artifact was much stronger than when he first took it from outside Cheney's gate. He instinctively reached out and grasped it. Phlegria. Layers of murmuring sound suddenly echoed, and obscure images flashed by. Aaron looked at the Evernight goddess's projection, somewhat speechless, and whispered, "This, wouldn't it be too risky?" The soft voice dispelled the layered murmuring, and dense darkness surged with it. "That is merely Phlegria's remnant body after a fall. In the third epoch, it fell into Antigonus's hands along with the Fool's uniqueness. The contained mad will has been completely worn away. Although it does not contain the corresponding Beyonder characteristic, its inherent Beyonder sequence is high enough, and in the hands of a specific person, it will play a far greater role than an ordinary sealed artifact Sequence 1. After the complete destruction of the Kingdom of Night, this ancient god's eye was stored in Sevirus County, and those believers gave it a new name. Phlegria's eyeball. Such a big background. According to the Beyonder characteristic conservation, the eyeball must have originally contained Beyonder characteristics, but it was probably inherited and digested by Antigonus. However, even so, besides being unable to divine the corresponding potion formula from it, it is at least equivalent to an enhanced Fool card, and perhaps even has other uses. Aaron's thoughts churned. Speaking of ancient god remnants, he himself had one. The head of the giant King Ormer was now in his hands. And unlike this Eye of Rusco, which was only a shell, the head contained a Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 2, Glory. It was a pity that Ormer's resentment at the time of his death was too deeply integrated with that characteristic, and it would take some time to completely separate the two. Quickly suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Aaron released the Eye of Rusco, and asked cautiously, "What about the church then?" At least for now, this sealed artifact Sequence 1 was temporarily under his supervision. If it disappeared without reason, he would at least have to explain the reason to the other archbishops and senior deacons of the church. The Evernight goddess's projection said in a calm tone, "This sealed artifact will henceforth be permanently stored behind Cheney's gate in the Church of Tranquility, sealed personally by Ariana." At this point, the Evernight goddess paused, her tone carrying some inexplicable meaning. If Klein Moretti can be promoted to senior deacon within the church, the holy artifact he will control will be this one. Aaron lowered his head slightly, concealing the unusual look in his eyes. He had originally thought that letting Klein develop freely was a common agreement reached by the Evernight goddess and Adam. Now it seemed that the goddess had merely observed silently without interference when dealing with Tinjin. Including the mermaid who had long been kept in captivity in the Kingdom of Night, which had been completely wiped out, the Evernight goddess had already meticulously arranged every step for Klein, or rather, the next lucky person cast by Sapphira Castle, within the church. As soon as he thought of this, Aaron's expression slightly froze. Sapphira Castle had only cast 3 transmigrators so far, and the Evernight goddess was the first and the one most aligned with the Lord of the Mysteries' original resurrection plan. It was a pity that under the interference of God Almighty's hidden moves, although she descended as a demonic wolf, she did not obtain the full pathway wielded by Destroyer demonic wolf, Phlegria, but rather the darkness pathway corresponding to the river of eternal darkness. And after that, Sapphira Castle's casting seemed to have been paused, perhaps due to a problem with Sapphira Castle itself, or perhaps the ancient sun god, who wielded the era uniqueness at the time, was interfering. The ancient sun god, half a pillar in the fourth epoch, fell, and Sapphira Castle remained silent, which was the influence Adam made by leveraging Amon's half of error and Antigonus's half of fool to strongly aggregate Sapphira Castle. The destruction of the Kingdom of Night, and the sealing of 0-08 by the Evernight Church were the Evernight goddess's responses, and the appearance of Roselle was more like a goodwill gesture released by Adam. After a long period of vying for interests, pressured by the apocalypse, the two sides finally reached a final consensus on certain disagreements, which led to Klein's appearance. After clarifying his thoughts, Aaron slightly turned his head, looking at the huge, seemingly living statue. He opened his mouth but did not ask his final question, as that would be tantamount to revealing the Evernight goddess's identity as a transmigrator. It wasn't until the sense of tranquility that permeated his body and mind disappeared that Ms. Ariana, who had been kneeling beneath the statue, slowly rose. Looking at Aaron, who seemed about to say something, she spoke first. "I am aware of the events in Sapphira's County. The seal in the underground ruins was not broken, but the Red Angel evil spirit inside has escaped. However, given the evil spirit's current state, it should be parasitizing in Sangwil within the underworld." Aaron nodded, implicitly agreeing with Ariana's statement, and then recounted Archbishop Randolph Carter's thoughts and concerns from before he left Sapphira's County. Ms. Ariana's expression remained unchanged, calm and indifferent, without even the slightest hint of anger. After a moment of pause, she spoke silently. "The task of tracking in Sangwil will still be handled by Randolph Carter. The church will arrange for Crest Sesama to go to St. Lovett Church as soon as possible." Chapter 358, Disturbance of Fate. Aaron was not too surprised by Ariana's attitude. After all, complete mythical creatures inherently had weak humanity. Aaron nodded slightly and tapped his chest, making a crimson moon symbol. "I'm returning to Backlund shortly. Please send a telegram to His Highness in Cecevelis County, relaying the church's arrangements to Archdeacon Randolph Carter." As Aaron spoke, he placed the Evernight emblem back over the Eye of Rusco, and chuckled softly. "Also, I'll be taking the sealed artifact with me. The demonic wolf in the forsaken land of the gods had been untraceable for a long time. A remnant body of a king of demonic wolves, carrying the aura of Sapphira Castle might be a very good bait. After all, the Evernight goddess only said she wanted to give the Eye of Rusco to Klein, she didn't specify a deadline." Leaving the quiet church and standing on the towering snowy mountain, Aaron's figure slowly vanished. Backlund, Sherwood Borough, 44 Siffiel Street. Klein pressed down on his hat brim and stepped off the public carriage. He looked at the unremarkable detached house across the street and hesitated for a moment before slowly approaching. The fact that a Rhodes couldn't pry into it at least indicated that even if the Snake of Fate restarted, it still left some arrangements within this room, and the unknown always caused hesitation. Feigning nonchalance, Klein circled the street where the house was located, then went to the more secluded and quiet back door, taking out his universal key. A pale blue halo spread across the wall. Klein took a deep breath and, with nerves taut, walked inside. At the same time, at the junction of Sherwood Borough and the West District, a young man with black hair, black eyes, a gaunt face, and a monocle rode a bicycle, swaying leisurely through the streets. Suddenly, his monocle seemed to flash with a faint light. The bicycle slowly stopped. He adjusted the monocle on his right eye, looked at the sky, curled his lips, and chuckled softly. The changes in fate, a contingency left before the restart, how interesting. After a brief evaluation, he clenched his right hand into a fist and gently tapped his monocle. From the pedestrians on the street, the trees by the roadside, the sparrows on the rooftops, the rats in muddy corners, and the various unseen organisms in the air, a phantom insect-like figure flew out from each, converging into one like stardust. The original young man had, at some unknown point, transformed into a Mon, wearing a pointed soft hat and a classical black robe. A sense of ethereal unreality emerged in his mind. Klein was certain he hadn't entered a dream. The moment he entered 44 Siffiel Street, he lost control of his body. The sound of rushing water echoed in his ears. Klein's somewhat bewildered consciousness saw a shimmering river, and a gigantic silvery white snake, seemingly composed of countless wheels, flashed past. A thin, grayish-white mist quickly rose above the river. A strange sense of restraint came over him, followed by a somewhat familiar sensation of falling. Klein suddenly opened his eyes and saw the clean, dust-free living room, and the paper crane placed in the most prominent position in the living room. Klein cautiously looked around. He felt that something inexplicable had changed in the room. Recalling the peculiar feeling from just now, he instinctively touched his chest, his expression freezing slightly. The Wheel of Fortune card, which he had kept close to his body, had completely disappeared. After taking off his overcoat and checking it repeatedly, Klein finally turned his gaze to the paper crane. Both its shape and size were identical to the one Dr. Aaron had shown him previously. He raised and lowered his hand. Klein still meticulously searched the entire small building inside and out first. After confirming there were no other discoveries, he picked up the paper crane and examined it closely. As expected, he found no abnormalities. With a sigh in his heart, Klein put away the paper crane and quietly left with the help of the universal key. On the outskirts of Backlund, Bernadette, wearing a fine black veil, looked at the mirror world that quietly surrounded her. She showed no panic, and her clear, cold voice echoed in the empty world. I didn't expect the Saintess of White, of the Demoness sect to be lurking in Backlund. Aren't you afraid of being encircled by the Evernight and Storm churches? A pleasant and charming soft voice emanated from various corners of the mirror world. Katerina Pell, dressed in a simple, holy white robe, slowly emerged from the mirror surface. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The little girl who used to follow Roselle has now become the renowned queen mystic. I must say, your temperament is nothing like his. Can you tell me how you found this place? Bernadette's expression was calm, as if they were just chatting. Neither party had any intention of fighting, creating a strange harmony. The guidance of fate. It seems my opportunity for advancement is hidden here. Katerina Pell's eyes narrowed slightly. As an elder demoness who had personally experienced the War of Four Emperors and the Pale Disaster and successfully survived, she knew the advancement ritual for a mystery prior sequence too. A smile quickly appeared on her beautiful face. My demoness sect has no intention of being your enemy. Instead of competing with me and suffering mutual losses, why don't I choose a more suitable opportunity for you? Adhering to the idea of sacrificing others to save herself, and in order to quickly get rid of this uninvited guest, Katerina Pell decisively sold out her temporary ally, the Aurora Order, even emphasizing that Mr. A, who was responsible for the descent ritual, was only a Sequence 5 shepherd. Bernadette looked at the detailed address Katerina Pell provided and fell silent for a moment, not leaving immediately. Her Eye of Mystery appeared, quickly deciphering the array patterns she had previously obtained and deducing the array's direction to verify whether this Saintess of White had lied to her. At Red Rose Manor, Edisac watched as Triss slowly walked over and casually gravely injured the mid-sequence old butler. His expression was inexplicably horrified, unable to imagine how Triss could have suddenly changed so much in such a short time. Triss looked at Edisac with an indifferent expression, black flames seemingly burning in her eyes. She seemed to think of something, then revealed a playful smile. Now, no one can stop me. Hey, to be frank, I am actually a demoness. Prince Edisac's expression had returned to calm. He slowly exhaled. I know you are a demoness. All those potion ingredients you got were provided by me. I don't mind if my queen is a witch or a demoness. I've even seen your wanted poster. Triss was startled at first, the black flames in her eyes no longer violent, but then she sneered. You know a lot, don't you? Then do you know that I used to be a man? My real name is Triss. What? Edisac's eyes widened, and he tilted his head slightly, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. Chapter 359, In Zangwill's Compromise. Triss' expression was somewhat frenzied as she vented, telling Edsac all the words that had been building up in her heart for a long time, as well as all the truths she knew. Looking at Edsac, whose eyes were glazed over, as if he had finally awakened from a long dream, Triss unconsciously stroked the sapphire ring on her left ring finger, with a hint of pity and self-mockery. Poor thing, even liking someone was arranged for you, just like a puppet on strings. You are an expendable object, and I am both a hostage needed for the cooperation between the royal family and the demoness sect, and a necessary disguise for deception. I carry important items of the demoness sect and am under your strict supervision, liable to be destroyed at any time, and lose treasures. This is the sincerity of our cooperation. And once the matter is exposed and known to the 3 major churches or other factions of the military, the development of the matter will be very simple. Prince Edsac, infatuated with beauty, secretly kept a demoness, and, knowing his deep sins, committed suicide by shooting himself. Then, all problems will be covered up. Tilting her head slightly, Triss looked at the mirror world in the sky, invisible to the naked eye, her lips curving upwards. As she reached the door, she turned her head and sneered. This is your fate from now on, but I have to say, you are very lucky. The demoness monitoring me doesn't know the situation here yet. I can help you escape from Red Rose Manor, and from then on, we owe each other nothing. On the deep, layered sea of collective subconscious, Edsac's mental island trembled gently, and specks of light converged, as the virtual personality of Hugh Lambes quietly emerged. Sensing the terrifying and dangerous aura emanating from Triss, this virtual personality ultimately did not leave the mental island. Invisible fluctuations spread outwards from its body, diffusing across the sea of collective subconscious towards the distance. At the same time, within the portion of the mental island submerged by the sea of subconscious, a faint glimmer flashed and disappeared. His sealed memories awakened. The previously silent Edsack finally raised his head, his rounded face showing both relief and pain, and he said bitterly to Triss. They've already found out. You should leave quickly. I have a hidden move left by the psychology alchemists on me. Let me live in this beautiful story and face its final ending. Perhaps, I can buy you a little more time. Triss' expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but look back, then took a deep breath and no longer lingered. Edsack slumped into the chair, his expression forlorn, and took out a golden revolver from the drawer. Looking at the judgment sword emblem carved on the revolver, pointing vertically downwards with a ruby crown as its hilt, Edsack's arm trembled slightly as he aimed the muzzle at his temple. Hey, even a woman dares to fight against fate, but you are cowardly choosing suicide here. A familiar voice entered his ears. Edsack turned his head in disbelief, looking at Aaron who had appeared in the room at some unknown time. As early as when Edsack's mental island experienced strong fluctuations, the contingency plan Aaron had left during the hypnosis of the subconscious at the Charity Foundation sensed the anomaly. Having already returned to Backlund from Tranquil Church, Aaron was previously at St. Samuel Church, recounting the events that had occurred at St. Loft Church to Archbishop Anthony, and immediately teleported there. However, sensing a faint threat from Triss, Aaron chose not to cause further complications, allowing this quasi-god descent vessel of the primordial demoness to leave. With his index finger, wearing the Dreamweaver ring, Aaron touched Edsack's brow, swiftly sealing off the mental island and directly extinguishing the virtual personality of Huon Lambes that hadn't had time to transmit the latest news. The hypnosis originally hidden deep within Edsack's subconscious quickly invaded the mental island. Aaron looked at the strangely calm Edsack and nodded in satisfaction. Aaron took out the Edsack shell, which he had prepared long ago and crafted from life essence, from the traveler's bag. After a gunshot, the room quickly returned to quiet. From today onwards, Edsack Augustus is dead. Next, you can observe closely what the king has been cooperating with the demoness sect on. Aaron reopened the traveler's door. Hermes' virtual personality was extinguished, and even if the culprit was unknown, necessary investigations were surely imminent. He had no intention of lingering here. The curtain had already risen, and he needed to make some preparations. Thick stone pillars supported the dome, and mottled gray flagstones were soaked with scarlet blood, a rich smell of blood permeating the hall. The stench of decaying flesh permeated the stone pillars and walls, which were covered with symbolic patterns and magical signs, quickly merging into the altar in the center of the hall. Muffled groans sounded, and bound mummified corpses fell. Demoness of Despair, Panatia, dressed in a plain white robe, her appearance radiant and beautiful, sacred and dignified, was admiring the bloody and terrifying scene. She chuckled towards Mr. A, who was wearing a hooded cloak beside the altar. These slaves are the most the Loen royal family can offer right now. I hope you don't mind. Mr. A's delicate and beautiful face was unnaturally pale, and he said coldly. This is the sincerity of the Loen royal family. The Lord's descent requires more sacrifices, these are not enough. Moreover, Zangwill has already left Backlund. What you should be doing is keeping a close eye on your demoness sect's sealed artifact. Panatia smiled, tying up her loose hair, adding a few touches of restrained and lazy elegance to her demeanor. I will convey your thoughts to those people. As for Triss, Saintess of White is personally guarding her. Her smile had not yet spread before it froze on her face. Panatia was silent for a few seconds, seemingly communicating with an unknown entity to confirm the situation. Finally, her voice became low, tinged with anger and incomprehension. Huon Lambie sent word that something went wrong with Triss. What exactly is Katerina doing? I need to go to Red Rose Manor. I'll leave this to you. Mr. A replied with a lack of emotional fluctuation. No problem. Wearing his hood, a transparent, blurry book quickly appeared before him, accompanied by ancient, ethereal chanting. I came, I saw, I recorded. The book quickly flipped, stopping on one of its pages, then bloomed with a light blue, illusory glow. The light enveloped the demoness of despair, who was wearing a pure white robe, making her figure first blurry, then invisible. The demoness of despair instantly saw countless indescribable transparent shadows, and discovered that at the highest point there were streaks of clear brilliance containing infinite knowledge. Her body was dragged forward by a strange force, rapidly traversing, and in a short while, she left her original position and arrived at Red Rose Manor on the outskirts of Backlund. Pulling down her veil to cover her face, Panatia looked up at the sky, only to see the dim yellow sunset obscured by clouds and mist, becoming faint. As a sequence 4 demoness of despair, Panatia clearly sensed a mirror space belonging solely to the demoness above the manor, and Katerina's aura was there. Panatia's expression shifted, but she ultimately didn't dare to directly investigate Red Rose Manor. For a sequence 3 like Katerina to make a mistake, something unexpected must have happened here. She was only a sequence 4. If the church had secretly taken control inside, she wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Thinking this, invisible threads surged from her body, extending towards the mirror space in the sky, and the layered black flames attached to them rippled in the void. Katerina, who had been waiting for Bernadette's response, froze. Her delicate face quickly showed anger, and her white skirt was enveloped in black flames. She no longer entangled with Bernadette. With a crisp cracking sound, the mirror space that had isolated the outside world instantly turned into dust. Eyes filled with various abstract symbols looked past Katerina towards Panatia, who stood outside the manor with an equally gloomy expression. Bernadette did not attempt to stop her. The array she deciphered pointed to a location very close to, but not entirely identical with, the one Katerina had provided. She could guess that the demoness given location was problematic, but she only needed a general location anyway. With the short distance, that segment of the evil god's umbilical cord would lead her to the altar's precise position. Her body gradually dematerialized, dissolving into specks of starlight, and Bernadette directly proceeded to the locked area. Recognizing the queen mystic, Panatia waited until the other party left before speaking in a deep voice, repeating the information transmitted by Hugh and Lambes. Katerina closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. The mirrors scattered throughout Red Rose Manor simultaneously deepened, each mirror seemingly becoming her eyes. Finding neither Triss' trace nor any possible ambush, Katerina and Panatia appeared in the small building where Triss had been sealed. Feeling the lingering primordial aura, Katerina's previously gloomy expression relaxed considerably. Confirming that it wasn't a secret attack by the church, but rather an anomaly caused by Triss' further integration with the sapphire ring, Katerina then looked at Panatia and said in a deep voice. Triss is getting closer to the primordial one, which is a good thing, but she has a strong self-destructive tendency. I will immediately look for her. You go and explain to the king. If another accident occurs, the plan can be initiated early. The sacrifices that the Aurora Order lacks will be supplemented by my Demoness sect. Intis Republic, Dillis City. As a large city along the Intersia coast, although its scale and population cannot compare to the capital Trier, it is extremely economically developed due to its proximity to the Hornassus Mountains, which are rich in resources. On the outskirts lay the outer reaches of the Hornassus Mountains. A figure abruptly fell from midair, creating a crater on the rugged mountain ridge. A hand clutching a pure white quill extended first. Intzanguil, whose aura was much weaker due to using an incomplete mythical creature form, slowly crawled out with a somewhat distorted expression and spoke in a low voice. You, who exactly are you? A crack opened on his forehead, at the position that originally symbolized the core of the underworld. A slightly mocking chuckle and a spine-chilling chewing sound simultaneously emanated from it. After digesting the sealed artifact corresponding to the iron-blooded knight that he had snatched from Liddell, the Red Angel evil spirit had already escaped its initial weakened state. Taking advantage of Intzanguil's weakness, it forcibly interrupted his preparations to return to Backlund in the spirit world. After the chuckle ceased, the playful voice seemed to ponder for a moment before slowly saying, Great God of War, symbol of iron and blood, master of turmoil and strife. This is my honored name. You can also call me that. Both sides of Intzanguil's face simultaneously split open with bloody gashes, his mouths opening and closing in unison, revealing 2 rows of illusory white teeth inside, while 2 identical sounds of disdain emerged. Bah. God of War. Do you even deserve that now? The Red Angel chuckled and slowly added. If it weren't for that lunatic Alista, when you 2 fools stepped into my trap back then, this honored name would have spread throughout the world. But you're the first to die. The 2 cracks on the Red Angel evil spirit's face retorted simultaneously. Medici said without hesitation. That means I'm the strongest, the most valued. After speaking, the 3 personalities of the Red Angel evil spirit simultaneously fell silent. Intzanguil, who had been collecting information, frantically searched his mind, recalling the church secrets he had seen when he was an archbishop, and finally found the most fitting name in a corner of his memory. Red Angel. This evil spirit seems to have achieved balance by some external force. Damn 0-08, it must be this thing secretly influencing me, otherwise how could I have been silently parasitized? His expression grew even more grim, and Intzanguil took the initiative to speak. You, or you all, what exactly do you want? Once I return to Backlund, I will fulfill your demands. Medici's voice came from within the underworld of the body, tinged with mockery. You want those people from the Loen royal family to expel us from your body, don't you? Heh, they can't do that. Moreover, preventing you from returning to Backlund now is for your own good. I don't want to inexplicably fall into that little crow's hands. As for what we want, what else could an evil spirit need? Of course, all kinds of beyonder characteristics from the hunter pathway. Perhaps we can reach a cooperation, you help us recover, and I help you escape the Church of the Evernight. Intzanguil's eyes flickered. He assessed his terrible current state and looked at the pure white quill he held in his hand, then spoke in a somewhat compromising, deep voice. Your strength in life far exceeded my imagination. A mere promise I cannot trust, unless you are willing to use the power of the Quill of Alzahad to sign a formal contract with me. Amidst the rustling sound of writing, Nsangwil's face grew paler. 0-08 was uncooperative, so he could only consume spirituality to forcibly write the story. Fortunately, the Red Angel, evil spirit, residing in the underworld within his body, was extremely cooperative. Without expending too much spirituality, and with the help of 0-08's power, Nsangwil signed a contract with the evil spirit, allowing him to naturally switch between evil spirit possession and self-dominant states. Chapter 360, White Saint, Katarina. Putting away the slightly dull white feather pen, Nsangwil's face showed a playful smile. Standing on a ridge on the outskirts of the Hornassus mountain range, he looked at the nearby city of Tyrus and muttered leisurely to himself. Sauron, your descendants are truly becoming more and more desolate now, actually being suppressed by an organization that only appeared in the 5th epoch. Since that's the case, why not merge with us? Cracks reappeared on both sides of Nsangwil's cheeks, and a gloomy, low voice emerged. The decline of the Sauron family was caused by little Zeradal and that fellow named Roselle. Otherwise, with the foundations I left behind back then, the family wouldn't have fallen to this extent. Medici, there's no need for those petty tricks. As long as we can recover quickly, 1 or 2 bloodline descendants are nothing. However, compared to the Sauron family, Einhorn is still an imperial family, and they might even have a portion of the Conqueror be under characteristic preserved. Raising his hand to rub his face, allowing the mouth on his cheek to slowly disappear, Nsangwil simultaneously said with a smile. No need to rush, everyone will have a chance. It is their honor to contribute everything to our resurrection. Once I recover some strength, I'll take you to see the current Pinsy. Saying that, he ignored the curses coming from the spirit world within his body. A bloody banner mark faintly appeared on Nsangwil's forehead. He looked towards the area with the strongest iron-blooded aura in the city of Tyrus, and his figure gradually disappeared. The dim and silent sewer pipes were lit by black flames, and hurried footsteps echoed. A shadow was moving quickly along the bottom of the stone wall towards a certain direction. It was Trissy, who had escaped from the Red Rose Manor. Thanks to the darkness vision and strong physical fitness granted by Sequence 9 Assassin, even in the narrow and confined sewer, her speed was faster than that of an ordinary public carriage. Although as a demoness, Trissy also mastered other witchcraft, such as mirror jumping. Using these witchcraft in front of a demoness of Undying would make it easier to expose her location. Trissy's eyes gradually deepened, and the sapphire ring on her left ring finger silently exuded grayish-white fine lines, continuously merging into her body. Accompanying the spiritual tremor, Trissy abruptly stopped, found a nearby exit, and instantly returned to the surface, where she saw the majestic and tall building towering in the distance. It was St. Samuel Cathedral, once the headquarters of the Church of Storms, now the headquarters of the Backlund Diocese. As soon as she took a step forward, Trissy's brain was struck by a needle-like pain, and layers of endless depression filled her mind, almost reducing her consciousness to chaos. Her hair stood up one by one, all becoming as thick as small snakes. Their outer layers were slippery and sinister, with either clear black and white eyeballs embedded at the tips or snake-like heads growing out, their mouths slightly agape, flicking their tongues. Floating in the sea of pain, after an unknown period, Trissy reopened her eyes, and the previous abnormalities in her body had strangely returned to normal. Struggling to stand up, Trissy looked at the familiar yet strange face reflected in the puddle at the street corner, a hint of venom flashing across her face. She hated the Demoness sect, hated her manipulated fate, but in the end, even after selling her soul to the Primordial One, her last bit of freedom was still false. Not to mention exposing the secrets she knew, she couldn't even get close to the church. Even the patrolling police, when they occasionally looked in the right direction, couldn't detect her presence. Feeling a surge of sadness, Trissy looked unwillingly at the distant St. Samuel Cathedral and suddenly recalled the only person who had caused strong obstruction from 0-08 during her many escape attempts when she was still in the Red Rose Manor. Sherlock Moriarty. Trissy's eyes flickered. If she remembered correctly, this great detective's address in Backlund was in Sherwood Borough, where St. Samuel Cathedral was located. Glancing at the crimson moon obscured by the thick yellow-green haze, Trissy gritted her teeth. Not knowing when Katarina would arrive, she no longer hesitated and decided to take a gamble, making a final attempt. The streetlights on both sides of the road appeared indistinct under the cover of the haze. Klein slowly got off the carriage and couldn't help but murmur to himself. Backlund's weather is getting worse and worse. Searching for the 2-story building at 44 Cypher Street took him a lot of time, so much so that by the time he left with the paper crane, night had already fallen, and he had missed the last public carriage. Although he didn't want to travel in such bad weather, given Emlyn's lesson, Klein still gave up on using a skeleton key to take a shortcut home and reluctantly called a private carriage. Putting the paper crane, which he had examined all the way without any results, into the inner pocket of his clothes, Klein sighed, planning to divine the true use of this item above the grey fog tonight. Just as he was thinking this, he turned the doorknob and saw the living room lit by warm candlelight, his expression freezing in solemnity. An unprecedented sense of crisis exploded in his heart, like clusters of thorns slowly and deeply piercing his skin and flesh. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Klein's Adam's apple bobbed. He managed to force out a stiff smile and spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. "Your Royal Highness, why are you at my house? Is His Royal Highness not with you?" Trissy sat expressionlessly on the sofa in the living room. The spider silk burning with black flames had completely enveloped 15 Minsk Street after Klein entered the room, taking in all of Klein's emotional changes. "It seems I was right. Among so many escape attempts, you were the only one who showed something different. You truly aren't simple. Let's reintroduce ourselves. Hey, you can call me Trissy, Trissy Cheek." Cheek. Even with psychological preparation, Klein's face still twitched, and his gaze subtly withdrew from the sapphire ring. Although he didn't know what this fellow wanted, Klein, out of spiritual instinct, frantically pondered how to seek help from Duke Aaron without alarming this demoness. At St. Samuel Cathedral, Aaron directly traversed the spirit world, dropping the disheartened Edsack before Archbishop Anthony. After giving a few instructions, he immediately departed. He directly used the historical void image of the Staff of Stars to instantly return to Irusel, arriving at the hall covered in red copper rust. A strong iron-blooded aura, accompanied by a terrifying, almost tangible pressure, emanated. Aaron's steps paused slightly. He saw Valna, clad in ancient full-body armor with red hair and brown eyes, already standing in the center of the hall. The entire hall was currently enveloped by an ancient array pattern. Looking at the law array pattern left by the Night Emperor himself, which had been activated and was recovering, the last appearance of the crippled weather warlock in Bansi Harbor still seemed vivid. Aaron's consciousness connected with the Nation of Disorder, and the Scepter of Sun Chasing, entirely golden red and resembling the sun, immediately appeared in his hand. He inserted the sealed artifact of Grade 0 into the light cluster formed by intertwined silver-white and blood-red patterns, which was also the center of the entire array. The already obscure and terrifying aura of the grand array deepened even further. Amidst the swirling dark gold mist, after Aaron's subconsciousness within the Sapphira bestowed the Scepter of Sun Chasing into reality, he took out the mass of flesh, subtly pierced by spider silk and sustained by the Stone of Life, from the pile of sundries. The divining pendulum hovered above Tracy's flesh and blood. Aaron absorbed both the Black Emperor card and the Judgment card into his body, beginning his divination within the vortex formed by the dark gold mist. The current location of Vice Admiral of Disease Tracy's mother, Katerina. Repeating the divination statement in a low voice 7 times, Aaron entered a dream and saw a 2-story terraced attic, enveloped by a deep, dark mirror world, standing out in a gray world. At the top of the attic, Katerina, wearing a sacred white robe, had a smile on her lips as she watched Trissy and Klein, who were talking about something in the attic's living room. The dream world shattered with a roar. Aaron abruptly opened his eyes, his brows unconsciously furrowing. He had been plotting for the Conqueror Beyonder characteristic in Katerina's hand for a long time, but previously, due to 0-08 and Amon hidden in Backlund, he hadn't found a good opportunity to act. The Great Smog event was the best and last chance. Once missed, if this Beyonder characteristic were sent to the Demoness sect headquarters, whether sacrificed to the primordial Demoness or not, it would be very difficult for him to obtain it again. After a moment's thought, Aaron took out the Red Priest card and a black crystal card-like charm from the pile of sundries, throwing them both into the illusory door of bestowal. And that was his last remaining Fortune Stealer charm, made by Pallas Zoroast using his own Worm of Time, powerful enough to affect an angel. Standing at the edge of the array pattern, where divine patterns protruded and the aura was strong, Aaron put away the Red Priest card and the Fortune Stealer charm. He looked at Valna, who had turned his head, and spoke in a deep voice. "There's a slight unexpected change in the plan. It might need to be moved up. I'm returning to Backlund immediately." Valna nodded slightly. With the Scepter of Sun Chasing as the array core, the Crown of Stars flew out from the light cluster of the Grand Array and landed in Aaron's hand. Regaining control of the sealed artifact of Grade 0, Aaron immediately activated Wander, his figure seemingly merging into the brilliant cosmos, disappearing in an instant. Not even the law array that enveloped the entire underground hall, almost forming a small world of its own, could stop him. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein's body was tense as he listened to Trissy's narration. Especially when he heard that she was being hunted by a Sequence 3 Demoness, he almost turned and ran. Restraining that instinctive impulse, Klein's face grew darker and darker. Finally, he spoke in a deep voice. "I'm just a small Sequence 6. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the Demoness sect and the royal family. I'm afraid I can't help you much. With just me, let alone the Church of Storms or the Church of Evernight, even MI9 might not believe it." And, Klein thought for a moment and rephrased it more subtly. "What are you doing this for? Simple revenge or repentance?" Glancing at the clock on the wall, Trissy's face showed a captivating smile. "Why? Hey, shouldn't the ending of a good story be that all the bad guys die? Like me, and like those who toyed with my fate." Looking at Trissy, who seemed to have gone through something and now regarded life and death with indifference, Klein opened his mouth, somewhat at a loss for how to respond. Just then, crisp applause accompanied by an alluring, charming voice rang out. Too bad, good stories are just self-deceiving tricks of the cowardly. Always deceiving themselves with illusory imagination. Trissy, you disappoint me greatly. Who is it now? Klein was already somewhat numb. Ever since he stepped into his home tonight, his premonition of danger seemed to have malfunctioned. Immediately, he felt an invisible force binding him. Trissy's expression changed, and a large amount of black flames suddenly erupted around her, illuminating dense, invisible spider silks, but she couldn't ignite them. In an instant, Trissy and Klein were sealed within transparent cocoons, unable to move or escape. At the staircase on the second floor, a figure materialized, wearing a simple, sacred white robe, with black hair and blue eyes, clear and graceful, possessing an indescribable charm. Katerina Pelii, when did you? Trissy seemed to have used all her strength, finally letting out a low cry. Katerina chuckled softly, feigning a careful recollection, and said playfully. Let me think. When you wanted to go to St. Samuel Cathedral, I was standing right behind you. I even helped you pull back from the brink of losing control and coincidentally created an illusion to cover your screams. Trissy's expression grew even more somber, and an unconcealable anger flashed in her eyes. As her emotions changed, the sapphire ring on her pinky finger began to glow. It's a pity you are just a demoness of pleasure. Even if you gained the primordial one's recognition, the power you can exert has its limits. Escaping one restraint changes nothing. Katerina's smile remained unchanged. She gently shook her head, her tone gradually becoming respectful and low. Horn of Doomsday. Mother of Calamity. Primordial demoness who brings the end to the universe. Her figure suddenly faded, as if stained with the luster of a nighttime lake. A faint halo merged into the sapphire ring, instantly smoothing out all abnormalities. Trissy groaned, held up by the spider silk so she didn't fall to the ground, but still let out a piercing, painful wail, making Klein's mood even heavier. Pain will bring you closer to the primordial one. Katerina chanted in a low voice. After dealing with Trissy, she then looked at Klein, who was enveloped in transparent amber, with great interest. She licked her bright red lips and chuckled. After finding Trissy, I observed her secretly and didn't immediately capture her because I wanted to see what was special about this child chosen by the primordial one. Until she came here and found you, what an ancient and familiar aura. Chapter 361 Backlund Great Smog. Accompanying that slightly surprised, charming voice, Klein felt a chill and coldness in his chest. A delicate, antique brass whistle, pulled by invisible threads, was drawn from his shirt pocket, adorned with many strange patterns full of mysterious charm. Katerina Pelli looked at Klein, whose expression grew increasingly stiff, took the brass whistle into her hand, and said with a faint smile. I didn't expect that after more than 1,000 years, I could still sense the aura of that Balam Empire's death console. To be a young man valued by him, TSK, if I didn't have other things to do right now, I might have, without revealing the vicissitudes of my heart, had an encounter with you and pursued a pure love. This demoness of undying subtly restrained her charm, her expression holy and solemn, and her features and temperament miraculously enhanced this contrast. Is this the allure of a high-ranking demoness? Not daring to meet her gaze, Klein slightly lowered his eyes, already trying to use meditation techniques to resist that indescribable charm. Examining the Azak brass whistle in her hand, Katerina Pelli paid no attention to Klein's reaction, and added with a playful expression. If it were according to my old habits, everyone who knew the secret would die. However, for his sake, I can give you a chance. Without further explanation, Katerina Pelli gently raised her hand, and the mirror in the bedroom, which Klein often used to summon erodes, suddenly rippled with black flames, its surface instantly becoming dim and dark, as if countless objects and layers of space were hidden within. That mirror seemed to become a passage to another world. Klein and Trissy, solidified in amber and unable to move or even speak with great difficulty, were thus dragged by Katerina Pelli to the mirror and entered it as if they had no physical form. The illusory world of layers within the mirror then converged, as if constantly moving away. Is this the mirror world? Klein's eyes flickered uneasily. In his sight, the original mirror surface had become blurry, more akin to a dim, illusory, and unreal passage. It connected with similar things in the surrounding area, forming a complex and abstract spiderweb, weaving together a deep and strange world. Almost immediately upon entering the mirror world, the demoness of undying Katerina Pelli's charming smiling face suddenly froze, enveloped by layers of spider silk, transforming into an illusory mirror. Inside, water light rippled and faint glows emerged. At this moment, it did not reflect the scene in front of it, but instead outlined a massive, bandaged, headless body, with black thorns emerging from the neck's opening, exceptionally horrifying. An angel-level spirit world creature. How is this possible? Upon seeing this situation, Katerina Pelli, clad in a simple, holy white robe, shrieked without hesitation. Invisible sound waves rapidly spread through the deep, chaotic mirror world, and her hair also floated up, each strand distinct, thick, and dyed a dull gray. The mirror that reflected the headless body, its illusory and deep surface suddenly shook violently, seeming as if it could collapse and disintegrate at any moment. And the figure it reflected had already disappeared from the mirror, appearing in Katerina's pupils the next moment. In midair, her invisible spider silks emerged, all turning dim and evolving towards a grayish-white. At the same time, the dim and deep mirror developed cracks, and with an illusory cracking sound, it disintegrated and vanished directly. The demoness of Undying, whose body was gradually stiffening, also disintegrated, but the escaping gray-white airflow strangely condensed, reforming into Katerina Pelly's figure further away. Unlike before, the terrifying headless angel was no longer in her eyes. After a brief exchange, she had discerned that it was merely a historical projection of an ancient bane. Otherwise, even she, a member of a secret organization who understood some abilities of the Rose School of Thought's high-ranking members, would not have been able to break free so quickly. Scholar of Yore. A member of the Hermit Order. That Zeradal who disappeared a long time ago. Thoughts flashed through her mind. Katerina Pelly took a deep breath, and a strange crown full of rust and bloodstains appeared in her hand. Resisting the desire in her heart, she forcibly activated this conqueror beyond her characteristic. An illusory figure, 3 to 4 meters tall but without the unique vertical single eye of a giant, emerged, its originally playful and mocking smile replaced by indifference, clad in black full-body armor as if splashed with blood, completely different from the appearance seen in the underground ruins previously. Aaron, wearing the star crown, was hidden within the vast mirror world, looking at the illusory red priest triggered by that beyond her characteristic, with a playful expression on his face. The mirror world is not a true world, more accurately, it is closer to a collection of doors, connecting different mirrors and different mysterious kingdoms. If one gets lost inside, they might directly appear in the abyss, or even the cosmos, similar to a secret sorcerer or a demigod with such abilities who could use it to create a reflection world to hide in, just like Aaron now. The giant-like illusory red priest swung the broadsword in its hand upwards, and countless bluish-white, purplish flames condensed into long spears, densely shooting towards the ancient bane. Countless more illusory figures vaguely emerged, even within the special space of the mirror world. This projection, summoned solely by a war imprint, seemed capable of having an entire legion of illusory beyonders cooperating in battle. The headless body was pierced by spears, but the sinister black thorns extending from the neck's opening also penetrated the red priest's figure, until they spread to Katerina Pelly and turned into grayish-white powder. Although Katerina was a sequence 3 demoness of Undying, without any preparation and relying solely on beyonder characteristics, even with the red priest pathway's particularity, the war imprint she summoned barely reached the angel level. With her body pierced by thorns, the originally indifferent red priest suddenly raised his head, and terrifying, rotting, bone-revealing marks appeared on his young, handsome face, while his eyes held a hint of playfulness. He first looked at Katerina, whose expression slightly changed, and then turned his gaze to a certain spot in the illusory and undulating mirror world, meeting Aaron's eyes. Adjusting the star crown on his head, Aaron's face also broke into a smile, although he hadn't expected Medici to be attracted despite the obstruction of the mirror world and the angel-level secrecy spell cast by the star crown. His preparations were complete. Although Astolf was still in slumber, it did not prevent the summoning of his historical projection. As a high-level spirit world creature, he could maximally delay Katerina Pelly in the mirror world. This bought Aaron enough time to quietly peel this area from the mirror world with the star staff, and banish the entire space into the already activated law formation. The anomaly of Medici's war imprint caught Katerina Pelly's attention, and she also saw Aaron, who no longer concealed his figure. Looking at the terrifying figures emerging behind the Duke, this demoness of Undying instantly abandoned her plan to fight. Being cautious and fleeing immediately when things went wrong was also the reason Katerina Pelly survived the tragic pale disaster of the 5th epoch. But this was no longer the past, and she was no longer the dispensable demoness of despair. To escape this trap set for her, she had to abandon something. Seeing the sudden change, Trissy, whose numb mind showed a glimmer of life, suddenly let out a hysterical roar. The primordial demoness will, which had been appeased by Katerina, lost all its restraints and began to assimilate the host without question. A ruthless look flashed across Katerina Pelly's beautiful face. As long as she escaped successfully, after the Backlund affair was over, offering this conqueror beyonder characteristic to the primordial one would forgive even the greatest mistake. Before the ruthless expression faded, Katerina Pelly looked at the layers of the mirror world around her with some disbelief. The passage that was once at her beck and call, even though it was right in front of her, seemed to be separated by an untouchable barrier. Not to mention escaping deeper into the mirror world, she couldn't even return to the real world. The star crown on Aaron's head erupted with an extremely brilliant light, illuminating this dim and layered mirror world, and a dark blue light curtain rapidly converged, with black fissures appearing. This area of the mirror world was violently torn apart, looking somewhat like a crystal ball formed by countless insects, and a gray-blue, illusory door with 7 brass keyholes appeared in the gradually expanding black fissure. A planeswalker can transform himself into a symbolic representation, thereby effectively utilizing the astral world to travel to different planets and different worlds, and when the object of banishment is a closed space, it can also be symbolized to enhance the accuracy of banishment. Looking at Klein, who seemed somewhat joyful and about to say something, and Trissy, who was on the verge of collapse, Aaron manipulated the star crown to directly kick them both out of the mirror world. Aaron finally looked at Katerina Pelly, who was frantically crashing against the barrier, and the blood-colored crown whose iron-blooded aura grew increasingly rich, his pupils instantly turning reddish gold. At the same time, the subconsciousness within the Nation of Disorder utilized the Black Emperor card and the Justiciar card to maximally activate the Sapphira's power. The surging dark gold mist transformed into a tide, frantically pouring into the brilliant chaotic crown where order and chaos coexisted. From the top of this Night Emperor relic, the reddish gold eyeball embedded within it emitted a reddish gold light, which transformed into a stream of light and merged into the prayer image. Katerina Pelly, who was still desperately trying to activate the Conqueror Beyonder characteristic, was immediately enveloped by that light, and the blood-colored crown, which had been constantly emitting an iron-blooded aura and growing stronger, strangely returned to calm. The contract contained within the crown, personally made by George III, which prevented Katerina from taking the Beyonder characteristic out of Backlund, also slowly melted away in the light. Having lost the last obstruction, the crystal ball, as if formed by countless insects, vanished behind the banishment door in an instant. Empress Burrow, Sadrak Palace. George III, wearing a crown, with a resolute face and a small mustache, suddenly stood up from his throne, closed his eyes and sensed for a moment before saying coldly, "Those fools from the Demonist sect." There was not a single servant in the silent palace, yet a slightly aged voice sounded out of thin air. Huon Rambize, his hair completely white, with a gentle and refined demeanor, emerged from the collective subconscious sea and slowly spoke. "Your Majesty, it is time, otherwise once those people from the church react, all our painstaking preparations will be for naught." Nodding with a somewhat gloomy expression, George III, who appeared to be only at sequence 5, suddenly exuded terrifying pressure, and a huge black mausoleum was reflected in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. "Tell Adam, I need an explanation." Night had fallen deep, the pale yellow mist was not particularly dense, floating everywhere in Backlund, carrying a slightly choking smell, cold and damp. Panatia, the despair nightingale, looked around, stepped out of the alley, and entered the street, her pace slow, as if she was wandering in an ocean of mist. Where she passed, the mist imperceptibly thickened slightly, tinged with a hint of iron black, and the visible distance quietly shrank. She was currently unaware of Katerina's situation, having only received Huon Rambize's order to act early, to unleash a wave of death with the Great Smog, and to offer the grievances generated from the sacrifice of all living beings as compensation to the Aurora Order for their divine descent ritual. The iron black and pale yellow intertwined smog descended upon the East Borough, upon the docklands, upon the factory district spewing smoke, and continuously spread throughout Backlund. Reaching a clock tower, Panatia stood on the top observation deck, her expression serene and gentle, admiring her artwork, her lips slightly curved as she chuckled softly. The history of the Loen Kingdom will remember this day. 15 Minsk Street. Klein's smile froze on his face, and the words he hadn't yet spoken caught in his throat. He looked with a twitching face at Trissy, who had already begun to distort not far away. "At a time like this, even if he wants to deal with that Demoness, and is powerless to help me escape Backlund, he should at least find a way to throw this guy far away, preferably directly in front of those irritable old men." Complaining helplessly in his heart, but without Katerina, he at least had a chance to call for help. Looking at Trissy's completely dark eyes, and the grey-white spreading outwards from her center, Klein decisively retreated and took out the paper crane whose specific use he didn't know. Just as he was about to try lighting the paper crane to see what would happen, Klein suddenly noticed that Trissy, who should have lost her sanity, suddenly showed a human-like fear and dread on her face, and the spreading grey-white abruptly stopped. His heart skipped a beat. Klein stiffly turned his head to look behind him, where a female figure wearing a hood and a dark robe had appeared at some point. Chapter 362 Escape and Encounter. The lady who suddenly appeared had a beautiful, expressionless face, and her dark, deep black eyes lacked vitality. As Klein met her gaze, a cold yet not piercing sensation suddenly emerged, instantly soothing the distracting thoughts and worries in his heart, as if he were quietly gazing at the darkness, gazing at the cosmos. He remembered this feeling vividly, having a fleeting illusion of time flowing backward, returning to that day in Tingen City when he pressed his hand on that holy relic and chanted the goddess's honorific name. This. Before Klein could fully recover, the figure instantly faded and vanished from the spot, along with Trissy, who had been screaming shrilly. Standing alone in the now grayish-white living room, Klein's mind raced with various conjectures, somewhat disbelieving that he had just escaped danger. Calming his mind, he finally found a sense of reality. The one who could give me that feeling must be a powerful individual sent by the church. She arrived in time and dealt with Trissy, who was connected to the primordial Demoness. However, I am far from safe right now. With such a major upheaval in the Demoness sect, the Loen royal family, who has been secretly plotting something, will definitely take action. I must leave Backlund as soon as possible. After quickly assessing his situation, Klein was still planning whether to use the East Tacker family to escape Backlund when sudden changes occurred before his eyes. Reds became redder, yellows became yellower, and various colors intensely overlapped, depicting a strange oil painting. A man of medium build with bronze skin slowly walked out. His brown eyes revealed a sense of vicissitude, his features were quite gentle, and there was a tiny black mole below his right ear. Mr. Azek. Seeing this familiar figure, Klein exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, all the suspicions and anxieties he had felt after learning Mr. Azek's identity vanished, replaced by a true sense of peace filling his heart. Mr. Azek chuckled softly, explaining in a gentle tone. I left a contingency on the copper whistle. When that demoness took it, I discovered the anomaly and arrived at Minsk Street, but by then, you had already entered the mirror world, until that person just left. He paused, quickly moving past this topic and continued. Something big is going to happen in Backlund. I'll take you out of here first. Looking at Mr. Azek, whose expression had turned serious and somewhat inscrutable, Klein, though curious about the identity of that mysterious lady, rationally chose not to press further. At Mr. Azek's reminder, he finally noticed that Backlund outside the window had changed. Under the crimson moonlight, yellowish-green smog began to spread like a tide. What is this? As soon as he spoke, Azek grabbed his arm and moved through the depths of overlapping, intense colors. Everything around them seemed like an illusion, colors intense and overlapping, rapidly receding. Klein's expression changed for a moment, and he sighed helplessly, beginning to observe and experience this wondrous passage, his gaze unconsciously drawn to the 7 mirror lights suspended at the highest point. Just as he was about to ask Mr. Azek some questions, Klein felt Mr. Azek's hand, which was gripping his arm, trembling slightly. The surrounding illusory and blurry spirit world creatures fled as if in escape, and within the colorful, overlapping blocks of color, an illusory pair of large doors instantly outlined themselves. The door seemed to be made of bronze, not quite real, yet extraordinarily heavy, its surface covered with countless strange patterns and symbolic signs of unknown meaning. With a creak, the door split open, and from within, pale, bloody arms stretched out, jostling each other. Besides these, there were also greenish-black vines with infant faces and slippery tentacles with protruding eyes, attempting to seal off the area. Mr. Azek's expression turned cold, and an indescribable aura surged from his body. The arms, vines, and tentacles emerging from behind the door of the underworld trembled uncontrollably, revealing a black-robed man hidden within them. Numinous Episcopates Patrick Brain, by the Grand Archpriest's decree, has come to pay respects to Death Consul Azek. Patrick Brain pulled down his hood, revealing a sharply defined, lean face with black hair and brown eyes. Klein, protected behind Mr. Azek, instantly recognized this numinous episcopate demigod whom he had met once in the green cemetery on the outskirts. Unlike before, Patrick Brain now held a sinister green skull in his hand, its hollow eye sockets like a deep, bottomless vortex. Stimulated by Mr. Azek's aura, that vortex expanded, emitting a cold, chilling, and superior aura that made Klein instinctively tremble and lower his head. This was the aura of another Death Consul. Even if Azek's strength was currently only at the undying level due to his memory loss, his essence as a Death Consul, or even higher, gave him a natural suppression over demigods of the death pathway. Only by holding such an angel-level artifact could one reduce or avoid this negative effect. Reverently holding the skull, Patrick Brain, with a fanatical yet somewhat puzzled expression, questioned. You are a blood relative of God. If you could join us, God would surely awaken from slumber. Why are you unwilling? If it's because of your memories, if you agree, I can take you to the Grand Archpriest right now, and all your questions can be answered. Azek's expression was cold, and he was not moved by Patrick Brain's words. He merely said coldly. I told you before, I wish to find my memories myself. Now, disappear from my sight. Patrick sighed deeply, as if he had already anticipated this, and no longer suppressed the sinister green skull in his hand, allowing it to burrow into his glabella. A sudden ominous feeling surged in Klein's heart. Before he could react, he felt an intense sensation of weightlessness, his body uncontrollably falling and even spinning. He was directly flung out of the spirit world by Azek. The surrounding red, yellow, white, and other colors rapidly faded. In the last moment before leaving the spirit world, Klein saw dense black mist appear, enveloping the area where Mr. Azek was, faintly forming a coffin. The complacency he had felt from his rapid advancement was utterly extinguished by these successive blows. Klein felt a deep-seated sense of powerlessness. Now, he couldn't even protect himself, let alone others. His chaotic thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Klein fell heavily onto the solid ground, his head dizzy and his internal organs churning. Through his vision, which was dotted with golden stars, everything slowly returned to normal. To his left was a dark, bottomless abyss, like the legendary abyss of devils. To his right was a gray stone wall that stretched upward, seemingly supporting the entire area. There was no crimson moonlight here, nor any yellowish-green mist. The only light came from luminous moss growing in different places. Darkness and profundity were the main colors of this world. This is an underground ruin. Is it in another area? Or is it still near Backlund? Klein endured the soreness throughout his body, forcing himself to stand up from the ground. Before he could further investigate his current situation, he felt a strong sense of malice and resentment. A section of a curled, blood-stained umbilical cord with burn marks was bound by fine threads woven from starlight, twisting and wriggling above his head, seemingly holding a deep grudge. His eyelids twitched. Klein instantly recognized that this was the remnant of the evil god's offspring that he had given a great gift with a sun flame talisman back in Tingen City. How did this thing appear here? Thinking this, Klein almost instinctively tilted his head slightly. A greenish-blue vine abruptly grew out of the steep, smooth rock wall, and a woman dressed in a unique style sat casually on the vine, her azure eyes sparkling with an assessing gaze. What's going on today? Why are all these high-sequence powerhouses appearing in clusters? Feeling a bit bitter, Klein froze in place, unsure what to say for a moment. Before Klein could come up with a probing excuse, a clear, ethereal voice resounded. Sherlock Moriarty. She knows me. Why? These two thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, and then he heard a more explanatory addition. Duke Aaron once mentioned you to me. As one of the additional conditions for helping me advance this time, I will safely send you out of Backlund. After speaking, without giving Klein a chance to choose, a long whip condensed from starlight lashed fiercely at the evil god's umbilical cord. The wailing of wronged souls immediately arose, making Klein's forehead twitch and causing him to obediently shut his mouth. Once this evil object settled down, Bernadette led Klein around the cliff face and into a dark corridor with a vaulted ceiling. The walls on both sides were adorned with numerous modeled murals. After turning a corner, they soon entered a large hall where 4 guards in dark black full-body armor stood, their gazes sharp. A flickering orange-yellow flame appeared out of thin air. Strangely, this flame grew on the tip of a matchstick, on the verge of extinguishing. Klein, who was just about to observe this mysterious powerhouse's move, was somewhat astonished to find that the 4 guards, whose auras clearly reached the mid-sequence level, seemed to see nothing, showing no unusual reaction even as the two walked through the hall. What kind of sequence ability is this? Klein's expression was momentarily blank. He glanced at the now extinguished and vanished matchstick, then quickly quickened his pace, following the passage to its end. There was an illusory door composed purely of faint blue light, completely sealed off otherwise. Bernadette's azure eyes seemed to flow with illusory rivers. With one hand, she pinched the suddenly agitated, blood-stained umbilical cord, and clusters of brilliant starlight emerged from the void. After enveloping the umbilical cord, the starlight instantly condensed, forming a transparent amber. This item, closely related to the true creator, could sense the location of a divine descent altar, but the sensing was mutual. The altar's controller could also sense the arrival of an intruder. After Bernadette arrived at this underground ruin using coordinates obtained from deciphering a magic array, she had been unilaterally interfering with and blocking that sensation using her clairvoyant abilities, until now. Finally found it. A voice tinged with a smile echoed in his ears. Before Klein could fully grasp the meaning of this sentence, he felt a gentle force push him away. An ancient-style spear appeared, its entire length from tip to shaft stained with dark red blood, emanating a strong aura of destruction. With a whoosh, this terrifying spear shot out. All sounds vanished, and the guards who had been standing before the illusory door were instantly annihilated into dust. Amidst the crisp, piercing sound of shattering, the faint blue illusory door rapidly collapsed, revealing a wide, deep passage behind it. Illusory, overlapping cries emanated from the deep passage. It seemed as if someone was calling, and the sounds of painful groans seemed to turn into a tide. Without the obstruction of the passage, as half a mysticism expert, Klein seemed to see illusory, transparent figures formed from unwilling resentment, rushing into the passage one after another, gradually becoming part of that tide. They all seemed to be shouting the same words. The Lord who created all things. The master behind the veil of shadows. The fallen nature of all living beings. His expression suddenly turned grim. Klein looked at the woman in front of him, wearing a finely meshed veil, and without much thought, asked directly. Who exactly are you? Allowing the tide of numb despair, pain, and hatred to pour into the passage, Bernadette paid no attention to Klein's tone and said calmly. On the sea, they all call me Queen Mystic. Queen Mystic Bernadette. Roselle's eldest daughter. Klein was stunned. He truly hadn't expected that someone who had only appeared in Roselle's diary would appear before him in such a way. Wait here. Starlight rippled around Klein, seemingly forming a barrier. After Bernadette left her last words, she transformed into a beam of light and entered the passage. The brilliant starlight illuminated the palace within the passage, its dome supported by stone pillars, as well as the altar surrounded by layers of light, and the tall, thin figure standing within the altar. Mr. A had removed his hood, revealing a beautiful, eerie, almost feminine face, while his left chest, shoulder, abdomen, and thighs were covered with wriggling, viscous, disgusting flesh. Around him, the layers of light were filled with illusory, transparent figures, brimming with feelings of numbness, despair, and painful suppression. Above the entire hall, even more radiance penetrated from unknown places, swiftly entering the altar along the stone pillars covered with symbolic signs and magical markings. Sensing Bernadette's aura, this shepherd's expression turned ruthless. He half raised his hands, adopting an open-armed posture, and shouted in ancient Hermes. "Great Lord, your devout follower implores your descent. I am willing to offer my body as a vessel to bear your great will." Amidst the prayer, a light suddenly descended from an unknown place above Mr. A's head, completely enveloping him. Chapter 363 The End of the Great Smog. The raven with a white circle around its right eye, leading the group, lowered its head and glanced at Medici, speaking in a human voice. "Just testing the Evernight goddess's attitude. Even if Zeradal recovers his complete attendant of mysteries, he's still just a slightly larger pawn. But you, TSK, it seems you've received that guy's tacit approval." It ruffled its wings, looking at Trier not far away, and sighed mockingly. "How proud, the undefiled son." Ignoring Amon's sarcastic tone, Medici shrugged, his deep, flame-flickering eyes also looking at Trier, and he muttered to himself. "The Iron and Blood Cross Order's century-long exploration has finally found its use. Rather than letting that conqueror characteristic continue to be wasted in a daze on your descendant, it's better to fulfill me." As he spoke, the flesh on Medici's cheek squirmed, and a human face vaguely emerged, but under the influence of the bloody Shang-Chi mark on his brow, it could never truly form. Bored with Medici's reaction, the raven with the white circle around its right eye dissipated. As its playful voice echoed, a 12-jointed worm of time drifted down. "I have some avatars still left there. I haven't retrieved them to avoid provoking certain sensitive individuals. Take this, and you'll get the help you desire. Mist Sea, Lasha Island, Emerald Palace." The mystical reenactment of the 9 cauldrons stood majestically. After receiving a response from the fool, Melissa was no longer as anxious as before. With Catilia's help, she was learning beyond her knowledge in the field of constellations. As neighboring pathways, Constellation's master and astronomer share commonalities in potion digestion and certain taboos. Catilia's experience can help you avoid many detours. Once you've fully digested the potion, I will provide you with an opportunity to complete the advancement ritual. Only by acquiring divinity will you truly be considered my disciple. Benoit, dressed in a simple priest's robe, spoke in a gentle tone. He was quite satisfied with the student Aaron had given him. After all, strictly speaking, Melissa was Benoit's first disciple after his humanity returned. After giving some instructions, Benoit then looked at Audrey beside him and said with a smile. The remaining mental imprint within that discerner characteristic had already been cleared by Duke Aaron earlier. This saved me time, and now the final step can be performed. Audrey was momentarily stunned by the words, then felt a pleasant surprise. Following her previous discussion with Benoit, she entered her consciousness island to separate a virtual personality, and at the same time, she looked around curiously and asked, "Is Her Excellency Bernadette not on Lasha Island?" As she spoke, a halo of light emerged from the void beside Audrey, transforming into another, less real version of herself. This virtual personality held the blasphemy card of the visionary pathway. "The situation is turbulent now, especially with the changes in the Moses ascetic order, so Bernadette has left. If my identity weren't so sensitive and unsuitable for public appearance, I probably wouldn't be able to remain aloof here either." Without hiding anything, Benoit nodded slightly in explanation. He waved his hand and cast the blasphemy card along with Audrey's virtual personality into the chaotic light-emitting grayish-white fragments within the giant cauldron. The blasphemy card's status is sufficient to bear angel-level power. This is also the most suitable vessel I could think of, capable of maximizing the authority of this characteristic with the least cost. Patterns formed by symbols surged out from Benoit's body, integrating the discerner characteristic, which had been forged to its final step, along with Audrey's virtual personality into the blasphemy card. Audrey, who had maintained contact with that virtual personality, felt a momentary trance, as if she saw countless symbolic patterns and strange designs overlapping and extending, penetrating the surrounding environment, even allowing her to glimpse the essence of the space constructed based on mystical reenactment. This indescribable, wonderful feeling flashed by. When Audrey came back to herself, she noticed the visionary card quietly suspended before her, half illusory and half real, as if it could disappear into the collective unconscious sea at any moment. At the deepest part of Calderon, at the end of a tributary of the river of eternal darkness, illusory, almost lightless ripples undulated in the grayish-white mist, and a faint glow surged out from the crack in the skeletal gate. Aaron, who had already prepared, raised his hand to separate the surrounding grayish-white mist and grasped the faint glow. "This is the Western Continent's sigil system." Bone-chilling coldness came from his palm, bringing a slight stinging sensation. Aaron raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the black sigil inscribed with numerous symbols that materialized after the faint glow dissipated. With Aaron's current status and his degree of integration with the Nation of Disorder, through this medium, he could also get a glimpse, further perfecting the envisioned system of blessings unique to the nation of disorder. Although due to initial caution, neither party revealed too much to each other, even the most basic exchange of information allowed Aaron to learn a great deal. The existence that called itself Netherworld Taoist was more like a kind of collective consciousness to some extent. Over a long period, it had gained some understanding of the world beyond the Western continent through Alista Tudor's death imprint, which had merged into the river of eternal darkness. What surprised Aaron most was that this Netherworld Taoist knew that the Evernight goddess had obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway. It showed no hostility towards this, and even actively expressed a desire to contact the Evernight goddess. And from the veiled content it revealed, Aaron could confirm that the mother goddess of depravity's previous influence on the mother nest had also affected the Western continent, which was based on Sapphira. Holding this special sigil, Aaron looked again at the skeletal gate. The grayish-white barrier's influence on him seemed to have weakened considerably, and he could vaguely see the figure wearing a rusted iron crown and strange long robes. I will hand it over to the Evernight goddess. Without overly revealing his need for the rift eroded by the river of eternal darkness, Aaron nodded slightly towards the figure, making a concise promise in his native language, firmly grasping the stepping stone of his outer deity-descendant identity. Without further delay, dark golden radiance surged around Aaron, forcibly correcting the rules distorted by the river of eternal darkness's tributary, and he directly teleported out of Calderon. Suspended deep within the spirit world, Aaron silently gazed at the ancient divine kingdom shrouded in grayish-white mist. Although he had obtained the water of the river of eternal darkness, the appearance of the Netherworld Taoist forced him to reconsider his original plan of using the hidden gap in the celestial worthies barrier in Calderon. I still need to contact the Evernight goddess as soon as possible. I can feel that the state of the Netherworld Taoist and the river of eternal darkness is completely different from my relationship with the nation of disorder. This should also be the reason for his display of goodwill. With thoughts churning in his mind, Aaron withdrew his gaze and swiftly left the spirit world. Chapter 364 Sequence 2 Sage. At the top of the clock tower in south of the bridge, Backlund. Panatia glanced at the hurricane and silver-white lightning arcs emerging from above Cherwood Burrow, watching the pouring rain begin to cleanse the earth, and pursed her lips in regret. The Church of the Storm reacted much faster than expected. What a pity, but even so, it's enough. It's time to leave. Just as she was about to leave, her vision blurred, and she saw a young woman in a classical hooded robe, with black eyes and hair, and a beautiful but blank expression. Panatia's gaze sharpened, but she wasn't overly flustered. Having cooperated with the Loen royal family for so long, she was well aware of the unwritten rule that the three major churches would not deploy angels or sealed artifacts of Sequence 0 in Backlund. As a Sequence 4 demoness of despair, even if the archbishops themselves took action, it would not be difficult for her to escape. Black flames suddenly erupted around Panatia, spreading disease, and she intended to ignite everything around her, creating a large-scale fire to create an opportunity to escape. But at that instant, her body trembled strangely and froze in place. Then she watched as her left hand gradually disappeared, rapidly spreading upwards, unstoppable. In her eyes, the beautiful, blank-faced woman opposite her had deep, dark pupils, as if containing a pure, lightless darkness. You're not. You're. The incredulous, despairing shriek abruptly ceased, and the entire person was like a sketch, quietly erased by an eraser, leaving no trace. Her final gaze was filled with terror and bewilderment. The spot where she had been was empty, as if no one had ever sat there. The beautiful, blank-faced woman pulled the hood of her classical robe, and her lips moved almost imperceptibly. Her figure instantly vanished. In the spirit world, burning with dark green flames, a section of an illusory, dark nether river appeared, with countless wailing souls and fine white hairs stained with yellow oil floating within it. As the blurry face on the mask of pale death became clearer, that extremely noble, death-filled terrifying aura began to permeate the spirit world, like an illusory deity enthroned above countless undead. Suddenly, whispers, both high and low, sounded simultaneously. Strange corpses of different races floated from the dark, deep riverbed to the surface, looking out of the spirit world with their half-rotted, half-pale faces. From the deepest part of this section of the nether river, the completely dark coffin formed by cold black mist let out a strange roar, like a summons and a roar. The coffin, which had already taken shape and was moving along the nether river to some unknown place, began to tremble. As the roar reached its peak, the coffin, along with all the surrounding scenes in the spirit world, collapsed inward, transforming into a boundless, slowly rotating dark vortex. The nether river poured backward, and the pervasive black mist no longer gasped, slowly spreading outwards. Azek stood silently above the vortex, crushing the dark green skull with his bare hands. His originally eyes were now completely replaced by two pale flames. Without pursuing Patrick Brain, who had been taken away by Hader, Azek's expression became terrifying, as if someone had driven a wedge into his temple, splitting his head in half. Amidst this intense pain, a series of familiar yet strange, disjointed images suddenly flashed in his mind. His body trembled, even revealing patches of dark, cold scales. Azek, with a somewhat ferocious expression, fell into a richly colored, variegated patch and disappeared. Inside St. Wind Cathedral, the dome was high and wide, with connecting arches. The murals, outlined in blue and silver-white, appeared rough but conveyed a sense of sacred majesty and solemnity. The storm abruptly ceased. Archbishop A. Snake, the singer of God, and cardinal of the Backlund diocese, retracted his silver light. His black archbishop's robe, embroidered with the storm symbol, billowed in the wind, and he spoke in a grim, deep voice, "Since you knew about those bugs in the dark corners, why couldn't you inform me in advance during the day? Or do you, the Church of Evernight, prefer to discuss matters at night?" Sherwood Borough, as the primary jurisdiction of the Church of the Storm in Backlund and one of the gathering places for storm believers, was adjacent to the East Borough, the source of the Great Smog, and the Backlund Bridge area. If believers suffered severe casualties in this disaster, coupled with the previous failure to protect Duke Negan, the authority of the Church of the Storm would undoubtedly be greatly affected. As the direct person in charge, Cardinal A. Snake would inevitably face reproach from the altar and the Pope, making his tone somewhat irritable. No sooner had he finished speaking than a nearly transparent spirit body, like a mountain, emerged from another void in the dome, placing a figure in midair. That figure wore an archbishop's robe with a black base and red patterns, had deep eyes, and no beard. It was Anthony Stevenson, the head of the Church of Evernight's Backlund diocese. After completing its task, the huge spirit body immediately shrank and entered St. Anthony's mouth. Then, with a calm expression, he looked at Ace Snake and gently explained, "I only learned the specific news today. Regardless of whether they conducted some secret transaction, this after all involves the royal family and the king. Before receiving a reply from the Holy Hall, I naturally couldn't leak the transaction. It's just a pity they were even more decisive than I imagined." His expression subtly shifting, Ace Snake suppressed his somewhat irritable mood and pressed, "What did you discover?" Anthony shook his head with some regret, his eyes also showing a hint of gloom. "They handled it very cleanly. According to normal logic, whether the collaborator disguised themselves or not, since they met, there would definitely be corresponding memory fragments remaining. I have personally performed spirit body touches, but I couldn't find any traces in that regard. It seems as if it never existed, which should be due to the influence of a contract." Emphasizing the word cleanly, Anthony glanced at the silent Ace Snake and quietly added, "Let's go. We shouldn't keep others waiting at this time." At the mouth of the Tussock River, in the wide river valley flanked by two sides, Bernadette detached from the state of information torrent and reconstructed her body with complex and pure knowledge. Quickly removing the sage's circlet and the pale death, which had undergone some unknown change, Bernadette placed the unconscious Klein on a haystack. Her azure eyes looked towards Backlund, upstream of the Tussock River. Perhaps it was because William Augustus I, who had descended with only a power projection through a ritual, couldn't stop Bernadette in her information torrent state, or perhaps he sensed Bernadette's identity and deliberately held back, not wanting to get entangled and risk being cornered by the three major churches, leading to an unmanageable situation. But to prevent Mr. Duke's highly valued faceless from seeing what he shouldn't and hearing what he shouldn't in the information torrent, Bernadette still decisively used the Sleeping Beauty magic of mystical reenactment. Slowly retracting her gaze, Bernadette refocused on the sage's circlet floating in the air. As a clairvoyant, she clearly saw the opportunity for advancement, understanding that she had completed the corresponding ritual and prevented a high-level power-related disaster. Angel. Looking at the diamond-encrusted vertical eye, Bernadette's eyes became even more resolute. After leaving Intis, she had two main wishes. One was to investigate the truth of those matters and see if she had misunderstood her father. The second was to follow her father's lingering footsteps, to see what he had experienced and if there was any possibility of his resurrection. And now, only one last step remained to understand all the truth. She no longer hesitated, firmly raising her right hand, outlining ancient, star-shimmering words in the void, summoning the spirit world creature that was human and wind, and retrieving some of the auxiliary materials for the sage potion from it. Just then, a portal of brilliant, dark blue starlight appeared, and Aaron, holding the crown of stars, emerged from it. This was originally the meeting point they had agreed upon after leaving Backlund. "Congratulations, it seems you have completed the advancement ritual. You can advance under the gaze of my lord, without worrying about the hidden sage's gaze." Aaron chuckled, his gaze returning from Klein, who was lying on the haystack. He raised the crown of stars in his hand and looked at Bernadette, adding, "This sealed artifact, which originated from death, is best not used again before you fully advance, to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble that might affect your advancement. Let me help you with the crushing of the Beyonder characteristic." Bernadette did not refuse Aaron's kindness. After the Beyonder characteristic was completely crushed, she proactively handed the pale death to Aaron, which, even detached from a human body, still faintly revealed a blurry human face. Countless transparent insects surged from the brilliant gems on the crown of stars, attaching to the surface of the mask. The dense death intent, enough to wither everything, instantly dissipated, as if the mask itself was isolated in another space. Acknowledging Aaron's actions, Bernadette glanced at the gurgling, bubbling sage potion, each bubble containing a transparent eye. She nodded slightly towards Aaron. This queen mystic, with a resolute expression, raised her right hand and brought the glass bottle to her lips. As the sage potion entered her mouth, her body became illusory at a visible speed, and within a few breaths, it decomposed into complex knowledge, transforming into the existence form of an information torrent. The surging tussock river, and even the strong winds and heavy rain spreading from Backlund, seemed to lose their tangibility, as if they were reduced to the most basic and fundamental forms of various information. In the nation of disorder, dark golden mist surged, embracing a greenish-black cyclops head, slowly floating down beside the prayer light spot. The terrifying will almost distorted the prayer scene. In the real world, Aaron's eyes instantly turned crimson gold, and the domain of judgment quietly spread, sealing off this increasingly terrifying aura to prevent it from being discovered. While being wary of potential interference from the hidden sage, Aaron also took advantage of this rare opportunity to observe firsthand the birth of a complete mythical creature. This was also the reward given to Bernadette for receiving the Lord of Order's blessing. An ancient-looking bronze whistle appeared in Aaron's hand. He casually threw it onto the haystack beside him, accurately hitting Klein's head. Although his gaze was still fixed on the information torrent that was constantly condensing, reorganizing, and then dissipating, his tone was quite teasing. Since you're awake, there's no need to pretend to be asleep. If you don't want your eyeballs to explode, just close your eyes obediently. He could observe and study Bernadette's process of advancing to an angel, but that didn't mean Klein, who was only at sequence 6, could withstand it. Just the unconsciously displayed mythical creature form alone could cause Mr. Fool to die young. Clutching the bronze whistle that had hit his head, feeling its familiar coolness, Klein's originally somewhat embarrassed face instantly flushed with surprise. Obediently closing his eyes, he bowed towards the direction of the voice. "Thank you, Mr. Emperor, for your assistance." He didn't ask about the final fate of the high-level demoness who had taken Azek's bronze whistle. The recovery of this whistle was enough to explain the situation. What he was more concerned about now was actually Mr. Azek's state. That undying of the numinous episcopate was clearly prepared. Although he was anxious, he also knew what was important. Just from the fragmented words he heard upon waking, he could guess that Roselle's eldest daughter was currently attempting to advance to an angel. A powerhouse of this level was a pope-level figure in all major churches, and she was clearly also related to the Lord of Order, yet Klein had never seen Bernadette at the Chaos Council. Suddenly recalling Zeradal's prophecy about Bernadette in Roselle's diary, Klein couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Not caring what Klein was thinking, Aaron stared at Bernadette, who was constantly gathering all her information and beginning to reconstruct her body by relying on the marks left in the spirit world. He suddenly raised his hand. The crown of stars, emitting a dark blue light, was instantly enveloped by a dense dark golden mist. Around Bernadette, space and time twisted. The secret information that suddenly appeared in midair from unknown sources, trying to merge with Bernadette while she was reconstructing her body, missed its target and was swallowed by a shimmering golden door with a dark golden vortex. The already rippling prayer scene was instantly pierced. This will, originating from the hidden sage, directly submerged into the giant single eye. The surrounding dark golden mist boiled, and the giant's head quickly returned to calm. Without the hidden sage's interference, Bernadette seized the opportunity, completely reconstructed her body, and, with the help of her anchor, initially balanced the terrifying will generated within her. At this moment, she truly became him, becoming a Sequence 2 angel of the mystery prior pathway, a great figure in the mystical world who could be respectfully called an hidden existence. Imprints formed by countless strange symbols appeared deep within her pupils. Bernadette felt her perspective being infinitely elevated by spirituality, as if the entire world was encompassed within her sight. From this special perspective, Bernadette almost subconsciously looked up at the brilliant night sky. Chapter 365 Bernadette's Decision. After becoming a complete mythical creature, the Eye of Peeping Secrets also underwent a complete transformation. In this state of infinitely elevated spirituality, Bernadette directly saw the astral world composed of symbols and authority. It looked similar to the cosmos, dark, deep, and boundless, but in reality, it had many peculiar features, more like an abstract painting made of various colors, surrounded by a pile of concepts and symbols. However, those abstract paintings with various symbolic meanings looked extremely horrifying and comical. From another perspective, this might be a manifestation of the chaotic and insane underlying rules. Outside the world's barrier, the light on the surface of a giant red moon pulsed and expanded as if it had come alive. The more distant and vast desolate universe became even deeper and darker, dotted with one dazzling diamond-like light spot after another, revealing one extremely evil and insane eye after another. A terrifying contamination, far exceeding the hidden sage's previous interference, descended upon Bernadette through the gaze, and a malevolence capable of making the soul tremble spread with it. Clearly sensing the subtle changes in the astral world, Aaron quickly withdrew his gaze from Bernadette, flashed to Klein's side, and pointed a finger at his glabella. The faint light rippling from the darkness imprint instantly concealed their figures. Bernadette, who had already advanced to sage, as long as she did not court death by going to the cosmos or the core of the abyss, areas already corrupted by outer deities, the contamination brought by mere observation could no longer affect her. After the initial surprise, Bernadette's body rapidly virtualized, completely transforming into an information entity, and quickly locked onto the contaminated information flow. A large amount of useless and complex knowledge surged, enveloping it, dissolving strands of black mist and streaks of red light, severing the invisible connection, and forming a dark and obscure ball of light. Bernadette, who had recondensed her body, looked at the obscure ball of light that seemed to have come alive and was constantly wriggling. After some thought, she did not completely shatter it, but instead covered it with layers of seals. After completing all this, she emerged from the information torrent, standing once again above the mouth of the Tasik River, looking at Aaron, whose dark mist was gradually fading, and Klein, who still had his eyes closed. Just as she was about to say something, her gaze swept over Klein, and her azure eyes, like a deep ocean, flashed with obvious surprise. She sensed the aura of the Lord of Order from this small faceless, and besides that, there was also darkness and an aura she had never seen before but was equally high in sequence. After taking a deep look at Klein, who had his eyes closed and seemed unaware of what was happening outside, Bernadette finally looked at Aaron, and spoke softly after careful consideration. "Is this what you meant by the contamination from the cosmos?" "Cosmos?" Klein, with his eyes closed, quietly pricked up his ears. The inexplicable fear that arose in his heart piqued his interest, but unfortunately, after hearing this sentence, all his perceptions were blocked. He immediately understood, guessing that these were secrets he could not comprehend at his current level, but he still kept cosmos in his mind first. Aaron took in all of Bernadette's changing expressions, then casually blocked Klein's perception before nodding slightly in response. "Yes, that is also the source of the apocalypse. I like to call them above sequence. Of course, some true gods name it in other ways. Some call it outer deity, some call it outer god, and some use cosmos to refer to it." Looking at Bernadette, who was somewhat enlightened yet also somewhat confused, Aaron rubbed his forehead and, in a low voice, explained the secrets of cosmos, outer deity, and outer god. Her body rippled with obscure starlight, Bernadette's gaze narrowed slightly, her lips moved, and she muttered to herself in a low voice. "Outer deity, outer god, cosmos, creator, above sequence. So that's how it is." At this moment, she finally understood the essence of the apocalypse. She thought back to the fourth epoch when true gods could still walk on the ground, but by the fifth epoch, even their descent was rare. No wonder it was called the apocalypse. Bernadette instantly felt her scalp tingle, a profound sense of powerlessness washing over her. The joy and excitement of just having advanced to an angel immediately vanished. As her emotions fluctuated, she immediately felt the primordial one's spiritual imprint within her body strengthen, further corrupting the anchored parts. Bernadette took a deep breath, integrating those chaotic thoughts into the complex information flow, calming her mind, and allowing the fragile balance to reappear. Looking at Bernadette, who had suddenly fallen silent, seemingly waiting for him to say something, Aaron did not deliberately hide anything and spoke directly. Roselle, after advancing to an angel, once had a secret operation. Guided by Mr. Dorr, he left the barrier of the astral world alone and went to that red moon. It was there that he was secretly contaminated by an existence at the pinnacle of outer gods. This is also the fundamental reason why he eventually became radical and, even after achieving sequence 0, was still besieged and killed in the astral world. As the apocalypse draws nearer, no deity would allow Roselle, who was deeply contaminated by an outer deity, to continue to be active in the human world. Bernadette's personality was highly similar to Roselle's, full of adventurous spirit and particularly stubborn. If he didn't clearly explain the stakes to her, Aaron was truly worried that this fellow might one day run off to an outer god to offer herself as a sacrifice. Chuckling softly, Aaron looked at Bernadette, whose expression was changing as she fell into thought, and finally revealed his true intention. And the best way to completely eliminate a Black Emperor is to create a new Black Emperor. Bernadette suddenly looked up. Combining Aaron's hints with her own understanding of the Black Emperor pathway, she easily understood the meaning of this sentence, but she couldn't figure out who could meet the Black Emperor's advancement ritual now. After informing Bernadette of George III's secret and the 9 ruins left behind by Blood Emperor Tudor, Aaron looked at this sage, who had a cold expression after a sudden realization. He then handed over the resealed Pale Death and said softly, "On this matter, we have a common enemy, but even now, what you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. Even the great Lord of Order has concerns, we need to plan slowly." Bernadette took a deep look at Aaron, then pushed the cold mask back, and slowly said, "I have already achieved angel status, and I no longer need to rely on the sealed artifact to resist the hidden sage. This is an item my father brought back from the southern continent, closely related to death. I am willing to offer it to the Lord of Order, only seeking a glimmer of hope for his survival." Although she didn't know what kind of connection this hidden existence had with her father, to understand Roselle's affairs so thoroughly. But the only thing that was certain was that as a Sequence 2 angel, she simply couldn't revive Roselle while surrounded by gods and even outer deities. This request was both a show of goodwill, deeply binding herself after profoundly understanding the current grim situation, and a test of attitude. Just as she had said before, after advancing to Sage and gathering external power within herself, even losing this Grade 0 sealed artifact would only mean losing a powerful offensive means for her, and it would not affect her self-preservation ability. To Bernadette's surprise, Aaron did not take the extremely terrifying Grade 0 sealed artifact. He closed his eyes and prayed in a low voice for a moment, then respectfully opened his eyes and pushed the mask back to her. Another Grade 0 sealed artifact Roselle left you, Wishing Lamp, actually contains a sealed outer god, though it's only a part of him. Upon sensing your advancement to an angel and your ability to travel to the cosmos, he will certainly try every means to tempt you. This item left by death can help you make him shut up. Roselle's matter involves quite complex high-level existences. The cost of reviving him even our Lord needs to consider repeatedly. Bernadette clearly understood the hint in Aaron's words, but her expression remained unchanged. A daughter pays her father's debts. She had already prepared herself mentally before advancing to an angel. Without hesitation, displaying the decisiveness of a pirate king, Bernadette chanted the honorific name of the Lord of Order in ancient Hermes, her voice low. I am willing to sacrifice pale death to you. You may take it at any time. Oravi Island will also become your sharpest sword from now on. Granted. After a long while, a magnificent and majestic voice came. Bernadette clearly felt an unknown imprint emerge, seemingly forming a bond with a great existence. When Bernadette reopened her eyes, Aaron subtly retracted the golden glow from his eyes and said with a smile. Welcome to the Chaos Council. You've just advanced to an angel, and your state is still unstable. Moreover, we don't know how the hidden sage will react. You should handle your current affairs first. After everything is over, I might need you to connect me and introduce me to Bonoa. Recalling the previous commission and Bonoa's strange reaction, Bernadette nodded gently, no longer refusing. She put pale death away again, and her body transformed into an information torrent, disappearing instantly. The gloomy and overcast clouds had silently dispersed at some point. The pre-dawn light appeared, and the light of dawn emerged. A new day had arrived. Klein only felt that all the shackles that had bound him were gone, and he regained his perception of the outside world. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that extremely familiar yet intimately close face, and his mouth twitched as he took 2 steps back. Duke. Waving his hand, Aaron subtly withdrew his gaze, having already confirmed with true sight that no mark of Adam was left on Klein. Chapter 366, Red Light's Guidance. Well, it's also possible that it once existed, but has already been erased by the goddess's divine descent vessel, Aaron mumbled to himself. Just as he was thinking about where to throw Klein to properly temper him, he heard a somewhat urgent voice. Mr. Duke, something happened to Mr. Azek. To save me, he was cornered by the numinous episcopate in the spirit world. After his 5 senses returned, Klein looked at the somewhat dim Azek's copper whistle in his hand, his voice pausing slightly, truly not knowing what he, now utterly penniless, could offer to invite Mr. Emperor to act. Listening to Klein's words, Aaron looked over with some surprise. He had descended directly with the help of the Crown of Stars and had not sensed anything unusual in the nearby spirit world. Either an angel with the corresponding spirit world authority had sealed off that anomalous spirit world space, or the battle had already ended. In a flash of thought, Aaron ruled out the first possibility. If an angel had truly sealed the spirit world, Bernadette would have surely discovered something when she reformed her body in the information torrent using her spirit world imprint. Considering that Salinger's contingency plan on Azek concerned the goddess's scheme, it was indeed appropriate for him, with the title of Night Worshipper making things convenient, to do something. Aaron did not continue to inquire, grabbing Klein's shoulder and immediately entering the colorful spirit world, not shying away from directly chanting in ancient Hermes. The never-fading light of the spirit world. The embodiment of endless knowledge. The red of authority and will. Without wasting time searching alone, Aaron chose the most convenient method, directly inquiring Red Light Almeria, who held authority related to spirit world beings and locations. He did not use a more standardized and complete, mystical ritual. With their previous cooperation and the fact that he now had the great ruler above the spirit world with him, Aaron believed that Almeria would respond to his call. Standing within the domain of judgment, Klein, who was subtly observing the surrounding spirit world, also heard that honorific name. After quietly memorizing it, he also determined that this should correspond to the red light, one of the 7 lights of the spirit world. Is the honorific name of just one of the 7 lights a 3-part structure because of their special determination in the spirit world, or do they truly possess the beyonder characteristics of an angel? 7 angels. This. Klein, who was muttering to himself, suddenly found the surrounding spirit world space dyed with a rich, clear, yet not at all bloody red. A majestic old man in a long crimson robe silently appeared, and a faint but authoritative voice rang out. How may I help you, Mr. Duke? He came in person. Aaron glanced at this red light, who clearly cared about Klein but looked straight at himself, and directly pulled the still somewhat dazed Klein into the middle of the two. He was not clear about what Azek had experienced, and it would save more time for the person involved to ask. Moreover, some information that he might not be able to obtain might be revealed if Klein asked instead. Red Light Almeria, wearing a diamond crown, shifted his gaze, then looked at Klein and nodded majestically. Hello, you can call me Almeria directly. What is your question? So polite. The thought flashed through his mind, and Klein said sincerely and respectfully. Your Excellency Almeria, previously, two high-sequence powerhouses of the death pathway had a great battle in the spirit world. One of them was an undying from the numinous episcopate, named Patrick Brain. The other is my teacher, Isaac Eggers. This is his item. Can you tell me the location of that spirit world area or his current situation? As he spoke, Klein handed the Isaac's copper whistle in his hand to Almeria, somewhat nervously awaiting the Red Light's answer. Gently pushing the copper whistle back, Almeria paused and spoke calmly. Isaac Eggers has escaped the trap of the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction, but his condition has some problems, and he has long since left that area. However, I can find the spirit world coordinates corresponding to where he last disappeared. A smile immediately appeared on Klein's face. He grabbed the Isaac's copper whistle that had floated back in front of him, then thought of something, coughed lightly, and tentatively looked at Aaron behind him. Not in a hurry to depart, Aaron looked at Almeria and asked thoughtfully. An undying from the numinous episcopate was able to stop Isaac. Even if Isaac hadn't recovered all his memories, it was impossible for him to be ambushed by an undying, and especially near Backlund. Backlund, within the completely ruined underground ruins, a phantom door suddenly tore open in midair, covered with complex symbols. The door opened silently, and out walked a handsome man in a sharp suit. He was about 40 years old, mature and elegant. His golden eyes, with just a sweep, locked onto an old man in a white priest's robe and a soft clerical hat. That was Archbishop Oramic Haydn, the head of the Backlund Diocese of the God of Steam and Machinery Church, and a member of the Pre-God Council. The Archbishop also cast his gaze towards the suddenly appearing golden-eyed man, speaking in a low voice. There are residual traces of the true Creator here. It is indeed the Aurora Order's doing. Besides that, there should also be a high sequence beyonder of the mystery prior pathway. The aura of mystical reenactment is somewhat like. Before he could continue to describe his findings, faint thunder rumbled, and amidst the surging darkness, Archbishop Anthony, accompanied by God singer Ace Snake, also appeared in the dilapidated ruins. Completely different from Horamic's tone, silver light flickered in Ace Snake's eyes, as if a storm was brewing, and he asked, suppressing his anger. Sirt, I think you should know what happened here, right? When did even the Aurora Order and the Demonist sect become capable of causing trouble in Backlund? Your MI9 is truly competent. Listening to the slightly sarcastic words, the golden-eyed man named Sirt did not get angry, and shook his head very calmly. I just arrived too. However, I will report this matter to the royal family, and MI9 will definitely give an explanation to the three major churches. Explanation. Ace Snake almost laughed in anger, and coldly added. I will also report this matter to the Holy See. I hope you can give an explanation to His Holiness the Pope. After speaking, he didn't even look at the somewhat displeased Sirt, and flew directly towards the ruins below. Oramic Haydn frowned slightly, gave a questioning glance to Anthony, who had remained silent, and after receiving no response, merely shook his head gently and said nothing more. Chapter 367 End. After listening to Red Light Almeria's account, Aaron's expression became a little strange. Heidel, the leader of the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction and former high priest of the Death Church, was also involved. Because half of his soul was separated, Isaac had repeated the experience of waking up, searching for memories, and falling asleep again countless times over the past 1,000 years. During such a long period, Heidel had never intervened, but this time he suddenly made a move. If not for the Pale Death, a remnant of death controlled by Bernadette, coincidentally causing some changes in Backlund, Isaac would not have broken free from his restraints. This sudden change cannot be without reason, a change related to death. Aaron, deep in thought, focused his gaze slightly and looked at Almeria, whose expression was solemn, and asked ponderingly. What has Calderon become now? As early as his last visit to retrieve water from a tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness, Aaron had already triggered the imprints of the two former deaths, who had been dormant in the River of Eternal Darkness, due to the aura of the nation of disorder he carried. When Calderon first mutated because of this, Aaron encountered Heidel at the outer entrance, who, even though unable to leave the mausoleum, still projected his power. And before that, to help Astorf recapture his body, Aaron had also banished the abomination, Saar, who carried the power of the bound god, to Calderon. Considering the dangers within, he had never explored what changes had occurred there. Not surprised by the question, Almeria pondered for a moment, his expression becoming serious, and slowly shook his head. Calderon has been enveloped by a higher-level power. Even I cannot know the specific situation inside without personally going in to investigate. Considering that Klein was nearby, he did not directly mention the River of Eternal Darkness, but Aaron, who was a direct participant, easily understood his meaning. Without a precise answer, Aaron did not press further. After obtaining the spirit world coordinates corresponding to Azek's last known location, he bid farewell to Red Light with Klein. Listening to the question and answer session, which felt like a riddle, Klein, lacking the necessary knowledge, could only commit the name Calderon to memory and secretly guess its connection to Mr. Azek. Before he could think more, the invisible force that had been carrying him through the spirit world suddenly tightened. A familiar sense of weightlessness struck him, as if he had been thrown into an icy pool. The terrifyingly cold and deathly aura stung Klein's spirituality. The fear of life slowly draining away instantly overwhelmed the discomfort of weightlessness, until the Azek copper whistle he had been clutching trembled slightly, and the sensation significantly weakened. Gasping for a few breaths, Klein subconsciously looked around and found himself in an ancient castle hall with a simple style and architectural features distinctly different from the styles of the northern continent's countries today. Even though it was old, it was extremely well preserved, except for the faint murals carved on the black-based walls, which could no longer be discerned after the erosion of time. On both sides of the hall, coffins of different shapes and colors were placed, resting quietly, as if their very existence had been weathered by death. As the Azek copper whistle in Klein's hand trembled, slight sounds suddenly emerged from inside these coffins, like rusting joints opening one by one. Silently, bones emerged from the coffin closest to Klein, gushing like a fountain into the air, forming a giant skeleton nearly 4 meters tall. This is Mr. Azek's bone messenger. This feeling, it seems to be the one who shielded me from disaster in Tinjin City. Has it returned from the underworld? As his gaze met the 2 pulsating pale flames within the giant skull, various thoughts arose in his mind, but it did allow Klein to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the oppressive and deathly aura pervading the hall did not diminish. The bone messenger lowered its head and looked down at Klein for a second. But when it looked at Aaron, who was smiling faintly at the side, the flames in its eyes trembled violently, and it voluntarily bent its back, lowered its right arm, and opened its palm. A thin glove, as if made of human skin, lay quietly on the palm formed by bones. An indescribable sense of hunger, accompanied by illusory chewing sounds, spread outwards. In this ancient castle hall, already filled with death and energy, Klein seemed to hear the unwilling shouts and painful moans hidden within the chewing sounds. Distorted, hideous, and wailing transparent faces faintly appeared on the surface of the human skin glove, overflowing with a sorrow and madness that made one unbearable to behold, and all of this ceased abruptly a few seconds later. Aaron toyed with the thin, human skin-like glove. The creeping hunger, which already possessed living characteristics, became extremely docile at this moment, not daring to release even a trace of malice, like a hound crouching there, not daring to move. Having seemingly completed its mission, the bone messenger did not linger. It disintegrated instantly as if fleeing a plague god, falling like a waterfall into the coffin and quickly disappearing. Aaron, disinterested, tossed the human skin glove to Klein, who was staring at him eagerly. The creeping hunger had long been sealed by Azek. Aaron, pretending to be unintentional, whispered. Although sealed artifacts with living characteristics are dangerous and terrifying, to some extent, this characteristic can also be exploited. After all, consciousness allows for communication, and even more so, intimidation. After speaking, he no longer looked at Klein, whose expression had changed. Aaron ignored the coffins that kept making strange noises and walked directly into the depths of the hall. The layout here was quite familiar to him, with some similarities to certain buildings in the inner areas of Calderon. At the deepest part of the hall, a pure black coffin adorned with pale feathers was placed. This was also the source of all energy. His pupils turned crimson gold. Under the gaze of the Eye of Judgment, the black coffin looked more like a fusion of abstract, complex symbols connected to the underworld, helping the slumbering Azek resist the invasion of some power. Aaron thoughtfully withdrew his gaze, took out an envelope from his and threw it in front of the coffin, then returned to the edge of the hall, comforted Klein, and continued. Your current identity is not suitable for returning to Backlund. Where do you want to go next? I'm in a good mood right now, maybe I can give you a ride. Klein's originally somewhat joyful expression slightly dimmed. In a few days, it would be his first New Year since arriving in this foreign world. His lips moved, but he ultimately held back. Putting away the creeping hunger, Klein's gaze became firm again, and he said softly. Tinjin. I want to go back to Tinjin first. Aaron took in the changes in Klein's expression and smiled, offering his suggestion. I can hold a mass in the name of the East Tucker Charity Foundation. 0-08 has already left Backlund. With me to cover for you, you should be able to see the people you want to see. The mass needs to be coordinated with the Evernight Church. I can take you back to Tinjin first. Klein opened his mouth, but still followed his inner voice, nodding with a complex expression. Tinjin City, Raphael Cemetery. Although the afternoon sun was quite strong, many areas here were still dark and cold. Klein stood before a grave, quietly gazing at the black and white photograph on the tombstone, and softly said. Captain, I've come to see you. Backlund, Hillston District, Starry Church. The chairs that were neatly arranged in the prayer hall were now replaced by bodies covered with white cloths. A melodious lullaby emanated from the sacred platform inscribed with the sacred emblem of darkness, soothing the whispers of pain and comforting the suffering souls. This was a small requiem ceremony, and in the square outside the starry church, more bodies covered with white cloths were awaiting requiem. After the requiem, unclaimed bodies would be buried in the public cemetery. Melissa, with some stains on her clothes, looked at the white cloths with vacant eyes. In her ears, the sharp, weak, lingering cries and wails seemed to echo, making her recall that afternoon in Tingen City. Her shoulder was suddenly patted. Melissa slowly turned her head and met Leonard's somewhat worried gaze. Looking at the overcoat soaked by the heavy rain, Leonard sighed and placed a thickened priest's robe in Melissa's hand, saying in a deep voice, "You've done very well. There's no need to take on responsibilities that don't belong to you. Your brother must be very worried about you. Go rest for a while, then go home." Melissa took the robe, looked at the prayer hall covered in white, and her voice was a little hoarse, as if she was asking Leonard, and also herself, what did they do wrong? His dark green eyes narrowed slightly, and Leonard fell silent. As a member of the Red Gloves team, with Palace Aloya hidden within him, he had some understanding of the essence of this great fog. Watching Melissa walk away alone, Leonard sighed, and a teasing voice came from beside him. "I have to say, your personality is quite similar to that guy's. With your way of chasing girls, alas." Choked by the long sigh, Leonard looked at Madame Daly, who was standing in the shadows, leaning against the wall, and retorted, "Madame Daly, you've misunderstood. I made a promise back when I was in Tingen. Since I couldn't prevent Melissa from becoming a Beyonder, I had to at least do my best to look after her." Saying that, without waiting for Madame Daly's reply, Leonard changed the subject, his expression also becoming serious. "Have the specific casualty figures been tallied? Have the culprits who caused this disaster been caught?" No longer dwelling on the previous topic, Daly stepped out of the shadows and gently shook her head. The East Borough, Dock District, and Factory District, which were most severely affected by the Great Fog, are still being tallied. Even though the Church of Storms reacted quickly and brought down heavy rain in time, those three areas already had poor sanitation and extremely high population density, so the situation is probably not optimistic. At this point, Daly's tone became even more sarcastic, and she scoffed. As for the culprit, Prince Edsak, who was tempted by a demoness and colluded with cults, has committed suicide. Is that enough? Leonard's expression instantly darkened, and he asked incredulously. That's it. Can Archbishop Anthony accept this explanation? Have those two from the Church of Storms and the Church of Steam acquiesced? Daly took a deep breath, averted her gaze, and whispered, looking at the Evernight holy emblem on the altar. The royal family has promised that anyone who obtains a corresponding peerage, no matter how, can obtain a seat in the House of Lords, especially those factory owners and bankers supported by the Church. As punishment for the lax supervision of Military Intelligence 9, the three major churches are also allowed to send personnel into the military. Quietly recounting the information she had obtained from Bishop Electra, Daly looked back at Leonard, who had fallen silent again, and said softly, "The remaining matters will be handled by other Nighthawks. Prepare yourself and come with me to the airship. There's a new mission." St. Samuel's Church received an urgent telegram. Ince Zangwill has appeared again, attacked Dillis, a coastal city in Intis, and fled to the Sea of Intermittence. We will take the airship to the Sea of Intermittence County first, and Archbishop Randolph Carter will meet us there. Leonard tilted his head slightly, seemingly listening to the lullaby coming from the altar. After a few seconds, he nodded slightly. Empress Borough, Count Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey stood by the window, watching the pale yellow and iron-black mist quickly dissipate, and the heavy rain, uncharacteristic of winter, poured down, her mood calming considerably. It was only after her father finally returned from the church that Audrey learned the official response, but her confusion had not lessened at all. After finishing dinner, still preoccupied, Audrey had just returned to her room when she felt a familiar aura and exclaimed in surprise, somewhat delighted, "Aaron." She then lowered her voice. After confirming the door was locked, she stared intently at Aaron and asked somewhat urgently, "Is the truth hidden behind the Great Fog incident truly just caused by those cultists trying to awaken the primordial demoness and the true creator's descent? Why did Prince Edsak choose to cooperate with them? I remember he wasn't that kind of person before." Looking at the somewhat confused Audrey, Aaron pondered for a moment before saying, "He was hypnotized by a virtual personality, just like you once were. He was merely a scapegoat pushed forward. However, the Evernight Goddess Church was prepared and promptly eliminated the demoness of despair, preventing the awakening of the primordial demoness, keeping the level of contamination from the Great Fog within a controllable range. Moreover, the Aurora Order's ritual was also destroyed, and the true creator, who attempted to descend through it, remains cut off from the real world. When did Backlund become so dangerous? Two evil gods appeared in one great fog. If it hadn't been stopped in time, the entire Backlund would have been destroyed. Thoughts raced through Audrey's mind, and her expression was a little dazed. She had originally thought that the so-called evil gods were just propaganda used by the church, never expecting that there were actually two hidden existences, on the same level as Mr. Fool, secretly interfering with reality. Chapter 368 Departure and Awakening. Aaron didn't hold back too much, he merely revealed a semi-public secret without delving deeper. Where there is light, there must be shadow, this is not uncommon. Even if it's known that this is merely a whitewashed truth, as long as a sufficient price is paid, the church will tacitly accept the royal family's narrative. Humans cannot be simply categorized as good or bad, let alone those high-ranking individuals who have been corrupted and assimilated by divinity. Aaron glanced at Audrey, whose expression was complex, and didn't continue speaking, changing the subject. I've already discussed it with Archbishop Anthony. Tonight, there will be a moon mass held for all the innocent victims who perished in this great smog, to help them fall into a peaceful slumber in the goddess's kingdom and attain eternal tranquility. The moon mass was essentially closer to a large-scale requiem ceremony. A ceremony involving beyonder power could allow souls to resonate, enabling different people to see closely related deceased individuals in the darkness, release their sorrow, and find peace. Audrey pursed her lips, thinking of the lives that fell like stalks in the wind, and the chaotic thoughts that followed left her in silence for a moment. Tingen City, Zutland Street No. 36. After leaving the cemetery, Klein used his faceless ability to disguise himself as a tall, cold-tempered young man. A complex expression appeared on his chiseled face as he looked at the rebuilt building across the street. The style had changed significantly, becoming a three-story building popular in recent years, but the only constant was the black door and the vertical sign. Blackthorn Security Company. Benson and Melissa had already left Tingen. The only place in the city that held his memories was here. We are guardians, and also a group of poor wretches constantly battling danger and madness. He didn't choose to push open that door. Looking at the gradually dimming sky, Klein paused for a moment, muttering to himself. Pulling down his hat brim, Klein walked to the corner, and his spirituality subtly stirred. The black iron door not far behind him opened. A pretty brown-haired girl walked out in a very good mood, wearing a light green long dress that was a bit thin for winter. Behind her followed a kind old man with white hair, dressed in a classical black robe. Roxanne, and old Neil. Klein's lips unconsciously curved upwards. He no longer lingered, pulling up the collar of his black trench coat and quickly disappearing into the shadows. When he returned to the cemetery as agreed, he didn't see the Duke. Instead, there was a steady middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, possessing quite the scholar's demeanor. He stopped cautiously, Klein's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly averted his gaze, pretending to be an ordinary person visiting the cemetery to mourn. But the calm voice that followed made him relax. Mr. Gehrman Sparrow, the Duke is occupied with matters and has specifically ordered me to bring you back to Backlund. Klein casually flipped a gold coin, casually glancing at it, maintaining his cold expression. He didn't inquire about the reason, just nodded slightly and responded concisely. Thank you. Not bothered by the somewhat impolite response, the middle-aged man smiled and pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, then introduced himself. Yes, my name is Victor Abraham. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hearing the 4 words, Abraham, Klein couldn't help but look at the man a few more times, recalling the scene when he obtained the universal key divination in Backlund. Combining it with the contents of those notes, this ancient family, cursed for thousands of years, should have already escaped the curse's influence with the help of the Lord of Order. Thinking this, Klein saw a transparent, blurry book appear in Victor's palm, and a distant, ethereal chant followed. I come, I see, I record. As soon as the chant began, the book quickly flipped open, and a faint blue light quickly appeared in front, forming a transparent door of light. How flashy! Klein looked enviously at the gradually dissipating illusory book, muttering to himself. Only after Victor entered the traveler's door first did he quickly follow. On the dark, deep sea, a blood-red moon hung high, and a huge sailing ship moved smoothly. On its fluttering flag were 10 equally sized white stars, and these stars encircled a cold, lashless eye. Future. Inside the captain's cabin, Catilia, with her black hair simply draped, had eyes that were purple and drawn inward, seemingly transforming into an abyss that could devour souls, yet this abyss was filled with nothing but pain. As a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, Catilia, already a Sequence 5 Constellations Master, would receive knowledge infusion from the hidden sage every full moon night. Since leaving Bernadette and joining the Moses Ascetic Order, Catilia had grown accustomed to this pain, even learning how to find truly useful information within the vast and complex knowledge. But this time, Catilia clearly felt an unprecedented abnormality. Without her urging, the Eye of Mystery Prior opened on its own. Everything within dozens of meters, though unobstructed, appeared in her vision in an extremely chaotic manner. She vaguely saw layers of thick curtains, like shadows, around her, and behind the curtains, something seemed to be watching her, bringing bone-chilling coldness and killing intent. Unimaginably chaotic information flooded her brain, and Catilia convulsed, falling to the ground. The muscles of her cheeks split open, and the flesh inside condensed, as if turning into eyeballs. Her ears stretched and expanded, and her fingers clawed vivid bloody marks onto the floor, one after another. A pair of cold, emotionless, lashless, almost transparent eyes appeared behind the deep, thick curtains, quietly watching the mutating Catilia. Then, as if sensing something, those indifferent pupils slightly shifted, meeting the gaze of another pair of eyes as blue as the sea. A pale mask gleamed with a metallic luster, and the captain's cabin suddenly returned to silence. Catilia's mutation abruptly stopped, and her body rapidly repaired itself in a strange way. After a moment, she struggled to her feet from the ground and subconsciously looked at the full-length mirror. In the mirror, her facial skin was fair and smooth, without a single crack. All the abnormalities on her body had disappeared, and her slightly dark purple-black eyes were calm, as if nothing had happened. However, Catilia's eyes, with a touch of mystery, could see the eyeball-like flesh hidden beneath her skin, not yet completely dissolved. Suddenly, her expression became incredulous. A tall figure appeared in her violently twitching pupils, and her lips moved as she uncontrollably whispered. "Your Majesty." Taking off the pale mask with its metallic luster, Bernadette looked at the somewhat weak Catilia, feeling the dependence and attachment, and her gaze softened involuntarily. No longer keeping people at arm's length as before, having successfully ascended to angel and believed in that hidden existence, Bernadette now had the confidence to face the hidden sage directly. She softened her tone and said softly, "You've done very well in these years since you left the Dawn." After a brief moment of tenderness, Catilia quickly noticed Bernadette's change. Even though she deliberately suppressed it, the sense of oppression stemming from a higher life level was quite sensitive for a constellation's master. A look of surprise appeared on her face, and Catilia asked in a low, confirming tone, "Your Majesty, have you ascended to angel?" Nodding gently, Bernadette's smile faded, and her voice was somewhat ethereal. "Only after ascending to angel did I truly understand the secrets of this world, and I also understood why he did what he did in the end." Having grown up by Bernadette's side, Catilia could guess that he was Emperor Roselle. She just listened quietly, not speaking again, just as she had done long ago when she was still on the Dawn. Deleting some dangerous information, Bernadette described the cruelty of the apocalypse in the form of a prophecy, finally saying, "Many things, just understanding them, will lead to danger. What you need to do is to quickly improve your strength and do everything possible to investigate the hidden sage within the Moses ascetic order." After Roselle's demise, relying on her father's legacy, Bernadette only barely managed to advance in her pursuit of knowledge. She had a deep understanding of this uniqueness of her pathway that had suddenly and strangely become active. But just now, when she was fighting the power projection of the hidden sage while wearing pale death, she clearly felt the evil god's powerlessness, as if he was recovering from a severe injury. Recalling the mysterious pillar of stars and moon of the Moses ascetic order, who had strangely fallen earlier, Bernadette keenly realized that this might be a rare opportunity. After quietly listening to Bernadette's words, Catilia's face showed a bitter smile, and she seemed to hesitate to speak. Although she was one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, due to her background and less influence from the hidden sage, she had never been particularly trusted by the president and other high-ranking members, and was an outcast on the fringes of the organization. In a sense, her relationship with the Moses ascetic order was more like a collaboration. One side needed a force and a powerful individual to implement their will across the 5 seas, while the other desired to obtain corresponding knowledge and materials. And to obtain information about the symbolic deity, the hidden sage, suddenly coming alive, and to confirm his current state, she had to become a core member of the Moses ascetic order. Bernadette's azure eyes glanced at the somewhat troubled Catilia, and she understood, speaking calmly. "The pillar of stars and moon, one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, has fallen some time ago. With your current status and strength, participating in the decision-making of the Moses ascetic order's internal affairs is still somewhat difficult. Moreover, this will be quite dangerous. Even if the hidden sage is not in a good state and doesn't interfere much with the specific operations of the Moses ascetic order, other high-ranking members will still launch a certain degree of counterattack due to their power being infringed upon and the persistent suspicion. Excluding the fallen pillar of stars and moon, there are at least 5 members above demigod among the 10 pillars." At this point, she paused, and the corners of her mouth curved as she added, "You've been a constellation's master for a long time. Now it's time to ascend to demigod." Catilia's expression flickered, and she looked at Bernadette with some excitement, asking back in a verifying tone, "With your blood?" She had always been on the fringes of the Moses ascetic order, active as a pirate, essentially because her own strength was insufficient, and she was afraid that getting too deeply involved in the organization's internal affairs would lead to her being eliminated on the spot one day. She had countless times wanted to abandon the Queen's mission and her identity as one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, to return to the Dawn, to return to the Queen's side, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Now, she had finally gained the Queen's approval. Most importantly, the pressure Frank brought her was simply too great. A druid with a problematic mind, constantly conducting strange experiments on the future. Without demigod strength, she was truly worried whether she could stop Frank at a crucial moment. Meeting Catilia's somewhat expectant gaze, Bernadette shook her head and explained. Sequence 3 of the mystery prior pathway is called clairvoyant. The mythical creature blood analyzed when ascending to mysticologist will affect your future path. I will help you find a drop of mythical creature blood from the fate pathway. The hidden sage's pollution should not appear again during this time. You should first adjust your state. Looking at the confident Bernadette, Catilia didn't ask further. Her trust in the queen had never wavered. Leaving the auxiliary materials for mysticologist to Catilia, Bernadette's azure eyes swept over the astrolabe hanging at Catilia's waist. As a sage, she felt a high-level aura almost identical to that on Klein. A layer of mist covered her azure eyes, then quickly dissipated. After briefly prying into the river of fate, Bernadette said no more, dissolving into starlight and disappearing from the future's captain's cabin. After moving far away from the sea area, Bernadette, whose body had reformed in the information torrent, looked at the high-hanging red moon and prayed in a low voice. Great Lord of Order, please inform Aaron Will that I have adjusted my state and can accompany him to the Church of Steam to find Benova Gustav. Deep within the spirit world, where red, black, blue, and other colors were densely layered, the 7 bright mirror lights hanging at infinite heights also became chaotic. Layers of gray-white mist appeared as flickering phantoms, forming complex symbols that continuously converged. This area of the spirit world and its corresponding real-world experienced gentle tremors, as if encountering an earthquake from a distant place. At the center of the converging symbols, a gigantic figure covered in black thorns slowly rose. Ethereal black smoke flowed from the severed neck, seemingly continuously drawing power from the mists of history. Aaron stood not far away, feeling the violent aura, but the smile on his face became even more pronounced. As soon as Astolfo, his bond with the messenger, awakened, he sensed it. After arranging Klein's matters, he immediately rushed to the depths of the spirit world. After Astolfo completely integrated this body in the spirit world, he had fully recovered to the rank of Sequence 2 Ancient Bane. After getting rid of the pollution, he was continuously drawing power from the cursed mists of history. Chapter 369 Return to the God War Ruins. The tremors in the spirit world became increasingly obvious. Aaron, using the perspective provided by the mystical ring, could clearly see streaks of light emerging from the surging historical fog, which seemed to be phantom images of creatures in different forms. Before he could examine them closely, everything returned to calm. The headless body floating deep within the spirit world slowly split open from its smooth neck, and the corpse oil bandages stained with yellow-green liquid also disintegrated. A humanoid creature, wrapped in thorny roses and resembling a mummy, slowly walked out. Its eyes, as red as blood, held no human aura. An invisible, chilling wind quietly emerged. Astolf, who had returned to being an ancient bane, first nodded towards Aaron not far away, then lowered his head to look at the huge corpse that had split into 2 halves. His scarlet eyes then reflected the 2 constantly squirming, bizarre corpses that seemed to want to gain new life. After losing Ormer's lingering thought and all angelic characteristics, the remaining pollution was unhinderedly eroding this ancient, deeply rooted remnant in the spirit world. Silently, the twisted, squirming flesh glowed faintly, mixing with the broken thorny vines and corpse oil bandages, transforming into strange and bizarre creatures Aaron had never seen before. Having lost all characteristics and being cut off from the spirit world by the deformation curse, those strange, bizarre creatures flowing with black stickiness roared as they were entangled by thorny vines and dragged into the blood-colored pupils. Aaron did not interfere with Astolf's actions. Having regained his characteristics, he could, to some extent, be seen as the reborn, chained god. Furthermore, Aaron couldn't be sure whether the distorted beliefs of the Rose School of Thought's indulgence faction, which pointed to the chained god, would affect Astolf's divine balance after he returned to the angelic sequence. The historical fog shrouding the depths of the spirit world slowly receded, and the 7 clear lights hanging high in the spiritual sky gradually became distinct. A deep voice, as if capable of moving souls, echoed. More than 1,000 years of resistance, and finally, a glimmer of hope before the apocalypse arrives. Looking at Astolf, who had returned to calm and showed no abnormalities, Aaron's vigilance eased slightly. He pondered before asking. What should I call you now? Astolf, or Tolsna? As soon as he finished speaking, the mummy-like figure covered in thorny thistles appeared before him. Controlling his body's instinctive reaction, Aaron finally saw his messenger's face at such close range. It was an ugly face hidden beneath thorns and vines, with the light in its blood-red eyes flickering erratically. A name is just a code. I am him, yet I am not him. Since I have been reborn, the old appellation should also be discarded. The dawn brought by perseverance, Astolf is the beginning of my new life. Meeting the gaze of those blood-colored eyes and clearly feeling the emotions contained in the words, the smile on Aaron's face grew more sincere. The only thing he couldn't understand was why Astolf's humanity was still so strong despite having just advanced to an angel and lacking sufficient anchors. A bandaged hand wrapped in thorny thistles pressed onto Aaron's shoulder, just like the first time they went to Calderon City. The surrounding colorful spirit world space seemed to lose its realism and faded, turning into a black and white ink painting. The two figures in the center of the image had strangely disappeared, and the remaining aura and traces also vanished along with the fading spirit world. But a moment later, a twisted arm, black and viscous, suddenly stretched out from the spirit world. In the flowing evil liquid, numerous white feathers stained with yellow oil seemed to be floating, and an extremely evil and mad aura permeated the air. Backlund, North District. Melissa led Benson across the still damp streets, through the square, and into St. Samuel Cathedral. After waiting for a moment outside the Grand Prayer Hall, she joined other believers attending the Moon Mass and, led by a priest, entered the hall. In the dim and quiet atmosphere, they were greeted by neat and ethereal chants. This sound grew louder and louder, transmitting through the church to the square outside, where even more believers gathered. As the sacred and rhythmic voices echoed in layers, the crowd spontaneously calmed down, seemingly forgetting their life's troubles and no longer worrying about the terrible disaster. Led by several priests, the believers each found a seat. In front of the altar, Bishop Electra, who was in charge of this grand mass, held the revelations of night and began a simple sermon. Melissa saw candles lighting up on the altar, which, against the backdrop of darkness, resembled stars in the night, emitting comforting light and warmth. The empty voice, imbued with a sacred feeling, entered her ears. Melissa, who had already thoroughly digested the archaeologist potion, seemed to resonate with all the spirits present. As a sequence whose initial sequence was savant, Melissa at this moment also felt as if her spiritual body was being cleansed, and her spirituality flowed out naturally and smoothly. Then, a serene darkness seemed to appear before her eyes, a darkness without the slightest sound. In the darkness, bodies lay there, surrounded by slumbering flowers and moonflowers, their faces pale but peaceful, as if they had not died, but were merely in slumber. In the densest part of the flower bushes, a young man with black hair, brown eyes, ordinary features, and a clear scholarly aura, lay with his eyes closed in relaxation, a faint smile seemingly on his lips. Klein. She silently spoke that name, and then the sacred and ethereal voice echoed in Melissa's ears. The only destination is peace. The dim, hazy world shattered. Melissa lowered her head, closed her eyes, raised her hands, and crossed them over her chest, chanting along with all the believers attending the Mass. The only destination is peace. Again and again, until the Grand Prayer Hall became extremely quiet, Melissa finally opened her eyes and raised her hand to wipe away the dried tear stains at the corners of her eyes. Aided by the dim candlelight and the crimson moonlight slanting into the hall through the stained glass, she noticed that a stern young man in a priest's robe had appeared before her at some point. Handing over the glowing deep slumber flower, Klein, wearing the face of Gehrman Sparrow, pulled at the corners of his mouth and revealed a brilliant smile. Suffering will eventually pass, and those who have left do not wish to be a burden to others. Although it might be a bit early to say this, I still wish you and your family a happy new year, and may the goddess bless you. Taking the deep slumber flower, Melissa smiled faintly and drew a crimson moon on her chest. Looking at Klein as he turned to leave, her voice no longer carried the heaviness accumulated over the past few days. Thank you for your blessing, Pastor, and I wish you a happy new year too. Walking towards the empty and deserted corridor, Klein's expression grew increasingly wistful, but he ultimately did not look back. Upon reaching a corner, Klein stopped, took off his priest's robe, and handed it to Bishop Electra, who stood opposite him, having just returned from the altar after the Mass. He spoke calmly. Praise the goddess, Bishop, I should leave now. Bishop Electra looked at the guest whom his attendant had specifically instructed him to observe, and did not question him further. He pointed to the deep passage behind him. Go down to the second floor from here, and someone will lead you out of the North District. Remember, underground, no matter what you hear, do not look back. Maintaining a stern expression, Klein nodded subtly, guessing that this might be a passage specifically reserved for internal custodians, similar to St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen City. Having already known that Leonard had left Backlund, Klein no longer had any reservations and walked directly into the darkness. Beyond the Sonia Sea's safe shipping lane, the high-altitude clouds grew thicker, and the occasional crimson moonlight cast a faint glow on the dim night. On the choppy sea surface, dark clouds layered, pressing very low, and substantial hurricanes swept back and forth, covering an immeasurably wide sea area. Under the illumination of streaks of silver-white lightning, two figures quietly emerged amidst the dense downpour, and the originally terrifying disaster, like the end of the world, silently vanished. The thick, layered dark clouds dispersed, revealing the blood-red full moon behind them. After the colorful patches around his body completely disappeared, Aaron surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on a nearby area, where mist permeated and light was dim. At Aaron's Sequence 3 level, ordinary mist naturally couldn't obstruct his vision. In an instant, the scene obscured by the mist naturally appeared in his mind. The azure sea was cut off here by a huge fissure, and endless seawater, like a waterfall, plunged vertically into the bottomless darkness. This was the entrance to the god's battlefield ruins. Confirming his current location in a few breaths, Aaron turned his head to look at Astolf, who had returned to normal human size, awaiting his explanation. His body drifted uncontrollably towards the gloomy area, then stopped. The scarlet in his eyes suddenly flickered, and Astolf let out a long sigh. His deep voice carried a hint of inexplicable reminiscence, as if drifting from the long river of history. The chained pathway, or more precisely, high-level beyonders of the chained pathway before being corrupted by the mother tree of desire, require far less faith and anchors than angels of other pathways. Controlling faith, letting the heart become the body's prison, we have always been restraining madness and suppressing desire. Whether it's an ancient bane or an abomination, every battle is a release of suppressed madness. Each release will lessen the pressure on the anchor, but it can also lead to indulgence in the pleasure of abandon. This is a divine corruption unique to the chained pathway. Currently, Baranka, the king of curses from the Rose school of thought, has fallen in this manner. Looking at Astolf, who was covered in black thorns, Aaron suddenly understood. In the previous hunt in the spirit world, whether as the hunted angelic remnant or as the bait, Astolf had already released the madness accumulated within him. This was also why he could remain clear-headed and retain his humanity after reascending to the angelic sequence, even without sufficient faith for positioning. Recalling how Tolsna, who had been dormant, suddenly appeared after the death of the Balam Empire fell, establishing the Highland Kingdom with the title of Chained God and based on the Rose school of thought to collect faith, Aaron frowned slightly and asked directly. Were you already corrupted when you established the Highland Kingdom? Was taking reign at Tynekur as an attendant to better collect faith and resist corruption? Astolf nodded silently, then whispered with a hint of self-mockery. The Rose redemption caused that great change. Although I participated, due to insufficient strength, I gained little. After that, I stayed in the southern continent until the death of the Balam Empire became increasingly mad, that lunatic. Seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories, the black thorns covering his entire body gently wriggled, and Astolf continued. To protect myself, and also because the gods were in opposition at the time, which gave me an opportunity, I wanted to take advantage of it to accommodate the uniqueness of the chained. You should know that the most feasible way to accommodate uniqueness now is to use an incomplete ritual of becoming a god. My initial goal was to borrow pollution from underground, but I didn't expect it to almost cause me to lose control directly. So I changed my approach and thought of the abyss, which is a neighboring pathway, but I didn't expect. He didn't expect that the devil monarch for body had already been controlled by the mother tree of desire, becoming a delicious meal delivered right to her doorstep. Completing his unspoken words in his mind, Aaron glanced at the dark and deep entrance to the god's battlefield ruins, his eyes flickering as he retorted. So now, you want to obtain that last abomination characteristic. Do you know its exact location? Without hiding anything, Astolf nodded and then added after some thought. That place is already considered the core of the god's battlefield ruins. The few who assassinated the creator in the third epoch left their power there. Besides those who have disappeared without a trace, the remaining ones have even formed power projections under the blessing of faith over these few epochs. Listening to Astolf's narration, a scene suddenly appeared in Aaron's mind, the moment the Evernight goddess's divine power projection acted outside the sanguine holy city in the forsaken land of the gods. His mouth twitched slightly. Although he often visited the god's battlefield ruins, he usually reached the Ghost Empire directly through the darkness of the ruins, using a token. That Death's ruins was already the deepest he had explored. He had never actually been to the true core of the god's battlefield ruins, at most only seeing corresponding abstract images in the dream world. Able to guess what Aaron was thinking, Astolf gazed into the distance, sensed for a moment, and then continued. It's not about entering now. The deepest part is very dangerous. I just came to confirm that the characteristic hasn't been taken by Seer. After all, this is the only thing I can get a head start on now. Aaron did not refuse. For him, the god's battlefield ruins was an extremely important place. Whether it was his future advancement or the emergence of the Ghost Empire, it was inseparable from here. Chapter 370, Transaction with Benova. After a moment of silent contemplation, a plan already formed in his mind, Aaron looked at Astolfo, who had regained his composure, and spoke cautiously. Even if you don't need to rely on the Rose school of thought's faith to stabilize your condition, you have just revived after all. Saya must already know about you. You've been sleeping all this time and aren't aware of the changes that have occurred within the Rose school of thought. Those primordial moon believers who were originally marginalized are now unusually active. This is a very bad sign. That last abomination beyonder characteristic hidden deep within the divine war ruins was also the final piece, the last material for achieving godhood not controlled by the mother tree of desire. If it obtained this last beyonder characteristic, with the active cooperation of the mother tree of desire, a chained one would emerge, completely corrupted and controlled, in addition to the abyss, which was already corrupted and polluted. Once the initial barrier shattered, the tenebrous world would almost certainly fall into the hands of this outer god. Based on this consideration, the mother tree of desire, having already failed once, would never stand idly by, it would likely even go so far as to seek help from other outer gods. Watching Astolfo tacitly agree with his words, Aaron did not continue speaking. There was only one chance to open the deepest part of the divine war ruins. Apart from that abomination beyond her characteristic, this was also a rare opportunity to announce Trunsoist's return. Since a world-engulfing war was unavoidable, taking the initiative in the war was one of his essential plans, as chaos could bring more opportunities. And before that, he needed to have everything prepared. As he thought this, Aaron's ears were suddenly filled with a clear, calm voice, and his expression subtly changed. The dawn sunlight shone down, and peach blossoms drifted, vibrant and colorful. The originally turbulent sea surface was smoothed by an invisible force, like a sapphire mirror reflecting a lush peach forest with blooming flowers. After becoming a sage, Bernadette could respond to prayers worldwide. She no longer needed to deliberately return to Emerald City, relying on the mystical item, source of peach blossoms. She could directly penetrate the barrier. Ignoring the tempting words of the wishing lamp, Bernadette stood before the mountain at the end of the peach forest's water source and threw the pale death in her hand towards the source of peach blossoms, towards the cave that ran through the flowing water. When silence returned to her ears, the peach forest, with its drifting petals, also vanished like a bubble. Just then, Bernadette's eyes narrowed, sensing something. A powerful aura, no less than her own, was rapidly approaching. She raised an eyebrow, her azure eyes looking in a certain direction. "Is this your messenger?" Looking at the appearing figures of Aaron and Astolfo, whose aura was somewhat familiar but whose appearance had greatly changed, Bernadette scrutinized them for a long time before murmuring. Being a favored one of the Lord of Order must mean being special. Therefore, Bernadette could accept that Aaron knew so many secrets even before becoming an angel and could even find several angels to assist him. However, the fact that this messenger, who was clearly only at the demigod level a while ago, had silently achieved angel status was still somewhat difficult for her to accept. Fortunately, her emotional regulation was excellent, and she quickly composed herself. She first offered an apologetic smile to Astolfo, then looked at Aaron and said, "Since you're here, that's even better. Bonoa has some questions he wants to ask you." As she spoke, a strange puppet made entirely of metal parts appeared in her hand. Its eyes, composed entirely of gears, flickered with lively colors, and a cold male voice emerged. "It's an honor to meet you, Duke Aaron." Aaron observed the strange puppet that stood up from Bernadette's hand and floated in midair. He wasn't too surprised. A Sequence 4 alchemist could inject souls into their creations, let alone a Sequence 2 knowledge magister. Moreover, he currently had a demigod-level life alchemy bestowed by Saintess Roland of the Earth Mother Church. Aaron's expression remained unchanged as he met the puppet's gaze and gestured for him to proceed. The turning of gears moved the joints, and the voice from the puppet grew deeper. "I apologize for only being able to meet you this way first. I already know what happened in Backlund, and I am very grateful for your and the being behind you's help to Bernadette. Bernadette has already told me your request. I now only have 2 questions I wish to ask you." Recalling Roselle's diary's description of Bonoa, Aaron looked at the puppet with a strange expression. He felt a strong sense of humanity within it, which was nothing like a loyal follower of the god of steam and machinery, corrupted by divinity. Although he didn't know what the siblings had discussed before his arrival, judging solely by Bonoa's current attitude, the previously firm refusal to trade had completely vanished. Thinking of this, Aaron's face also broke into a warm smile. He nodded slightly at the somewhat wary Astolfo and stepped forward to stand opposite the puppet. "You may ask. If I can answer, I will give you a satisfactory reply." The mechanical puppet's eyes rotated slightly, its expressionless, blank face staring intently at Aaron. "Is the Lord of Order you believe in the revived Roselle Gustave?" Somewhat surprised that Bonoa's question would be so direct, Aaron glanced at Bernadette, who was also staring at him from behind the puppet, and a realization dawned on him. Being able to read Roselle's diary, knowing many of Roselle's secrets, always showing goodwill towards Bernadette, and the connection between the Black Emperor pathway and Order, this question had probably been weighing on Bernadette's mind for a long time. Given his identity as a favored one, Aaron did not answer immediately. After feigning contemplation, he slowly shook his head. "I can confirm that he is not him." As if some expectation in her heart had been shattered, Bernadette eagerly spoke up before the puppet could even make another sound. "Why do you have this judgment? What is your basis?" Aaron glanced at the unchanged puppet and whispered. "Is this your, or your collective, second question?" The puppet, which contained a trace of Bonoa's soul, gently shook its head, stopping Bernadette, who still wanted to say something, and finally asked. "Although I don't know why the Lord of Order behind you needs the Night Emperor's Kingdom fragment, I believe you are well aware of the value of this item itself. Since the first question has been answered, there is no need to ask the second question, or rather, to put it another way, I wish to exchange that Kingdom fragment for a promise from that being. When the apocalypse arrives, protect her completely." Looking at the finger pointing at her, Bernadette's eyes flickered. She opened her mouth to say something but didn't know where to start. Was he worried that when the apocalypse arrived, the god of steam and machinery, or the hidden sage, or even outer gods coveting these 2 pathways, would harm Bernadette? Aaron looked at Bonoa again, a little confused as to how this guy's humanity remained so intact. But on the surface, he still nodded, then, in front of the three angels, began to pray. After leaving St. Samuel's Church through the underground passage, Klein, with no further worries, took the steam train overnight to the nearest port city, Pritz Harbor. The sudden changes in Backlund meant that the identity of Sherlock Moriarty was completely unusable. Even thinking with his butt, he could guess that 15 Minsk Street was definitely being monitored by various forces now. Fortunately, he had long anticipated the situation and had exchanged his merits from Mi-9 for gold pounds and other Beyonder materials early on. The only potential loss was the scattered gold pounds hidden in the room's false floor. Watching the morning light pierce through the dark clouds, Klein, feeling a bit tired, lowered his hat and blew on the still wet ink on the letter. Dear Mr. Azek, I am about to embark on a long voyage. I wish you an early awakening, and I wish myself a safe journey. Your student and friend, Klein Moretti. After reading the last paragraph of the letter, he picked up the copper whistle Mr. Azek had given him and summoned the messenger by blowing it. The messenger was still nearly 4 meters tall, composed purely of white bones, with black flames burning in its eye sockets. But Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this was another messenger. Was the previous messenger scared by Mr. Fool? Or was it that the effects of resurrecting from the underworld hadn't completely dissipated? Sighing inwardly, Klein raised his arm and placed the letter into the messenger's lowered palm. The messenger looked down, then rapidly disintegrated, turning into individual bones that fell like heavy rain and burrowed into the ground. Seeing this, Klein tapped his right tooth, closed his spirit vision, and returned his gaze to the table, where a human skin glove lay, and a faint, illusory chewing sound could vaguely be heard. Klein's eyes flickered as he recalled what Aaron had said about the characteristics of living sealed artifacts. Without hesitation, he immediately drew the curtains, took 4 counterclockwise steps, and entered above the gray fog. As soon as he arrived in this mysterious gray fog space, the faint, illusory chewing sound immediately vanished, and the human skin glove, which had been intermittently emitting malice, now became extremely docile and obedient. It really works. Klein nodded inwardly. He directly put on the creeping hunger, closed his eyes to sense the distorted and illusory souls, and finally, he tried to release the faceless. After interrogating the faceless soul from the ascetic order, Klein silently watched its spirit body achieve complete liberation, taking the final translucent, jelly-like object that remained into his hand. Watching the various faces subtly appear and disappear within the translucent object, Klein nodded almost imperceptibly. It truly is a mystical item that allowed Kalangos to become a pirate admiral at Sequence 6. Just the Beyonder characteristics attached to these herded souls are a huge treasure. If only I could herd a traveler. Suppressing his unrealistic thoughts, Klein, relying on the gray fog, madly squeezed the creeping hunger, constantly switching between various abilities and familiarizing himself with different combat styles. Finally, he threw the somewhat overwhelmed human skin mask into the junk pile. Only then did Klein contentedly retrieve the paper crane he had obtained from Wolosepton from the pile. Taking a deep breath, Klein, prepared for the backlash, began his divination. A moment later, he opened his eyes, somewhat strangely, and looked at the unchanged paper crane. The expected backlash did not arrive. He easily divined the correct way to use the paper crane. Recalling the desolate wilderness with the black tower he had seen at Dr. Allen's house, and the suddenly vanished Wheel of Fortune card, Klein tapped his finger on the bronze long table and finally took out a telegraph machine. This was a brand new model of telegraph machine he had purchased earlier in Backlund, using his detective identity, following Rhodes's advice. According to the magic mirror, this could help him contact Rhodes outside Backlund. Holding the telegraph machine, Klein thought for a moment, then retrieved the paper crane he had placed in the junk pile, and together, they exited this mysterious gray fog space. Following the method Rhodes had described earlier, Klein prepared himself, but the telegraph machine showed no change until his 4th attempt at the ritual, when a faint clicking sound emerged, as if testing. Watching the telegraph machine finally react, Klein's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He spoke in the majestic tone of the fool. A Rhodes. As if finally confirming Klein's identity, the new telegraph machine began to automatically spit out illusory white paper, with lines of Loenese script appearing. Great existence above the spirit world, your loyal servant Rhodes has arrived and greets you. Do you have any questions you wish to test me with? Looking at the somewhat fawning stick figure that appeared after the text, Klein thought for a moment and calmly said. First question, your origin. This was a question he had wanted to ask ever since he came into contact with the Rhodes, but since he had been in Backlund and too close to the magic mirror, it had been inconvenient to ask until now. This was the perfect opportunity. The clicking sound paused for 2 seconds, then resumed. White paper emerged section by section, with a new scene appearing on it. Large amounts of black viscous liquid surged out of holes in the ground. They twisted and stretched outwards, growing varying numbers of arms and legs, then transformed into strange monsters that charged forward. During this process, a speck of light was ejected along with the black liquid, landing on a stone and quickly merging with it, evolving into a silver mirror with ancient patterns and black gemstone decorations on both sides. What a strange scene. Was this how the magic mirror was born? What was that speck of light, and where did it come from? Was it a beyonder characteristic? Questions surfaced in Klein's mind. Although he had no answers, he instinctively memorized the image. Chapter 371 Harvest and Preparation. The tapping sound of the telegram didn't stop because of Klein's thoughts, and Rhodes asked with some guilt. Great Master, do you have any other questions? Without further contemplation, as the time for contact via telegraph was limited and the next communication would be a long wait, Klein nodded and asked without hesitation. What exactly happened to Insangwil? This former archbishop, who wielded 0-08, was clearly a crucial part of the Great Smog conspiracy, yet after attacking St. Lof Church, he didn't return to Backlund to continue manipulating Trissy's fate. Instead, he immediately went on to attack Dillis, a coastal city in Intis. This reckless, insane behavior was completely inconsistent with Insangwil's ruthless and patient style of action back in Tingen. It could be said that the hasty uprising of the Great Smog was inextricably linked to Insangwil's absence. The tapping of the telegram fell silent for a few seconds, then text appeared. Insangwil has been possessed by the evil spirit from the underground ruins beneath William Street, and he craves a high-sequence beyonder characteristic of the Hunter pathway. Possessed by an evil spirit. Klein inexplicably recalled a scene Rhodes had shown him in a dream when he was still in Backlund. Able to bypass 0-08 and directly possess Insangwil, who is already a demigod, and still craving a high-sequence beyonder characteristic of the Hunter pathway, the identity of this evil spirit. However, given 0-08's tendency to write its holders to death, it should also have played a part in this. Klein frowned imperceptibly. 0-08 alone was already giving him a headache, and now there was an unfathomable evil spirit. Sighing heavily, Klein lost the mood to ask further questions and waved his hand. Great Master, you have completed the answers, and I should leave now. Ruler above the spirit world, your humble and loyal servant Rhodes looks forward to serving you again, and hopes to always follow in your footsteps. Goodbye. As the last characters on the illusory white paper dissipated, in the quiet hotel room, the deep, dark wireless telegraph machine instantly returned to normal, and the surrounding light was no longer eerie. Klein set up the ritual, re-sacrificed the telegraph machine to Sapphira Castle, and without further delay, left the simple rented room and walked towards the docks. No matter what Insangwil had become, for him, the most important thing now was to quickly act as Gehrman Sparrow, digest the faceless potion, and find the mermaid. Deep within the palace shrouded in dark golden mist, Aaron leaned back on his throne, looking at a golden token floating before him, with illusory, complex symbols appearing on its surface. By conveying his promise to Benova through his deer, and with an angel's ability to respond to prayers worldwide, Aaron quickly obtained the last piece of the Divine Kingdom fragment. Unlike the Church of the Evernight, which merely treated it as a core for sealing, Roselle, being a craftsman, had crafted this Divine Kingdom fragment into a mystical item similar to a blasphemy slate. It not only included divine-level anti-divination and anti-prophecy abilities but also incorporated part of the Knowledge Emperor's authority to imbue abstract knowledge with tangible power. A peculiar sensation arose in his heart. Relying on his fearlessness within the nation of disorder, Aaron extended his spirituality, seemingly seeing scenes through the illusory and complex symbols. That seemed to be Benova's life before Roselle's demise, Roselle's last gift to Benova. Withdrawing his spirituality, Aaron's face showed a hint of emotion, and he finally understood why Benova could maintain such a degree of humanity right under the nose of the god of steam and machinery. This was a special anchor. Even though Roselle had fallen, the empowered memories could still maintain Benova's humanity. Having roughly understood the situation, Aaron was not in a hurry to destroy the token and extract the Divine Kingdom fragment that served as its core of power. As a Sequence 2 craftsman, Aaron believed Benova should be able to find a suitable item to replace it, or at least maintain the balance of humanity for a short period. But since there was a better option, he didn't need to shatter someone else's memories. 2 tarot cards, shimmering with light, flew out from the pile of sundries, sandwiching the golden token. They were enveloped by surging dark golden mist, forming a great tide that continuously washed over it under the guidance of the Black Emperor card and the Judgment card. The powerful aggregation effect of the Nation of Disorder on the high-level powers of these 2 pathways became even stronger with the blessing of the 2 blasphemy slates, quickly reaching a critical point. An illusory, dark golden light sphere, seemingly composed of countless city phantoms, was suddenly extracted, and the entire magnificent palace trembled at that instant. Placing the dim token, whose aura was extremely weak, aside, Aaron put away the 2 blasphemy slates again. Feeling the craving spreading from deep within his spiritual body, he suddenly clenched the dark golden light sphere in his hand. Scenes, some clear and some blurry, flashed through his mind like slides, and streaks of complete or fragmented order power emerged as if an epiphany. In the endless dark golden world outside the magnificent palace, not only cities appeared, but mountains and oceans also faintly emerged amidst the tremors of the dark golden mist. Although broken and illusory, it had a foundation. As often, the step from 0 to 1 is the most difficult. After fusing all the remaining Divine Kingdom fragments of the Night Emperor, to some extent, Eren had inherited this half-destroyed Divine Kingdom, gaining a true prototype of a world. All he needed to do next was to fill and solidify it with his own rules and order. Whether it was for advancing to Balancer, or even later to Hand of Order, this would bring considerable help. A lingering sigh echoed slowly. Eren suddenly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if two golden suns rose within the magnificent palace. After a moment, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Continuing to mobilize the power of the Nation of Disorder, Eren felt his changes more clearly, and at the same time, wisps of faint light peeled off from his spiritual body. Even if the Divine Kingdom fragments did not contain specific Beyonder characteristics, as carriers that once bore the power of the peak of a sequence, they possessed a common characteristic, spiritual assimilation. Without erasing the peeled-off wool of the Night Emperor, Eren, who had regained his calm, had flickering eyes. In the fourth epoch, he had no control over the Nation of Disorder. Most of the time, he passively slept and underwent transformation in a spiritual state within the Nation of Disorder, and he didn't know much about Trunsoist's fall. He couldn't be sure how much pollution from the Nation of Disorder was contained within the Trunsoist Brass Book, which was condensed from the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway, as it had already been sealed in the headquarters of the God of Combat's church. At that level of sealing, even with the assistance of the Nation of Disorder, he couldn't sense it, but undoubtedly, the Trunsoist Brass Book must contain the mad will of the Night Emperor. To Eren, this seemed more like an alternative form of identity verification. Any existence wishing to accommodate this uniqueness, besides enduring the inherent dangers of the uniqueness itself, also had to contend with the Night Emperor's will invasion. The wisp of will obtained from fusing the last two Divine Kingdom fragments might be a breakthrough. Thinking this, Eren gathered that wisp of will, suppressed and sealed it, then placed it next to Ormer's head in the pile of sundries. After doing all this, Eren's hand revealed Rusco's eye. This ancient god's eye was like a deep abyss devouring souls, any creature that met its gaze would encounter misfortune. But under the suppression of the Nation of Disorder, there was no overly intense reaction. The gold coins piled at the edge, which were only used to summon erodes for transactions with Klein, lost their luster. The faint mystical aura they originally carried seemed to be extracted, finally forming a wisp of condensed, unscattered gray-white mist in Eren's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Eren threw this condensed wisp of Sapphira Castle aura into Rusco's eye. The aura of this eyeball, which originated from the demonic wolf Flegria, suddenly changed. After observing it for a long time with his true sight, and confirming there were no issues, Eren then threw Rusco's eye towards the prayer light spot symbolizing Cavendish Lantern. Along with the blood-stained eyeball, two black iron boxes engraved with strange patterns also disappeared into the deep, dark void. In the forsaken land of the gods, within a mountain range that lightning could not illuminate, a dark peak stood tall, with a cave entrance at its base extending deep underground. This place once harbored many humans who survived the Great Cataclysm, but later, the gloom demonic wolf Kotar turned them into his marionettes. Cavendish Lantern looked at the mummified corpses fallen at the bottom of the cave, some still in suspended postures, his expression unchanged. Through tracing back various clues during this period, Cavendish Lantern had found 3 places where the gloom demonic wolf had hidden in the past, except for the westernmost part of the forsaken land of the gods where Moon City was located, and the easternmost part where the giant king's city was located, which he had not explored. But the results were all the same, little harvest, and all traces had been cleared. Sighing, Cavendish Lantern withdrew his gaze and took out a hurricane lamp from the fog of history. Just as he was about to use the faint candlelight to continue exploring further into the darkness, his expression suddenly changed slightly. His figure dispersed into specks. In a valley not far from the mountain, Cavendish Lantern stepped out of the fog of history. Not only the hurricane lamp, but even the pathfinder he used was merely a historical projection. Quickly setting up the ritual, he prayed in a respectful whisper. The flickering candlelight suddenly expanded, and in the deep void, a dark golden double door slowly opened. Cavendish Lantern's heart pounded fiercely, and an indescribable sensation permeated him. He instinctively caught the 3 items that flew out of the door of sacrifice and bestowal, and a flood of information appeared in his mind. His expression changed repeatedly. After a few seconds, Cavendish Lantern quickly finished the ritual, stood up abruptly, and looked back at the dark mountain. Deep within a continuous mountain range somewhere in the mystical land, inside an ancient castle. Giants, elves, humans, and vampires served as gardeners, cooks, servants, and guards, respectively. Their expressions varied, and they would exchange low whispers when they met, appearing very lively and spirited. But when they returned to their rooms, they would immediately become sluggish, their eyes no longer moving, their bodies floating upwards, suspended from the ceiling. Deep within the castle, in a hall that only lightning from outside the window could illuminate, a massive figure lay quietly in the darkness. It was like a small mountain, covered entirely in dark, short fur. Its pitch-black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of its eyes, and it had a tuft of gray-white fur on its forehead. Its head resembled an enlarged, distorted wild wolf. This was precisely the god of wishes, the gloom demonic wolf Kotar. Suddenly, this demonic wolf, even more exaggerated than an ordinary giant, raised its head. Every dark, short hair trembled, and all the servants in the castle simultaneously made similar movements with it. Kotor then slightly moved its eyes, tilting its head, as if listening to something. The next second, it opened its mouth, letting out a silent roar, and summoned another version of itself. As soon as this gloom demonic wolf appeared, Kotor's main body leaped into the grey-white mist, rushing into a historical light spot from the second epoch. This was a hidden piece of history it controlled. In the real world, the gloom demonic wolf's historical void image made a wish in an obscure, convoluted language. Then, its figure flickered, and it directly teleported to a stronghold it had once abandoned. After making the necessary preparations, this god of wishes allowed a dark, short hair to fall off, transforming into an illusory spirit body, which then expanded into a corresponding prayer light spot. Through this light spot, Kotor saw who was praying to it. It was a young man in strange clothes, holding a hurricane lamp, softly chanting the honorific name of the god of wishes. The gloom demonic wolf's huge, pitch-black pupils rotated, sweeping past the young man, who was clearly just a historical projection, and fixated on his right hand, which was not holding the hurricane lamp. There was a layer of grey-white mist there, and within the mist, a blood-stained, massive eyeball could vaguely be seen. As a Sequence 2 Angel of the Seer pathway, Kotor could clearly sense that this mist was similar to the fog of history, and it could feel a strong attraction to the object within the mist. The aura of Sapphira Castle. Kotor had heard some things from the ancient god Phlegria, the king of demonic wolves, during the second epoch, and immediately had some conjectures. It was certain that the object enveloped by the grey-white mist was real, not a historical void image. While contemplating, the gloom demonic wolf's huge, pitch-black pupils suddenly contracted. The blood-stained, massive eyeball within the prayer light spot seemed to suddenly come alive at that instant. Its equally pitch-black pupil rotated slightly, seemingly looking at it, revealing madness and destruction. A sense of fear, as if etched deep in its soul, emerged from distant memories. Kotor interrupted the prayer scene almost without any hesitation. Instead of immediately returning to its true stronghold, the cautious Kotor continuously made wishes, leveraging its thousands of years of migration experience in the forsaken land of the gods, and after changing locations 5 times, it finally stopped in a ruined city. Chapter 372, Dark Wolf Kotor. Kotor stood in the center of the ruined city, and as the trembling sensation from the spirit and the deepest part of his memory gradually faded, this mythical creature finally recovered his composure from the sudden shock. However, a deep, crazy, giant eyeball still unconsciously reappeared in his pure black pupils, and Kotor whispered in disbelief. Phlegria. As one of the few existences that could be called a demigod among the offspring created by the powerful and crazy demonic wolf king through instinctive mating and reproduction, Kotor still harbored a deep-seated fear of his father god, Phlegria. Even though the demonic wolf king had separated many beyonder characteristics, it was uncontrollable and could not guarantee progress. Therefore, he was still crazy, cruel, bloodthirsty, full of destructive instincts, and had even killed several of his descendants. If he hadn't perished with Lilith in the gods' war of the ancient gods, Kotor even suspected that he would have been killed by Phlegria himself due to the instinctive aggregation of characteristics. This fear, accumulated over long years, had almost become his inner demon, even witnessing the fall of his father, the powerful ancient god, and seeing the ancient god's blood spilled across the land, this fear did not diminish in the slightest. As a Sequence 2 miracle invoker, Kotor's greatest fear was becoming a sacrifice for Phlegria's revival, which was why, in that chaotic battle, he, a high-ranking member of the demonic wolf race, did not contend at all, allowing the full uniqueness and the attendant of mysteries characteristic to fall into Antigonus's hands. And during these years of hiding in the forsaken land of the gods, he had also deliberately avoided Phlegria's fallen place, the former sanguine holy city Carmia. It wasn't until a period ago, when an unknown anomaly occurred there, that he observed it from afar using a historical void image, without any intention of exploring further. The demonic wolf Kotor finally raised his head after a long time, opened his mouth, and seemed to let out a roar, but it brought no sound. However, a black shadow appeared in front of him, like a translucent, giant velvet curtain, which instantly absorbed all the surrounding light upon its appearance. Streaks of thin, black, illusory, spirit body threads emerged, extending to different sections of the black curtain, making the curtain increasingly transparent and illusory, until it became invisible to the naked eye. 8 long legs covered in dark, short fur supported his massive body, and Kotor let the transparent curtain quickly contract and roll up, forming a transparent, illusory cloak. The difficulty of advancing to attendant of mysteries in the forsaken land of the gods far exceeded his expectations, not only because the aggregation effect of high-level beyonder characteristics from neighboring pathways would attract wandering Amon, easily exposing his painstakingly built puppet city, but also because of the complex advancement ritual. After all, due to the true creator, the spirit world of the forsaken land of the gods is separated from the outside world. If a corresponding area of the puppet city were to be born in this spirit world, which is isolated from the influence of the true creator's divine kingdom, it could very likely directly attract the gaze of that evil god. Under various influences, Kotor had already abandoned the idea of advancing in the forsaken land of the gods, instead using the puppet city and accumulated wish power to limitedly utilize this attendant of mysteries characteristic, which could not only improve his self-preservation ability but also seize opportunities to escape this land of darkness at critical moments. It's just a sequence 3 scholar of yore. With the blessing of this characteristic, as long as it's not Amon's true body arriving, no one can stop me if I want to escape. His thoughts somewhat dispersed, and his dark, deep pupils quickly returned to normal. To have survived from the second epoch until now, Kotor relied on following his heart's desires, never being greedy when he shouldn't be, and knowing when to stop. Grab that eyeball and run. As for the scholar of yore who came from the abyss, I'll let him go. After weighing it, Kotor quickly made a decision. Using the connection formed by the prayer light spots earlier, he used the concept grafting ability of the attendant of mysteries characteristic to link this connection, linking the positions of the two, shortening the distance to 0, and indirectly achieving a teleportation effect. A low, solemn chanting echoed through the dark valley. On the mountain peak opposite Cavendish Lancer, a demonic wolf covered in dark, short fur appeared without any warning. Without giving the main body of the scholar of yore, who was still hidden in the historical fog, any time to react, Kotor, as soon as his 8 feet touched the mountain peak, raised his neck and let out a roar. This roar seemed to come from a higher level, containing one word after another similar to giant language. They caused the curtain originally attached to Kotor's body to suddenly float up, instantly enlarging and covering the entire mountain range from top to bottom. The curtain quickly became transparent, merging with the mountain range, as if it had never appeared, bringing no effect. But Cavendish Lancer's historical void image instantly became sluggish, its connection with the outside world interrupted, and his figure gradually disintegrated, with several items falling down with it. Under Kotor's manipulation, that attendant of mysteries characteristic turned this mountain range into an independent kingdom. This was the domain of mysteries, the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. With one strike successful, Kotor did not hesitate, manipulating transparent spirit body threads to entangle the blood-stained eyeball, and a strange, inexplicable sensation emerged. After being blessed by the domain of mysteries, and gaining some hidden authority, Kotor suddenly felt uneasy, and the countless tangled transparent threads hesitated for a moment. Immediately after, in his deep eyes, one of the black iron boxes that had fallen with the blood-stained eyeball silently opened, and an ancient-looking gold coin flew out, from which a mummy covered in black thorny brambles walked out. Astorfo tilted his head slightly, his blood-red eyes instantly reflecting the 8-legged demonic wolf covered in dark, short fur on the opposite mountain peak. A flicker of light, and the demonic wolf instantly transformed into a black goat. But immediately after, at the very bottom of this dark valley, in the abandoned puppet city, a greenish-black giant corpse suddenly squirmed, transforming into a demonic wolf with a tuft of gray-white fur on its forehead. By regenerating the spirit body threads of these discarded puppets through the domain of mysteries, Kotor, this miracle invoker, swapped positions with his former puppet at the moment he was cursed. This is not a historical projection. Watching the ancient bane that appeared out of nowhere not continue to attack, but instead chant something in a low voice, the strange feeling from before had already evolved into unease. Realizing that he might have fallen into a trap, Kotor instantly abandoned all his previous plans and directly opened his mouth, letting out a roar. This roar also contained multiple words that seemed to be the origin of the giant language, speaking of a beautiful wish. I want all divinity here to dissipate. The next second, the demonic wolf, as the god of wishes, fulfilled his wish. Astorfo immediately felt his divinity suppressed, and all beyonder abilities involving divinity could no longer be used. But he made no movement, merely stood still and quietly chanted the honorific name of Lord of Order, with surging dark gold mist churning before his eyes. Deep within the magnificent palace, a fully armed Aaron looked at the prayer light spots that had disappeared and then reappeared. Without any hesitation, after merging all the divine kingdom fragments, even though he had not yet advanced to an angel, the power of the nation of disorder he could mobilize had greatly improved. The boundless dark gold world trembled slightly, and a majestic voice echoed, speaking with divine authority, instantly merging into the prayer light spots. Wishing is forbidden here, those who wish shall be punished. The domain of mysteries vibrated slightly, and a certain power, following the connection, caused the black velvet-like translucent curtain to bulge slightly, allowing the independent kingdom to partially merge with reality. His wish power was forcibly broken, and Kotor let out a painful roar. No matter how he used puppets to switch positions, he still couldn't escape the punishment brought by the decree. Twisted worms of spirit slowly wriggled and fell from under his dark, short fur, transforming into even more distorted creatures. Not dominated by pain, within a few breaths, Kotor realized the danger of this situation. Every worm of spirit emitted the same thought. Escape. Must escape. The demonic wolf Kotor's body suddenly trembled, and the translucent velvet curtain that enveloped the entire dark valley retracted into his body, quickly grafting his spirit body threads one by one onto the curtain. This not only transferred the rule backlash created by the unknown existence but also, by actively accommodating it, briefly elevated his beyonder characteristic, using the attendant of mysteries ability to escape. This was also a contingency plan he had left for himself after obtaining this curtain. As the curtain integrated, Kotar's figure also became illusory, as if the concept of his existence had been tampered with, and he had already detached from this space. And the moment the domain of mysteries disappeared, Cavendish Lancer stepped out of the historical fog, feeling the gaze from the ethereal, took a deep breath, and abruptly opened the last black iron box. Inside was no longer a gold coin, but a transparent worm lying on dark silk, with 12 transparent rings on it. This was a worm of time. A worm of time from Amon. Holding the transparent worm in one hand, Cavendish Lancer's free arm reached into the void in front of him, with incredible ease, successfully pulling out an illusory figure in just one attempt. Kotar, also clearly sensing this change, subtly breathed a sigh of relief. But then he remembered that he hadn't seized anything, and instead had to forcibly and temporarily accommodate this characteristic. Even if he successfully escaped, it would take a great deal of effort to eliminate the resulting effects. His originally dark and deep black pupils became even more sinister as he looked at the mummy and the scholar of Ur appearing beside him. Kotar's heart suddenly pounded, and the black short fur covering his body stood on end. "I have to say, you're very brave." A soft laugh sounded in his ear. Looking at Amon, who was wearing a pointed soft hat and casually putting on a monocle not far away, Cavendish Lancer's forehead twitched slightly, and he instantly released his arm, even throwing out the transparent worm. Aside from the initial summoning of Amon's historical image from the historical fog, which consumed a lot of his spirituality, the Amon before him no longer needed his spirituality to maintain his existence. Cavendish Lancer even felt that even if he cancelled the summoning of the historical void image, this Amon would not disappear. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Cavendish Lancer took a deep breath. He had completed the task assigned by that great existence, and the remaining matters were beyond the scope of an scholar of Ur like him, who wasn't even an angel. Picking up the seemingly unchanged blood-stained black eyeball, Cavendish Lancer didn't look back and decisively entered the historical fog to flee far away. "Tisk, Knight's little toy, how interesting." Amon withdrew his gaze from the blood-stained eyeball, muttered something with an inexplicable tone, then looked up at the endless void, and did not stop Cavendish Lancer's escape. Reaccommodating the worm of time in his hand, Amon's lips curled up as he looked at the demonic wolf Kotar, whose body was constantly shifting between illusion and reality not far away, and pushed his monocle. A mottled, ancient stone clock immediately stood out. Its face was divided into 12 unequal regions by gray-white and greenish-black, and each region contained different, mysterious, asymmetrical symbols. The three hands, seemingly composed of worms of time, of varying lengths, then lightly jumped. As the chime of the bell echoed once more, Kotar's gradually illusory body showed a distinct stagnation, then strangely solidified little by little, like the ebb and flow of the tide, alternating back and forth. The demonic wolf Kotar clearly also sensed something, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious and terrifying, with a hint of madness flickering deep within his eyes. Leaning on the throne, Aaron, with the true vision provided by the Nation of Disorder, saw even more clearly. The Amon projection summoned by Cavendish Lancer had deceived the rules, not only maintaining its own existence but also constantly stealing the anchors, authority, and beyonder characteristic of other avatars and even the main body. Closely observing the changes in Amon's aura, Aaron condensed a will, transforming it into a ball of light that flew into a certain star on the palace dome. The God of Steam and Machinery Church, Backlund Headquarters, St. Hilarion Cathedral, inner area of the second basement floor. Exquisitely structured mechanical creations, inscribed with complex symbols, divided the space into various areas. Some places were open, some rooms were tightly closed, and each contained a sealed artifact. In a room near the depths, completely sealed by silver gears, complex and illusory symbols appeared on the surface, tending to spread outwards. However, these anomalies did not attract the attention of the duty-bound archbishop or the core of the seal, simply because of a young figure wearing a pointed soft hat. Amon, with a subtle smile on his face, looked at the mirror that completely ignored his questions, only displaying various meaningless garbled symbols, and chuckled. "What a stubborn fellow, a Rhodes. How about I take you out of the Steam Church? I think the days ahead will certainly be very interesting." Chapter 373 Jacob Family Treasure. The light chuckle, tinged with a hint of mockery, caused the originally garbled mirror surface to suddenly freeze. The watery sheen rippled, and pale words outlined themselves, preserving the dignity of the demonic mirror. "The great ruler above the spirit world will surely save me, you devil." Looking at the pale words, Amon's smile grew even brighter. He clicked his tongue, and a worm of time emerged from his right palm. "Your tone reminds me of someone, truly annoying." I've changed my mind. Instead of taking you away, I'll parasite a worm of time into you. Hey, that way it'll be easier for me to witness that great ruler above the spirit world." The ancient silver mirror, with its peculiar patterns, immediately trembled. The eyes on either side of the mirror, decorated with black gemstones, even subtly revealed a hint of despair. Almost simultaneously, two slightly dim beams of light extended from the edges, and the mirror grew two somewhat insubstantial arms. Streaks of silver-white lightning appeared, but they mysteriously vanished before touching Amon. Just then, Amon suddenly raised his head, his hand reaching for a Rhodes paused, then lifted upwards, pushing the crystal monocle on his eye. His black pupils reflected a blurry image of an ancient, mottled clock. Directly in front of the clock was an even more ethereal demonic wolf, covered in dark, short fur, with 8 legs, standing 4 or 5 meters tall. Without any warning, Amon's figure abruptly vanished, as if all traces of his existence had been stolen. The confined sealed space once again saw the resurgence of the lightning ocean. The rampant destructive aura soon caught the attention of Acantz Bernard, a machinery hive mind member on duty underground today, and also a deacon of the God of Steam and Machinery Church. This man, with his rigid facial features and messy, bushy brown hair, appeared before the secret chamber ceiling of Rhodes, watching the silver-white electric arc spontaneously generate, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Bang, bang, bang. The secret chamber, specially prepared for a Rhodes, seemed to be struck by an invisible hand, but the barrier could not be broken. With the sound of electricity and banging echoing in his ears, Acantz subconsciously touched his hair, somewhat confused as to what madness this demonic mirror was up to now. Watching the increasing commotion, before Acantz could even report, gears began to emerge from various areas of the second underground floor, finally reassembling into an old man in white priest robes and a soft clerical hat. It was none other than Oramic Haydn, the head of the God of Steam and Machinery Church's Backlund diocese and a member of the Pre-God Council, the Archbishop. However, this was clearly not his true self, but merely a refined puppet. Your Grace, Archbishop. His tense expression relaxed slightly, and Acantz bowed respectfully. After drawing a triangular holy emblem on his chest, he voluntarily retreated to the back. Oramic Haydn slightly raised his hand, and the secret chamber opened. Silver-white electric arcs surged out, but were suppressed in an instant. Ignoring the surging electric arcs, Oramic Haydn examined a Rhodes, which seemed to have suffered a major blow, with various unidentifiable garbled symbols appearing on its mirror surface. He frowned. This was the second time this demonic mirror had shown such a condition recently. The previous time was due to the hidden sage's power invading. As soon as he thought of this, Oramic Haydn immediately turned his head to look at the deepest part of the underground, and only after confirming that the core of the sealed artifact had not changed did he retract his gaze and calmly instruct. Do not use a Rhodes for the time being. Furthermore, raise its sealed artifact level from a level 2 sealed artifact to a level 1 sealed artifact. Backlund, the end of the third passage on the left turn in the sewer at 116 William Street, on the border of West District and Empress Borough. A chilling wind, as if permeating the soul, blew past. Morbid nervously looked at Elvin Gallo opposite him, who was entirely entangled in sinister vines and thorns. Even though he knew this ancient bane was also a follower of the Lord of Order, being watched by an angel still made him uncomfortable. After much stammering, Morbid finally bit the bullet and spoke. According to our previous agreement, everything except the Trojan horse of destiny characteristic from the Jacob family treasure will be offered to the great Lord of Order, and that Amon clone will be dealt with by us jointly. Crimson, blood-like eyes stared at Morbid, or more accurately, at the illusory old man composed entirely of transparent insects within Morbid's body. This was Pallas Zoros' true form. Although they had stood on opposing sides during the fourth epoch, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Elvin Gallo nodded slightly, indifferently. A thick, dark gold mist suddenly surged before him, and after a moment, he said in a deep voice. They have already attracted the attention of Amon's true body in the forsaken land of the gods. We can act now. Having said that, he ignored the stiff-faced Morbid, transforming into a streak of light and drilling into his right eye. Morbid, who had specifically rushed back to Backlund from Fenipot, had already learned of the agreement reached with Duke Aaron from the old man on the way. Knowing that this opportunity to stall Amon was rare, he didn't overthink it and took out a badge and a glass bottle from his embrace. The badge was only the size of an eyeball, its surface a combination of the symbolic patterns of destiny and concealment, precisely the token of the Hermit of Destiny Society. He removed the wall of spirituality from the glass bottle and poured all of Flora Jacob's blood, which had been kept active with a special array, onto the badge. The originally dim badge, after absorbing the Jacob family bloodline, suddenly rippled with obscure light. In the void before him, a blurry, worm of time symbol with 12 segments faintly appeared, resonating with it. Quick! Pallas' slightly hurried voice suddenly echoed in Morbid's mind. As the Jacob family blood vanished, it was becoming increasingly ethereal, as if it could disappear at any moment. Startled by Pallas' voice, Morbid, still with lingering fear, retracted his gaze from the strange symbol, closed his eyes, and gritted his teeth as he touched the symbol in the void. A strange sensation came, and then Morbid's ears seemed to hear the dong of a bell, ethereal and distant, as if from infinite reaches. Mixed with the bell sound was a babbling that could tear and pollute even a spirit body. As a marauder pathway demigod, Morbid was still affected even though he had stolen his own hearing. As Morbid's figure vanished, the Worm of Time symbol immediately trembled, then completely shattered, forming a massive, ancient, modeled illusion. This illusion was like the surface of a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 segments in total. Each segment was either grayish-white or bluish-black, intermingled with distinct boundaries, and each possessed a different symbol. As the clock on it turned, an indescribable, invisible torrent surged forth, as if crossing a long history, seemingly penetrating some barrier. The moment Morbid's figure appeared in the central hall of the Dark World, a talisman had already appeared in his hand. Palez Zorost's somewhat aged voice chanted in a low tone. Yesterday once more. The shimmering river of destiny faintly appeared. Palez, having returned to his peak, made no exploratory movements. He decisively used his Sequence 1 Worm of Time to steal the existence of this space, which concealed the Jacob family treasure, within the River of Destiny, cutting off the possibility of the Amon clone hidden here notifying his true body through the River of Destiny. Sensing Palez's strange action of going all out as soon as he entered, even though he was somewhat surprised, the Amon clone abandoned his cat and mouse amusement. The skin of the Jacob family ancestor's stone statue in the center of the hall cracked and peeled, and one hole after another opened, from which strange insects crawled out. In a single breath, it completely transformed into Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat. In the Nation of Disorder, Aaron leaned back on the throne, his gaze shifting from Aster's prayer image to the star symbolizing Elven Gallo. With the enhanced true vision granted by the Sapphira, Aaron saw even more clearly. This Amon clone was only at the Sequence 3 level, but it had parasite the Sequence 2 Trojan Horse of Destiny characteristic from the Jacob treasure. Even Palez, who had returned to his peak with the help of the Yesterday Once More talisman, would find it difficult to take him down for a while. They couldn't drag it out any longer. The effect of the Yesterday Once More talisman was limited. Once Palez was unable to maintain the blockade and the Amon clone managed to transmit the message, the situation in the Forsaken Land of the Gods might become unmanageable. With this thought, Aaron decisively cast a wisp of his will into that star. The entire palace instantly turned to dust. A chilling wind abruptly permeated the air, and Elven Gallo appeared, his body inscribed with countless mysterious patterns and entangled in sinister vines. His enormous body seemed to stretch open this world. White feathers grew from his chest, and the entangled sinister vines and thorns split in the middle. A terrifying, profound, and indescribable deathly aura and pressure emerged. A white bone gateway slowly emerged from the split body. Mysterious symbols, pale and greenish-black, one after another, protruded and intertwined on the white bones. After forming a hole, they collapsed inward, transforming into a boundless, slowly rotating dark vortex. Gate of Rebirth. A terrifying transformation curse, mixed with a deathly aura capable of annihilating all life, assailed him. The smile on Amon's face vanished. This blasphemer clone, who had been continuously using the Trojan Horse of Destiny to graft destiny abilities to evade attacks, finally shifted his gaze from Palez Zoros to the enormous figure emitting a deathly aura, and said coldly. So it's Trunsoist's remnant. Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed from indifference to gloom. At the same time, a majestic and grand voice resounded throughout this space. No destiny grafting is allowed here. No parasite is allowed here. Under the influence of 2 consecutive decrees, although he had continuously tried to steal and tamper with the decrees, being cut off from his true body, he could at most be considered a Trojan Horse of Destiny. Coupled with Palez Zorost's interference, he was no longer able to tamper with these 2 decrees, which were empowered by the Nation of Disorder. Under the full assault of the 2 angels, the Amon clone, affected by the transformation curse and turned into a black crow, was stripped from the parasite Trojan Horse of Destiny characteristic. Looking at Palez, whose aura was rising steadily, the black crow slightly shook its wings, took out a monocle from the void, and placed it on its left eye. There was no longer any hint of annoyance, as if this worst-case scenario had only slightly surprised him. It's a pity for the 1,000 years of waiting, but I am indeed very curious. You seem to have known all along that one of my clones was hidden here. As your old friend, can you tell me why, Palez? Palez, having accommodated this Trojan Horse of Destiny characteristic and completed all the torn and missing characteristics, restoring his complete Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, said nothing. He simply raised his right hand towards the black crow. Palez had no interest in answering a god of deceit. Making him shut up forever was the correct approach. Amon, in crow form, shook his head regretfully, his figure slowly dissipated, leaving only a light chuckle. Palez, I look forward to our next meeting. Vast power poured out, completely shattering the crystal formed by transparent insects. Palez looked at the recondensed Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit characteristic, only then confirming the complete disappearance of that Amon clone. Elven Gallo slowly closed the Gate of Rebirth. The immense deathly aura and chilling wind gradually dissipated, and the surrounding scene slowly revealed itself. The aftermath of the previous battle had completely destroyed the hall. Items emitting spiritual fluctuations floated in the void, some of which even emitted divine fluctuations. Morbid, who had been affected by the decree prohibiting parasite and had left the battle early, now excitedly walked towards Palez, who had recondensed his physical form, holding several items in his hands. Palez's gaze swept over the parasite and secret sorcerer characteristics in Morbid's left hand, then looked at the 2 tarot cards clutched in his right hand. A hint of understanding flashed in his somewhat weathered eyes. One card was a portrait of Roselle, leaning against the cosmos, with an illusory door appearing before him. The other was a portrait of Roselle, leaning against a 12-segment clock formed by light and shadow. And in the upper left corner of both tarot cards, brilliant starlight condensed into a line of text, Sequence 0, door, Sequence 0, error. Old man, you succeeded. Meeting Palez's gaze, Morbid immediately asked somewhat eagerly. Only after receiving an affirmative reply did he let out a sudden sigh of relief, realizing that the items in his hands had disappeared at some point, replaced by a crystalline, dazzling ball of light. Staring at it for too long, his consciousness even felt a little disoriented. Palez looked at Elvin Gallo with some apology and explained. I will repay this characteristic in other ways in the future. Please convey my gratitude to that great existence. Elvin Gallo nodded noncommittally. After accepting the 2 blasphemy cards, his already enormous body opened its mouth and inhaled all the spiritual items in this space, whether characteristics or materials, together. That Mentor of Deceit characteristic was, strictly speaking, one of Palez's spoils of war. Since it was intended for his descendants' advancement, Elvin Gallo did not stop him. Chapter 374 The Fushigeniang Heavenly Deity. Inside the Nation of Disorder, Aaron stood up, holding 2 newly acquired blasphemy slates, and watched with interest the pure and clear figure, like an angel but without wings, formed by streaks of light in the prayer scene. Palez Aloya, who had returned to his peak, constantly flickered with faint light on his body, seemingly indicating the passage of time. He grasped the Mentor of Deceit, beyonder characteristic and deeply parasitized Mobit's body, while invisible fluctuations simultaneously spread into this crumbling space. This space, dependent on the Trojan horse of destiny, had reached the end of its life. Although rules and order had collapsed, it was the best opportunity to complete the Mentor of Deceit advancement ritual. Watching Palez, who was like cheating in personally helping Mobit complete the ritual, Aaron sighed and shook his head. This was also a high-level ability possessed by the Marauder pathway. This pathway, which exploited loopholes in rules, was itself a bug versus bug fight. With Palez's current beyonder characteristic, his personal involvement naturally gave him full confidence. But it's fine. A Mentor of Deceit can do more in Fenipot. Thinking this, Aaron dispersed the prayer scene and took out the error slate. Both newly acquired blasphemy slates were already activated, which saved him trouble. Mobilizing the power of the Nation of Disorder to give himself the beyonder characteristic of an angel, he decisively activated this error slate. Relying on the blasphemy slate's own deity-level anti-divination and anti-prophecy, as well as a subtle connection with the error pathway, Aaron's will, through his true vision, found the trace of connection on Cavendish Lancer's body caused by summoning Amon's projection, and completely severed it. In the forsaken land of the gods, within the largely collapsed gloomy deep valley, mottled layers of power surged. After summoning Amon's historical projection, Aaron lifted the decree against the demonic wolf Kotal. Under the miracle invoker's reckless push, surging wish power emanated like a tide. Part of it blocked Astolfo, who had already moved away from the center of the battlefield to observe, while more power surged towards Amon's projection, preventing this projection, which was essentially just a historical void image, from further enhancing his beyonder characteristic by stealing the authority and anchors of his main body. The color on Amon's body gradually faded, then suddenly intensified. The projection, whose aura had already risen to the angel level, always had a smile on his lips, watching the increasingly frenzied Kotal, his hands constantly rising and falling, trying to steal that Sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. The blasphemer suddenly seemed to sense something, turned his head to look at the historical mist that the Scholar of Ur had entered when he fled, and clicked his tongue, muttering. How cautious. This level of wish power, exceeding Sequence 2, was not without cost. The cloak formed by the Attendant of Mysteries, beyonder characteristic, which was a piece of cloth, gathered all of Kotal's spirit body threads, subtly wanting to merge into one, which was almost equivalent to swallowing a Sequence 1 potion without the aid of auxiliary materials and rituals. Once these wish powers maintaining his sanity dissipated, Kotal's loss of control and transformation into a terrifying monster would be instantaneous. However, Sequence 2 Kotal was powerless to stop this process. The demonic wolf's body rapidly shrank and thinned under the influence of the Attendant of Mysteries, beyonder characteristic and the mottled clock phantom. A layer of shadow reappeared above the gloomy valley, as if covered by a giant curtain. At the risk of losing control and going mad, Kotal, who had actively tried to accommodate the Attendant of Mysteries, finally regained the initiative. He opened his mouth without hesitation and shouted a name in giant language. Leodoro. Boom. 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 Almost at the instant this name rang out, hundreds of thick silver-white lightning bolts fell from thin air, simultaneously striking the newly appeared shadowy curtain, turning the area into a forest of thunder, emitting a strong aura of destruction. The thick silver-white lightning bolts, like giant snakes, directly struck the translucent black velvet curtain, causing it to shake violently and twist. The spirit body threads extending from Kotal's body towards the curtain also broke one by one under the tyrant's punishment. At that moment, he finally broke free from the control of the attendant of mysteries. This scheme, brewing since Amon's projection appeared, finally succeeded at the cost of Kotal's accumulated wish power over several epochs. The next second, with resentful eyes sweeping over Amon and the ancient bane nearby, Kotal's 8 short, black-furred legs simultaneously pushed off, and he actively met the lightning storm, exploding into fragments amidst the aura of destruction. Thousands of years of forbearance in the forsaken land of the gods made this demonic wolf understand that beyond her characteristic advancement was illusory, only his own life was the most important. Without the interference of the attendant of mysteries, beyond her characteristic, Kotal chose to use the miracle invoker's resurrection to escape, but he also left something for the 2 guys who had put him in such a state. The tyrant's punishment had greatly diminished in power after piercing the curtain. If Kotal had not been intent on dying and completely undefended, he would not have fallen so easily. The residual lightning storm was merely superficial in the eyes of the 2 angels. Ignoring the demonic wolf, which had shattered into scattered flesh and blood, Astolfo and Amon's projection turned their heads almost simultaneously, their gazes falling on the translucent black velvet curtain left behind. The crimson eyes reflected the curtain. Astolfo opened his mouth, as if making a silent shriek. A chilling wind, containing terrifying curses, dispersed the blood rain in the sky. As it drew near, the curtain dissipated like foam. Not good. Missing his strike, Astolfo decisively flew backward, while the remaining chilling wind gathered the blood rain that had not yet drifted to the bottom of the valley. By abandoning his body so decisively, Kotal must have completely severed all connections between this flesh and blood and his new main body. However, Astolfo did not intend for this flesh and blood to continue tracking the escaping demonic wolf, it was merely to be used as auxiliary material for a miracle invoker. The anticipated attack did not occur. Astolfo followed his spiritual intuition and looked towards the center of the valley. Without Kotal's interference, Amon, who had directly stolen the curtain before him, was in a strange state. After resolving the hidden danger on Cavendish Lancer in the Nation of Disorder, Aaron had been observing Amon's state through his true vision, judging whether the blasphemer's main body had arrived. Also sensing the strangeness, Aaron used his true vision to look at Amon, who was frozen in place holding the cloak-shaped curtain. His first reaction was that this guy must still be deceiving, stalling for time, waiting for his main body to arrive. But this Amon projection made no other move, as if it had crashed. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Aaron simultaneously picked up the error and door blasphemy slates, and only then did he see a sight that even true vision had not discovered. Amon's figure sometimes became ethereal, as if wearing a mysterious, ancient black robe and a hood that obscured his face, and sometimes returned to normal but was shrouded in a thin layer of grayish-white mist. Such changes appeared alternately, their frequency gradually slowing. And whenever he transformed into the figure wearing the black robe and hood, slimy tentacles with strange patterns would always extend from beneath his clothing. As Aaron saw the strange patterns on those slimy tentacles through his true vision, illusory, overlapping whispers immediately echoed in his ears. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. This was the only information he could decipher from the whispers, but it already made Aaron's expression subtly change. He finally understood that this was not Amon's trick, or rather, it was the demonic wolf's final gift, a fragment of the celestial worthy's will that was about to awaken. Unlike the beyonder characteristic within the full pathway angels like Antigonus and Zeridal, after being worn down and hybridized by generations of beyonders and extraordinary creatures, the celestial worthy's will contained within had been greatly reduced, even leaving only spiritual remnants. But this attendant of mysteries, beyonder characteristic, which was only spewed out by Sapphira Castle in the 5th epoch, could be said to have been left entirely by the celestial worthy, and the will contained within was extremely pure. It had been dormant with Sapphira Castle before, but the demonic wolf's previous act of deliberately accommodating it and then forcibly stripping it with the residual divine power of the tyrant had completely broken the eternal slumber effect bestowed by the Evernight goddess, awakening that dormant will. As a naturally born mythical creature, Amon accommodated the error uniqueness upon birth and must have carried a certain amount of the celestial worthy's will. Even the ancient sun god at that time could only assist in suppressing it, not completely erase it. And as Amon achieved the king of angels, and the ancient sun god fell, the celestial worthy's will within him would only accumulate further, becoming increasingly difficult to control. In this situation, Amon's clone, no, more accurately, just his projection, was destined to face this outcome when encountering the celestial worthy's will that was about to awaken within the attendant of mysteries, beyonder characteristic. In just a few breaths, even without the aid of the 2 blasphemy slates sensing, Aaron could clearly see Amon's body uncontrollably collapsing, which brought more and extensive mental pollution. A vast and distorted aggregation of will, mixed with the authority originally stolen by Amon's projection from his main body, formed a translucent dark cloak, and beneath the cloak, a phantom mask with blank features quietly emerged. The hollow eyes on the mask were pitch black, and a powerful will began to awaken little by little, and began to try to influence Sapphira Castle. Deep in the forsaken land of the gods, at the summit of a mountain, stood a giant cross, existing between reality and illusion. A blurry figure was hanging upside down there, with several ancient wooden stakes piercing his body, stained with still flowing but not dripping blood, pinning him to the frame. Seemingly sensing something, the hanged man's figure on the giant cross suddenly faded, spreading into a curtain of shadow that connected the sky above and the earth below. Behind the curtain, a pair of indifferent eyes seemed to be watching the entire world. The next second, the shadowy curtain split open, and a dense, five-headed shadow stepped out from within. Raging Sea, Demir Island Port. Klein, wearing a black top hat and carrying a black briefcase, slowly walked down the gangplank. Although his chiseled, cold face showed no expression, leaving the turbulent sea and stepping onto solid ground always gave him a strange sense of peace. Just as he was about to find a hotel to solve his accommodation and dining problems, Klein imperceptibly shook his head. He was currently playing the role of a mad adventurer and shouldn't always be thinking about improving his meals. A moment later, he appeared in the port's notice area, where bounties issued by Loen and other nations' navies were usually posted. Of course, this was also regarded by some pirates as a sign of honor and strength. As his eyes scanned the first line, Klein's cold face twitched slightly, and he muttered in disbelief. King of the Five Seas Nastor Solomon, bounty £800,000. Taking a deep breath, Klein's pupils contracted as he continued to look at the bounty, confirming it with another glance, which left the fool, who had only a few £1,000s in his pocket at his wealthiest, in long silence. After adjusting his emotions, Klein carefully examined the wanted posters that covered the entire wall. Besides pirate generals and pirate kings, there were also many ordinary pirate leaders. The bounties, from high to low, were layered, making for quite a spectacular sight. Closing his eyes, and with the seer's excellent spirituality, Klein quickly reviewed the wanted posters in his mind. After confirming that he had completely memorized them, he exhaled lightly and muttered, "These are all money." After completing his adventurous self-cultivation, Klein walked towards the hotel in a very good mood, pondering which unlucky person to target for his first pot of gold as an adventurer, when an indescribable sense of palpitation suddenly emerged. Klein seemed to lose control of his body for an instant, his consciousness seemingly pulled by some force, becoming extremely sluggish. In a daze, he seemed to see a magnificent palace standing above a thick, grayish-white mist. Familiar yet terrifying whispers emerged, like a clockwork inserted into his soul, turning with difficulty a few times. Only then did Klein belatedly realize that this should be that mysterious gray mist space. A few seconds later, the next thought just emerged in his mind. What exactly happened? And even faster than this thought entering Klein's consciousness was a sigh of unclear meaning. It's not time yet. Klein, only at sequence 6, his consciousness gradually blurred, but in the end of his consciousness, he seemed to hear another clear female voice, ethereal and indistinct, completely inaudible. A strange sight appeared at Demir Island Port. Incoming travelers and dockworkers unloading cargo seemed to deliberately ignore Klein, who lay in the middle of the street, but their bodies unconsciously avoided this area, leaving an empty space. A middle-aged priest in a simple white robe appeared beside Klein at some point. His clear, childlike light-colored eyes looked at the mark protruding on Klein's hand, which was a small square formed by 4 black dots emitting a deep red glow. Chapter 375 Reactions from All Parties. The seemingly gentle and innocent priest half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and tapped 4 times in front of him. A silver crucifix pendant hung there. When he opened his eyes again, his light-colored pupils had turned pure gold, and he nodded in a certain direction. Suddenly, black stone pillars rose up on the bustling port, supporting a magnificent and enormous church embedded with countless skulls. Innumerable, empty eye sockets of different races collectively gazed at Klein, who was suspended in the center of the skeletal church with his eyes tightly closed. Adam took off the silver crucifix from his chest and placed it on the mark on Klein's hand, then began to pray silently. In the nation of disorder, Aaron looked at the translucent dark cloak that occupied the entire prayer screen, and his gaze met the blank, illusory mask beneath the cloak. He's looking at me. This is bad, Astolfo. A very bad premonition suddenly arose in Aaron's heart. Almost at the same moment, the brilliant star symbolizing Astolfo seemed to be covered by a shadow, and the prayer image became blurry as well. Fortunately, this was only the part of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings as consciousness that had revived within the attendant of mysteries as beyond her characteristic, far from a complete revival. With Aaron's current control over the nation of disorder, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. Surging dark gold mist began to boil, and layers of power tide surged, breaking that invisible restraint, allowing him to see the scene of the forsaken land of the gods again. The barbed thorn stopped growing, and Astolfo stood dazed in place. As a complete mythical creature, he actually forgot what to do next for a moment. This was the authority of blind stupor wielded by the fool. Fortunately, this authority was not complete, and Astolfo's essence was also extremely high. With the help of the dark gold mist that had re-established connection, he quickly left this area and fled without looking back. From beginning to end, other than activating blind stupor once, the figure containing terrifying will made no other movements. It seemed only interested in the nation of disorders aura contained within Astolfo, and had no other thoughts about this angel of a non-adjacent pathway, or perhaps a more compelling presence for his consciousness had appeared. True Creator. This has gotten out of hand. Looking at the shadow curtain that covered the entire sky in the last moment before the prayer image disappeared, Aaron's face twitched slightly, and he cursed in a low voice, truly feeling that this plan was somewhat out of control. That a demonic wolf plus a tyrant's punishment could awaken that celestial worthies was indeed something he hadn't anticipated. Although he always felt something was off, he couldn't afford to think too much now. Even if the forsaken land of the gods was barely sealed by the true Creator, that couldn't stop Sapphira-level power. Not to mention anything else, what if the true Creator couldn't stop that revived celestial worthies from returning to Sapphira Castle? Forcibly stopping his increasingly divergent thoughts, Aaron apologized to Mr. Fool in his heart and quickly left the nation of disorder, returning to the real world. First, he temporarily shielded the nation of disorder's suppression of the Sapphira Castle imprint. Aaron sensed it and confirmed that the worst-case scenario had not yet occurred. He then immediately used the historical projection of the Staff of Stars to directly teleport to the Church of Tranquility in Winter County. The familiar tranquil and quiet aura slightly calmed Aaron's somewhat anxious mood. Since he didn't see Ms. Ariana, he went alone to the Great Hall with the Evernight Goddess statue. The situation was urgent, and he didn't bother to set up a ritual. After chanting the honorific name, he recounted the general situation of the forsaken land of the gods. As Aaron's voice fell, the deep darkness around him surged instantly, and a clear, cold voice echoed directly in his mind. The anomaly of Sapphira Castle has been suppressed. I will give you a drop of the river of eternal darkness as water. You don't need to worry about Amon. As for the rest, you must rely on yourself. Upon hearing the Evernight Goddess's words, Aaron's hanging heart finally settled. He secretly guessed that the goddess might have again borrowed Antigonus, a half-fool's influence over Sapphira Castle. Before he could think further, the voice, like a gentle caress to the soul, continued. Rusco's eye. Can this thing even hold the water of the river of eternal darkness? Aaron was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. He closed his eyes and had the consciousness he left in the nation of disorder transmit a thought to Cavendish Lancer, telling the scholar of Ur to immediately sacrifice that item. A moment later, the huge, blood-stained eyeball appeared in Aaron's hand, and the silent darkness around it surged again. In the tranquil and quiet atmosphere, a colorless drop of liquid with a strong aura of eternal silence quietly appeared, falling towards the dark and deep pupil. This drop of the river of eternal darkness's water fell extremely fast. The gray-white mist originally surrounding the eyeball simultaneously contracted slightly, clearing a path for it, allowing it to silently disappear into the pupil. After the intense aura of eternal silence disappeared, Aaron bowed slightly towards the large statue of the goddess. Only then did he pick up the Rusco's eye, which seemed to remain unchanged. He didn't know if the goddess had attached a hidden authority, but he couldn't feel any of that eternal silence. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe that a drop of the river of eternal darkness's water was hidden inside. Putting aside his conjectures, Aaron's figure quickly faded and disappeared. After leaving the Church of Tranquility, he quickly took Rusco's eye back to the nation of disorder. Time was urgent, and he couldn't afford to find Klein to confirm his state. Although he didn't know what the Evernight Goddess did to prevent that celestial worthies from manipulating Sapphira Castle, it was far from the time for him to relax his guard. For him, this only avoided the worst outcome. Without the blessing of Sapphira Castle, even if that celestial worthies was extremely high grade, it was fundamentally still just a sequence 1 beyond her characteristic. Amon, who could be considered half an error, might be constrained, but the true Creator, who belongs to the 5 pathways of omniscience and omnipotence, was completely unfazed. It was only a matter of time before this complete sequence 0 true God took down that attendant of mysteries as beyond her characteristic, and this was something Aaron was unwilling to let happen. Even if Amon snatched it, he might still be able to make a deal with that sequence 1 worm of time beyond her characteristic. At most, Klein would have to compensate Pal as well then. But if it truly fell into the hands of the true Creator, with whom he had many grievances, Aaron couldn't even imagine what method he could use to retrieve that beyond her characteristic from this lunatic. Well, it's not impossible. There's still hope of retrieving it after Adam achieves visionary and merges with the true Creator, taking the dominant position, but by then, it would be too late. Aaron, who was still unsure how far the true Creator's battle or suppression had progressed, felt a bit anxious. The moment he appeared in the magnificent palace, he immediately connected to the brilliant star symbolizing Astolfo. In the newly stabilized prayer image, Aaron could only see the boundless shadow curtain that seemed to cover the entire world, exuding terrifying pressure comparable to a tyrant's. This was the wrath of a god. Even though he couldn't see through that shadow curtain, judging solely by the aura, this oppression was far from over. At least, it seemed that the resilience of that celestial worthies was much stronger than Aaron had expected. His tense spirit relaxed slightly. Aaron reached out and lit up that star. As the dark gold mist surged, the door of sacrifice and bestowal opened again, and he directly threw Rusco's eye towards the open dark gold door. Sitting back on the throne with an uncertain expression, Aaron pondered for a moment, then took off the ring of mysteries and threw it together towards the rapidly closing dark gold portal. If he could create an opportunity to disrupt the true creator's suppression of that attendant of mysteries as beyonder characteristic, then the disadvantaged celestial worthy's consciousness, unable to connect to Sapphira Castle, would most logically follow its instinct for aggregation and completion, gathering towards high-level beyonder characteristics of adjacent pathways. Within the entire sealed forsaken land of the gods, the most suitable candidates for this, besides the recently escaped demonic wolf Kotor, would probably only be Amon's true body. Even if Rusko's eye, which carried the aura of Sapphira Castle, was once the body of that destructive demonic wolf, from the perspective of aggregation alone, it still couldn't compare to those two. But if Rusko's eye was combined with the ring of mysteries personally left behind by that celestial worthy, the aggregation effect should not be much worse. Although he didn't know why the Evernight goddess said not to worry about Amon, Aaron had no other choice now but to trust the Evernight goddess's confidence, which seemed to come from nowhere. Looking at the dissipating door of sacrifice and bestowal, Aaron leaned back against the chair, feeling somewhat tired, and pinched his brow, saying, "Should I ask Septon to give me some luck?" Sighing, Aaron dispelled the thought. Not to mention whether this snake of fate, who had restarted into an embryonic state, would be willing. Even if he was, he probably couldn't do it. After all, there was still the seal of the forsaken land of the gods, and the celestial worthies will itself was too high in status. Even if the yesterday reappearance charm was strong, it had its limits. Looking again at the brilliant star above the palace dome, and at the boundless shadow curtain, Aaron murmured to himself, "Create an opportunity." Aaron's eyes flickered, and a somewhat crazy plan immediately emerged in his mind. Finally, he gritted his teeth and still transmitted this plan into the star symbolizing Astolfo. Success or failure depended on this one move. In a bizarre and rugged mountain range somewhere in the forsaken land of the gods. After Aaron removed Amon's mark, Cavendish Lancer had been waiting here, and he met with Astolfo, who had successfully escaped while that celestial worthies was distracted by the true creator's arrival. Chapter 376, Desperate Kotal. Having roughly learned what happened after his departure from Astolfa, Cavendish Lancer's expression turned somewhat grim. Although he didn't know why that attendant of mysteries characteristic suddenly became active and so terrifying, even directly attracting that evil god, it all meant he had lost the opportunity to obtain the miracle invoker characteristic. Sighing, he then looked at the Eye of Rusko, and the Ring of Mysteries floating out from the dark gold double door. Aside from the oracle telling him to sacrifice the Eye of Rusko, Cavendish Lancer had received no other instructions, so he could only look uneasily at Astolfa and cautiously ask, "Your Highness, does the Lord have any oracle?" "We." He stopped his sentence at the appropriate moment, waiting for this ancient Bane's next instruction. His scarlet eyes flickered, and Astolfa remained silent for a moment before a cold wind picked up, taking the two items, which were somewhat comparable to sealed artifacts of grade 0, that had floated out from the door of sacrifice and bestowal. He stood on the mountain peak, turning his head to look at the other end of the forsaken land of the gods, which was not covered by the curtain of shadows, where faint silver lightning occasionally illuminated the desolate plain, full of ravines and swallowed by eternal darkness. Deep within the undulating mountain range, inside an ancient castle. One by one, lively and spiritual giants, elves, and vampires simultaneously stopped all their movements in an instant, their eyes becoming hollow and dull, their bodies floating upwards, suspended from the ceiling. Transparent spirit threads emerged from the bodies of these puppets, dragging fragments of light that burst forth from the void, like countless transparent, wriggling insects, all entering the hall deep within the castle. Crimson blood seeped from the strange symbol in the center of the hall, floating into midair on its own, constantly fissioning and combining with those light fragments. In just 2 or 3 seconds, these light fragments coalesced into a single, massive ball of light. The ball of light stretched and transformed, quickly outlining the huge body of the demonic wolf Kotor, covered in dark, short fur. Revived in his true lair, Kotor then slightly moved his eyes, tilting his head slightly, seemingly seeing the sky-obscuring curtain of shadows through the endless darkness. The next second, he opened his mouth and let out a silent roar, immediately and instinctively beginning to sever all his connections with the outside world, preparing to abandon this place and transfer to another location. Although he felt that the attendant of mysteries characteristic should be enough to attract the attention of those guys, under the premise of an unexpected situation, his experience told him not to hold any luck mentality, retreat when necessary, and give up when necessary. Just as Kotor began to prepare to clear the spirit threads of the puppets in the castle, the faces of those puppets suspended upside down from the ceiling almost simultaneously revealed eerie smiles, reaching into the void to retrieve monocles, placing them over their right eyes, and a teasing, mocking voice followed. Surprised. Unexpected. This terrifying scene instantly made Kotor's body tremble. He no longer had time to think about why Amon could discover this place, and he almost instinctively wanted to escape into the fog of history, to that hidden history only he knew. And at this moment, the body of this demonic wolf suddenly collapsed, and spirit threads emerged, dragging those transparent, twisted worms that had split into countless pieces after the collapse. The other end of those spirit threads were Amon's, each wearing a monocle, after this brief moment of obstruction, more and more monocles appeared in the void. Those monocles collectively reflected the same scene, two demonic wolves with vastly different body sizes. This was from an ancient history from the early budding years of the Second Epoch, and also the deepest memory of the demonic wolf Kotar. This forgotten history, manipulated by Amon, collided to some extent with the current era, creating ripples that were difficult to describe as they formed corresponding historical gaps. Such ripples spread along the fog of history, seemingly possessing a strong attractive force. As soon as spirit worms poked their heads out from the historical fragments, they were pulled and dragged by an invisible force, flying out from the occupied light spots and regathering in the dim hall. Countless spirit worms aggregated and pulled, merging into one, reforming the body of the demonic wolf Kotar, and letting out an incredulous, despairing roar. You are his true body." With a smirk, Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat, raised his head, adjusted the monocle on his right eye, and applauded somewhat exaggeratedly. "Congratulations on getting it right. Let me think about how I should reward you. Why don't you become my avatar? This is your honor." Kotar's recondensed body showed a faint tendency to collapse again. After being unable to escape the control even by manifesting his complete mythical creature form, he roared even more despairingly. "Impossible, how could you know?" Looking at the frenzied Kotar, Amon clicked his tongue, and while stealing everything from this demonic wolf, he chuckled. "Everything is relative, and there are always loopholes. No beyonder ability is uncrackable or applicable in every situation. I forgot to tell you, I actually knew about that hidden historical fragment of yours at the end of the Fourth Epoch. Well, by your time, it should be 1,670 years ago. Do you want to know who told me?" His whites of the eyes completely receded, and his dark, deep pupils occupied his entire eyes. Even though Kotar could no longer speak, the anger and hatred, as if solidified, no longer needed simple words to express. Satisfied with admiring his own work, Amon's smile grew even more playful. After leaving the forsaken land of the gods, that guy gave himself a new name, Antigonus. I think you should be more familiar with his other identity, your good brother, Phlegria's youngest son. Let me see, that resurrection you just used should be your last, right? I've waited for over 1,000 years, and though it's a bit regrettable, it's time to reel in the net. As his words fell, the monocles scattered throughout the void immediately transformed into streams of light and surged into this god of wishes, parasitizing every spirit worm and accelerating the theft of destiny. A moment later, the transparent worms returned to calm, transforming once again into a giant demonic wolf. Unlike before, a monocle appeared on his right eye socket. The demonic wolf Kotar used a thick claw to push the lower edge of the monocle, looking through the endless darkness at the curtain of shadows, and smiled contentedly. It's time to enjoy the curtain call of this play. Chapter 377 Harvest and Ending. After transforming the demonic wolf into a clone, countless symbols, patterns, and markings protruded from the crystal monocle on Amon's right eye, rapidly swimming, intertwining, and reorganizing, as if he was observing the scene within the shadow curtain through some medium. The portion of the authority stolen by his historical projection from his true body was itself part of a rule loophole. By utilizing this loophole, he could both avoid the true creator's consciousness eroding the true body through the clone, and also verify some of his ideas. The vast demonic wolf's body illusionarily collapsed and reformed into Amon's normal human size. He gently shook his head, took out a silk cloth, removed the crystal monocle, and while wiping it, muttered. Fate is truly a headache. My plan still needs to wait for the right moment, but if that beyonder characteristic were to fall into the hanged man's hands, it would ultimately be undesirable. Putting the monocle back on his eye, Amon chuckled and said, I wish to return to Chernobyl. The remaining wish power of the demonic wolf was instantly activated. With Amon's true body personally applying deception, this wish, which should not have been realized, quickly turned into a miracle. The grayish-yellow mist shrouding the boundless wilderness rippled. In the depths of the profound gully, Amon's figure appeared on the top floor of that massive, broad, grayish-white building. This was also the limit of what wish power, after being deceived, could achieve. Beneath the layers of grayish-white in Chernobyl was absolute nothingness. The power of a miracle invoker alone could not directly reach the interior. Having no interest in the unchanging scenery around him, Amon adjusted the pointed soft hat on his head. A hurricane lamp appeared in his hand, and a faint glow emanated from his monocle. He then directly merged into that grayish-white expanse. Passing through the long-abandoned, peculiar buildings that were completely different from the outside world, Amon, holding the hurricane lamp, arrived at a broken cliff. It was actually a section of a building that had collapsed into the ground, dark, deep, and void, with no end in sight. Vaguely, Amon seemed to hear silent calls, coming from deep within the ground, directly resounding in his mind. Amon raised his hand and pinched the upper and lower edges of his monocle. The lens glowed slightly, instantly stealing away the influence brought by the chaos sea, then he lightly coughed. His figure immediately split into two. The Amon who had split off looked at the Amon standing in place and tooted. Why don't you seek excitement yourself? I think we should have a fair and just vote, letting all almonds choose the unlucky fellow who should go down. Moreover, you could have directly descended with your true body at that time, that way, that thing wouldn't have revived, and there wouldn't be so much trouble. As he spoke, this Amon pouted and, without waiting for a reply, directly leaped into the rift. Being retorted by his own clone, Amon merely chuckled and shook his head, not caring, for some matters only the true body was qualified to know. He was not without thoughts about that celestial worthy's will. In fact, it could be said that he contributed to the activation of that will. After Kotor discarded that curtain, he had already tried to steal the fate of that will, creating a loophole in Sapphira Castle's judgment, directly gaining control over this coveted Sapphira. It was just a pity that he failed, or more accurately, he actively gave up at the last moment before success, as he only wanted Sapphira Castle and did not truly wish to bear the fate of the celestial worthy's revival. What a hassle, but it's not without a solution. No longer paying attention to the clone that entered the Chaos Sea, Amon's figure directly appeared above Chernobyl, with a somewhat intriguing expression on his face. Although entering Sapphira Castle through that will might not necessarily lead to direct erosion by the celestial worthy, since there was a better option, why risk his life? Throughout the long years from the Cataclysm era of the Third Epoch to the present, he had attempted countless possibilities, and the closest to a successful work was Antigonus, who became half a fool. It was just a pity that fellow was not the predetermined candidate for the Lord of the Mysteries revival. Even upon achieving the King of Angels, he did not have the right to use Sapphira Castle, and ultimately fell into the hands of night. And now, he had the most suitable target. Recalling the message sent back by his clone in Backlund from the steam church, Amon tooted and muttered to himself. Fate to you, Sapphira Castle to me. The great ruler above the spirit world, I am truly looking forward to it. As one of the protagonists of this drama, he only needed to wait quietly, allowing the Lord of the Mysteries consciousness to further revive on the spirit world ruler mentioned by that magic mirror. He would then steal Sapphira Castle when the degree of revival reached a certain critical point, so that even if the Lord of the Mysteries fully awakened, it would not be on him. With a faint smile playing on his lips, Amon raised his right hand towards the distant shadow curtain in the sky, then paused slightly, turning his head in surprise to look in another direction. On the edge of a barren plain in a certain gully-filled, eternal night-devoured part of the forsaken land of the gods, a wisp of flame shot up. Cavendish Lancer, who had arrived by leaping through flames, stopped and looked into the distance with some trepidation. This plain was precisely the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods when one passed through the abyss. The evil aura of the cosmic dark side still seemed vivid in his memory. Astolfo walked out of Cavendish Lancer's pupils. His scarlet eyes glanced at the silent plain, and a chilling wind, carrying a wisp of his will, entered Cavendish Lancer's body. After this scholar of yore, with a solemn expression, quickly departed with the Eye of Rusco, and the Ring of Mysteries, leaving only a historical image behind, his eyes became even redder, like a surging crimson tide. At the bottom of the tide, strange creatures entangled by thorns and oozing black stickiness gradually emerged. These were all the contaminations originating from the mother tree of desire that remained on the original body when he was reborn in the spirit world and fully returned to the ancient banes beyond her characteristic. Even with the connection to the spirit world cut off, those distorted contaminations were still resisting the effects of the deformation curse, faintly showing a tendency to reaggregate. Relying on those remaining divine powers to destroy the true creator's actions in the forsaken land of the gods, isolated from the outside world, was clearly unrealistic. The only feasible method was to find a true sequence zero. The only one that met this requirement was the cosmic dark side, which had been observing the forsaken land of the gods since its forceful entry into the abyss passage last time. The silent plain not far away also seemed to be undergoing a change at this moment. All sorts of filthy, evil, and repulsive auras were continuously gathering, and wisps of black mist faintly emerged. Seeing the reaction, which was much faster than he had anticipated, Astolfo did not hesitate at all. Scarlet flames suddenly erupted from his body. Evil patterns appeared on his crimson pupils. He struggled to suppress the torrent of depravity and desire in his heart, and decisively threw all the mother tree of desire's contamination, accumulated in the spirit world for nearly 1,000 years, towards that silent plain. After leaving Astolfo, these evil creatures, attached with terrifying contamination, showed a clear pause and did not attempt to continue polluting this angel. Instead, like children throwing themselves into their mother's embrace, they actively disappeared into the increasingly dense black mist. Cavendish Lancer's historical projection had already arranged the sacrifice and bestowal ritual. Amidst low and urgent prayers, Astolfo had reattached to the surface of an ancient gold coin. As long as he passed through this dark gold double door, he could leave the forsaken land of the gods. Just then, the black mist, which had faintly covered the plain, suddenly solidified. The wasteland collapsed, revealing bottomless fissures, and a massive phantom composed entirely of shadows emerged, with brown branches slowly wriggling around its body. Behind him was an indescribable, boundless shadow that seemed to envelop the entire world, gathering all the filth, depravity, and negative emotions of the world. From the already formed sacrifice and bestowal gate, a golden halo, as if condensed into substance, surged forth, like a miniature sun suddenly appearing, barely blocking the first wave of invasion. The time gained allowed the gold coin, to which Astolfo was attached, to successfully sink into the profound void behind the dark gold double door. Cavendish Lancer also instantly dispelled this historical void image. This pure light, completely incompatible with the filthy aura, was like a lighthouse in the darkness, instantly attracting the attention of the terrifying figure in the black mist world. A brown branch with strange patterns pierced through some kind of restraint, cutting through the black mist world, and directly descended upon the forsaken land of the gods, seemingly intending to continue piercing through the profound void behind the dark gold portal. That miniature sun was almost instantly shattered by force. Amidst the scattered and extinguished light specks, a section of a curled, blood-stained umbilical cord with burn marks flew out from the dark gold double door, which was about to close. The moment this umbilical cord was pierced by the brown branch, a pair of indifferent pupils appeared on the shadow curtain in the distant sky. The dark gold mist of the entire world was boiling, the vast power had exceeded the limit Eren could summon. This was the autonomous counterattack of the Nation of Disorder. After everything calmed down, Eren finally let out a long breath and leaned back against the chair. He casually tossed the gold coin, which held Astolfo, towards a certain star in the dome, then looked at the wisp of black mist in his hand. This was also the remaining aura of the cosmic dark side after being purified by the power of the Nation of Disorder, or more precisely, it was the aura of the tenebrous world. After a brief thought, Eren did not completely obliterate this wisp of aura. He sealed it well and put it back into the pile of miscellaneous items, then looked at the prayer light spot. Cavendish Lancer, who was frantically running through the historical fog, felt a slight spiritual stir, sensing the dissolution of his historical void image, and without hesitation, decisively returned to reality. Just as he placed the Eye of Rusco and the Ring of Mysteries in front of him, Cavendish Lancer saw the forsaken land of the gods, which seemed to be experiencing the end of the world, and that shadow curtain was no longer complete. Feeling somewhat horrified, Cavendish Lancer still gritted his teeth and softly chanted in an extremely strange syllable. "Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." That Lord of Order did not explain the specific meaning of this strange language he had never heard before, but Cavendish Lancer himself guessed it might be a title. Along with his call, both the Ring of Mysteries and the Eye of Rusco showed anomalies, and a strange resonance emerged. Cavendish Lancer stood there, his mind almost blank, his ears echoing with chanting and shouting, sometimes blurry, sometimes clear. "Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. God Almighty of heaven and earth for blessings. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." Looking at Cavendish Lancer, who suddenly froze in the prayer image, Eren frowned slightly, somewhat unsure of the current situation. Just as he was hesitating whether to interrupt the summoning to avoid losing a scholar of yore, he noticed, through his true sight, a dark and profound cloak, constantly changing shape, rapidly approaching. So smoothly. Instantly confirming the identity of that thing, after the surprise, a hint of doubt flashed through Eren's mind. He carefully scanned the surroundings with his true sight, and only after not finding Amon's figure did he breathe a sigh of relief. There was no time to think further. The curtain, which had been far away in the sky, was now almost within reach. Eren's spirituality surged frantically into the crown of stars on his head. Brilliant starlight condensed into a pure and clear figure, like an angel but without wings, with faint glows constantly flickering and leaping across its body, like the passage of time. This was Eren's recreation of Palace Solomon, who had already recovered his complete sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. A dong sound suddenly echoed in Cavendish Lancer's ears. It was illusory and ethereal, as if from an infinite distance. This made the prayers that were tearing and polluting his spiritual body abruptly cease, making everything around him quiet, and allowing him to see the strange curtain right before his eyes. It was unknown what the true creator had done to this attendant of mysteries beyonder characteristic. That terrifying will could no longer maintain its original human outline. If Eren had delayed the cosmic dark side's intervention even a little longer, it might have already been forcibly suppressed by the true creator. The illusory bell sound did not stop there, it was interfering with the curtain, which had fallen into a weakened state, making it remain in place, seemingly having forgotten what it was supposed to do next. Intense dark gold mist suddenly appeared before Cavendish Lancer's eyes, and an image emerged in his mind, causing him to instinctively grasp the Ring of Mysteries, which was stirring. At the same time, suppressing the trembling in his heart, he directly threw the Eye of Rusco straight at the strange curtain, which was still stuck in place and constantly changing shape. That blood-stained eyeball rotated slightly, and the grayish-white mist attached to its surface dispersed at this moment, revealing layers of profound darkness in its pupil. A colorless drop of liquid, carrying a strong aura of eternal silence, flew out from it and landed on the cold, strange mask below the curtain. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings contained within the sequence 1 beyonder characteristic, after being suppressed by the true creator, finally passively entered a state of eternal slumber. The mask without facial features slowly dissipated, and the translucent curtain directly fell to the ground. The Ring of Mysteries, in Cavendish Lancer's hand also returned to calm at this moment. Chapter 378, First Meeting with Danitz. As celestial worthy's consciousness receded, the curtain grew increasingly transparent and ethereal, eventually becoming invisible to the naked eye. Even Cavendish Lancer could only perceive faint, dark, illusory, spirit-body threads coiling on the ground. Attendant of mysteries characteristic. Suppressing the intense craving that originated from the depths of his spirit body, Cavendish Lancer manipulated the spirit body threads to place the characteristic on a makeshift altar he had set up. The door of sacrifice and bestowal opened, yet for a moment, he couldn't successfully sacrifice the characteristic. Was this due to the drop of river of eternal darkness water, or the celestial worthy's instinctive resistance? Aaron, within the nation of disorder, felt the strong repulsion from the door of sacrifice and bestowal, and his brows furrowed. He was still maintaining the reappearance of Palace Solomon, relying on the worm of time and the cooperation of his hidden authority to disrupt this space, preventing the two evil gods from noticing him. However, this effect wouldn't last much longer. As he pondered whether to fully mobilize the power of the nation of disorder and try again, the surrounding darkness surged, sweeping the curtain into the deep pupil of Rusco's eye. Passing through the door of sacrifice and bestowal again, the strong sense of repulsion significantly weakened. Aaron looked at Rusco's eye in his hand with a strange expression, then put the ring of mysteries, which had been sacrificed again, onto his finger. Since he had successfully brought this item out of the forsaken land of the gods, the most difficult and troublesome step was complete. The remaining matters were much simpler and clearer. It was just a pity about that evil god umbilical cord, but it was put to good use. Collecting his thoughts, Aaron rebestowed Ariana's Evernight emblem to Cavendish Lancer. Regardless of the outcome of the battle between dark side of the universe and the true creator, the forsaken land of the gods would become even more dangerous. With the Evernight's protection, at least for a short period, his safety against the two angels of the Aurora Order would be somewhat guaranteed. Receiving the metal that flew out from the dark gold double door, completely translucent and seemingly cast from black gems, Cavendish Lancer's body rapidly faded, vanishing into the historical fog and fleeing. A few seconds later, the air here rippled, and a tiny, almost invisible creature crawled out. This creature rapidly expanded, transforming into Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat and a classical black robe. Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye, curved the corner of his mouth, and revealed a smile. Raging Sea, Demir Harbor, inside a certain hotel. Klein suddenly opened his eyes, his body springing up like a coiled spring, pressing against the wall and cautiously surveying his surroundings. When he saw the crimson moon outside the window, his expression couldn't help but become somewhat dazed. He clearly remembered being on the street at the time, and his last memory was of that endless terrifying babbling, yet it was only afternoon then. Feeling a blankness in his mind, Klein's expression changed repeatedly. The black glove on his right hand instantly became transparent, transforming into a human skin glove as thin as a cicada's wing. A string of flames appeared in the room, and Klein's figure vanished with it. After a long while, he returned, his expression still somewhat uncertain. He had confirmed that he was currently in a hotel not far from Demir Harbor, and using the creeping hunger to shepherd that nightmare, he had entered the dreams of the hotel's front desk. Seeing himself in the dream, arriving at this hotel in the evening with a normal expression, these discoveries made a chill involuntarily rise in his heart. Just as Klein was struggling with whether to leave Demir Harbor that very night, he suddenly turned his head sharply, and the glove on his left palm burst forth with a brilliant light, like direct sunlight. Priest of light, holy light. The pure, blazing pillar of light had just condensed when it silently dissipated. Aaron waved away the scattered light points, emerged from the spirit world, and glanced at Klein, whose expression was slightly relaxed but somewhat awkward, and teased. What, does Mr. Gehrman Sparrow, the mad adventurer, still wish to hunt me? Klein, who had reacted excessively due to his continuously tense emotions, coughed dryly, but his body also relaxed. Regardless of whether there was a hidden danger in this hotel before, as long as this Duke, who had the backing of two gods, arrived, any danger would leave on its own. Just as he was about to speak of the anomaly he discovered, Klein fell silent. Those babblings were clearly related to that mysterious gray fog space, which was also his biggest secret. As a fellow member of the Tarot Club, if only he had experienced such a situation, the identity of a mere deer wouldn't explain it. Bearing these concerns, Klein composed his expression and directly asked. Mr. Emperor, may I ask what brings you here so late at night? I'm here to see if you're still alive. Noticing Klein's hesitant expression, Aaron muttered to himself and responded with a smile. By divine oracle, merely to give you 2 items. Divine oracle. For me. Klein quickly caught the key points in the words. Before he could ask the doubts in his heart, he saw 2 items appear in Aaron's hand. One was a blood-stained, deep eye, and the other, from its appearance, seemed to be a tarot card. Pushing both items towards Klein, Aaron then spoke. This eye is Rusco's eye, an item bestowed by the Evernight goddess. It is said to originate from Phlegria, the demonic wolf, one of the ancient gods of the second epoch. The goddess commanded me to deliver it to you. As for this tarot card, I acquired it by chance, but unfortunately, it is of little use to me. I am lending it to you for temporary use, you can return it to me after dealing with Insanguil. It has another name, Blasphemy Slate, which you should be quite familiar with. The moment he left the forsaken land of the gods, Aaron immediately separated the attendant of mysteries characteristic from Rusco's eye and personally suppressed it within the Nation of Disorder. However, due to it not being an adjacent pathway, and fearing to disturb the slumbering celestial worthies will again, separating the sequence 2 miracle invoker characteristic contained within it would still require some time. But Rusco's eye was no longer useful to him. It was time to return it to Klein according to the Evernight goddess's initial arrangement, so as not to disrupt the goddess's plans. As for the Blasphemy Slate, it would serve as rent for borrowing Rusco's eye, plus compensation for almost awakening the celestial worthies will and nearly killing Klein this time. Unaware that the culprit behind his unwarranted suffering was right before him, Klein's eyes almost popped out as he looked at the Blasphemy Slate floating before him. The card face depicted a portrait of Roselle, leaning against the cosmos, with an illusory door appearing before him. In the upper left corner of the tarot card, brilliant starlight condensed into a line of text, Sequence 0, Door. This is the Blasphemy Slate, Klein murmured silently to himself, quickly recovering from his sudden surprise and noticing the anomaly within it. That Rusco's eye, Mr. Emperor, you could have directly sacrificed it to the fool. Why did the goddess specifically issue a divine oracle to have it delivered to me? It couldn't be. Feeling a little uneasy, Klein glanced at Aaron, rephrased his question, and voiced the doubt in his heart. Guessing that Klein would ask this, Aaron showed a similarly puzzled expression, spread his hands, and responded. Indeed, why such a superfluous act? Klein was choked for a moment and didn't know what to say. He couldn't very well go and ask the Evernight goddess, so he finally nodded silently. He naturally wouldn't believe that the Blasphemy Slate was useless, and he roughly guessed Aaron's purpose in temporarily lending him this item. To use the Blasphemy Slate's anti-divination and anti-prophecy to counter 0-08, so as not to be completely defenseless against Insanguil. Every gift of fate came with a hidden price, but facing Insanguil, who now had an additional evil spirit possessing him, Klein had no choice but to accept this gift. Watching Klein accept the items, Aaron nodded and said no more, directly stepping into the spirit world and traversing away. After the Duke left, Klein looked at the 2 items in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then set up a sacrifice and bestowal ritual first. After confirming that the ritual could still proceed normally, Klein felt relieved and performed the 4 steps in reverse to ascend above the grey fog. Looking at the magnificent palace around him, which seemed unchanged, Klein sat at the head of the bronze long table and picked up the door card he had sacrificed earlier. Since this Blasphemy Slate was already activated, he didn't need to find an additional incantation. By simply infusing his spirituality, he could observe the corresponding changes. The door card quickly transformed into a miniature, illusory book. Guided by Klein's thoughts, it continuously flipped backward, finally stopping on a certain page. Sequence 4, Secret Sorcerer. Advancement Ritual, the advancer seals a demigod-level creature with clear hostility. The less external aid used, the better the ritual's effect. A complete pathway of a god, truly worthy of the name blasphemy. Withdrawing his gaze from the secret sorcerer potion formula, Klein sighed with emotion, muttering to himself. The most direct benefit of this Blasphemy Slate for him was solving his future advancement problem. If he couldn't find a seer pathway demigod formula after advancing to marionettist, he wouldn't be left without options. Thinking this, Klein tentatively tried to accommodate the door card into his body. His state immediately changed. A layer of starlight appeared on his body, and layers of illusory doors seemed to faintly emerge within the surging gray-white mist, making his demeanor even more profound. Klein could clearly feel that his connection with this mysterious gray fog space had deepened significantly, along with some other, more subtle changes. Nodding with satisfaction, Klein then looked at Rusco's eye bestowed by the Evernight goddess. Apart from an intense feeling of unease that arose when his gaze met its deep pupil, he gained nothing else, even divination yielded no useful information. This is something the goddess gave to the fool. I'm not even a demigod, so it's normal that I can't activate it. Sighing, Klein consoled himself, then placed both Rusco's eye and the Blasphemy Slate into the pile of miscellaneous items, and retrieved the telegraph machine again. After some thought, instead of immediately returning to the real world, Klein used the previous scene of his prayer to examine the hotel where he had awakened with his true sight, hoping to gain some useful information from this mysterious space. His gaze swept past the various room doors and the sleeping faces, but Klein detected no anomaly, as if everything was perfectly reasonable. Suddenly, his eyebrow twitched, and the prayer scene paused, stopping at a room on the 3rd floor of the hotel. The original disguise was rendered useless under the gaze of true sight, revealing a man in the prayer scene who appeared to be in his 30s. His hair and eyebrows were yellowish-brown, his eyes deep blue yet bright, and his features were not too sharp, like people from southern Intis and the Romberg and Siegel regions. This face gradually overlapped with a portrait on a wanted poster in Klein's mind. His expression was somewhat intriguing as he muttered softly. Golden Dream, Bosun, Fiery, Danitz, Bounty £3,700. Waving his hand to dismiss the prayer scene, Klein held the telegraph machine, his consciousness simulating the sensation of falling, and swiftly passed through the gray-white mist to return to the real world. Not rushing to find the first unfortunate soul he met after arriving at sea, Klein first looked at the telegraph machine in his hand, but waited for a long time without any reaction. His brow unconsciously furrowed. Klein thought for a moment, then cut his finger and used his blood to draw the symbol for summoning a Rhodes on the side of the telegraph machine. Time passed by second by second. Klein stood up expressionlessly and decisively sacrificed the telegraph machine back above the gray fog. Something happened to a Rhodes. Did the steam church discover the anomaly of this magic mirror? His thoughts raced. Klein took a deep breath, deciding not to think about it anymore. The human skin glove on his right hand quickly manifested an impure darkness, with specks of light flickering at its core, like a night sky dotted with stars. In a hazy, illusory dream, Danitz lay comfortably on a bed made of gold coins, watching the blurry figures bustling on the deck, and commanded arrogantly. "Hurry up and work, I'm talking to you, tinhead." Tisk, when the captain returns from his vacation and sees such a brand new golden dream, he'll definitely praise me profusely. Using the shepherded nightmare, Klein entered Danitz's dream and guided it to some extent. Looking at this pirate with a completely different demeanor, his expression was somewhat strange. He was playing the role of a mad adventurer, not a cold-blooded killer. If this guy wasn't utterly wicked, he didn't intend to actually kill this unfortunate soul, especially since he might need to deal with Admiral Iceberg later, and the mermaid matter also required foresight. Thinking this, Klein's expression became indifferent again. He appeared directly behind Danitz, lightly patted his shoulder, and said coldly. "Fiery, Danitz. Shit. How many times have I told you, call me bosun?" Before he could finish speaking, Danitz had just turned his head when his pupils violently constricted. Chapter 379 Discussion and Planning. Reflected in Danitz's pupils was a thin glove that looked like it was made of human skin. 2 eyes had split open in its palm, their pupils a fresh red, as if stained with blood. Distorted, ferocious, and wailing transparent faces immediately appeared in his spirit body, filled with a sorrow and madness that made one unbearable to look at. The intense emotional fluctuations shattered the dream, and Danitz abruptly sat up from his bed. He glanced at the crimson moon outside the window, wiped the cold sweat from his face, and cursed under his breath. Shit. Just trying to sleep and... Before he could finish, a chill instantly permeated his bones. Danitz seemed to hear unwilling shouts and painful moans. Following that sensation, he stiffly turned his head to look behind him, only to see a cold-faced young man sitting on the sofa in the living room. His appearance matched the one in his dream, and he wore a human skin glove on his right hand. Creeping Hunger. The name flashed through his mind. Danitz's body tensed. This fellow in front of him was either a powerful individual who had killed Kalangos, or there was a powerful figure of the 4 kings level behind him. Neither possibility was something a Sequence 6 like him could handle. And the other party could clearly have killed him silently in his sleep, but he hadn't. It had to be said that the Conspirer potion had indeed improved Danitz's intelligence to some extent, at least allowing him to recognize his current predicament and make the most correct choice. He cleared his throat and said, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Flame Danitz, first mate of the Golden Dream, greets your excellency. I can guarantee with my life that the so-called key to the Death's treasure is a frame-up by someone with ulterior motives against us. I believe you have already confirmed that I do not possess the so-called key. Death's treasure? Klein, somewhat surprised, lowered his eyes slightly, concealing the gleam within them. Then, as if nothing had happened, he fiddled with the human skin glove on his right hand, abandoning his previous line of talk. Following the first mate's words, he continued coldly. Whether it's a frame-up, I will make my own judgment. From now on, you are my captive. Do you have any objections? Dog. Danitz's eyes widened instantly. Fortunately, he managed to hold back the words that were about to blurt out at the last moment. He had only been promoted to Conspirer for less than a month. Even if he were to compare himself horizontally with the former Vice Admiral Hurricane, he would not be an opponent, let alone the one in front of him. It only took 2 seconds for Danitz to choose between fighting to the death for dignity, and a true man knows when to yield and will seek revenge later. Watching Klein slowly stand up, Danitz showed an awkward but polite smile and tentatively asked. I can't just keep calling you your excellency, can I? Also, what are you planning to do next? His expression grew increasingly stern and sharp. A slit opened in the palm of the human skin glove on Klein's right hand, revealing rows of illusory teeth, and a chilling chewing sound emanated from it. Maintaining his persona, Klein glanced at the tense Danitz and responded coldly. I am merely an adventurer. You may call me Gehrman Sparrow. As for now, I need to replenish some sacrifices. Take me to the underground black market in Demir Port. I imagine you should be very familiar with places where pirates gather, right? Listening to the illusory chewing sound echoing in his ears and recalling certain rumors about Kalangos, Danitz's face twitched. He hurriedly got up, opened the door, and made a please gesture. Feynapotter Kingdom, Serenity, Governor's Mansion. Mobert, who had secretly returned from Backlund, floated in midair with barely concealed joy. This was not achieved by borrowing some divine artifact, but by the use of the Mentor of Deceit's own abilities, specifically deceiving gravity to make himself or objects float and fly. As the pinnacle existence of this pathway, Amon had indeed used the corresponding authority to tamper with the knowledge originally contained within the Beyonder characteristic. However, Mobert had been personally taught by Palez. Even though he had just been promoted, he had basically mastered the Mentor of Deceit's abilities, including deceiving skills to break free from locks, and preventing the Scholar of Yore from manipulating his true spirit body threads, etc. As the initial excitement subsided, Mobert seemed to remember something and muttered in a worried whisper. "Old man, after you recover to Sequence 1, what about that Amon?" It was no wonder Mobert thought so much. Palez's main body was still with him. The cumulative effect of a Sequence 1 plus a Sequence 3 on Amon was simply unimaginable. If it were in Backlund, that blasphemer might still have some scruples, fearing a divine descent, but this was Serenity. Specks of light emerged from Mobert's body, condensing into Palez's figure beside him. Before his junior could speak again, Palez's figure disappeared directly, leaving only a brief sentence. "Do your part. As for Amon, you don't need to worry." Losing his connection with the old man, Mobert sighed, his expression once again becoming solemn. Imitating Odinson Castilla's voice, he spoke with authority. "Immediately summon Anderson Hood to the governor's mansion. Northern Serenity, the central plateau belonging to the Feynapotter Kingdom." The void vibrated, and Palez's figure immediately appeared, nodding to the two figures who had long been waiting there. The Sanguine's New Moon Duke Giorna scrutinized Palez with a somewhat strange gaze. Although she had only been promoted to an angel in the 5th epoch, as a long-lived species, she had also met the patriarch of the Roselle family in the 4th epoch. After Aaron used the mark he had left on Klein to go to Demirport and confirm that he was fine, he left the Eye of Rusko and the blasphemy slate before rushing directly here. As the convener of this meeting, Aaron smiled and spoke first when Palez arrived. "This is New Moon Giorna, the youngest of the 3 Sanguine Dukes, and a descendant of Blood Moon Queen Ornia. She is also extremely concerned about the matters of the Trunsoist remnants." Listening to this introduction with hidden meanings, Palez gave a wry smile. He did not put on airs despite having recovered his complete Sequence 1 status. Being an old fox, he immediately understood Aaron's hint. "I will go with you to the Divine War ruins in the Sonia Sea. That was a promise I made back then, and it will not change." Aaron nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the two angels, he pondered for a moment and said carefully. "Astolfo needs some time to recover due to the matter of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. The approximate time will be set for a week later. The reason I invited you two here now is that some matters are quite complex, and there may be some unexpected, uncontrollable situations that arise." Giorna's blood-colored eyes shifted, moving her gaze from Palez. She asked back with an uncertain tone. "Are you referring to the Forsaken Land of the Gods?" Aaron nodded, and a faint golden glow condensed, forming a rough sea chart of the Divine War ruins in the middle of the 3 of them. This was also a map Astolfo had simply drawn from memory before going into seclusion to recuperate. After Aaron's previous exploration and modification of the Divine War ruins, even if there were discrepancies, they would not be significant. The map attracted everyone's attention. Aaron pointed to the easternmost part of the Divine War ruins, which was also the only place marked besides the core area, and continued. "This area connects to the Giant King's court in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and the true Creator's divine kingdom is also in this location. Even if the 7 deities have sealed it, if a major change occurs in the Divine War ruins, I cannot be sure what that evil god will do." As soon as these words were spoken, not only Giorna but also Palez's brows furrowed. He asked with some uncertainty. "What did you do in the Forsaken Land of the Gods before?" After he recovered his complete status in the Jacob family's treasure, he personally helped Mobert complete the Mentor of Deceit's promotion ritual. He only knew that Aaron was plotting against the abomination hidden in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. During this period, he sensed that Aaron had reappeared himself at Sequence 1 using the Star Crown, but he knew little about the more specific details. Aaron carefully chose his words and briefly described the various accidents in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. After listening, Palez added with some helplessness. "The battle between the true Creator and the dark side of the universe should have ended. After resealing the Abyss Passage in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, he may remain dormant for a period. But if he senses your aura, alas, if it's not necessary, try to avoid provoking that lunatic. Circumstances forced it." Aaron gave a wry smile and sighed. Then he straightened his expression and continued. "This Divine War ruins is a rare opportunity. Not only can it help Astolfo obtain the last abomination characteristic, but my ritual to advance to Sequence 2 balancer can also be completed through it. This is also the opportunity for the Phantom Empire to return to the world. The lost history will return. The Miracle Invoker characteristic has now been obtained. I am also preparing to let Cavendish lands take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to advance together. Giorna frowned tightly and said in a deep voice. Isn't that too rushed? Although this is a rare opportunity, with so many things happening at once, if any part goes wrong, I'm afraid. At this point, she paused, glanced at the thoughtful Palez, and asked directly without avoiding the topic. Moreover, as far as I know, that blasphemer has always been craving the last worm of time. If he interferes, even if the 7 deities watch from the astral world, how will you deal with it? Aaron's expression remained unchanged. He did not elaborate but calmly explained. I have already prepared for this. If he acts outside the forsaken land of the gods, someone will stop him. It is not yet time for him to obtain the last worm of time characteristic. The Era's apotheosis ritual destined Amon not to obtain the worm of time before Adam achieved the visionary, otherwise, if Amon backstabbed and replaced the apotheosis ritual, who knows when the next world trend would be. Adam, completely dominated by his divinity, would only consider gains and losses, and would not allow such a threat to arise because of Amon's identity. However, to add insurance to this idea, Aaron felt it was still necessary to meet Adam again. Although she didn't know why Aaron was so confident, Giorna said no more. She added calmly. I have convinced Purple Moon and Full Moon. At that time, I can mobilize the power of the Moon Kingdom to assist you during your promotion. Aaron was somewhat moved but still slowly shook his head, declining Giorna's kind offer. Seeing Giorna's somewhat puzzled expression, he explained. The relationship between the Sanguine and the Trunsoist Empire is already prone to suspicion. The Phantom Empire still has the Night Emperor's remaining arrangements, and its emergence will certainly attract strong hostility from certain individuals. Therefore, the Sanguine should not appear directly in the Divine War ruins. Unless a special, unsolvable situation arises, you don't need to directly intervene. You only need to maintain Cavendish Lance's historical void image. All preparations for the Miracle Invoker's promotion had been completed. The only and biggest problem was that Cavendish Lance's main body was still in the forsaken land of the gods and could not leave for the time being. However, fortunately, he had discussed this issue with Palez a long time ago, drawing inspiration from how Amon and Adam helped Antigonus advance to half a fool in the 4th epoch, which led to a more feasible solution. That is, before the promotion ritual begins, summon Cavendish Lance's historical void image. With Cavendish Lance's active cooperation, Palez, who has recovered to Sequence 1, will personally act to temporarily steal Cavendish Lance's main body's fate, identity, self-cognition, and even beyonder characteristics onto the historical projection. Combined with the Worm of Time's deception of rules, this would allow Cavendish Lance's historical void image to successfully complete the promotion. Finally, the fate of successful promotion would be returned to the main body, and that Miracle Invoker characteristic would then be bestowed upon Cavendish Lance by Aaron. Having completed the ritual to some extent and possessing the fate of successful promotion, Cavendish Lance could also become an angel in the forsaken land of the gods. This was also why Aaron risked everything to help Palez quickly recover to Sequence 1. Aaron himself also wanted to attempt to advance to an angel, and he had no spare capacity to summon and maintain Cavendish Lance's historical void image. Giorna, as a mobile emergency force, was the most suitable. Palez glanced at Giorna, who seemed to want to say something but then fell silent. He turned his head to Aaron and said in a deep voice. I need the scholar of yours essence blood and one of his worms of spirit to use as a medium for stealing fate. Also, the commotion of me fully stealing fate will not be hidden from Amon. You should understand what I mean. Aaron nodded, not surprised by this, but it was also a risk that had to be borne. All he could do was minimize the risk as much as possible. After roughly finalizing the plan for the Divine War ruins a week later, Aaron watched the 2 angels disappear one by one, and his own figure gradually faded. It was also time to talk to that fanatic. In addition, he also needed to consider the reactions of Augustus and Castilla after the Phantom Empire emerged, at least to ensure it wouldn't immediately become the fuse for a world war. Chapter 380, Deal with Adam. Amantha Mountain Range, Winter County. Aaron stepped out of the spirit world, gazing at the black, spired Gothic church standing amidst the snow-capped mountains not far away. With a slight thought, he ceased using the Nation of Disorder's authority to block his senses, then calmly murmured to himself. Adam. There was no need to deliberately search for the angel of imagination. His characteristic of, what is said, shall be known, was enough to cover the entire world. Without the corresponding shield, Adam could accurately receive information. Aaron's voice echoed through the vast, white mountain range, and the serene church at the cliff's edge emanated a familiar yet profound aura of tranquility. Silently, a priest in a simple white robe with a silver cross pendant appeared on the mountain peak opposite Aaron. Even with the Nation of Disorder's vision, Aaron couldn't discern how Adam had appeared. Not his true body, likely just an imagined form. As this thought crossed his mind, Aaron glanced around. The familiar bone church hadn't risen, which eased his mood considerably. He deliberated before speaking. The Red Angel evil spirit in Backlund seems to be currently parasitizing in Sangwil. According to our previous agreement, I can act as if he doesn't exist. But what if Medici obstructs my path? The Sequence 1 Conqueror characteristic of the Augustus family now belonged to the East Tucker family. Once Aaron advanced to an angel, he would begin to strip away the contamination mixed within that characteristic. Aaron would not readily hand over a characteristic he had painstakingly acquired, especially since the Red Priest's uniqueness was enough to create another true god in a short period. The Medici family's angel in Bansi Harbor had already been hunted, and Bansi Harbor itself was sealed. If it were merely Sauron Einhorn Medici, Aaron wouldn't be too concerned. He was only worried that this uncontrollable individual, wandering the world, might collude with the primordial Demonis and suddenly act at the critical moment of Valna's advancement to Conqueror. Adam looked at Aaron, unconcerned by the questioning tone, and smiled genially. Then it shall naturally be as it should be. The air quickly fell silent. Aaron frowned slightly, no longer pursuing the topic. The current Red Angel evil spirit was, in Adam's eyes, more like a locator firmly tied to 0-08. If in the future. Suppressing some thoughts in his mind, and to show his sincerity, Aaron moved past the somewhat unpleasant topic and spoke softly. I have already helped Palaz Zoroast restore his completeness. I imagine that before you achieve Visionary, you wouldn't want that Worm of Time characteristic to fall into Amon's hands, would you? After all, you should be the person in this world who understands Amon the most. Still maintaining his genial smile, Adam picked up the silver cross on his chest. His pure, childlike eyes looked at Aaron and the serene church behind him, then he shook his head with a smile. The return of the door cannot be stopped. Amon will not replace my godhood ritual. Even though he knew the figure before him was merely an imagined body, Aaron felt a strong sense of conviction, as if this was a destined future. This feeling vanished in an instant, and surging dark gold mist churned in the deepest parts of his eyes. Aaron pondered for a moment before continuing. Since that is the case, why don't we make a deal? As he spoke, a book bound in parchment appeared in his hand. On its dark brown cover was a line of ancient Fasak. Grozel's Travels. This item, left by the dragon of imagination Ankwelt, conceals the city of miracles, Levi Sheed, and has some deep connection with 0-08. I think this should be worth some concession from you, shouldn't it? My request isn't complicated. In the core area of the God of Combat's ruins, I want to exchange for one use of the second blasphemy slate, and ensure Palaz's safety during my advancement. Adam's eyes deepened, as if he understood something. A moment later, his gentle voice continued. The value between these is not equivalent, and you are not the all-knowing and all-powerful 5 pathways. You cannot fully mobilize the power of the second blasphemy slate. If it is merely to assist you in completing your advancement ritual, I can help you activate the blasphemy slate. Essentially, the core area of the God of Combat's ruins was the final battlefield of the great catastrophe in the third epoch. The remaining divine power mainly originated from the ancient sun god, Evernight goddess, Earth Mother, and possibly the God of Combat. The other 7 gods and death had not yet achieved sequence 0 at that time, and their residual power was limited, not worth worrying about. Knowing that Adam had likely guessed his intentions, Aaron nodded indifferently. It was naturally best if the Angel of Imagination was willing to act personally, as he could fully mobilize the power of the blasphemy slate. It was a pity he couldn't take the opportunity to interpret this slate, which contained the secrets of an outer deity, but as long as the most troublesome part, the residual divine power from the ancient sun god, could be resolved, Aaron's pressure would be much lighter. The parchment book in his hand slowly disintegrated into dark gold mist. Grozel's Travels had always been stored by Aaron in the Nation of Disorder. Even if an agreement was reached, he had no intention of immediately handing it over to Adam, at least not until he successfully advanced and gained the true qualifications to speak with Adam as an equal. After all, Aaron couldn't be sure where the remnant of Trunsoist, about to reappear in Adam's envisioned world trend, would be placed. His, or rather, the East Tucker family's consistent display of desire for the Red Priest, besides their own family's needs, was also to convey a fact to Adam. Whether it was the current East Tucker, or the later Trunsoist, both craved war, aligning with the world trend Adam was promoting. After all, Storm, Sun, Reader, Spectator, and Shepherd were similar pathways that could be interchanged at a high level, with great contradictions between them. Especially since the first 3 true gods among them had devoured Adam's father, the ancient sun god. Even if they tacitly allowed George III to become the Black Emperor, it was highly unlikely they would sit idly by and watch Adam ascend to godhood through the tide of the era. Therefore, the Fasak Empire, which controlled the Red Priest pathway, was the one that ultimately initiated the war. Having long discerned the essence of Grozel's Travels, Adam's expression remained unchanged. He nodded slightly towards the serene church not far away, and his figure faded, leaving only an echo. The key to the Giant King's court is in your hands, its fate also needs to be borne by you. Was this an additional condition? Aaron nodded noncommittally. Besides confirming the state of Dark Angel Sasser, he probably also coveted the first blasphemy slate. After all, whoever seized this item first would gain the initiative in Adam's subsequent fusion with the true creator. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Aaron exhaled in relief, then turned and bowed slightly towards the spired Gothic church. After reconnecting with the nation of disorder to block his senses, he re-entered the spirit world. Moments later, when he stepped out of the spirit world again, he had already returned to Elysiel, the capital of East Tucker County. In the lower hall of the ancestral tower, after briefly explaining the forsaken land of the gods and his transaction with Adam, Aaron looked at Valna and asked softly, "Has Katerina spoken?" Valna, who was playing with the blood-stained crown, chuckled softly and slowly shook his head. Ordinary methods are no longer effective on her. If you want to know the location of the Demoness sect's main altar, you can only forcefully conduct a seance, and this is very likely to be secretly contaminated by the primordial Demoness. Not too surprised by this outcome, as he had only impulsively allowed Valna to spare the Demoness' life, Aaron pondered for a moment before continuing. The events in Backlund can be said to have caused heavy losses to the Demoness sect. Let's first observe their reaction. If necessary, I will then request that one's help for a forceful seance. Let me borrow this conqueror characteristic for now. Handing over the sealed, blood-stained crown he held, Valna's eyes flickered, and he asked in a low voice. "You found a way to remove the contamination." "There has always been a way, but I have to wait until I advance to an angel." Without speaking his true thoughts, Aaron nodded, simply replying, "That will still take some time, but these contaminations are actually useful to me." After leaving the ancestral tower, Aaron returned to his ducal mansion and met with Councilman Ryajord, who had been staying in Elysiel for a long time. This fate councilman seemed to have foreseen Aaron's arrival, as he had already covered his eyes with a black cloth and sat quietly on the sofa, with a ring box placed in front of him. Looking at the ring box containing the dice of probability, Aaron closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment, then slowly nodded. Even though Woloseptin had been reset for some time, the rate at which the sealing power dissipated was better than Aaron had expected. Looking at the 3 scarlet dots facing upwards like snow inside the ring box, Aaron chuckled softly. He directly placed it, along with the ring box, into the blood-stained crown, slightly undoing a bit of the seal. The maddening will originating from Tudor, mixed with 2 different Sapphira contaminations, caused the dice of probability to tremble slightly. Aaron's body also rapidly emanated the aura of the nation of disorder. Gripping the milky white dice, Aaron began to intimidate this uniqueness of the fate pathway, hoping it would be obedient and play a role in the god of combat's ruins. Raging sea, waters near Bansi Island. The turbulent sea surface above quickly became colorful and dense. Zangwill, with dark gold hair, stepped out from it, his single arm clutching a pure white quill. His blue, almost black pupils reflected Bansi Island, not far away, shrouded in shimmering light and mist. On both sides of the Night Watcher's cheeks, a crack appeared, and 2 mocking, derisive voices, one after another, rang out. "Tisk, although my Sauron family has declined, at least our lineage hasn't been cut off. I truly didn't expect the famous Medici family to fall to this state. This seems to be the power of the cycle of fate, mixed with the aura of the storm. Medici, I told you then not to be so clever and lead that fellow to Pan's town." Ignoring the 2 fellows' taunts, Medici, who was currently controlling Zangwill's body, snorted softly, then chuckled. "I sense Ouroboros's aura. That fellow has always served by my lord's side. I cannot confirm the current situation in Pan's town. Why not just let Ouroboros take this body to my lord's divine kingdom?" Before he could finish, the voices erupting from the bloody flesh cracks on Zangwill's cheeks interrupted Medici. "And then you gain new life, and the 2 of us become sacrifices herded by that evil god. Medici, don't dream. As long as the 2 of us are still here, you can give up on that idea." Clicking his tongue with some regret, a hint of inexplicable emotion flashed in his deep eyes. He raised a hand to rub both sides of his cheeks. After the flesh cracks disappeared, he examined the pure white quill in his hand and finally said, "What 2 cowards? In that case, once we shake off those guys from the Evernight Goddess's church, we'll go to the southern continent. That high priest of the Death Church shouldn't mind providing us with another undying." Even further away from this mist-shrouded sea area, a steam sailboat was slowly moving forward. In the spacious and comfortable first-class cabin, blazing Danitz, hoarse from talking, received permission to stop. Klein put down his pen, looking at the white papers scattered on the table, marked with sketches. A large portion of them contained information about well-known pirates that Danitz was familiar with, while the remaining small portion consisted of recent eye-catching news from the sea. Vice Admiral of Diseases, Black Death, has been missing for several weeks. A pirate gathering will be held in Sonia Sea 2 weeks later. Looking at the 2 pieces of news he had selected, Klein fell silent, so silent that Danitz felt a chill down his spine. Gathering his courage, Danitz glanced at the papers in front of the crazy adventurer and cleared his throat. The Black Death is said to have encountered the King of the 5 Seas some time ago, and no one can explain where the Vice Admiral of Disease is now. As for this pirate gathering, apart from the pirate kings and pirate generals, other pirates only received news of this gathering a week ago. This is also to guard against surprise attacks from various navies and powerful individuals from major churches. Because of that damn frame-up, the Golden Dream will not participate in this gathering, but the captain still sent me to disguise myself and inquire about the latest news. To maintain his persona, Klein resisted the urge to pinch his chin and nodded coldly. He pointed at the messy table and instructed Danitz. Put the things on the table back into the suitcase in their original order. What? Clean up? You want me to help you clean up? Danitz could hardly believe his ears. In an instant, he felt a surge of anger rush to his head. I, Blazing Danitz, the quartermaster of Iceberg Admiral, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 3,700 gold pounds, how can I be ordered around like a servant? My dignity, my reputation, neither allows me to accept such an insult. Klein saw Blazing Danitz turn into a stone statue, standing motionless, so he gave the captive a cold look.